Sword God Chapter 29:65 to Chapter 30:16. Tai Hao, Tai Hao, Tai Hao. Although the body of a righteous god was extremely strong and its self-healing ability was extraordinary, it was still incinerated by the terrifying power of Tai Hao's sword. The speed of self-healing could not keep up with the speed of destruction. Burn, the fiend god was set ablaze. The flames were blazing and emitted amazing light and heat. It was as if his entire body had turned into a burning true Sunday. He wailed and screamed. Chen Zong instantly retreated and distanced himself from the fiend god. The mixed Yuan heart force had almost been depleted. Although it recovered quickly, it was certain that his strength would not be as strong as it was at its peak. It was safer to keep a distance. Tai Hao was like the sun. It contained a trace of true meaning and was extremely terrifying. The righteous god expert was first struck 7 times. The sword chi was wreaking havoc in his body. Before he could expel it and recover, he was struck by Tai Hao's sword again. With a boom, he exploded. The fiend god expert had self-destructed. The power of self-destruction was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it covered a radius of thousands of meters and quickly spread to tens of thousands of meters. Chen Zong sensed the danger at the moment the fiend god self-destructed. A strong sense of danger almost drowned him. He retreated further without hesitation. At the same time, he withdrew the inner world energy that was suppressing the fiend god. Even so, Chen Zong was still affected by the explosion. The terrifying power that destroyed everything came crashing down. Chen Zong's body was blown back like a violent hurricane. Chen Zong's qi and blood were shaken. Fortunately, he withdrew his inner world. The complete inner world was tough enough to absorb part of the impact. Coupled with Chen Zong's timely reaction, he was not seriously injured. Rumbling sounds resounded in all directions. Streaks of clouds rushed into the sky and continued to spread out, one after another. The power was so strong that it caused Chen Zong's eyelids to tremble. It was as if the sky was being shattered by wave after wave of clouds. The sky of the unknown place was already filled with cracks, and it felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. Now that it was struck, more and more cracks appeared, and it continued to shatter. A terrifying aura also spread out. On the other side, the lightning sword sage and the righteous god-fiend expert who were locked in an intense battle were also shocked by the explosion. This power was simply too terrifying and too strong. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the destructive power contained in it. If they were in the center of the explosion, they would not be able to withstand it with their strength. It was very likely that they would be killed on the spot. Very decisively, the god-fiend expert attacked the lightning sword saint. After forcing the lightning sword saint back, he turned into a shadow and immediately fled. He was so fast that the lightning sword saint could not chase after him. The righteous god-fiend expert had escaped. The lightning sword saint rose and his sword broke through the sky. It turned into a dazzling thunderbolt and instantly streaked across the sky to chase after the god-fiend's shadow. However, it missed. The aftermath of the explosion gradually calmed down. The cracks in the sky also slowly healed and returned to its original state. The terrifying aura was also restrained and was no longer as strong. Chen Zong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, Chen Zong had a feeling that he was going to be destroyed. It was as if there was something terrifying in the broken sky. Once it woke up, it would destroy everything. Nothing would be spared. Seeing that the sky had returned to its original state, Chen Zong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Brother, your strength." The lightning sword saint could not help but smile bitterly. He did not know what to feel in his heart. He knew that Chen Zong's strength was not ordinary. He was in the pristine saint realm and could be considered a sword saint. However, he did not expect that Chen Zong's strength would be so strong. When he fought with one of the 2 god-fiends earlier, he was actually at a disadvantage. After all, a god-fiend expert's body was extremely strong. They had a stronger resistance to lightning, fire, poison, and other things. If they were injured, their self-healing ability was also stronger. These were not things that cultivators could compare to. Moreover, a god-fiend's strength was also very terrifying. Their god-fiend martial arts were closer to the Great Tao. They were more exquisite and powerful. As a result, the lightning sword saint fell into a disadvantageous position. Although he wasn't defeated, he was unable to defeat the God Fiend expert. Who would have thought that Chenzong would be able to kill the God Fiend expert? This was truly out of the lightning sword saint's expectations. Chenzong was able to kill a righteous God Fiend expert. Such strength completely surpassed his own. Although this was the first time he faced a God Fiend expert, the lightning sword saint had some understanding. A God Fiend's life-saving ability was better than a cultivator's. It should be known that even some great Saint Realm experts would not be able to kill a pristine Saint Realm expert for sure. A pristine Saint Realm expert had a few chances of escaping from a great Saint Realm expert. However, Chenzong really killed a righteous God Fiend expert. During this period of time, Chenzong's mixed Yuan heart force had recovered by about 30%. Moreover, it was still recovering rapidly. It was a pity that the God Fiend expert had self-destructed using the divine fire as the foundation. Its divinity was naturally within the range of self-destruction. Otherwise, the power would not be so great. The entire crater that was thousands of meters wide was still emitting a terrifying aura fluctuation. If it was in the outside world, the destructive power of the self-destruction would definitely be greater. It would be at least 10 times more destructive. If it was in the outer universe, such a self-destruction would be enough to destroy a planet. After the self-destruction, nothing was left behind. Not long after, Chenzong's mixed Yuan heart force had completely recovered. The manifestation of his inner world was the result of Chenzong's harvest in the ruins of world. He had activated his perfect inner world and manifested it. It covered an area of 1,000 meters and suppressed it directly. There was also the illumination of light and the impact of sword might. The illumination of light came from the mystery of the Taihao sword, while the impact of sword might came from the supreme sword will. Of course, the illumination of light did not have the power of the Taihao sword. However, the impact of sword might had the deterrence of the supreme sword will. It could stun the target for an instant. With the combination, the target would find it difficult to escape or resist. Unless the target's divine will was stronger than Chenzong's, they would be stunned for an instant. That instant was enough for Chenzong to unleash the full power of the Taihao sword. With the terrifying power of the Taihao sword, he killed the target. It was not a good thing to kill a god fiend and let the other one escape, but there was nothing he could do. The life-saving ability of a saint was already very strong, and the god fiend's life-saving ability was even stronger. Chenzong was able to kill the God Fiend because of the suppression power manifested by his inner world, and because the God Fiend was caught off guard. Next, Chenzong and the Thunder Grand Swordsman searched for the aura of the God Fiend that had escaped while looking for void spirits to kill and spacetime fragments. About half a month later, Chenzong and the Thunder Grand Swordsman had killed many void spirits, but they did not catch up with the God Fiend. Instead, they found a spacetime fragment. They took out void chi and merged it with the fragment. This time, it took them 5 streams of pristine saint stage void chi to activate the spacetime fragment. This consumption shocked Chenzong and the Thunder Grand Swordsman, but at the same time, they were delighted. The more void chi it took to activate the spacetime fragment, the more advanced the fragment was. Naturally, it would contain more opportunities. This time, the Thunder Grand Swordsman entered it first, and then Chenzong took out 5 more streams of pristine saint stage void chi and merged them with the spacetime fragment to activate it. Then, Chenzong also stepped into the fragment. In the surroundings, there seemed to be countless silhouettes appearing. Every silhouette was extremely tall and strong. These silhouettes held huge swords in their hands and slashed through the air, bursting forth with incomparably shocking might. It was as if they had Chenzong as their target, madly slashing towards him, wanting to cut him into pieces. However, they were only illusions. Even though they were illusions, they still contained extremely terrifying power. He felt as if he was in a battlefield, surrounded by enemies in all directions. They were all his enemies, and they were all aiming to kill him. All of a sudden, Chenzong's eyebrows twitched slightly. With a slight shift of his body, a strong gust of wind roared and struck down, causing a crack to appear on the ground beneath him. The astonishing burst of chi caused Chenzong to be secretly shocked. It was not a shadow, no, it was a shadow at first, but he did not know when it had condensed into a substance without him even noticing. It was as if it had turned from a shadow to a real thing. Qianzong did not know the principle behind it. Immediately, a thought descended and was received by Qianzong. Endless battlefield? Qianzong could not help but show a hint of doubt. This place, or rather, the place contained in the spacetime fragment, was a place called the Endless Battlefield. Qianzong still did not know what kind of place it was. Moreover, Qianzong did not know what opportunities there were here. After Qianzong dodged the first attack, the second sword slashed down, and then the third sword slashed down. In short, there were attacks from all directions. Qianzong's figure was extremely agile, like a willow swaying in the wind. He dodged the slashes one after another, and he could clearly see everything around him. Giants, those attacking from all directions were giants more than 10 meters tall. The large swords in their hands were at least 7 meters long. Each of the large swords had a very heavy feeling. When they slashed, there was a terrifying feeling of landslide and collapse. The power was extremely tyrannical. As Qianzong leaped and moved, he also carefully felt the power of the large swords. Quasi-saint level, they all had the power of quasi-saint level. Where exactly was this endless battlefield? This was a spacetime fragment. In other words, when it was complete, it was a spacetime where such giants lived. The strength of these giants was so powerful that the power of each of their swords reached the quasi-saint level. It was simply terrifying. As Qianzong kept dodging, he had seen at least hundreds of giants attacking him. This meant that there were hundreds of quasi-saint level experts. Not only that, but Qianzong also saw many huge figures dashing over from afar. When they took a step, it was as if giant elephants were galloping, causing the ground to shake incessantly as if there was an earthquake. The momentum was astonishing. Like a flowing light, he sped along the ground at lightning speed, constantly avoiding the pursuit of the giants and the huge sword light that slashed through the air. After a few attempts, Qianzong discovered that it was not easy to fly in this endless battlefield. This was because there was a shocking suction force on the ground. When one stepped on the ground, the suction force would not work. However, once one's feet left the ground, the suction force would appear. Furthermore, the higher one was from the ground, the stronger the suction force. As a result, it was much more difficult for Qianzong to fly in the air, and he could only run along the ground. After a period of time, Qianzong discovered that the boundary of the endless battlefield was extremely wide. It was as if there was no end to it. Giants would appear from time to time. When they discovered Qianzong, they would let out a roar and attack him with their huge swords. The might of each slash was extremely shocking. The might of a quasi-saint could split the earth. These giants were 10 meters tall, but they were wearing rough leather armor. They looked a bit like apes that were about to transform into humans, and their hair was also more exuberant. It was as if they were really transforming into humans from giant apes, but they had not completed the transformation. As for these ape-like giants, each and every one of them had extremely powerful bodies. Their strength was even more astonishing. Sword light flashed, and Qianzong drew his sword. He had been dodging just now, and now he finally drew his sword. Single-hearted sword technique, sword 1, the sword broke through the air. This was a sword at the level of a sacred swordsman, and it tore apart a giant's leather armor in an instant. At the moment of tearing, Qianzong could feel that the leather armor was extraordinarily tough. When the sword light pierced into the giant's skin membrane, Qianzong felt another blockage, which was not inferior to the leather armor at all. The muscles and other things behind the skin membrane were also extremely tough, and the bones were even harder. So much so that Qianzong's sword 1 could barely penetrate them. But the giant's sword strike also came, and the power it contained was extremely terrifying. Sword 2, an even faster sword strike broke through the air and killed the giant immediately. Although it had only made 2 moves and looked very simple, Qianzong was secretly shocked. The strength of this giant was only equivalent to that of a quasi-saint, but its body was incomparably tyrannical, and its defensive power was extremely shocking. If it was a quasi-saint cultivator, sword 1 would be enough to kill them. There was no need to use sword 2 at all. Perhaps only a few extremely powerful quasi-saints would need to use sword 2. From this, it could be seen how terrifying these giants were. The attacks of the giants were relatively simple, but they weren't ordinary either. They were like battle tactics that had been tempered thousands of times. They were straightforward and unyielding, with a kind of domineering force that pressed forward courageously. After being killed by Qianzong, the giant fell to the ground. Its huge body rumbled like a mountain of gold, and the ground shook because of it. Immediately, a bright light rose up and flew directly toward Qianzong, disappearing between Qianzong's eyebrows. There was a rumbling sound like a thunderclap, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning surging. It seemed to be a sword light, a huge and mighty sword light that could split heaven and earth. When the sword light fell, it seemed to split heaven and earth, as well as the darkness and Qianzong's spirit sea. A kind of understanding of the sword emerged, but it came and went quickly, so quickly that Qianzong didn't have time to think carefully before it disappeared. This is... Qianzong's expression changed. Suddenly, was this the opportunity contained in this space-time fragment? Whether it was true or not, he would know after trying again. Qianzong's figure kept moving, and he once again fixed his eyes on a giant. His figure flashed, and he was as swift as an aurora movie, silently breaking through the air. At that moment, he also waved his sword, and his figure and sword became one. Sword 1, Sword 2, two swords were thrown out at the same time, and the two sword lights drew different trajectories. Although they made the first move, they hit the giant at the same time and hit the same spot, directly penetrating the giant's leather armor, skin, muscles, and bones. The swordsmanship seemed simple, but it contained a kind of extreme dominance. Under this kind of dominance, in a head-on fight, it was invincible. No matter if the opponent was as hard as steel or as flexible as water, there was no way to resist, and everything was penetrated and torn apart. As the giant's body fell, the ground trembled. Another dot of light rose up and shot towards Qianzong, entering the space between his eyebrows. There was a thunderous boom as a thunderous sword light tore through the darkness and slashed towards Qianzong. However, it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Qianzong keenly felt that the thunderous sword light evolved from the second bright light was a little more advanced than the first bright light. It seemed to have evolved on the basis of the first bright light. It was not enough. Although he still did not know what the thunderous sword light represented, the charm of the swordsmanship was very obvious. Qianzong directly thought that it was an opportunity. The opportunity of this space-time fragment was an opportunity, and he had to seize it. In an instant, Qianzong stared at the giant's eyes. His eyes were radiating a sharp and threatening light, like a cold star. He moved as fast as lightning and waved his sword. There was no need to perform any powerful swordsmanship. Just the cooperation of Sword 1 and Sword 2 was enough to kill the quasi-saint giants one after another and obtain the bright light. The moment the bright light entered the divine sea, Qianzong heard the rumbling sound again and saw the thunderous sword light. It became clearer and clearer, and the time it existed seemed to be lengthening. Once, Qianzong directly killed 3 giants. After obtaining the 3 bright lights entered his glabella at the same time. The heavenly thunder splitting heaven and earth evolved from them became more and more amazing, and the charm of the swordsmanship became clearer. Qianzong could feel it more clearly. Along with it, Qianzong had a deeper understanding of the single-hearted swordsmanship, and vaguely, it seemed to be perfected. Qianzong became more and more certain that the opportunity to kill the giants and obtain the bright light was where the opportunity was. Opportunities were everywhere. It only depended on whether there was a pair of eyes that could discover them. Kill, kill, kill. As soon as these giants saw him, they would wave their swords at him as if they were mortal enemies. Qianzong did not have any psychological burden when killing them. After all, he had never shown mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Qianzong found a way to speed up his comprehension, which was to attract more giants and kill them in one fell swoop. At the same time, after absorbing more bright lights, the charm of the swordsmanship evolved from the heavenly thunder splitting heaven and earth would become clearer and longer, and he could comprehend more mysteries from it. Moreover, Qianzong also noticed that although the swordsmanship vision of the heavenly thunder splitting heaven and earth appeared in his mind, sometimes it seemed that a long time had passed. In other words, no matter how many bright lights entered his mind and how long it took to evolve the swordsmanship vision of the heavenly thunder splitting heaven and earth, the time in the outside world was the same. In this way, he would not be affected and would not be attacked or killed by strong enemies because he was suddenly in a state of comprehension. In addition to the swordsmanship vision brought by the bright light, Qianzong also found that as he constantly used Sword 1 and Sword 2 of the single-hearted swordsmanship to kill the giants, It seemed that he had practiced it 1,000 times over, and his comprehension of these two moves became deeper. Swords were killing weapons. Even if they were beautifully decorated, their essence could not be changed. Swordsmanship was used to strengthen the body or perform, but it was also a kind of disguise. The real swordsmanship was the art of fighting and killing. Therefore, no matter how much he meditated in seclusion, it was still not enough. Only in a real battle between life and death could he better deduce the mysteries of swordsmanship and comprehend its essence. These giants were all astonishingly powerful and were at the quasi-saint level. The might of their swords was also very tyrannical. The seemingly simple slashes were the result of countless tempering. Every sword strike was refined to the extreme and was peerlessly profound. Chenzong had also been constantly comprehending and mastering them. The single-hearted swordsmanship was improving, especially Sword 1 and Sword 2. They were becoming more refined and more powerful. 10, 20, 30, the giants were constantly killed by Chenzong. With Chenzong's strength as a sacred swordsman and the constantly improving power of his swordsmanship, as long as he was not directly surrounded by dozens of giants, he would not be in any danger. Chenzong's figure was also very agile. The speed of the single-hearted swordsmanship was also very fast, so he would not be surrounded by a large number of giants at all. In the void, there seemed to be a slight sound, but the sword light had already penetrated the giant's body first. Sword 1, this sword was extremely fast and sharp. When it penetrated the giant's tyrannical body, it did not seem to encounter the slightest resistance. It was as easy as piercing through tofu, directly killing the giant with one sword move. It was even stronger. The power of Sword 1 of the single-hearted swordsmanship had increased by several times. It originally needed 2 swords to kill the giant, but now it only needed 1 sword move. As the power of Sword 1 increased, the power of Sword 2, Sword 3, and even Sword 4, Sword 5, Sword 6, and Sword 7 also became more and more tyrannical. However, at the same time, the mixed yuan heart force consumed by each sword move also increased. With a boom, the earth trembled incessantly. The astonishing sound was like the beating of a war drum, rumbling through the sky and earth. At the same time, an astonishing aura surged like a torrential flood, surging over from afar. Chenzong could not help but be startled. He became more and more solemn. He could not help narrowing his eyes as he looked over. The light was restrained, like the edge of a sword. What was that? It was a giant. A group of giants was marching over. Their steps were very orderly, as if they were one person. However, in fact, there were as many as 10 giants. Each of the giants raised their feet and put down their feet in an orderly manner, as if they had been tempered thousands of times. They were like elite soldiers. These 10 giants held big swords in their hands. The leather armor on their bodies looked more exquisite, and there was even a leather helmet on their heads. Compared to the giants that had been killed before, they looked more elite. It felt like a comparison between a mixed army and a regular army. An astonishing evil spirit lingered on their bodies, whistling endlessly like a storm. However, Chenzong still heard another set of footsteps that were even more obscure and terrifying. It came from behind the 10 giants. The sword light shook the sky, and the sword aura split the earth. 10 10-meter-tall elite giants brandished their swords at the same time, slashing out 10 vigorous, overbearing, and incomparably heavy sword lights. Immediately, the extremely hard ground was split and smashed into pieces, leaving 10 ghastly fissures as they mercilessly attacked Chenzong. The 10 overbearing sword lights and astonishing aura locked onto Chenzong, but the more intense aura locking onto him came from the 12-meter-tall giant. This giant was not wearing leather armor, but iron armor. What he wore on his head was not a leather helmet, but an iron helmet. The giant sword in his hand was 9 meters long, and he pointed it at Chenzong from afar. An extremely frightening aura also completely locked onto Chenzong. The overbearingness of this aura made Chenzong extremely fearful as well. Saint level, that 12-meter-tall giant with an iron helmet and armor was shockingly a saint-level giant. The 10 sword lights arrived, and the power contained in them was several times stronger than that of the previous giants. Among the quasi-saints, they belonged to a more powerful level. The aura locking of these 10 sword lights was very strong, but it could not do anything to Chenzong. As his figure swayed, as if pulling out layers of illusions, Chenzong took a step forward after dodging the attack of the 10 sword lights. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, using the single-hearted sword steps, he instantly broke out with a speed that surpassed his limit. In the blink of an eye, the 6th step was taken. The 6 consecutive steps were completed in one breath. Chenzong's speed was directly raised to an extreme, an astonishing extreme. The giants' physiques were incomparably tyrannical, and their strength was vigorous to the extreme. They could lift mountains with their strength. Their swords were incomparably heavy, weighing more than 50,000 jin. Under the urging of the giants' tyrannical strength, each of their swords could split mountains. Their defense was also very astonishing. If it were a quasi-sage, it would be very difficult to kill one of the giants. If it were 2 giants, it would be hopeless. However, it wasn't as if the giants didn't have any weaknesses, which were their speed and reaction speed. Their gigantic bodies, powerful strength, and defense made their speed and reaction speed rather average. Although they weren't really weaknesses, they couldn't compare to their strength and defense. In some situations, these would become their weakness. Chenzong's current speed was like an aurora in the eyes of the 10 giants. It was so fast that they had no time to react. In the eyes of the saint-level giant, Chenzong's speed was also extremely fast, but he could still catch sight of his figure. In that instant, Chenzong crossed hundreds of meters. In less than a breath's time, he arrived with his sword in hand. His sword rose, and his body and sword became one. He crossed over in an instant and attacked. The moment he approached the 10 giants, sword light fell like a rainstorm. 1 sword, 1 sword, 1 sword, every strike was 1 sword, and every strike was made with Chenzong's full strength. It was as if he had swung dozens of swords in an instant. Each strike was extremely fierce, and each strike was fatal and soul-chasing. Streaks of sword light shot out like lightning, like flying stars chasing after the moon, and directly covered the 10 elite giants. Every giant was hit by the sword in an instant, and more than once. The moment the sword light hit the giants, Chenzong could feel an obscure resistance. Obviously, these 10 giants had stronger physiques and defense than the previous giants. 1 strike was not enough to kill them, but several strikes of 1 sword could do it. Although the saint-level giants could see Chenzong's figure, they were still a bit too slow. They were still a hair too late. This hair's breadth was the difference between life and death. Chenzong's 10 subordinates were directly pierced through by the rain-like sword light. Even the extremely tough metal armor on their bodies could not withstand it at all. Roar, the 12-meter-tall saint-level giant was furious. He was a general, the general of these giants. He was a general who had been through countless battles of life and death. How could such a small creature kill 10 of his guards in front of him? A roar came from the giant general's mouth, accompanied by a burst of angry shouts. Chenzong could not understand the language of the shouts, but he could feel the anger, the shocking anger, in the shouts. The 9-meter-long giant sword was raised in an instant. A terrifying force gathered on the giant sword and turned into a biting cold strength. The sword chi burst out as it circled around, and each of the sword chi left a trace in the void. Slash, this slash seemed to be no different from the slashes of the previous giants, but the power contained in it was more than 10 times stronger. It also contained an unparalleled will, as if it was a blow from an ancient giant god that could split heaven and earth. After killing the 10 elite giants, 10 points of light entered Chenzong's mind. The divine thunder evolved from the 10 points of light to split heaven and earth. It became clearer and more lasting, and the charm of the sword principle became stronger. The mystery made Chenzong have a deeper understanding of the sword principle. The foundation of his swordsmanship became more and more vigorous, and the single-hearted swordsmanship also underwent some subtle changes. The giant sword slashed down, carrying with it the power to shatter the sky. Under the pressure of the sword, the hard ground was also broken. The sword light split heaven and earth with endless divine power. The pressure of the sword directly shrouded all directions, as if it was suppressing everything. Chenzong's expression became very serious. It was a very powerful slash. Under the pressure of the sword, everything seemed to be suppressed, unable to withstand the pressure. Bursts of sounds came from the void, as if it was about to be completely shattered. Under the pressure of the sword, Chenzong had nowhere to hide. He could only feel that his surroundings were covered, and there was no way to escape. In that case, he would have to face it head-on. The single-hearted sword technique, Sword 1 to Sword 7, were all executed in an instant. The 7 rays of sword light followed different trajectories as they tore through the sky with extremely shocking power. They were like 7 rays of divine radiance that flashed through the sky, displaying an unparalleled profundity. The 7 sword lights arrived at the same time, attacking the astonishing sword light that was so huge that it could split mountains and shatter the earth. When they collided in an instant, an astonishing momentum and aftershock directly erupted. The aftershock surged, and endless sword chi raged in all directions like a raging wave. The huge sword light was directly penetrated. The power of the 7 sword lights was unimaginable, able to pierce through everything, and then continued to attack the giant general. However, when they hit the giant general, they only broke the iron armor on his body. When they hit the skin membrane, there was a dull sound, and the sword lights also collapsed. Qianzong saw this scene clearly. There was only a sword mark under the iron armor, but it did not penetrate the skin membrane. What kind of terrifying skin, what kind of terrifying body, what kind of terrifying defense was this? Even if the power of the 7 sword lights was weakened, it was not impossible that they could not break the giant general's skin membrane. However, the truth was in front of him, and Qianzong had to believe it. With a roar, the giant general once again swung his sword, as if he could wipe out thousands of troops. The whistling sound resounded through heaven and earth, and the power of the sword became more and more astonishing and terrifying. The fan-shaped area of hundreds of meters in front of him was covered by the sword light, and there was no way to avoid it. It was still difficult for Qianzong to dodge the sword. Taihao. In an instant, the true sun rose into the sky, carrying an unparalleled sword power. It was an extremely tyrannical sword. Although Qianzong did not break out 100% of the mixed Yuan heart force, only 70%, its power was still very terrifying. The true sun pushed forward, sweeping across the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was burned by its terrifying high temperature and turned into ashes. Nothing could resist it, and the sword light was also shattered by the impact. The giant general's expression changed greatly. His appearance under the iron armor looked more like a human, full of shock. His huge body swelled up, and his muscles became more and more astonishing. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the tyrannical power poured into the big sword in his hand, and bursts of intense light bloomed. Slash, this sword was as tyrannical and fierce as the thunder from the ninth heaven. It collided directly with Taihao's sword, and an incomparable power erupted. The void collapsed, the ground collapsed, and the terrifying sword power raged in all directions, destroying everything. Qianzong's figure was as illusory as a phantom, but also as fast as lightning. In an instant, he faced the gap of the exploding sword power and approached the giant general, drawing his sword. From Sword 1 to Sword 7, each sword hit the giant general's body, breaking the iron armor and hitting the skin membrane. Immediately, an indescribable toughness resisted the attack of the sword. When the sword broke through the tough membrane, there was only a small part of its power left. When it pierced into the giant general's muscles, there was an amazing resistance. The giant general reacted quickly and immediately moved. His huge left hand suddenly pushed horizontally, and his 5 fingers bent. The airflow pushed forward like a huge wave, and there were bursts of terrifying roars. This power was enough to flatten a hill, and it constantly hit Qianzong's body. However, this did not push Qianzong away. On the contrary, an indescribable power seemed to be collapsing, and a suction force burst out, firmly sucking Qianzong's body. Like an invisible rope, Qianzong's body and limbs were entangled from all directions. Immediately, the 5 curved fingers grabbed in the air. It seemed slow, but in fact, it was astonishingly fast, and its momentum was shocking. The 5 curved fingers were like 5 small mountains, shrouding the sky. The 12-meter-tall giant was several times taller than Qianzong. His palms were also extremely huge. Once caught, Qianzong would be held in his hands and be squeezed to death, or even be crushed into a meat patty. The giant's physique was simply too strong. There was a huge gap between his physique and the giant's physique. Even the physique of a fiend god expert couldn't compare to the giant's physique in terms of strength. The giant's physique was simply too terrifying. However, Qianzong also knew that although the giant's body was very strong, it could not be compared with the divine demon's body in one aspect, and that was its self-healing ability. The giant's self-healing ability was relatively ordinary. If the giant's self-healing ability was also like that of the divine demon's body, it would be unbeatable and a nightmare for all strong enemies. The giant's unbreakable defense and extremely strong strength, and if it had a super self-healing ability, it would be terrifying to the extreme. The 7 swords from Sword 1 to Sword 7 could not break the giant's defense, and the Taihao sword would also be resisted by the giant. How could he kill the giant? The roar shook the heavens and the earth like a war song. The roar reverberated in all directions and shook the earth, accompanied by the battle. Him-like roar, the giant general's originally very strong body seemed to swell a little. Every muscle on his body swelled up, and the armor on his body was tightly stretched, as if it was about to burst. Slash, with one slash, the sky and the earth seemed to be split open. The sword was earth-shattering, and the pressure of the sword swept across the sky like a meteorite falling from the sky. The impact made Qinzong's expression change greatly, and his eyes became more serious. He performed the wholehearted sword steps, and his speed was extremely fast. He drew his sword and slashed horizontally. After the giant general's body expanded, his body became even more powerful. Even the 7th swordsman's sword could not break through his defense. At most, it could pierce through the iron armor. Such a tyrannical physique, how could he break it? For a moment, Qinzong felt helpless. The power of Taihao's single stroke was undeniably strong, but the power of Taihao's single stroke lay in its burning and impact. Under the burning heat, it seemed to be able to burn everything into ashes. The impact was also very strong, but the most important thing was its explosive burning. Although the sword was fast, it was not particularly fast. At least, it was not fast enough for the giant general to react. The power of the giant general's sword was also very strong. The explosive slash was like a unique skill. Its power was amazing, and it was enough to resist Taihao's attack. Fast, I need a faster sword, Qinzong said to himself, and a sharper sword. Faster, sharper, when Qinzong had such a thought and such a belief, the strong sword Wei aura surged and swept over like a tide. Not enough. Qinzong frowned slightly, and then his body flashed. He directly avoided the giant general and flew into the distance. Under the wholehearted sword steps, Qinzong's speed reached an amazing level. Seeing Qinzong, a little bug, escape, the giant general became angrier and angrier. He roared and strode forward, and immediately chased after him. The giant general's body was astonishingly huge, and his body was as heavy as a mountain. When his feet landed, they created deep holes in the ground, and the surroundings of his footprints were completely cracked. Astonishing sounds continued to ring out, as if a war drum was being madly beaten. Chase, the giant general chased after Qinzong relentlessly. Under his huge body, every step he took covered a distance of 100 meters. His speed was astonishing, but compared to Qinzong's burst of speed, it was still somewhat lacking. Was Qinzong really going to escape? No, Qinzong had another plan. By killing the giants, he would be able to obtain the light. With the help of the light, he would be able to comprehend how to unleash an even sharper and faster sword strike, one that would be able to break through the defense of the giant general's incomparably tyrannical body and kill him. Kill, the giants chased from all directions, trying to block Qinzong and let the giant general catch up. However, under Qinzong's sword light, these giants did not have much resistance and were killed one after another. The light rose and flew into Qinzong's glabella and into his mind. The swordway vision evolved again, and the swordway aura became more and more intense. With a clear goal, Qinzong's comprehension became more efficient. One by one, the giants died under Qinzong's sword, and became resources for Qinzong to comprehend swordsmanship. Then, the inspiration for a faster and sharper sword was gradually born. Like a divine light that could split heaven and earth, it flashed across Qinzong's mind. Suddenly, he understood. It was a well-accumulated epiphany. Once he understood, thousands of inspirations emerged. The divine light became clearer in his mind, as if it was born out of nothing, as if it flew from a very, very far place. It flashed through the darkness and tore heaven and earth. The speed was unparalleled, and it seemed to be faster than light. The sharpness was invincible, and nothing could resist it. The divine light made Qinzong's eyes brighten. That was the sword he wanted, a faster and sharper sword, a sword that could tear heaven and earth and pierce the sky. This was the feeling. This was the sword that he had been looking for. Chen Zong suddenly rushed toward the giant general, who was chasing after him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, on the 6th step, Chen Zong's speed exceeded the limit by a lot. He was like an aurora of heaven and earth, instantly passing by the ground. He was extremely fast, but he did not go straight ahead. Instead, he followed a trajectory, an arc-like trajectory. Under this trajectory, he was like a meteor crashing into the earth. His speed was unknowingly getting faster and faster. The speed was so fast that it was beyond the giant general's sight. The giant general could not focus on it. In the eyes of the giant general, the speed was so fast that he could not help but squint his huge eyes, as if he wanted to see it clearly. Even so, he could only see a blurry light that was rapidly approaching. Although the giant general did not understand why the little bug wanted to escape and why it turned around to attack him, he was an expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. He was an expert who was at the pristine Saint Realm but was even more terrifying than a pristine Saint Realm cultivator. He raised his sword and placed it in front of him. His bulging muscles were constantly vibrating, transmitting a tyrannical force into the sword, which burst out with an extremely shocking force. His aura burst forth and turned into countless sword chi that circled around him. Then, he waved his sword and slashed forward. It was as if an ancient sword mountain was pushing forward and pressing down on the space in front of him. It was as if the space in front of him had solidified. The sword mountain was vigorous, vast and overbearing. Endless sword chi surrounded it and let out a crazy roar like a gust of wind. Under the terrifying sword pressure, the ground cracked as if it was going to collapse. However, it was pressed down by an invisible force and became even more solid. Under the terrifying sword pressure, Chen Zong was suffocating. However, Chen Zong's speed became even faster. His eyes became more focused to the extreme and locked onto the giant general's body that was as huge as a small hill. His focused eyes also changed in an instant. They became sharper and sharper like the edge of a sword that emitted a terrifying cold light. It was as if it could even pierce through the void. This sword of mine can surpass the aurora. This sword of mine can pierce through everything. This sword of mine is incomparably sharp. A strong belief was constantly spreading and bursting out in his heart. It was a belief to be faster and sharper. It was a belief to surpass the speed of light. It was a belief to pierce through everything. It was an incomparably strong belief. My sword should be called Divine Firmament. When the name of this move was formed in Chen Zong's mind, Chen Zong's speed was also extremely fast. With such an amazing speed, he was like an arc of light that swept across the sky. Facing the pressure of the ancient sword mountain, he was like a moth flying into a flame, giving birth to a kind of extreme sadness for no reason. In the next moment, Chen Zong waved the sword in his hand. The sword was integrated with his body and speed. Body and sword were one, and there was no distinction between them. The sword light also followed a certain trajectory and attacked. Without a sound, the space was directly pierced and torn apart. Even the dust particles floating in the air were cut apart by the extreme sword light, completely pulverizing them. Faster, faster, faster. Under such a strong desire, his belief was pushed to the extreme. An extremely sharp sword, an extremely fast sword. This was divine firmament, the divine firmament that could break the 9 heavens, the divine firmament that could split heaven and earth. Under this sword light, the surrounding light seemed to be affected. It became dimmer and dimmer, as if night had fallen. In the blink of an eye, the sword light had already struck the tall, ancient sword mountain. It broke through the sword chi and struck the sword mountain like a hot knife through butter. The sword mountain paused slightly. Chen Zong's sword light, the extremely fast and powerful divine firmament sword, also paused. Then, the sword mountain pierced towards the giant general behind the sword mountain, who had swung his sword horizontally. The extremely sharp sword pierced through everything. It was so fast that the giant general could not react in time. In his huge eyes, there was a flash of light. It was an extremely sharp and dazzling sword light. It was as if there was only that flash of sword light left in his eyes. Everything else had disappeared, fusing into the darkness. It was as if darkness had suddenly descended. Only that ray of light appeared more dazzling in the darkness. It was that sword light that absorbed all the light and merged it into itself, making the sword move faster and stronger. It could not be blocked. By the time the giant general realized it, the sword light had already pierced through the iron armor. The hard iron armor had extraordinary defensive power and was not so easily broken. Even Shenzong's single-hearted sword technique would have felt an amazing resistance if he had wanted to break it. But at this moment, under this sword light, under this divine firmament sword, it was easily pierced through. It was as if it had pierced through a thin piece of paper. There was no feeling of resistance. This speed made Shenzong feel an indescribable joy from the bottom of his heart. It was so satisfying. Since he could not avoid it, then he would use his strong body to block it. For these giants, the most powerful thing was not their big swords, but their terrifying bodies. Their extremely strong bodies were the most powerful strength of their tribe. It was the foundation of their tribe. They believed that their bodies were strong enough to withstand everything. The sword light pierced through the iron armor and came into contact with the giant general's extremely tough skin. It immediately felt a strong resistance to the divine firmament sword. It could not be blocked. Nothing in the world could resist this sword of mine. The strong belief made this sword seem even more amazing. Break! The extremely tough skin was instantly pierced by the sword light, and then it pierced into the swollen and increasingly solid muscles. It advanced inch by inch, making Shenzong feel as if he had broken through thousands of obstacles, but it still pierced through, and then it hit the even harder bones. The previous sword attack had only pierced through the skin and muscles, and was blocked by the bones. But now, divine firmament sword had also pierced into the bones and continued to advance. The intense pain made the giant general roar. He suddenly grabbed at Shenzong with his big hand. Just as the giant general's big hand fell, an extremely dazzling light also pierced through the giant general's back. Xianxia sword, Xianxia sword. This sword was faster than the speed of light. It had a sharpness that could not be resisted by all the power in the world. It pierced through everything. His inner world manifested and suppressed. In an instant, it was as if the power of an invisible mountain had landed directly on the giant general's body. The impact of the sword's power, the power of the supreme sword principle erupted. The suppression power of the inner world was further enhanced, causing the giant general's body to stop in an instant. A sword pierced through the air. Under Shenzong's supreme belief, the sword pierced through everything. The giant general's extremely strong body could not withstand it and was pierced through. The sword chi penetrated his bones and burst out from within his body. It was like countless thin needles shuttling back and forth, causing greater damage to the giant general. The giant general roared again and again. His hand became even more powerful, as if it could shatter the vacuum. Xianxiao's sword pierced through the giant general's extremely strong body, but it did not kill him. The giant general's body was 12 meters tall. Such a sword was like a needle piercing through. Shenzong immediately pulled out his sword and dodged in a flash. His figure transformed into countless shadows that surrounded the giant general. He dodged the giant general's powerful attacks and recovered his mixed yuan heart force. Xianxiao's sword was powerful, swift, and extremely sharp. However, the amount of mixed yuan heart force it consumed was not inferior to Taihao's sword. Fortunately, Shenzong's mixed yuan heart force recovered at an astonishing speed under his perfected inner world. While constantly dodging the giant general's attacks, his mixed yuan heart force recovered at an astonishing speed. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%. When the mixed yuan heart force was almost fully recovered, Shenzong instantly retreated and widened the distance between them. His eyes were extremely sharp and sword light burst forth. Xianxiao, another sword. The sword pierced through the air and pierced through the heavens and earth. It once again charged towards the giant general. This time, the sword pierced directly between the giant general's eyebrows. The speed of the sword was like thunder, and the giant general could not react in time. One sword, just one sword. It was a sword that could split the heavens and earth. It was a sword that nothing could resist. It was a sword that was unparalleled in the world. Just this sword alone was invincible. The metal helmet was pierced through in an instant, unable to resist at all. Subsequently, the sword pierced through the space between his eyebrows and through his brain. As the terrifying sword qi wreaked havoc, it instantly destroyed his brain. At the same time, it broke through his soul and came out from the back of his head. The giant general's body twitched uncontrollably, and he lost all his strength. He was no longer a threat to Chenzong. He fell to the ground with anger and unwillingness. As the giant general's huge body fell to the ground, it was as if a mountain had collapsed. The ground trembled and rumbled as if the earth was shaking. Then, a ball of light the size of a fist rose from the giant general's body. This fist-sized beam of light was different from the ones he had used to kill the other giants. Apart from the size, there was also a difference in color. The beam of light flew over and directly entered Chenzong's body. Chenzong originally thought that he would have an explosion of inspiration. He would take this opportunity to further understand the Xianxia sword and continue to improve it. He did not expect this to happen. Countless lights and shadows appeared and flashed by. They were extremely fast, so fast that Chenzong could only vaguely see them. There were people and various beasts. There was also a sky full of flowing fire, frost, lightning, and so on. It was as if there was a great war. There was endless killing and fighting, and it would never stop. In his ears, there seemed to be constant roars that shook the heavens and earth. Chenzong felt as if he was watching a battle at a fast speed. It was a battle that would never stop. He did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly, the shadow of a tall tower appeared in the middle of the battlefield. When the tower appeared, it did not flash by like the previous figures. Instead, it condensed in front of Chen Zong's eyes and became clearer and more solid. When the tower completely solidified, Chen Zong realized that countless figures were rushing toward it. No matter if they were giants or beasts, they all rushed toward the solidified tower. It was as if there was something in the tower that they needed, something that they absolutely needed. The tower that appeared at first was actually not very tall. It was only about 100 meters tall. However, as countless giants and beasts rushed into it, the tower began to shake. Every time it shook, it would grow taller and bigger. It continued to grow taller and bigger. 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, every time it rose, it would increase by 100 meters. Under the continuous increase, it soon exceeded 1,000 meters and stood above the ground. However, the giants, birds, and beasts continued to rush over. It was as if there was no end to it. They continued to rush in. Under Chen Zong's gaze, the tower began to grow at a speed of 100 meters per second. 10,000 meters, in the end, the tower stopped at 10,000 meters. The number of giants and beasts that rushed in also decreased. In the end, there were no more. The battlefield seemed to be empty all of a sudden. Chen Zong felt that the crazy fighting and killing of the giants and beasts seemed to be for the tower. Could this tower be some kind of treasure, or was there something in the tower that made the giants and beasts fight for it with all their might? For a moment, Chen Zong's heart was filled with all kinds of curiosity. Suddenly, a wonderful feeling filled the air. Chen Zong felt that he could move. He could not describe what kind of feeling it was. However, Chen Zong regained his ability to move and a guide appeared. That guide was guiding him forward. With this guide, Chen Zong unfolded his body and rushed forward at full speed. The ground was empty, and he could no longer see any figures. He did not know what had happened. It was as if he had moved to another place. However, Chen Zong was sure that he was still on the endless battlefield and had not left. The disappearance of the giants should have something to do with the countless figures fighting and the appearance of the tower after he killed the giant general and obtained the Fist of Silver Light. However, Chen Zong could not infer more useful information at the moment. Following the guide, Chen Zong's speed seemed to be getting faster and faster. His trajectory seemed to be straight, but it was not. Instead, it was an arc. He moved forward along the arc at an incredible speed. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Zong suddenly stopped. He saw a tower standing on the ground in front of him. From afar, it seemed to be only about 100 meters high, and it was not very clear. However, when he saw the tower, Chen Zong was very surprised. It was exactly the same as the tower he saw after he obtained the giant general's light. The tower that was located on the endless battlefield, and countless giants and beasts had sacrificed their lives for it. What kind of attraction did it have? Chen Zong was very curious, but he was also very afraid. It should be known that some of the giants he saw in the light just now were as tall as 12 meters. If one were to calculate their strength based on their height, then a 12-meter giant was equivalent to the pristine Saint realm. From among them, Chenzong also saw a 15-meter giant. According to the ratio, it should be beyond the pristine Saint realm. Perhaps it was a giant expert at the great Saint realm. Such a powerhouse also rushed into the tower without hesitation. What kind of thing existed in the tower that was so attractive? As Chenzong pondered, he continued to approach the tower. The closer he got, the more Chenzong felt the majesty of the tower. He also vaguely saw a crack on the tower, which seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. Based on his many years of swordsmanship experience, Chenzong deduced that the crack was a sword mark. 10,000 meters, the 10,000-meter tall tower towered over the vast expanse of land. Standing below the tower, Chenzongmia was as small as a speck of dust. Yet, such a tall tower seemed to have been slashed by a sword, leaving behind an everlasting mark. The aura of the tower was indescribably majestic and vast. It was so powerful that Chenzong found it difficult to breathe. It was as if he was an ant in front of the tower. However, the strange thing was that he did not feel what kind of mystery existed in the tower. Thinking of the scenes he had seen, those giant experts, bird experts, and beasts rushed into the tower one after another like moths to a flame. However, standing in front of the tower now, he did not feel any attraction. Apart from the tower's majesty and indescribable aura, Chenzong really did not feel anything else. Could it be that he had to step into the tower to know the real mystery? That was most likely the case. Chenzong was certain. Then, where was the tower's door? Where was it? Since he had come here and seen this tower, then he would have to enter it. Otherwise, how would he know the mysteries within? Chenzong did not forget that this was a spacetime fragment. In the unknown place, spacetime fragments meant opportunities. Chenzong had obtained some opportunities before. It was the light obtained when he killed those quasi-sage giants, which allowed him to finally comprehend the Xianxia sword. This was a very good opportunity. The Taihao sword lay in its power. It was dignified and domineering, with extremely blazing power that could attack and burn everything. On the other hand, the divine firmament sword was different. Its profundity lay in its speed and sharpness. Extreme speed that surpassed everything, and extreme sharpness that could pierce through everything. Both moves had their own profundities, but they were both terrifying killing moves. Both the Taihao sword and the Xianxia sword had now become the killing moves of the single-hearted sword technique. With the birth of the Xianxia sword, Chenzong's inner world, in addition to the light that was like the true sun, had an additional fine silver thread. It swam endlessly in the inner world, leaving clear scratches wherever it passed. It took a long time for it to dissipate. The true sun represented the sword of Taihao, while the thin silver thread represented the sword of Xianxia. It appeared in the inner world in a certain way, which was very magical. Standing in front of the tower, Chenzong pondered for a moment, but still could not find the entrance. He recalled the scenes he had seen. Whether it was giants or beasts, they did not seem to enter from any door. Instead, they directly charged into the tower and entered it. Chenzong was not sure whether there was danger, but he still did not want to leave. Then, should he give it a try? After thinking about it, Chenzong immediately moved without hesitation. The moment he touched the tower trembled slightly and seemed to light up. Then, Chenzong's body disappeared into it. This place was like a gloomy place, an extremely enormous abyss that seemed boundless. It was gloomy and ghastly, and its aura was suffused with an indescribable heaviness and ghastly coldness, causing Chenzong's entire body to be unable to help but tremble. Immediately, Chenzong was shocked to find that his powerful cultivation strength had disappeared. It was not that he could not use it, but that it had disappeared completely. He could not find it or sense it. For a moment, Chenzong even felt a sense of panic from the bottom of his heart. After all, although he had encountered such a situation before, he had never been so thorough. Either he had fallen into an illusion and could not sense his cultivation, or his cultivation had been temporarily restrained and could not be mobilized. But now, Chenzong felt that his cultivation had completely disappeared, as if his cultivation had been abolished. The world in his body was completely gone, and so was the tyrannical supreme sword essence. The panic in his heart dissipated in an instant, and Qianzong regained his calmness. It was impossible for his cultivation to disappear. There was only one explanation, and that was that there was a mystery in the tower. This mystery was too profound and unfathomable, completely beyond his understanding. That was why it was like this. As long as he left the tower, his cultivation should be able to sense it again. Thinking of this, Qianzong tried, but he was shocked to find that he could not leave the tower. There were no hints, nor any information to speak of. Qianzong was at a loss for a moment. For example, what kind of existence was this tower? For example, how could he get out of here? The lack of key information made Qianzong very passive. His powerful cultivation of the inner world had disappeared. He had lost his powerful strength to rely on, and he was empty-handed. His safety was not guaranteed, because even the divine storage device was sealed by a force and could not be used. In other words, Qianzong could not take out swords and other things from it. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong took a step forward. It was not a good idea to stay still in such a place. He had to move, walk, and look around. Maybe he would find something. The light here was very dim. Without his cultivation, Qianzong's range of vision was also greatly affected. It was difficult for him to see further. 100 meters was almost the limit. In this case, if he encountered any danger, it was really difficult for him to react. However, he could not really stay still, because it was meaningless. Only by walking could he get more information and find a way to leave the tower. As for whether or not he regretted stepping into the tower, Qianzong wouldn't regret it. Because when he entered the tower, he was clear-headed and made a decision very clearly. There was no deception from illusions or coercion from others. Since it was his choice, he had to bear the corresponding consequences. The ground here was somewhat uneven, causing Qianzong to feel as if he was walking on a wasteland. There were low-lying areas, gravel, sparse grass, and so on. The surroundings were silent, so silent that it was difficult to hear anything. Only the sound of his own footsteps could be heard. In such an empty and gloomy place of deathly stillness, the sound of his footsteps seemed to be increasingly clear. Suddenly, Qianzong stopped, and his body froze. There was a touch of shock on his face, and his eyes widened slightly. What appeared in front of him? Qianzong saw it. What was that? It was a huge body that was more than 1,000 meters long. It was lying on the ground like a small hill, as if it was sleeping. Qianzong did not move, but stared carefully and tried his best to sense it. Finally, he was sure that the giant beast was not sleeping, but was dead. The giant beast's body, which was more than 1,000 meters long and more than 100 meters high, seemed to be intact. It also emitted an indescribable and amazing power, which shrouded the giant beast. When Qianzong stepped forward again, he felt the remaining power even more strongly. It was so strong that Qianzong felt like he was suffocating. But Qianzong still walked forward against the strong power. He got closer to the giant beast's body and observed it more carefully. Judging from the remnants of its power, this giant beast must have been a saint-level giant beast when it was alive. As for whether it was a minor saint or a great saint, Qianzong could not tell. After all, his cultivation was gone, and his perception was greatly weakened. It was already his limit to be able to tell that it was a saint-realm giant beast. Withstanding the strong power, Qianzong spent some time circling the giant beast. After careful observation, he was sure that the giant beast was killed. Because Qianzong saw several huge wounds below the giant beast's abdomen. Each wound was more than 10 meters long, and it was so deep that the bones could be seen. It was dark, and it was dried blood. Judging from the shape of the wounds, they were torn by claws. It was a very big claw, a very big claw. This discovery made Qianzong break out in a cold sweat. If he still had his cultivation and strength, then it was not impossible for him to fight against such a giant beast. He might even be able to win. But now, he could not feel his cultivation, and he did not even have a sword in his hand. Once he encountered such a giant beast, he would most likely die. Even if these Saint Realm giant beasts were like him, they would also lose their powerful cultivation when they entered here. But their huge bodies alone were enough to crush many. Most of the time, the difference in size was a kind of suppression. For example, if two people, one 50 kilograms and the other 250 kilograms, had the same strength and were both ordinary people, could you say that the 250 kilograms one was weaker than the 100 kilograms one? It was unknown whether the 100 kilograms one could knock the 250 kilograms one back. But if the 250 kilograms one collided with the 100 kilograms one, under the weight, the 250 kilograms one would directly be knocked upside down and vomit blood. What's more, the difference between his body and the giant beast wasn't just a difference of 50 kilograms and 250 kilograms, but a difference of more than 1,000 times. Just a single claw from such a giant beast was enough to make him unable to withstand its weight. Thinking of this, Chenzong's face became more and more solemn. Although he was serious, Chenzong didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. It was better to continue walking and look for clues to see if he could find any useful information. In addition, although he had lost his cultivation, he was still able to resist. At least, he still had the attainments in swordsmanship that had been tempered thousands of times. Out of the range of pressure of the giant beast's corpse, Chenzong felt relaxed. He looked around. It was still dark, like an abyss, and he could not hear any other sounds. It was like a dead place. Not long after, Chenzong saw a sword. Unfortunately, it was a 9-meter-long sword, which was the weapon of the giant expert. This sword was incomparably heavy and 9 meters long. It was several times taller than Chenzong himself. He simply couldn't lift such a weapon. Even if his cultivation was restored, the weight wouldn't be a problem. However, the length and width of the sword were completely inappropriate. Give up. Not long after, Chenzong saw another corpse. It was the corpse of a giant, without a head. The giant's huge body was kneeling on the ground, which looked very terrifying. Corpse, 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 Chenzong walked all the way and saw corpses. There were giants' corpses and giant beasts' corpses. These giant beasts were all different. Some were like tigers, some were like galloping horses, and some were like goshawks. But no matter what kind of giant beast they were, their bodies were very huge, and the remaining aura was very shocking. They were at least at the quasi-saint level, and some were at the saint level. Hundreds of corpses. Up to now, Chenzong had seen at least hundreds of quasi-saint level giants and giant beasts' corpses, and about 10% of them were at the saint level. Chenzong could not help but think of the scene he had seen before. Many giants, birds, and beasts were fighting and killing each other. It was not until the tower appeared that they rushed into the tower like moths to a flame. Then, were the corpses here those giants, birds, and beasts' corpses? He speculated that it was most likely so. So how did they, or should I say, die? Did they die in a fight? From the hundreds of corpses he had seen so far, Chenzong could infer that a fight had broken out among them, and then they killed other people, beasts, or were killed. Sword wounds, bites, scratches, and so on. The earth was boundless, and the darkness was endless. Every once in a while, Chenzong would see a corpse of a giant, a bird, or a beast. Chenzong picked up a bone. He did not know what beast's bone had been broken by a slap. It was more than 1 meter long. It was straight and somewhat flat, and the broken part was a little sharp. It could be used as a sword in Chenzong's hand. Of course, because it was not a real sword, it was not edged, so it was not sharp. Fortunately, the broken part at the end was sharp. In addition, Chenzong had tested it. The broken bone was very hard, and its hardness was amazing. It was not easy to break. Although it was not as hard as his heavenly will sword, it was better than empty-handed. With this bone sword in hand, he could also use his swordsmanship. If he encountered any danger, he would not be unable to resist and fight back. As a sword cultivator, when holding a sword, he could show his true nature. A sword cultivator without a sword was mostly like a toothless tiger. Although they were not weak, they were not enough. A huge figure was standing in front of an even bigger stone. It was a giant, and a giant that was 15 meters tall. Chenzong guessed that it was a powerhouse of the great saint realm. There were no visible wounds on the giant's body, but it was already dead. The cause of death was unknown. Chenzong's gaze passed over the giant's corpse and fell on the huge stone. There were sword marks on it, which should have been carved by the giant's sword. It was written in characters. Zong did not recognize the characters, but he had a feeling that he had seen them somewhere before. Finally, he thought of the Divine Devil script. The characters on the huge stone were somewhat similar to the Divine Devil script. Therefore, Zong used his mastery of the Divine Devil script to understand them. Is the name of this tower the Heavenly Tower? The characters of the giant tribe were close to the characters of the divine demons. What did this mean? In addition, Zong could decipher the characters of the giant tribe in front of him using the characters of the divine demons. He was able to decipher the meaning contained within. The Heavenly Tower, this tower that countless giants and giant beasts fought to break into, was called the Heavenly Tower. In other words, at this very moment, he was inside the Heavenly Tower. The characters on the tower were not long, and Zong could not understand some of them. Therefore, the information he could obtain was not much. The Heavenly Tower could allow one to become a god. However, the short information he deciphered caused Zong's eyes to widen. His pupils contracted and dilated. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Could become a god. Becoming a god was different from becoming a god. It was not the god of the divine demons in the divine demons world. It should be the true god that the sword-sharpening mountain lord had said he yearned to become and had not paid a great price for it. He had planned for millions of years to become a true god. That was Zong's guess. A true god. That should be a level above the sage stage. It was a higher level, a more powerful level. If his guess was correct, then the weight of a true god was probably many times greater than he had imagined. Not only did the sword-sharpening mountain lord pay the price for the sword-sharpening mountain, but he had also planned for millions of years to pursue the path of a true god. Zong even saw many giant tribe experts and giant beasts fighting to the death. After the continuous fighting, the Heavenly Tower appeared. Then, they all fearlessly rushed into the Heavenly Tower like moths to a flame. Why did they rush in? It was probably because they wanted to become a true god. The attraction of becoming a true god was so great and so shocking. For a moment, Zong was extremely excited. Could become a god, his translation should not be wrong, so the information contained in it should be true. Space-time fragments, according to his discussion with the Lightning Sword Saint, were defined as fragments of the past space-time that had been shattered for unknown reasons. They existed in the unknown place. The two of them discussed and speculated again and again. In the end, they concluded that the unknown place existed to serve the space-time fragments. Otherwise, the space-time fragments would lose their power and eventually disappear. For example, in the outer universe, the interlayer universe, and the inner universe, there was no mention of space-time fragments. In the outer universe, Mount Taihao was a holy land, a top holy land. The inner universe was formed by the ancient profound world and the fiend god world. Zong didn't know much about the ancient profound world, but based on his limited knowledge, he had never heard of a space-time fragment, except for this unknown place. The universe was divided into the outer layer, the middle layer, the inner layer, and the core. The core universe was the most mysterious. Zong had never seen any information about the core universe. There was only one mention, and that was the concept of the core universe. Therefore, there had always been a debate about the existence of the core universe. Some cultivators believed that the core universe was the center of the universe. It was the center of the universe and was in charge of all the operations and laws of the universe. But there were also cultivators who believed that the core universe did not exist. Maybe the universe had a core, but it was only the center that controlled the operation of the universe. It was not the core universe, but the universe core. The names of core universes and universe cores were arranged in a different order, and the meanings they represented were also different. The core universe could represent a world, such as the ancient mysterious world in the inner universe. It had the birth and development of life, the growth and progress of civilization. However, the core of the universe was just a core. It was not the existence of a world, but more like the existence of the central origin. It was a mass without any life being born. So, for the time being, the core universe did exist. What kind of existence was it? Why did so many saint-level cultivators enter it? Well, Zong vaguely understood why they entered it. After all, when one cultivated to the extreme, there was no possibility of further progress. They could only travel and seek breakthroughs. The so-called core universe was undoubtedly a good place to go. However, the cultivators who went to the core universe never returned or appeared again. Only some ancient books recorded all kinds of information about them. That was all. The unknown lands. Could it be related to the core universe? A thought suddenly popped into Chenzong's mind. The more he thought about it, the more information there was in his mind. In the end, it became more and more chaotic. After all, Chenzong's cultivation had disappeared in this place. Everything else was affected, including his thinking ability. He could not think of many things at the same time like before. Chenzong felt a faint pain in his head, as if something had pierced it. He had to stop thinking and speculating. All in all, the unknown place was too mysterious. It was no wonder that it was called the unknown place. The unknown place was mysterious, and so was the core universe. If there was a connection between the two, Chenzong would not be surprised. But now, he still lacked enough information. In addition, he had lost his cultivation power, and his thinking ability was greatly affected. Therefore, he could not make more in-depth speculations. He could only stop here for the time being. But one thing he knew was that this tower was called the Tower of Gods. The purpose of entering this tower should be related to becoming a god. Other than that, Chenzong could not get any more information. Withdrawing his gaze, Chenzong carried the bone sword and continued to move forward. Then, he met two people. Two people were fighting fiercely. No, to be precise, it was a man and a divine demon. Chenzong was very surprised that he had met a divine demon again. The fiend gods on both sides also lost their powerful fiend god strength, and their tyrannical fiend god bodies were also greatly weakened. However, fiend gods were innately stronger than humans. Even if they were weakened, the strength they retained was still much stronger than humans. The weapon used by this fiend god was a battle spear. It looked extremely ferocious, and even though it did not have the power of a powerful fiend god to drive it, it was still able to erupt with astonishing power through the superb martial arts of the fiend god. Chenzong immediately came to the conclusion that this fiend god was a fiend god of the celestial god lineage, and a fiend god of the thunder god lineage. The divine demons of the thunder divine system had mastered the divine demon power of thunder. It was an extremely tyrannical and violent power. However, within the sky-reaching divine tower, everything extraordinary had disappeared and returned to normal. Thus, the battle spear was not covered by the power of lightning. However, due to the exquisite fiend god martial arts, every spear strike of the fiend god expert had the power to split the sky apart with a thunderous might. When a cultivator's strength reached a certain level and their mastery of martial arts reached a profound level, even if they did not fuse with extraordinary powers, they would be able to erupt with astonishing power and cause terrifying destruction just by relying on their martial arts attainments alone. As for the person fighting this divine demon, with a sword in hand, the sword light was not dazzling at all. Instead, it had a soft and illusory feeling. It was like clouds and mist. Between the clouds and mist, a ray of light wandered. It was ever-changing and unpredictable, elusive and difficult to catch and deal with. But Chenzong also felt a trace of indescribable sharpness from the ever-changing sword light, as if it could destroy everything. This person was Sword Saint Chuyun. That must be the 33 moves of the god of killing in the illusory cloud and mist. Chenzong stopped and looked over, secretly amazed. Although it was not supported by cultivation, it could further highlight the mystery of the swordsmanship itself. 33 moves of the god of killing in the illusory cloud and mist, the names of many martial arts techniques were related to their own mysteries. This swordsmanship was called with such a name, which also showed the mysteries in it. It was very fitting. This was also a kind of invisible recognition that came from the way of heaven, the will of the world, or the will of the universe. If the name did not live up to its reality, the martial arts technique would also be affected. For example, it was clearly a strong and powerful martial art, but it had to be given a weak name. It seemed to have the effect of confusing others. Perhaps there were some benefits, such as catching the opponent off guard during the first exchange, but the disadvantages were actually greater. The name was a kind of symbol. The more powerful it was, the more it would become like a brand, like a title. Especially when it reached the supreme realm, it had the same effect as a title. If it did not fit, it would eventually lead to bad consequences, which would lead to regret. In addition, even if others knew some of the mysteries of the martial art technique from the name, so what? Would they be able to resist it if they knew? The strong were strong, and the weak were weak. It would not change because of some small tricks. The swordsmanship of Sword Saint Chuyun was extraordinary. Its characteristic was that it had a myriad of changes. With so many changes, it would be more difficult to distinguish. With the addition of clouds and mist, the sword chi would turn into clouds and mist to shroud the surroundings. Coupled with the ever-changing characteristics, it became more difficult to deal with and more difficult to deal with. The two words, God of Killing, had a murderous feeling, which made Chenzong feel that this swordsmanship not only focused on changes and confusion, but also had an amazing lethality. God of Killing could be explained in several ways. One was that it could kill gods, which meant that it had amazing lethality. Another was that it could destroy the divine soul, which was also very terrifying. He just did not know which aspect of the God of Killing finger was in Sword Saint Chuyun's swordsmanship. Chenzong did not intend to make a move. Instead, he stood in the distance and watched, especially when he saw Sword Saint Chuyun's ever-changing 33 moves of God of Killing in clouds and mist. This swordsmanship was so exquisite that Chenzong felt that it was an eye-opener. Chenzong looked at it and analyzed its mystery. Unfortunately, because his cultivation had disappeared and other aspects were affected, the efficiency of his analysis was not high. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, Bookhouse: the battle between the divine demon expert from the Thunder God system and the Chuyun Sword Saint was extremely intense. Every move was meant to kill the other party, and there was no mercy. The divine demon of the Thunder God system's spear was extremely powerful. His attacks seemed very simple and direct, but every spear carried an extremely shocking power that could shatter everything. Even without the support of the divine demon's power, every spear left streaks of marks in the void at lightning speed, and the shocking air pressure also left streaks of marks on the ground. In addition, the divine demon's body was much stronger than before, so he continued to attack. However, the Chuyun Sword Saint's 33 forms of illusory clouds and mist god-slaying 33 forms had reached the acme of perfection. Amidst the myriad of changes, he was able to block the opponent's extremely powerful attack. Chenzong discovered that the cloud of sword light not only served to confuse the opponent, but also had the effect of absorbing attacks. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to resist the violent attack of the fiend god's extremely powerful thunder spear. Finally, Chenzong also observed and analyzed that the god slaying was targeted at the divine soul. Every strike would affect or even attack the opponent's divine soul. However, due to the lack of cultivation power, the effect of attacking the divine soul seemed to be greatly reduced. In this way, the Chuyun Sword Saint was not at a disadvantage at all. However, it would not be so easy to determine the winner. Chenzong thought of another point. Why would the Chuyun Sword Saint and the divine demon appear here? Previously, although he and the Thunder Sword Saint had acted together, when they entered the spacetime fragment, they did not appear in the same world. Although they entered the same spacetime fragment, they did not appear in the same world. Both of them had tested this point and finally came to a conclusion. The worlds contained in the spacetime fragment would evolve with the number of people who entered. It was like a physical mirror image. If 2 people entered, it would form 2 identical worlds, and 2 different people would enter one of them. Previously, when Chenzong was on the endless battlefield, he only saw the giant and did not see anyone else. Therefore, he thought that the situation was the same as before. Even if they entered the same spacetime fragment, they would not appear in the same world. But now, why did he see the Chuyun Sword Saint and the divine demon expert in the sky tower? What was the reason? Come to think of it, the reason he was able to enter the sky-piercing divine tower was because he had killed a pristine saint-stage giant powerhouse. In that case, was it the same for the divine demon powerhouse and Chuyun Sword Saint? The giant expert was very powerful. An ordinary pristine saint realm expert wouldn't be able to kill him. At the very least, the lightning sword saint wouldn't be a match for the giant expert if he didn't have a stronger technique. The more Chenzong speculated, the more unknowns Chenzong found. Since his cultivation had disappeared, his mind was limited, so he quickly stopped and dared not to continue speculating. Otherwise, he would feel a headache and unbearable. There was too much information contained in it. In short, after entering the unknown place, Chenzong saw a lot of things that he didn't know about. He didn't know their origins and so on. It was very mysterious. This sky-piercing tower was undoubtedly the most mysterious existence he had encountered so far. A divine tower that reached the heavens, a divine tower that reached the heavens, could allow one to become a god. What kind of shocking information was this? Just thinking about it caused an indescribable feeling of shock to grow in the depths of his heart. The battle between the Qiyuan sword saint and the fiend god gradually progressed. It reached its climax and became more and more intense. Every blow contained fatal power. The slightest collision would injure the opponent. However, both of their martial arts attainments were very high, so it wasn't so easy to determine the winner. Suddenly, the Qiyuan sword saint intentionally or unintentionally revealed a flaw, which was immediately seized by the fiend god expert. The fiend god expert unleashed a terrifying spear that pierced through the air. It was like a violent thunderbolt, and it directly blasted toward the Qiyuan sword saint's head with astonishing power. There was no doubt that if the Qiyuan sword saint was hit directly, his head would explode like a watermelon and he would die immediately. However, since it was the Qiyuan sword saint who had intentionally or unintentionally revealed a flaw, he naturally took the risk to lure his opponent into attacking him. His figure moved along with the sword in the cloud of sword light and was immediately pierced by the lightning spear, shattering in an instant. However, what was shattered was an illusion formed by the cloud of sword light, not his real body. If he still had his cultivation, the Qiyuan sword saint could easily create such an illusion. However, he had lost his cultivation and only relied on his swordsmanship. He needed some preparation to succeed. The moment the illusion was shattered, a fine sword light that was condensed to the extreme pierced through the clouds. All the sword shadows in the surroundings were like moths to a flame. They merged into the sword, causing the sword light to become even more dazzling. Kill, the sword was silent but extremely terrifying. The aura it contained was extremely shocking, as if it could slaughter a fiend god. The fiend god expert's expression changed drastically. He roared angrily and raised his spear again. He attacked the Qiyuan sword saint fiercely, as if he was risking his life. As the sword light flashed, it rushed in all directions. Shocking thunder rumbled, accompanied by a muffled groan. Then, a figure could be seen retreating rapidly. Without hesitation, he raised the battle spear in his hand. His arm continued to stretch back, like a strong bow that had been stretched to its limit, and he suddenly threw it out. The whistling sound was extremely sharp and mournful, making one's hair stand on end. It directly blasted forward into the light of the cloud. After the demon god threw the battle spear with all his might, he retreated without hesitation. The cloud of sword light dissipated. Qiyuan's body blocked the spear and broke it apart. The long sword vibrated and made a series of rapid trembling sounds. Qiyuan's face was pale, and the arm holding the sword was trembling slightly. His body was undulating because of his heavy breathing, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. After repelling the fiend god expert, the Qiyuan sword saint was also injured. As for the spear that the fiend god expert threw with all his strength, it was stuck to the side. The spear was still trembling slightly and making a slight buzzing sound. The Qiyuan sword saint had already noticed Xianxia. However, he was fighting fiercely with the fiend god expert, and Xianxia was a human who entered the unknown place with him. Therefore, he kept a certain distance from him. But now, after repelling the fiend god expert, the Qiyuan sword saint's gaze fell on Xianxia. Are you Xianxia of the unparalleled Jiandi? The Qiyuan sword saint did not know that Xianxia's true strength was at the saint level. However, when he saw Xianxia here, he thought of the way he entered. He did not dare to underestimate Xianxia and called him sir. I'm Xianxia, Xianxia smiled and said, but I'm not a Jiandi. I'm just like you. Sword saint. The Qiyuan sword saint's eyes narrowed slightly. There was a hint of surprise in his tone, but there was also a hint of matter of fact. Xianxia could enter here and then, thinking of how the lightning sword saint invited Xianxia to travel with him, he probably already knew that Xianxia was at the sword saint level. This explanation seemed much more reasonable. Since they were both sword saints, they were on equal footing. There was no difference in strength or status between a quasi-saint and a saint level. Under equal circumstances, it would be easier to communicate. Before I received the Eternal Sword invitation from the Myriad Swords Mountain, I was planning to go to the Qiyuan Sword sect to find you, Qiyuan Sword Saint. I wanted to see the famous 33 moves of the myriad illusionary cloud and mist god slaying technique. I didn't expect something to happen, so I missed it. Chenzong smiled and said, I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes here. It's indeed extraordinary and unfathomable. You flatter me, unparalleled sword saint. The Qiyuan sword saint replied unhurriedly. Then, he sheathed his long sword and said, Your 10,000 swords returned to sect path is more admirable. After a round of compliments and pleasantries, it was time to exchange information. After all, one person's strength was too weak. They could only learn more by communicating with each other. However, it was a pity that the Qiyuan sword sage didn't know as much as Chenzong. There was only one thing that was certain. The Qiyuan sword sage had also appeared on the endless battlefield, but the space-time fragment that he had entered was different from the one that Chenzong and the lightning sword sage had entered. In this way, there was an explanation. There wasn't only one space-time fragment on the endless battlefield. It could be 2, 3, or even more. These space-time fragments eventually formed the complete endless battlefield. And the endless battlefield in each space-time fragment could give birth to more parallel worlds. In the end, they were all connected to the sky-reaching tower. In other words, the sky-reaching tower was the core of the endless battlefield. Without the ability of parallel worlds, it was the only core and hub. Therefore, Chenzong, the Qiyuan sword saint, and even the divine demon expert entered the sky-reaching tower from different endless battlefields. As for what tower this was, the Qiyuan sword saint didn't know. Chenzong told him, sky-reaching tower. Become a god? After hearing this, the Qiyuan sword saint was first surprised, then shocked, and in disbelief. It was indeed hard to believe. Of course, this was for the experts of the Little Saint realm. If one reached the divine ancestor realm, which was the limit of the holy level, they might know more. This was because they wanted to seek a breakthrough and break through to a higher level. Above the Little Saint realm, there was still the Great Saint realm to break through, and the divine ancestor realm to continue climbing. Some simple information I saw before is indeed so, but I don't know if it's true or not, Chenzong said calmly. He knew very well that this news would cause a great uproar. It might even cause the other party to draw their swords against him. However, Chenzong was not afraid. Chenzong had seen the Qiyuan sword saint's ever-changing 33 moves of the god slaying in clouds and mist. He had also made some deductions and comprehended a small part of its mysteries. If they fought, Chenzong was confident that he could suppress the other party with pure swordsmanship. In addition, he told the other party this information to encourage the other party to work harder. Perhaps he could unearth more mysteries of the sky-reaching tower and find a way to leave this place. As for becoming a god, that was too far away. It was better to leave this place first. After exchanging information, the Qiyuan sword saint didn't propose to go with Chenzong. Chenzong didn't say so either. After the two of them saluted with their swords, they went in different directions. They went farther and farther until they couldn't see each other anymore. They each went to find the mysteries of the sky-reaching tower. There were no stars or moon in the heavenly tower, and there was no alternation between day and night. Looking from afar, it was as dark as an abyss, and it was difficult to feel the passage of time. It was as if time had lost its power here. Chenzong did not know how much time had passed. It seemed like a long time, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was not that long. He could not help but feel a little absent-minded. This made Chenzong feel even more uneasy, and he was even more eager to leave the heavenly tower. As for becoming a god, that was too far away. Throughout the ages, he had never heard of the existence of a true god, except for the secret of becoming a god from the sword-sharpening mountain lord and the saying that he could become a god here. Of course, it could also be that his level was not high enough. But since ancient times, it was extremely rare for someone to become a god. God knew how many years it would take for one to appear. Was becoming a god attractive to him? Yes, it was. It was definitely attractive, but the attraction was not as strong as that of the sword-sharpening mountain lord. At least, what he was seeking now was not to become a god, but to break through to the next big realm. For Chenzong, instead of wasting a lot of time and energy to pursue the elusive goal of becoming a god, it was better to first comprehend the next realm of the inner world and then break through. This was the path that belonged to him, and it was the path that suited him the most. He would go down it firmly, and when he reached the limit, when there was no other way to go, he would consider the so-called method of becoming a god. Looking at the many corpses, Chenzong also saw more of the remaining characters. He used the characters of the gods and demons to make inferences. He roughly understood how much of it he could understand, and the more information he could obtain. The more he knew, the more Chenzong's heart sank. Just as Chenzong stopped to look at some of the characters again, a strong wind suddenly whistled. Immediately, a cold light approached from behind with a shocking killing intent, and directly slashed down. This attack was extremely fierce, and its killing intent was awe-inspiring. Its chi completely locked onto Chenzong, leaving no room for escape. Such a sudden fatal attack. Chenzong's expression was stern, but he did not panic at all. Instead, in an instant, he took small steps, shifted, and turned around, just in time to avoid the fatal attack. The bone sword in his hand stabbed out. It seemed slow, but it was extremely fast. When the bone sword pierced through the air, it let out an extremely sharp whistle, as if it was a demonic sound. At the instant that attack arrived, Chenzong knew that it was a fiend god expert based on his perception of aura. Thus, he turned around and launched a merciless counterattack with the intention of killing his opponent. Although it was only a bone sword and not a real sword, the power it could unleash in Chenzong's hand was not inferior to a real sword at all. The seemingly slow sword suddenly made the god or demon feel that it was impossible to dodge. He could only forcibly stop the fatal attack and turn around to resist the sword. His chi and blood flowed backward, and with a muffled groan, his whole body retreated after the collision of the sword and the saber. Another sword light immediately pierced through the air, piercing through the sky, and once again emitting a sharp sword whistle. The body of the sword flickered with a white luster in the dusky air, causing people to be unable to help but be dazzled and palpitated. That was the color of the bones, and it was filled with an indescribable deathly aura. This sword showed all the mysteries of the single-hearted swordsmanship. The first sword that turned around to counterattack was Sword 1. Using Chenzong's strength, it also burst out a power that exceeded his own strength. The technique of using strength was very good, and it changed several times in an instant before it repelled his opponent. This was the superb skill of defeating the strong as the weak. Technique. The second sword was Sword 2. Immediately after, Chenzong used Sword 3. Two consecutive sword lights seized the opportunity when the god or demon expert retreated and immediately attacked. The speed of the sword was faster and stronger, but Chenzong also felt more and more burdened. The moves of the single-hearted swordsmanship became stronger the further they were used, but it also increased the consumption of one's strength, and the burden on one's body would also be greater. After all, the pure use of swordsmanship relied on one's physical strength. If one's body was not strong enough, it would be harder to use the powerful moves. Sword 2 was blocked by his opponent's saber, but Sword 3 was faster and stronger, beyond imagination. It directly hit the body of the god or demon expert. The body of a god or demon was indeed very strong, but in the heavenly tower, it seemed to have lost its powerful strength. It was immediately pierced and penetrated by the bone sword. Failing to kill and being injured instead, the god or demon expert was furious, but he also felt very aggrieved. His cultivation strength had disappeared, and many of his moves could not be used at all. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. Retreat. Since his sneak attack had failed, and his opponent's swordsmanship was so excellent that it directly injured him, if he continued to fight, there was a possibility that he would be killed by his opponent, so he decisively retreated. Under the burst of speed, Chenzong also took a step forward in an instant and directly used the single-hearted swordsmanship. However, when he only took the third step, Chenzong felt a slight tearing sensation from the muscles in his legs, and there was a piercing pain. It was the limit again. The single-hearted swordsmanship could only take the first 3 steps. If he took the 4th step, his legs would not be able to bear it, and his muscles would directly burst open. However, under such circumstances, 3 steps were actually enough. Charge. In just an instant, Chenzong's running speed exceeded the limit, and he turned into a stream of light and chased after his opponent at an extremely fast speed. His body and sword became one, and in an instant, he stabbed out 3 more times. The single-hearted swordsmanship Sword 1, Sword 2, and Sword 3. In an instant, 3 sword lights streaked across different trajectories, stabbing towards the god or demon at almost the same time. The 3 swords were extremely fast, and the god or demon expert immediately dodged with his extraordinary sense of danger. He avoided sword 1, which was aimed at the back of his head, but he could not avoid sword 2 and sword 3, so he was hit one after another. Sword 3 directly pierced the back of his leg, penetrating his knee, causing his body to sway for a moment and tilt to the side. Even his speed was greatly affected. In a situation where one had no cultivation strength, the only thing one could rely on was one's body. If one's body was damaged, it would affect one's condition. Qianzong, who was extremely experienced in battle, would not let go of such an opportunity. Kill, sword light flashed, and he swung out again. The power of the single-hearted sword technique was pushed to the extreme by Qianzong. The god or demon expert roared again and again. He turned around and attacked with his saber. His aura was extremely fierce, and he looked like he was going to fight with his life on the line. However, it was useless. Qianzong's single-hearted sword technique was too superb, especially after breaking through the shackles, and constantly integrating the mysteries of other swordsmanship. Previously, he had comprehended something from observing Sword Saint Chiyun's 33 forms of god slaying in clouds and mist. He had also integrated that bit of understanding into the single-hearted sword technique, causing the single-hearted sword technique to improve slightly. Under the superb swordsmanship, although the god or demon expert's martial arts attainments were not weak, there was still a big gap between him and Qianzong. It was a good move to put one's life on the line, but it was useless. Under the single-hearted sword technique, Qianzong directly attacked the weak with strength. He pierced through the god's head and killed him directly. After killing him, Qianzong tried again and obtained a strand of divinity. Sure enough, the loss of cultivation was fake. It still existed, but for some reason, he could not sense it and could not use it. It was as if he had lost it. Otherwise, if he had really lost his cultivation, there would not be any divinity left. This divinity was not bad, but unfortunately, it was useless to him now. He had to put it away first. Where should he put it? The storage artifact was not easy to use, so he could only put it in the inner pocket. Fortunately, the divinity would not dissipate. Then, Qianzong took the god's saber. Although it was not a sword, it could still exert some power sometimes. Up until now, he had already encountered 2 gods or demons in the heaven-reaching tower, but he had only encountered Sword Saint Chiyun. The situation inevitably made Qianzong a little worried. Qianzong did not know how big the heaven-reaching tower was. It seemed that he had walked a very, very long distance, but he still could not see the end. If he looked up, it was dark to the point of being pitch black, as if he could not see the top. Inside the heaven-reaching tower, there was not only the earth, but also hills and so on. Except for the fact that there was no sun, moon, and stars, and the 4 seasons alternated between day and night, it was like a world of its own. As he continued forward, Qianzong saw a flight of stairs. It was a spiral staircase that rose from the ground and disappeared into the darkness above. The spiral staircase seemed to have no end, and he did not know where it led to. Qianzong stood at the bottom of the staircase and looked up. He could only see darkness, and extremely deep darkness. After thinking for a while, Qianzong began to climb the staircase. He did not know how big the heaven-reaching tower was. It seemed that he had walked for a long time, but he still had not found anything. Since he saw the spiral staircase, perhaps he could take it. Maybe he would find something else. Step by step, he kept going up, following the spiral staircase. As he went higher and higher, he gradually disappeared into the darkness above. Even in the darkness, Qianzong's vision was still greatly affected. He could only vaguely see the staircase under his feet. It was difficult to see anything beyond the staircase clearly. Even if he went a little further, it was completely dark. Climbing, continuously climbing. Time seemed to have stopped, but Qianzong felt tired. He felt that the spiral staircase seemed to have no end, but his physical strength was constantly being consumed. When Qianzong's physical strength was almost exhausted, he took a step and found that the staircase had disappeared. It was replaced by a flat land, which looked similar to the previous one. It felt as if he had returned to the original place. After observing for a while, Qianzong could be sure that this was not the original place. Although it looked similar, there were still subtle differences. If that was the first floor of the heaven-span divine pagoda, could this place be considered the second floor? Zong suddenly had a thought. If that's the case, how many floors does the heaven-span divine pagoda have? From the outside, the heaven-reaching tower was at least 10,000 meters high. In fact, 10,000 meters was not a big deal. It was just that many treasures had their own space inside, so it could not be measured by the number of meters on the outside. For example, just now, Zong had walked for a long time. He was sure that it was no less than 10,000 meters, but he still could not see the end. But from the outside, it did not seem that big. The second floor of the sky-reaching tower did not seem to be much different from the first floor. It was still dark and bleak, and he could still see the corpses of giants and behemoths. However, Zong also keenly discovered that the aura of the corpses on the second floor was stronger than that of the first floor. Similarly, the corpses of giants and behemoths on the second floor seemed to be older. On this floor, Zong did not encounter any living creatures. He found another spiral staircase, a spiral staircase that kept going up. Without any hesitation, Zong continued to climb the staircase. He also walked into the darkness and climbed until his physical strength was almost exhausted. Only then did he reach the next floor, which could be considered as the third floor for the time being. Then, it was the fourth floor, and then the fifth floor. Zong found that although he could not feel his cultivation in the sky-reaching tower, he seemed to have lost his powerful strength and his physical strength became limited. However, he did not feel thirsty or hungry. Otherwise, he might die of thirst or starvation here. He found spiral staircase after spiral staircase and kept climbing, one floor after another. It seemed that there was no end to it. How many floors does the sky-reaching tower have? When Zong climbed to the sixth floor, he was panting and seemed to be paralyzed with exhaustion. He could only stop to rest and recover his strength while thinking. Could it be that the so-called God ascension is to reach the top? Zong suddenly had such a thought. Ascending to the top could lead to God ascension, this was somewhat possible. After all, the sky-reaching tower was so attractive that it attracted countless experts like moths to a flame. There must be a great mystery behind it. However, Zong had climbed to the sixth floor, but he had not encountered anything. If ascending to the top could lead to God ascension, would it be easier, even if the sky-reaching tower had 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 floors, as long as there was no danger, it would only take some time to climb. Compared to God ascension, spending hundreds or thousands of years was nothing. A practitioner had to go through a lot of hardships, setbacks, and dangers in order to cultivate from a mortal to a sage. How many people had fallen on the way? How many people had failed to reach the sage level when they reached the peak? Who would not want to become a god just by climbing without any danger? This was undoubtedly the smallest price to pay. Becoming a god just by walking. There was no doubt that this was the case, but was it possible? In any case, Zong would not believe it. The sword-sharpening mountain lord had paid an enormous price. That was a scheme that involved sword-sharpening mountain as the price. Furthermore, it was a scheme that spanned over 1,000,000 years. When the scheme reached Zong's head, after many twists and turns, it still failed in the end. No, there might be a follow-up, but at least for now, it had nothing to do with him. At the very least, he had encountered a huge setback. Even if he wanted to continue, it would not be so easy. Many of the giants and giant beasts that he had seen before had rushed into the heavenly tower to ascend to godhood. But did they become gods in the end? It did not seem so. All Zong saw were corpses. So far, there were thousands of corpses lying on every floor of the sky-reaching tower. It could be seen how difficult the road to God ascension was. Was it possible to just climb to the top? Perhaps the sky-reaching tower did not have a top. All in all, Zong did not know. Anyway, he just kept searching. He saw some words on every floor, but unfortunately, he could not understand most of them. The few that he could understand did not contain much information. So, until now, Zong's understanding of the sky-reaching tower was still relatively shallow. In addition, his thinking ability was limited, so it was difficult for him to speculate much at once. He kept searching and climbing. It should be the 9th floor. Zong panted heavily and saw stars. Although he could go without food and drink, the feeling of physical exhaustion was still very strong. Exhaustion swept over him like a tide. Qianzong had to withdraw his previous thoughts. If there were thousands of floors in the sky-reaching tower, it would not be easy to reach the top. After mocking himself, Qianzong seized the time to recover his strength. He kept his breathing rhythm and his physical strength recovered quickly. Climbing one floor after another, Qianzong clearly remembered how many times he had climbed the spiral staircase. The 89th floor. Qianzong was still panting heavily. He only felt that his whole body was weak and his limbs were weak. He had to rest for a long time. Climbing the 89th floor was also an eye-opener for Qianzong. In addition to the corpses of the giants and giant beasts, Qianzong also found the corpses of the gods and demons and the corpses of the human clan. They were all filled with the smell of decay. Qianzong did not know how long they had been dead. In addition, he also saw some corpses that were not of the gods, giants, beasts, or humans. They were corpses that were similar to the human clan but different from the human clan. They had different characteristics and there were more than one type of corpses. At least now, at the 89th floor, Qianzong had seen at least hundreds of corpses of experts of different races. Hundreds of races. It was incredible to think about it. Where did so many races come from? The human clan came from the ancient mysterious world, and the gods and demons came from the ancient mysterious world. Then what about the giants and beasts? What about the other races that looked like both humans and gods? He had never seen them. Qianzong increasingly felt that the universe was extremely mysterious. It was as if there was a layer of veil covering it, making it impossible for him to see through the mystery. The more it was so, the more Qianzong wanted to lift the veil and see through the mystery. It was a pity that he could not do it at the moment. At least with his current level, it was still not enough. For a moment, Qianzong had an impulse to not leave until he had solved the mystery of the Tower of Babel. However, his rationality restrained his impulse in time. Who knew what the mystery of the Tower of Babel was? Had anyone ever solved it? It was better to find a way to leave this place first. Unfortunately, he did not find a way to leave. Instead, he kept climbing. After resting, Qianzong's physical strength was completely restored. He moved again and continued to search. He did not go far before he saw corpses again, but this time there seemed to be more corpses. The corpses that he had seen before were scattered all over the place. At most, there would only be 2 or 3 corpses. However, there were more than a dozen corpses scattered all over the place, moving forward continuously. Qianzong's expression was a little dignified. After careful observation, he inferred that these experts were killed in battle. Although their corpses were a little decayed, they were not damaged. He could see that the wounds were sword wounds. All of them were sword wounds. In other words, these experts were all killed by a sword. Moreover, Qianzong could infer that they were all killed by the same sword, which meant that they were all killed by the same swordsman. Saint level, these corpses were all saint level experts. As he walked forward, Qianzong saw more corpses lying on the ground. They were in different postures, but their wounds were the same. They were all sword wounds. More than a dozen, more than 20, more than 30. All of them were saint level experts. There were giants, divine demons, and other races. The remaining aura was very shocking. Qianzong even saw a 15-meter-tall giant, who was at the Great Saint Realm. There were also Great Saint Realm experts, divine demons, and experts of other races. They were all killed by sword wounds. Qianzong could not help but close his eyes. He made inferences based on the positions and postures of these experts' corpses and the sword wounds on their bodies. Suddenly, a battlefield appeared in his mind. Dozens of pristine Saint Realm and Great Saint Realm experts of different races joined forces to besiege an unknown swordsman. The swordsman fought dozens of experts of different races alone with only one sword. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Wherever the sword light passed, it would penetrate a pristine Saint Realm expert and kill him with one strike. Kill. Kill, kill. 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 One expert after another died under the sword of this mysterious swordsman. It was extremely terrifying. Even those Great Saint Realm experts could not resist his sword and were killed one after another. Zheng opened his eyes. His body trembled involuntarily, and there was extreme horror in the depths of his eyes. What a terrifying swordsman! What a terrifying swordsmanship! He fought dozens of saint-level experts alone with only one sword and even killed all of them. What kind of swordsmanship was this? What kind of strength was this? It was simply terrifying. Just thinking about that kind of swordsmanship made Zheng shudder. Then, Zheng saw a figure. It was not a giant beast, not a divine devil or any other race. It was a human. This human was an old man. His robe was torn and tattered like rags on his body. His long gray hair was messy and looked like dry weeds. His face was thin and full of wrinkles. It was more like dry old bark due to lack of water. If such an old man was placed in a different place, such as on the side of the street or under a bridge, and given a broken bowl and a branch as a crutch, he would look like a beggar. Was he a beggar? Of course not. Even thinking about it would make one shudder in fear. That was right. Zheng was certain this old man was the powerful swordsman who had killed dozens of saint-level experts from different races. Why was he so sure? It was because of the sword in his hand. The old man stood still on the ground as if he had taken root on the ground. He held a long sword in his right hand and pointed it diagonally to the ground. There was still an extremely shocking sword power lingering around him. After careful observation, Zheng was certain that this sword was compatible with the fatal sword wounds on the dozens of saint-level experts from different races. This meant that the dozens of saint-level experts from different races were all killed by this sharp sword. A tyrannical existence who killed dozens of saint-level experts from different races with a sword in his hand. How peerless was he? What level of strength had he reached? It was not just the great saint realm. Perhaps he was at the level of the sword master, equivalent to the divine ancestor realm. However, such supreme existences were now like those corpses. They had returned to eternal silence and stood here. After observing for a while, Zheng finally confirmed that the old man in tattered robes who looked like a beggar was dead. He was truly dead. A powerful sword practitioner of a generation had fallen here. What a loss it was, and what a pity it was. With a heart full of reverence, Zheng approached the old man. The body of such a powerful man of the human tribe should be laid to rest in a grave. After digging a hole in the hard ground with the bone sword in his hand, Zheng approached the body of the sword practitioner, gently lifted it up, and then placed it firmly in the hole. Then, he was about to remove the sharp sword in his hand and put it back, when something strange happened. When Zheng's hand touched the long sword, the sword suddenly trembled, and a sword essence burst out in an instant. The sword essence had a kind of lofty and boundless vastness, which gave Zheng a strange feeling. It was as if a huge true sun was hanging in the sky, unparalleled and supreme. However, after countless years, the power of this sword essence had weakened a lot. But from the remaining power, Zheng could infer that it was terrifying and amazing in its heyday. With the explosion of the remaining power, the mottled rust on the sharp sword disappeared in an instant. A cold light flashed, shining in all directions, as if the true sun had risen in the sky, shining in all directions. Zheng immediately let go of the sword in his hand and stepped back to distance himself. His 5 fingers loosened and then tightened, clasping the bone sword tightly. His expression was solemn, and his eyes were extremely sharp. There seemed to be a buzzing sound. Then, as the cold light flashed on the sharp sword, a faint figure appeared. It looked like wisps of smoke that were about to be blown away by the wind, so light and thin. But Zheng could still see that the faint figure, which looked like smoke that was about to dissipate with the breeze, was the old man's appearance. How many years has it been? The shadow of the old man spoke. His voice was very faint, like a dying man who would die at any time. However, Zheng did not dare to underestimate him at all. He was extremely vigilant and immediately stepped back to keep a distance. Since stepping onto the path of cultivation until now, Zheng's experiences could be said to be abundant. Especially when facing possession. There were always some remnant souls of experts that attempted to possess him, and they almost succeeded. However, they failed in the end because of various reasons. As a result, whenever Zheng saw the remnant soul of a powerhouse, he would subconsciously become vigilant. He was wary that the other party might try to take over his body. Zhong admired the strength of this supreme sword cultivator. His swordsmanship was superb, and his swordsmanship was incomparably tyrannical. He fought alone against dozens of saint-level powerhouses from different races, many of whom were in the great saint realm. But in the end, he killed all of them. But admiration did not mean that the other party was not dangerous. On the contrary, the spirit of this powerhouse who had lived for an unknown number of years and died many years ago might have a great desire to return to the world. It was almost like an obsession. Immediately, the remnant soul of the old man, which was so faint that it was about to dissipate, seemed to have noticed Zhong. He was slightly startled, and a pair of vicissitudes of life stared at him, as if he had seen through Zhong in an instant. Well, a junior of the human clan, and a sword cultivator, to be able to come to the heaven-reaching tower, you have some opportunities. What a pity, your path to God has been cut off, but in vain, in vain. The old man's voice was not loud, and it was somewhat intermittent, but Zhong heard it clearly. The heaven-reaching tower, your path to God has been cut off, but in vain, Zhong heard it clearly. Senior, please advise me. Zhong immediately asked, but he still did not approach the old man. He still kept a sufficient distance, holding the bone sword in his hand, and was ready to strike at any time. Junior sword cultivator, I see that your essence, qi, and spirit are somewhat familiar. What is the connection between you and Taihao Mountain in the outer universe? The old man did not answer Zhong's question, but instead asked a question of his own. Once again, Zhong was shocked. Taihao Mountain, how did this tyrannical sword cultivator know about Taihao Mountain? Was he also a powerhouse from the outer universe? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Zhong's mind. I am indeed a disciple of Taihao Mountain, Zhong replied honestly, relying on what he felt in his heart. He was indeed a disciple of Taihao Mountain before he left Taihao Mountain. Of course, now that Zhong had returned to Taihao Mountain with his cultivation and strength, he would no longer be a disciple, but would be directly promoted to a senior statesman. He would enter the senior statesman hall and hold some power in Taihao Mountain. Ha 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 ha. The old man's remnant soul was stunned at first, but then he laughed. He seemed to be laughing very excitedly, but because of the weakness of his remnant soul, his laughter was somewhat weak. However, Zhong could still see the joy and excitement he expressed. How many years has it been? I didn't expect that after leaving Taihao Mountain for so many years, I would still be able to see someone from Taihao Mountain again. The old man's words immediately made Zhong's eyes widen, and an incomparable shock appeared on his face. Taihao Mountain, this extremely tyrannical sword cultivator was actually related to Taihao Mountain. No, not only was he related, but he was also a member of Taihao Mountain. Suddenly, Zhong was stunned again, because Zhong thought of something. With such powerful strength, even stronger than some great Saint Realm experts, a sword cultivator, and an inseparable relationship with Taihao Mountain, his identity seemed to be on the verge of being revealed. Taihao, only the first 2 generations of Taihao Mountain's Taihao Mountain. Zhong knew a little about them. Compared to the ancient profound world, they were all great Saint Realm experts, including the current 3rd generation Taihao who was also a great Saint Realm expert, and the first senior statesman was a pristine Saint Realm expert. After the 1st generation became a great Saint Realm expert, he spent a lot of time and energy to cultivate the 2nd generation Taihao, who inherited the position of Taihao Mountain. After that, he left to explore the mysteries of the universe and went to the core universe. The 2nd generation Taihao did the same. After cultivating the 3rd generation Taihao to inherit his position, he also followed the 1st generation Taihao to explore the mysteries of the universe and finally went to the core universe. Other than the 3rd generation Taihao, Taihao Mountain had never produced a great Saint Realm sword cultivator expert. At most, they were at the pristine Saint Realm. Thus, it could be inferred that this extremely powerful old man was Taihao Mountain's Taihao, but whether he was the 1st generation or the 2nd generation, Zhong did not know. It did not matter if he did not know, he could just ask. May I ask which generation Taihao Senior is? Zhong immediately asked with a somewhat respectful tone. Well, I'm the 1st generation Taihao, the remnant soul phantom responded. Junior Zhong, a disciple of Taihao Mountain, greets the 1st generation Taihao. Zhong immediately saluted the remnant soul phantom with his sword. While saluting, Zhong suddenly had a thought. Didn't the first generation Taihao go to the core universe? Why would he appear in the Sky Tower? Could it be that the Sky Tower was really related to the core universe? Several questions popped out in succession, and Shenzong was eager to know. The first generation Taihao seemed to have entered the Sky Tower a long time ago, so he should know the Sky Tower very well. Next, Shenzong began to ask questions, but the first generation Taihao did not say anything. He told Shenzong everything because Shenzong was a member of Taihao Mountain. In the future, he could even inherit the position of Taihao Mountain and take charge of Taihao Mountain. As the first generation Taihao continued to reveal information, Shenzong became more and more astonished. Sure enough, the core universe did exist. It was a world of its own. It was a world with great restrictions. Any living being that entered the core universe would be severely suppressed. Under this suppression, although their cultivation would not be reduced, the power they could unleash would be greatly reduced. Compared to the inner universe, they would only have 1/10,000th of the power they could unleash. Originally, a strike from the inner universe could destroy mountains, but in the core universe, at most, it could break a small hill or even a boulder. Then what was the purpose of entering the core universe? To become a god. Only in the core universe could one hope to become a god. How could one become a god? The first generation Taihao's explanation was to see the truth. What was the truth? It was hard to explain. The truth of heaven and earth, the truth of the great path, and the truth of the universe. As long as one understood the truth, they could regain control of their powerful strength and even make a breakthrough on their original foundation and embark on the road to becoming a god. However, the truth seemed to be everywhere, but it also seemed to be non-existent. There was no way to understand it. According to the first generation Taihao, the truth was divided into 3 levels. Comprehending the first level would transform one's strength. Comprehending the second level would complete the transformation and surpass the past to become a demigod. The so-called demigod was a title in the core universe. It referred to those who had surpassed the level of divine ancestor but had not yet reached the level of true god. They only had a little bit of the power of a true god. As for comprehending the third level of the truth, there was a glimmer of hope to become a true god. According to the first generation Taihao, only in the core universe could one hope to become a true god. However, it had been many, many years since a great being became a true god. At most, they were demigods and stopped at demigods. Other than comprehending the mystery of the truth on one's own, there was another way to comprehend the truth, and that was to break through the Sky Tower. Comprehending on one's own was to let nature take its course. Breaking through the Sky Tower was to force a breakthrough. There were 100 levels in the Sky Tower. Rumor had it that as long as one could break through the 90th level, one could comprehend the first level of the truth and leave the Sky Tower. If one could break through the 99th level, there was a great chance to comprehend the second level of the truth and become a demigod. If one could break through the 100th level, rumor had it that one could comprehend the third level of the truth and become a true god. That was the saying that one could become a god. However, since ancient times, it seemed that no great being had ever broken through the 100th level. At most, one could reach the 99th level, and it was extremely rare. Entering the Sky Tower would turn into a mortal. Turning into a mortal meant that one would not be able to use the power of one's cultivation. The only thing one could use was the instincts of one's body. For example, a sword cultivator's superb sword techniques that had already been integrated into one's bones and soul. Whether one was a pristine saint, a great saint, or a divine ancestor, once one entered the core universe, they would turn into a mortal and become an ordinary person. However, they would be different from ordinary people. At least, they would have mastered powerful martial arts that ordinary people did not have. The first generation Taihao had said that the path to becoming a god had been cut off. That was because a long, long time ago, there had been a great battle between 2 peerless great beings. It had affected the entire core universe, and in the end, it had damaged the great path of the core universe, which had affected the Sky Tower. Since then, the power and mystery of the Sky Tower had gradually weakened. Now, it had almost disappeared. The first generation Taihao told Shenzong all kinds of information about the Sky Tower and the core universe, which greatly shocked Shenzong. Truth, demigod, true god, the battle between the peerless powerhouses even affected the great path of the core universe, causing damage to it and the Sky Tower. Zhong couldn't help but think of the sword mark he saw before entering the tower. It was imprinted on the sky tower as if it would never be erased. Who was it who could leave an immortal mark on the sky tower with a single sword strike? Zhong had already learned from the first-generation Taihao that the sky tower was closely related to the core universe. The sky tower itself was said to be indestructible. Even a full-power attack from a demigod couldn't damage the sky tower at all. In that case, exactly what kind of expert, and what kind of strength, was able to leave behind an indelible sword mark on the heavenly tower? Zhong suddenly thought of a figure. It was a figure that seemed clear yet blurry in his mind. It was the original owner of the Heavenly Will Sword, who was also the creator of the Heavenly Will Sword. He was indeed a very powerful swordsman. Even at his current level, he still couldn't figure out how powerful he was. Could it be a true god? For a moment, Zhong felt that his thoughts seemed to be stuck. He felt like he couldn't move. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. He didn't expect that an invitation from the 10,000 Swords Mountain to enter the unknown place would expose him to such a mystery. But Zhong was puzzled. Why would the sky tower appear in a space-time fragment? There was only one explanation, and that was that he appeared in the past, not the current core universe. The past, present, and future were indescribable existences that surpassed the concept of time. They were also on a level that Zhong couldn't reach. The first-generation Taihao's remnant soul was like a candle in the wind. It could be preserved because of a unique secret technique and the divine sword. But now, it was almost dissipated, and only a little bit of consciousness was left. This little bit of consciousness was turned into a gift and given to Zhong. This bit of consciousness was also incomplete. It did not carry much content, only 2 types. One of them was the swordsmanship of the first-generation Taihao. He had mastered all his swordsmanship and named it the Taihao swordsmanship. It was a superb swordsmanship. At least, Zhong knew that this Taihao swordsmanship was not inferior to his single-hearted swordsmanship. It even surpassed it. That was indeed the case when one thought about it. The first Taihao was many times older than Zhong, and his talent was naturally superb. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to cultivate to the great saint realm and kill great saints. His great talent, the accumulation of experience over a long period of time, and so on had created the first Taihao's superb swordsmanship. Moreover, the first Taihao was an expert who had comprehended the first true essence through his own abilities. His strength had undergone a transformation. However, he had not been able to comprehend the second true essence after spending a long time. In the end, he chose to challenge the heavenly tower, intending to break through by force. However, it was not easy to challenge the heavenly tower. It was very difficult because he had turned into a mortal and lost all his strength. Although he would not be affected by thirst and hunger, it was still uncomfortable. His physical strength would become limited, and his thinking ability would be greatly affected. Even so, the first Taihao reached the 8th floor. He reached the 19th floor, but he had to stop there because of a life-and-death battle with experts from various races. His injuries were too serious. Turning into a mortal in the heavenly tower meant that some secret techniques could not be used. No matter how fast one was, one could not escape. Facing the siege of dozens of experts, even though he had killed all of them, he was also seriously injured and could not climb to the 90th floor. He had to use a special secret technique to seal a strand of his spirit into the divine sword. Now, he had finally completely dissipated. His spirit had completely dispersed, and his body and Tao had disappeared. In addition to the Taihao swordsmanship, another gain was a written language. Ancient divine language, this was a language that pointed directly to the great Tao and even the true meaning. Every word seemed very simple, but it also seemed very complicated. The profoundness was astonishing. Zhong expressed that he couldn't understand a single word. Fortunately, he had the memory and experience of the first Taihao to follow. Zhong only needed to spend some time to slowly comprehend it. Although he did not understand it yet, Zhong could vaguely see that the ancient divine language was somewhat similar to the divine writing of the realm of gods and demons. In other words, the divine writing was somewhat similar to the ancient divine language. The words left by the giants were also somewhat similar to the ancient divine language. Taihao swordsmanship, ancient divine language. After a long time, Zhong exhaled a long breath and buried the first Taihao and his divine sword. Although he lacked a sharp sword now, this sword was the first Taihao's divine sword. He could not take it away, but buried it with the first Taihao. The sword would follow the man if he was alive. After burying the first Taihao and his sword, he set up a tombstone and used the bone sword to engrave the first Taihao sword tomb. After 3 bows, it was a pity that the storage device could not be opened. Otherwise, Chenzong would have taken out a jar of good wine to offer a toast. "Senior, I'll take my leave," Chenzong finally whispered to the sword tomb. Chenzong planned to go to the 90th floor of the Tower of Gods. After all, the first Taihao said that climbing to the 90th floor of the Tower of Gods would allow one to comprehend the first true meaning and leave the Tower of Gods. Then, if he set foot on the 90th floor of the Tower of Gods, would he be able to comprehend the so-called true meaning? Chenzong did not know because the first Taihao said that the path to God was broken. The Tower of Gods was also damaged and its power was almost depleted. He did not dare to think about comprehending the true meaning. It would be good if he could leave the Tower of Gods. Anyway, he did gain a lot after entering the spacetime fragment. He also learned a lot of mysteries. Any kind of mystery would cause a great commotion if it was revealed. Continuing to search, Chenzong found another spiral staircase and continued to climb. Shrouded in darkness, he moved forward resolutely. Chenzong climbed to the 90th floor. The moment he stepped on the 90th floor, Chenzong inexplicably seemed to have comprehended something, but this feeling of comprehension flashed by in an instant. Chenzong seemed to want to grasp it but could not. It was a strange feeling. Could it be that this was the so-called true meaning? Unfortunately, it was just a feeling and he did not comprehend anything. However, Chenzong's main purpose was to find the so-called way to leave. After resting and fully recovering his strength, Chenzong walked around the 90th floor. On the 90th floor, Chenzong surprisingly did not see any corpses. It was very empty and desolate. After searching continuously, Chenzong found a spiral staircase that seemed to lead to a higher floor. However, Chenzong did not climb it. Instead, he continued to search for the way to leave the Tower of Gods, or rather, the door. He did not know how much time had passed. He only knew that during this period, Chenzong rested more than 10 times to recover his strength. Finally, he found something that looked like a door. It was a crack, about 2 meters long but only half a meter wide. It stood erect on the 90th floor of the Tower of Gods and looked very stable. After observing it carefully for a long time and probing it a few times, Chenzong finally determined that this crack should be the door to the Sky Divine Pagoda. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong's expression was resolute. He took a step forward and stepped into the crack. As if time and space were intertwined, countless lights and shadows appeared in front of him. As the lights and shadows intertwined, it was like a long river flowing endlessly. That was history, the history of a spacetime. However, it flashed past Chenzong's eyes very quickly, and it was difficult to see clearly. When the last scene flashed past, Chenzong only felt that his eyes were bright, and then he saw a familiar scene. It was the unchanging ancient scene of the unknown place. Finally out, Chenzong felt as if a lifetime had passed. His cultivation strength had returned. He could feel and use it at will, but the feeling in the spacetime fragment was indeed a very unforgettable experience. Exhaling a long breath, Chenzong collected his thoughts and immediately began to comprehend the first-generation Taihao swordsmanship and the wonderful ancient god language. The ancient god language was really mysterious, as if it explained all the mysteries. Especially the ancient god language. Chenzong knew that this would be one of the main directions of his comprehension in the future. The mysteries contained in it were really too profound and wonderful to be described with words. As he comprehended, he waited for the lightning sword saint to come. Not long after, the lightning sword saint appeared. He looked very tired, as if he had gone through a lot of hardships. What Chenzong didn't know was that when he left the 90th floor of the Skysplit Divine Tower, a sudden change occurred. Those who had also entered the Skysplit Divine Tower were all repelled by the remnant power of the Skysplit Divine Tower, and were directly expelled from the tower. However, the Tower of Heaven was only a spacetime fragment, which was equivalent to the past. After leaving the Tower of Heaven, they directly left that spacetime fragment and returned to the unknown place. Next, they naturally continued to look for other spacetime fragments. Every fragment of spacetime had opportunities, more or less strong or weak. However, not long after, everyone felt the fluctuations of the power of the formation of the 10,000 Swords Mountain. It was summoning them back. Xianxia and the Lightning Sword Saint could only look at the spacetime fragment in front of them helplessly. They had no choice but to give up. Although it would not take a long time to enter the spacetime fragment, what if they missed the opportunity to return? Then they would have to stay in the unknown place forever. Although there were many opportunities here, it was not a good thing to stay in such a desolate place. The two of them did not feel too regretful and did not hesitate at all. In an instant, they immediately turned around and rushed in the direction they sensed. They were extremely fast, and their hearts were set on returning home. Not only did Xianxia and the Lightning Sword Saint do so, but the other sword cultivators who were still alive also did the same. They could only give up on the opportunities that they had not obtained. In the 10,000 Swords Mountain, the number one holy land in the 10,000 Swords Ancient Realm, the 10,000 Swords Realm-shattering array in the middle of the mountain. The cracks on the gray broken sword above the center of the array disc increased, and each crack became more obvious and deeper. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. It can't hold on any longer. The sky-reaching Sword Saint narrowed his eyes and looked solemn as he stared at the broken sword that was about to shatter completely. Seeing that no one had come out yet, he couldn't help but feel nervous. If they didn't come out and the broken sword shattered, the entrance would be closed. At that time, those sword cultivators would be trapped in the unknown place. It should be known that there were 25 pristine saint stage sword saints and 100 powerful quasi-saints. If they were left in the unknown place, how great of a loss would it be? It would be an immeasurable loss. Finally, a figure appeared and stepped out of the door. The sky-reaching Sword Saint secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, it was still not enough. Then, another figure stepped out of the door. A cracking sound was heard. It was very subtle but very frightening. Everyone looked over and saw that there was another crack on the broken sword. It was in imminent danger. Even the door of the entrance started to fluctuate slightly and became unstable. It looked like it would collapse at any moment. Every breath that followed was filled with fear and trepidation. In the end, the power of the broken sword was completely exhausted. Fortunately, the door of the entrance did not collapse directly because of the broken sword. The 10,000 Swords realm-shattering array was barely able to maintain it, but the fluctuations were getting more and more obvious. It felt like it would collapse at any moment. Xianxia and the Lightning Sword Saint stepped out of the door one after another. When they looked back, they couldn't calm down. The door was even more difficult to maintain. However, not all of them came out. At least, the number of people who came out was still less than the number who went in. In the end, the 10,000 Swords realm-shattering array was still unable to maintain the door and collapsed. Strong air currents rushed in all directions, stirring up a storm that raged in all directions and swept everything away. Everyone present was silent as they faced the wind and impact of the air currents. Not all of them came out. When they entered, there were 25 sword saints and 100 secondary saints. There were a total of 125 powerful sword cultivators. However, although they hadn't counted the number of sword cultivators who came out now, they were certain that there were less than 100 of them. Xianxia glanced over and sensed their auras. Out of the 25 sword saints, only 22 had come out, and the remaining 3 had yet to come out. Out of the 100 quasi-saints, only 70 or so had come out. The total number was less than 100. Did he not make it out in time, or did he die at the hands of a god-fiend expert? Xianxia was astonished by the appearance of a god-fiend expert in the unknown lands. He also knew that many sword cultivators would die in the hands of god-fiend experts. It was inevitable. After all, he had killed 2 righteous god-fiend experts. However, there were 125 of them when they entered, but less than 100 of them came out. This was a heavy loss. Regardless of the reason, since the broken sword had shattered and the door had collapsed, it meant that the Myriad Swords Mountain would no longer be able to find the unknown lands. They would no longer be able to open up a crack in spacetime to travel to the unknown lands and seek fortuitous encounters there. This opportunity was destined to be lost forever. What a pity. However, the loss was great, and it made it difficult for them to feel happy. Xianxia had other questions. What happened in the unknown lands, a god-fiend expert, was no small matter. It was a huge matter that had to be taken seriously. Qianzong and the Lightning Sword Saint were not the only ones who had encountered a god-fiend expert in the unknown lands. Sword Saint Chuyun and many other sword saints had also encountered one and fought with it. The Myriad Swords Mountain attached great importance to this matter. They immediately gathered all the sword cultivators who had encountered a god-fiend expert to understand the matter in detail. They also passed this information to the other 3 holy lands. In short, this matter concerned a god-fiend. It would not be too much to take it seriously. The god-fiend realm was a powerful world that was even older than the ancient mystic world. The structure of the god-fiend realm was also different from the ancient mystic world. The 3 divine ranges were clearly separated, and there were also many divine systems within the 3 divine ranges of different sizes. However, at this moment, the extremely powerful divine masters of the 3 divine ranges were all gathered in one place. It was the center of a secret area in the god-fiend realm, a forbidden area. A round ball about a meter in diameter was slowly rotating. The round ball was emitting a faint light. It was formed by mysterious runes. These mysterious runes looked even more ancient, complex, and mysterious than the god-fiend characters. If Qianzong was here, he would be surprised to find that these runes looked extremely similar to the ancient god language. An indescribably mysterious feeling was brewing in the round ball. The divine masters of the 3 divine ranges all had solemn expressions as they stared at the round ball formed by the ancient god language. As the round ball rotated, it continued to revolve, revealing an indescribable mystery. Suddenly, the round ball paused for a moment. Then, it spread out and turned into chains. They spread out in all directions like silk being peeled from a cocoon. Every single god lord was enveloped within it, and they were all extremely excited as they sensed the extremely wondrous power. This kind of power had completely surpassed them. It was no longer on the same level as them. The mysterious chains formed by the ancient god language continued to spread out. It was like a real dragon dancing in the sky. It looked simple, but it contained an indescribable mystery. The divine masters who stood at the peak of the god-fiend realm were all extremely excited. They were so excited that their bodies were trembling. It's finally cracked. The mystery of the overgod weapon has finally been cracked. We have hope of crossing the ruins of the world. The ancient mystic world will belong to us. Not just the ancient mystic world, the entire universe will belong to us. All the divine masters were extremely excited, and they roared like fanatics. If anyone were to see the divine masters, who stood at the peak of the god and devil world, lose their composure like this, who knew how shocked they would be? It's not the time to be excited. An illusory divine master who seemed to exist between nothingness spoke up. He was not as excited as the other divine masters. Even though his heart was in turmoil, he looked very calm. This was because he was one of the top 3 powerful divine masters in the god-fiend realm. He was a divine master who could control space and time. Only when the space-time gap to the ancient mystic world is opened and the ancient mystic world will become our land of faith. That is the time to cheer. The words of the divine master of time and space calmed the other divine masters down. This was because the words of the divine master of time and space were very authoritative and reasonable. Now, the god-fiend realm had gradually infiltrated the outer universe and developed their faith. The god-worshipping sect was growing stronger and stronger. It had truly affected the distribution of forces in the outer universe. As for the great undead world in the middle layer of the universe, they had yet to enter. This was because the faith of the undead was not easy to develop. Hence, they were still in the planning stage. The ancient mystic world was the most difficult. Previously, they had only had hope of entering the ancient mystic world through the ruins of the world. However, the ancient mystic world was very strong. It was difficult to enter through the ruins of the world. The ancient mystic world was the most difficult world to deal with for the god-fiend realm. At the same time, the ancient mystic world was the world that the god-fiend realm wanted to conquer the most. The ambition of the god-fiend realm was very big. They wanted to unify the universe and bring it under the control of the god-fiend realm. When that time came, they would use the power of the universe to move towards the core universe and become a true god. A true god, when the overgod artifact had evolved to its limit, a tiny bit of its core was revealed. It was an illusory, smoke-like object that seemed to contain a few strands of lightning. It was roughly the size of a fist, and it rippled slightly. Streaks of dark golden lightning flashed incessantly within the smoke. The divine masters all stared at the core. The core of the overgod artifact. Their expressions were very serious because they could feel the power contained within it. It was very shocking. That level of power was something that even they, the divine masters at the peak of the god-fiend realm, could not compare to. The difference was too great. In front of that power, they felt that they were insignificant as a speck of dust. As for this overgod artifact, it had drifted over from the core universe by chance, and they were lucky enough to obtain it. They had spent countless years trying to decipher this overgod artifact, and today, they had finally deciphered it. Next, it was time to unleash the power of this overgod artifact. Opening up the space-time crack and connecting to the ancient mystic world, they could cross the ruins of the world and enter the ancient mystic world directly. This way, they would have the hope of truly conquering the ancient mystic world and turning it into a place of faith for the god-fiend realm. They would then harvest more faith and become even stronger. God Lord of Space and Time, we are ready. God Lord of Space and Time, let us begin. The group of divine masters said one after another, their voices tinged with excitement. Opening up the space-time crack that led to the ancient mystic world and building a stable space-time door, the god-fiend realm could then enter the ancient mystic world through that door and devour it. Let us begin. The ethereal God Lord of Space and Time said in a serious tone. This operation was extremely important and they could not afford to fail. Hence, no matter how serious they were, it would not be too much. The God Lord of Space and Time walked step by step towards the core. As he walked, his illusory figure gradually solidified. It was as though he had stepped out from a different spacetime. Step by step, illusory smoke filled the air behind him, causing his entire body to look more and more mysterious. There was an incomparably mysterious feeling about him. When he walked up to the core of the overgod artifact, the God Lord of Space and Time's body had completely solidified. It was as though he had turned from an illusory form into something solid. His expression was incomparably serious as he stretched out his hands and approached the core. When they were an inch away, he stopped. Then, an extremely tyrannical power emanated from the God Lord of Space and Time's body. It was like the waters of a great river that poured into his arms. Then, it surged through his palms and into the core of the overgod artifact. Its power was instantly stimulated. Arcs of electricity seemed to be about to explode. The power that burst forth caused the God Lord of Space and the other divine masters' expressions to turn even more serious. What a terrifying aura. What a terrifying power. It felt as though it could destroy them. The 10,000 Swords Mountain was the #1 holy land in the ancient realm of 10,000 swords. It was also one of the earliest holy lands. The 10,000 Transformation Sword Art, the Immaculate Universe Sword Art, the Dark Light Will Sword Art, the 10,000 Transformation Sword Art was the earliest secret sword art of the 10,000 Swords Mountain. The Immaculate Universe Sword Art and the Dark Light Will Sword Art were sword arts created by powerful sword saints later on. After many evolutions and improvements, they were finally as famous as the 10,000 Transformation Sword Art. The 10,000 Swords Mountain had produced many sword saints since ancient times. Each sword saint had his or her own famous sword art, which represented a kind of integration of the way of the sword that he or she had learned. Every sword technique created by a sword saint had its own outstanding points and was extremely superb. However, among so many sword arts, only the 10,000 Transformation Sword Art, the Immaculate Universe Sword Art, and the Dark Light Will Sword Art were the most powerful. They were the top sword arts of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, the ancient realm of 10,000 swords, and the ancient profound world. As for the sword arts created by other sword saints, they were still slightly inferior. It was a pity that Chen Zong could not see these three supreme secret sword arts of the 10,000 Swords Mountain. After all, they were secret techniques. The 10,000 Swords Mountain did not want outsiders to see them, which was a pity. However, Chen Zong still managed to witness Qi Yun Sword Saint's god-slaying 33 styles of ever-changing clouds and mists. Chen Zong had learned that from sparring with Qi Yun Sword Saint. He was able to comprehend some of its mysteries, and that was enough. After all, Chen Zong's goal was not to master his opponent's swordsmanship, but to use his opponent's swordsmanship to seek inspiration and increase his swordsmanship foundation and accumulation. Even though he had seen some of the profundities, Qianzong was still very surprised. Qu Yun Sword Saint's ever-changing Cloud God 33 styles was indeed unfathomable. At the same time, all the attacks were hidden within and had the power to kill a god. The so-called god slaying was to directly attack one's divine will and shake one's divine will. If one's divine will was not strong enough, it would be difficult to resist. One would be dazed, stinging, dizzy, and so on. One would be able to seize the opportunity to attack or even kill. Moreover, the clouds formed by the sword light not only had the effect of concealing and confusing, but also had the ability to absorb the impact of external forces, thus providing a certain degree of defense. In other words, the god-slaying 33 forms was a sword technique that could attack, trap, confuse, and defend. Generally speaking, broad meant mediocrity. However, the Qu Yun Sword Saint had continuously developed this sword technique to a profound level. Not only was it not mediocre, it was even more astonishing. This was Qianzong's evaluation of Yi Futian's swordsmanship. Therefore, he admired Yi Futian very much. If he didn't have the assistance of the Heart Sutra, it was hard to say whether he could have such a sword technique. Next, Qianzong set his sights on the Rhinoceros Sword Saint, ready to experience his Rhinoceros Sword technique. The Rhinoceros Sword Saint already knew that Qianzong was not a quasi-sage, but a sword saint. Therefore, he did not reject Qianzong's request to spar with Qianzong. Previously, Qianzong had sparred with the Rhinoceros Sword Saint's second disciple, Jiandi, and understood part of the Rhinoceros Sword technique's mystery. After that, he had sparred with the Rhinoceros Sword Saint's first disciple, the Wise Sword Master, and had a deeper understanding of the Rhinoceros Sword technique. Thus, he was not unfamiliar with sparring with the Rhinoceros Sword technique now. However, Qianzong also realized that the same Rhinoceros Sword technique performed by the Rhinoceros Sword Saint and his two disciples were two completely different concepts. The Rhinoceros Sword technique was extremely fast, and every stroke was straight. It was a perfectly straight stab. Even though one knew that it was a perfectly straight stab and seemed to be traceable, when one truly tried to trace its trajectory, one would discover that it was very difficult. It seemed to have some kind of extraordinary senses that allowed it to directly avoid the interception. What was even more amazing was that once the Rhinoceros Sword technique was performed, it seemed to be able to directly follow the opponent's flaws and attack. Even if there were no flaws, it would forcefully lead the opponent to create flaws. This was a superb sword technique that had developed the weak to the extreme to defeat the strong. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and it could follow the opponent's flaws. The technique was also superb. Wasn't this the classic example of the weak defeating the strong? As for the Aurora Sword technique, he was very arrogant and did not want to spar with Qianzong at all. Qianzong could not force him either. As for the other sword saints, they left one after another. Qianzong did not have time to consult them one by one. After leaving the 10,000 Swords Mountain, Qianzong comprehended the few sword techniques that he had obtained. He analyzed the mystery in them and integrated them into his single-hearted sword technique one by one. This made the single-hearted sword technique more perfect and more mysterious. In addition, Qianzong was also learning the ancient god language. The more Qianzong learned, the more he felt that the mysteries of the god of Guyu were extraordinary. It was almost endless. Just one character contained many meanings, and what it contained was the mystery of the universe. The more Qianzong learned, the more he felt that the ancient god language was amazing. He also felt that learning the ancient god language would be helpful to his comprehension of sword principle. As a result, Qianzong became more and more immersed in it. This time, Qianzong headed in the direction of the Star Sword Palace. Among the 4 holy lands of sword principle in the 10,000 Swords Mountain, the 10,000 Swords Mountain was ranked first. The Star Sword Palace was one of them. It was difficult to compare with the other 2 holy lands. Only the 10,000 Swords Mountain was recognized as the strongest. Why did he want to go to the Star Sword Palace? This was because the true Void Sage had given Qianzong a name card, telling him that he could go to the Star Sword Palace to look for the Sword Freak. The Sword Freak was his friend. With his name card, it would be easier for Qianzong to comprehend something in the Star Sword Palace. However, Qianzong had been acting according to his plan since he came to the 10,000 Swords ancient realm. It was not until it was about time that he set off for the Star Sword Palace. With Chen Zong's speed, it did not take long for him to arrive at the Star Sword Palace. Then, he handed over his name card. The peerless sword saint Chen Zong had come to visit the mountain. The peerless sword saint was a sword saint. Even the 10,000 Swords Mountain would not ignore the visit of a sword saint. Naturally, the Star Sword Palace would not. The person who came to greet Chen Zong was also a sword saint. Of course, he was a pristine saint. After all, the visitor was a sword saint. If they sent someone below the saint level to greet him, it would seem like they were looking down on him and would easily offend him. Coincidentally, the person who came to greet Chen Zong was one of the sword saints who had entered the unknown place with him. Although they were not familiar with each other, at least they had entered the unknown place together. They were more familiar with each other than strangers. What a rare guest. The sword saint smiled. Then, Chen Zong entered the Star Sword Palace. Chen Zong also told the sword saint his purpose of coming, which was to look for the sword freak. The sword saint was slightly stunned, but he still led Chen Zong to the sword freak's cave. The sword freak was not an ordinary sword saint. He was one of the great saint experts in the Star Sword Palace. When they arrived at the sword freak's cave, Chen Zong explained his purpose of coming. Then, he took out the name card of the True Void Sage and entered the sword freak's cave. Since you have the name card of the True Void Sage, I'll give you a chance. The sword freak was very straightforward. His appearance was also unique. His gray hair was messy and he looked completely unkempt. He was indeed worthy of the name Sword Freak. Senior, please tell me. Chen Zong did not look down on the sword freak because of his strange appearance. On the contrary, he still felt a faint pressure in front of the sword freak. This meant that the sword freak was very strong, much stronger than him. They were not on the same level at all. Help me with one thing, and I'll give you a place to enter the secret place of the Star Sword Palace to comprehend and cultivate. The sword freak said, the Star Secret Place is the most important secret place of the Star Sword Palace. It's extremely hard to get a place to enter. It's also very beneficial for saint-level experts. If you're not a saint-level expert of the Star Sword Palace and have not made any contributions, you're not qualified to enter. Senior, what do you need me to do? Chen Zong asked. The Star Secret Place was naturally attractive, but it depended on what the price was. The old monster sword wanted Chen Zong to do something for him, and that was equivalent to a price. However, Chen Zong had to see what kind of thing it was. Chen Zong would not agree to everything. Don't worry, it's not a difficult thing. The sword freak said directly, I have a junior who has some talent in sword cultivation, but I haven't been too busy recently, so I don't have time to teach her swordsmanship. It just so happens that I heard that you're on the path of 10,000 swords, so your swordsmanship must be good enough to teach her. How long will it take? Chen Zong asked again. After all, there should be a time limit. As for teaching swordsmanship, Chen Zong did not mind. The number of swordsmanship he had mastered could be described as thousands. Moreover, if he wanted to, he could easily create some more ordinary swordsmanship. However, relatively ordinary swordsmanship was useless to him, so Chen Zong would not create it. It was not necessary. 10 years. The sword freak said after thinking for a while, I'll finish my business in 10 years. At that time, you can bring her to the Star Sword Palace and officially become a disciple of the Star Sword Palace. I'll assess her. If she passes the swordsmanship assessment, the quota I promised you will be given to you immediately. If you weren't recommended by old man Jinkong, you wouldn't have such an opportunity, the sword freak added. Chen Zong thought for a while and nodded in agreement. The Star Sword Palace was a holy land of swordsmanship. There were many sword saint experts and even more quasi-saint sword cultivators. It was not difficult to find a sword cultivator who was good at teaching to teach the sword freak's junior. Now, he had handed it over to Yi Futian. In other words, he was doing this for the sake of the True Void Great Sage. Chen Zong was very grateful for this. Let's go now. After Strange Sword Old Man finished telling Chen Zong where his junior was, he immediately asked Chen Zong to leave. His temper was also very direct. Chen Zong had no choice but to leave. He originally wanted to see the swordsmanship of the Star Sword Palace, but it seemed that he could not do so for the time being. He left the Star Sword Palace and flew toward the place that the Sword Freak had told him about. It was a city. Fortunately, it was located in the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain, so he did not need to cross the domain. With the speed of Chen Zong's sword-raining flight, it did not take him much time to reach the city from the Star Sword Palace. It only took him about 3 days to reach the city because it was located at the edge of the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. The 10,000 Swords Ancient Domain was vast and there were many cities. The forces were complicated like the stars in the sky, but they all had one thing in common. Regardless of whether they were big or small forces, or individual cultivators, they all focused on swordsmanship. This was because the aura of swordsmanship in the 10,000 Swords Ancient Domain was rich and prosperous. It would be a waste to not practice swordsmanship. In addition, non-swordsman cultivators were often at a disadvantage in the 10,000 Swords Ancient Domain. Without the geographical advantage, it was inevitable that they would fall behind when fighting with swordsman cultivators. Green Sword City was a small city in the 10,000 Swords Ancient Domain. It was also a small city at the border. The vitality here was relatively thin and the aura of swordsmanship was also relatively thin. This caused the overall strength of the swordsman here to be relatively average. The most powerful swordsman here was only at the heaven level. The Qin clan of Green Sword City was considered a relatively powerful force in the city. The granddaughter of the clan master, Qin Muxue, was very talented in swordsmanship. Therefore, the Qin clan spent a lot of money to hire a brilliant swordsman to teach her. The Qin clan was considered a big clan in Green Sword City. Naturally, many swordsmen who thought that their swordsmanship was excellent came to hire them. However, Qin Muxue only needed a swordsmanship teacher. Chen Zong easily defeated the other swordsman with his absolute swordsmanship and became Qin Mushue's swordsmanship teacher. As for the money, Chen Zong did not care. He came here to teach Qin Muxue to fulfill his promise with Strange Sword Old Monster. It could also be considered as a trade. The trade would last for 10 years. 10 years was naturally a long time for ordinary people. However, for powerful cultivators, it was nothing. It would pass in a short time. Chen Zong also planned to make good use of the 10 years. Apart from guiding Qin Muxue in her swordsmanship cultivation, he would integrate what he had learned to further perfect and improve single-hearted sword principle and learn the ancient god language. He would strive to further perfect single-hearted sword principle to a certain level and master part of the ancient god language within the 10 years. In addition, he wanted to understand the next level of the inner world, which was to evolve the inner world into a universe. There was no doubt that it was very difficult to evolve the inner world into a universe. At least until now, Chen Zong had not found any clear clues. However, it didn't matter. The cultivation path that he had opened up was like this. He had to constantly try and work hard to find the correct method and path in order to break through. Otherwise, once he failed, the consequences would be extremely severe. This was also why very few people would attempt to open up a new path of cultivation. It was too difficult, too dangerous, and 1 in a million would fail. Failure would either result in death or being reduced to a cripple, and it was even more miserable than death. Moreover, the current cultivation path was very complete. As long as one cultivated step by step, coupled with talent, resources, opportunities, and so on, there was hope to cultivate to a high level. That was enough. There was no doubt that the Qin clan was related to the Strange Sword Old Monster. Judging from the Strange Sword Old Monster's age, the Qin clan should belong to a few generations of the younger generation of the Strange Sword Old Monster. In fact, there wasn't much of a connection between the Qin clan and the Strange Sword Old Monster. If one were to trace the origin of the relationship between the Qin clan and the Strange Sword Old Monster, one would have to trace the blood relationship back to many years ago. Chen Zong didn't know why Strange Sword Saint would pay attention to this little girl named Qin Muxue, and he didn't bother to get to the bottom of it because there was no need for that. Anyway, it was equivalent to a transaction, and he just needed to complete the transaction. As for Strange Sword Saint wanting to test Qin Mushue's swordsmanship 10 years later, that was very normal. It was to prevent Chen Zong from being perfunctory. Time passed, year after year. Chen Zong had been staying in the Qin clan, living in seclusion. He guided Qin Muxue on her swordsmanship while comprehending and cultivating on his own. 9 years ago, when Qinzong came to the Qin clan, Qin Muxue was only a little girl about 10 years old. 9 years had passed, and Qin Muxue, who was already 19 years old, had grown into a slender and elegant young lady. Coupled with the fact that she had been practicing swordsmanship all year round, her tall and straight posture had a kind of vigorous feeling, and she was valiant and formidable. Her superb swordsmanship, beautiful face, and curvaceous figure, coupled with exuberant heroic spirit, made Qin Muxue famous in Green Sword City. She even won the title of Flying Snow Swordsman. Her flying snow swordsmanship was invincible in Green Sword City. No one in the same generation could compare to her. Even many of the older generation couldn't compare to Qin Muxue in terms of swordsmanship. Why? It was because when Qinzong taught Qin Muxue swordsmanship, he didn't teach her any swordsmanship rigidly. Instead, he first taught her the basic swordsmanship and then guided her. He guided Qin Muxue to create a swordsmanship that was most suitable for her based on the basic swordsmanship's characteristics. The so-called semi-creation was naturally related to Qinzong's guidance. The flying snow swordsmanship was the swordsmanship that was most suitable for Qin Muxue. Although it was still very rough in Qinzong's eyes, it had great potential. If Qin Muxue continued to cultivate and improve, the flying snow swordsmanship would become more and more powerful. Only the swordsmanship that was most suitable for oneself could exert its power to the extreme. This was also the reason why Qin Muxue could dominate Green Sword City at the age of 19 with the flying snow swordsmanship. Her cultivation talent was also very good. She also had the heaven rank icy snow bloodline. In addition to Qinzong's guidance and training, she had already reached the peak of the earth rank at the age of 19. She was only a step away from the heaven rank. It was estimated that she would be able to break through to the heaven rank in 1 or 2 years. In the ancient mystic world, if a cultivator wanted to break through to the heaven rank, they only needed to have a certain amount of talent and hard work. However, there was a difference between early and late. A powerful person might break through after cultivating for 10 or 20 years. An ordinary person might need to cultivate for hundreds of years to break through. To be able to break through to the heaven rank at the age of 20 was considered good in the Holy Land. Outside of the Holy Land, it was extraordinary. Over the years, Qinzong had also taught Qin Muxue with all his heart. He didn't do it half-heartedly. At the same time, he also repeatedly considered his own swordsmanship. Today, Qin Muxue and a few of her friends had an appointment to train in a mountain forest 100 miles away from the Green Sword City. This was very normal. Qinzong wouldn't care, but he also secretly followed to prevent any accidents. After all, when the 10 years were up, he would take Qin Muxue to the Star Sword Palace. After that, she would become a disciple of the Holy Land and cultivate in the Star Sword Palace. Therefore, Qin Muxue couldn't die before going to the Star Sword Palace. As for what would happen after going to the Star Sword Palace, it had nothing to do with him. This dense forest was very vast, covering a radius of thousands of miles. There were many beasts living in it. Some of the powerful beasts had reached the peak of the heaven rank and had amazing strength. However, these beasts usually stayed in the dense forest and rarely went outside. The sword cultivators of the Green Sword City often entered the dense forest to train. This dense forest was also an excellent place to train. Whether it was the earth rank or the heaven rank, they could obtain excellent training here. With Qinzong's strength, no one below the saint rank could detect him. Qin Muxue's performance was still very good. It was remarkable. His 9 years of dedicated guidance and teaching were not in vain. After that, Qinzong frowned slightly. He felt as if something bad was about to happen. In the next moment, waves of roars resounded. One after another, each louder than the last. It seemed extremely violent and chaotic. It was as if a riot was about to break out. Qin Muxue and the others also began to feel that something was wrong. It was because the rumbling sound came from afar, as if there were 10,000 horses galloping. What's going on? One of his companions' face suddenly turned pale. He felt the violent aura spreading over and couldn't help but feel panic in his heart. It seems to be a monster riot. Another companion's voice trembled. What would be the result of encountering a monster riot in such a dense forest? Just thinking about it made people shudder uncontrollably. There was simply no way to escape. Not to mention Earth stage experts like them, even Extreme Realm Heaven stage experts would most likely die in the face of such a demonic beast riot. Let's go. Qin Mushua's psychological quality was relatively high and tenacious. Although she was a little panicked, she didn't lose her composure because of this. She immediately said and made a prompt decision. No matter what, it was better to leave first. At least there was still a chance of survival. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out, accompanied by violent and chaotic roars. The sounds continued to ring out in the dense forest, followed by the sounds of trees being knocked down. The sounds came wave after wave, becoming denser and denser. It was even more shocking. The ground shook incessantly, and dust billowed into the air. It was like a beacon of smoke that was about to soar into the sky. Chen Zong frowned slightly and stared ahead. His sharp sword-like gaze pierced through layers of space obstacles. However, Chen Zong didn't go forward to investigate. Instead, he secretly retreated with Qin Muxue and the others to protect Qin Muxue. This was his primary duty. Countless monsters seemed to be driven by something. They roared crazily and rushed out from the depths of the dense forest. They were extremely violent and pushed out of the dense forest. Qin Muxue and the others were very fast, but compared to the violent monsters, they were still a little slow. In the end, they were still caught up. Facing the violent monsters that were rushing towards them, Qin Muxue took the lead to draw her sword to fight. Her companions gritted their teeth and drew their swords one after another to join the battle. However, compared to the violent sea of demonic beasts, the resistance of these few people seemed so weak and insignificant. A heaven-rank monster rushed over and slapped Qin Muxue with its claws. It was about to kill her directly. There was no way to dodge. Even if Qin Mushua's talent was outstanding, she couldn't dodge under such circumstances. Was she going to die? In an instant, a sword light flashed, and the heaven stage monster beast was sent flying. Its body was also pierced through. The sword light circled around, and all the monster beasts within a few hundred meters were cut in half. Over 100 of them died directly. This scene stunned Qin Muxue and the others, especially the change between life and death. It was a great impact on their minds, and they couldn't react for a while. Why aren't you leaving? Chen Zong's voice sounded directly into everyone's ears, immediately waking them up. Go, Qin Muxue was the first to wake up. A look of surprise flashed across her face, but she didn't think much and immediately left. Taking advantage of this opportunity. Finally, they rushed out of the dense forest and fled back to Green Sword City. A demonic beast riot was not a particularly rare occurrence for those who were relatively close to the demonic beast gathering places. Therefore, the people of Green Sword City immediately took action and formed an effective organization to resist the demonic beast riot this time. There were often many reasons for a demonic beast riot. It was difficult to say, and the purpose of the demonic beast riot was not uniform. Some demonic beast riots did not directly attack the human race, but only affected them. For example, the path of their riot happened to be the gathering place of the human race, so they were directly affected. This time, it was the same. Green Sword City happened to be in the path of the demonic beast riot. Although it was not in the middle, it was still affected. A demonic beast riot was undoubtedly very terrifying. It was not hundreds or thousands of demonic beasts, but at least tens of thousands. There were Earth stage and Heaven stage demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level demonic beasts. The mid-level was equivalent to the human race's Earth stage, and the high-level was equivalent to the human race's Heaven stage. Imagine the impact of tens of thousands of low-rank, mid-rank, and high-rank demonic beasts going on a rampage. How spectacular and terrifying would that scene be? It was even more terrifying if there were more than 100,000 demonic beasts. Under such numbers, even an invincible Heaven stage monster would not be able to withstand it and had no choice but to escape. Otherwise, no matter how many they killed, they would eventually die of exhaustion. The sword cultivators of Green Sword City, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, all mobilized and immediately set up layers of defense outside Green Sword City. They wanted to resist the battle outside Green Sword City. This was the first wave of response. If they really could not hold on, then they would retreat to Green Sword City and use the city walls to resist the impact of the demonic beasts. As a member of the Qin family, Qin Muxue had extraordinary strength. Naturally, she could not avoid the battle. Moreover, she had to be on the front line to face the impact of the demonic beasts. An incomparably intense battle began. This kind of battle was not a drill, but a real life and death battle. It was a cruel and tragic battle where either you die or I die. The demonic beasts would not care about feelings. They would treat cultivators as food. Eating cultivators would be quite beneficial to them. Since that was the case, of course they had to eat. For cultivators, demonic beasts were also beneficial to their cultivation. Their flesh and blood could be made into delicacies that were beneficial to the body. For example, their demonic cores could be refined into medicinal pills. Their fur, scales, bones, horns, claws, and so on could also be made into good materials. The demonic beasts charged forward, and the cultivators defended against them. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Almost every second, there would be demonic beasts being killed, and there would also be cultivators being killed. Chenzong looked down from the sky. He didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he looked into the distance and frowned. He was deep in thought. Logically speaking, a demonic beast riot was nothing out of the ordinary. However, for some unknown reason, Chenzong's heart was filled with a trace of uneasiness. It seemed that this demonic beast riot was somewhat unusual, and the reason behind it was somewhat shocking. So, what was the reason? The uneasiness in his heart drove Chenzong to explore it, but he couldn't just leave it here. In that case, he might as well take action. He lowered his body and landed. Ever since he entered the Sky Tower and couldn't condense the Heavenly Will Sword because he had turned into a mortal, Chenzong learned his lesson. He directly manifested the Heavenly Will Sword, put it in a scabbard, and hung it at his waist. In this way, if he encountered a situation like the Sky Tower, the awkward situation of having no sword to use would not happen again. Chenzong landed not far from Qin Muxue. The moment his body landed, sword chi shot out and directly killed all the demonic beasts around him, clearing a large area. In the next moment, Chenzong pulled out his sword. The sword light suddenly flashed and directly cut in front of him. It was like a line between the sea and the sky. In an instant, it was dozens of meters, then hundreds of meters, until it was 1,000 meters. The sword chi was like a white line that was 1,000 meters long. It was as fine as silk, but it had an extremely terrifying sharpness. Wherever it passed, no demonic beasts could resist. They were as fragile as tofu and were easily cut open as if they were grass. Under the gazes of Qin Muxue and the others, the 1,000-meter-long white sword chi streaked across, easily tearing the void apart, leaving behind a long and straight sword mark. Groups of demonic beasts fell to the ground one after another. In just an instant, thousands of demonic beasts were killed, and a large area was cleared out. This scene frightened the demonic beasts who were charging in a riot. It was too terrifying. They were not stupid without intelligence, but had a certain level of intelligence. They could tell how terrifying this scene was. For a moment, the rioting demonic beasts stopped, and the sword cultivators were all stunned. What kind of strength was this, one sword? With just one swing of the sword, thousands of demonic beasts were killed. Regardless of whether they were low-level, mid-level, or high-level, none of them could resist at all. The originally extremely cruel battle and killing also stopped in an instant. All eyes fell on Chenzong. It was a kind of shock and admiration. Especially Qin Muxue. After being in contact with Chenzong for 9 years, she increasingly felt that Chenzong was mysterious. A mysterious man always had a stronger attraction to excellent women. Qin Muxue was no longer a child. At least that was what she thought. She always had the idea of exploring her swordsmanship mentor. She felt that her swordsmanship mentor should be very powerful, but she had never seen him in action, so she could not judge what level he was at. She did not expect him to be so powerful. With one sword, thousands of demonic beasts were killed. Even heaven-stage demonic beasts could not resist the killing of that sword chi. What kind of strength was this? He looked so young. Chenzong swung his sword again. The sword chi broke through the air. This time, it did not kill those demonic beasts. Instead, it slashed across the ground, leaving a very long sword mark. His gaze contained supreme sword power, directly oppressing those demonic beasts. Supreme sword intent also spread out, directly oppressing those demonic beasts. It was extremely tyrannical. Those demonic beasts trembled as if they were struck by lightning. They directly crawled on the ground and whimpered like docile puppies. This scene immediately shocked the sword cultivators of Green Sword City. Those who cross the sword mark will die. Chen Zong's voice also sounded. It did not sound strong, but when it fell into the demonic beast's ears, it was like rolling thunder. It directly contained a terrifying power, shaking them to the core. High-level demonic beasts could basically understand human language, and some mid-level demonic beasts could also understand human language. Therefore, they could understand Chen Zong's words. In addition to the shock of killing thousands of demonic beasts with one sword and the impact of the supreme sword power, that sword mark also contained a shocking sword intent. Its power was extremely terrifying, enough to intimidate those demonic beasts. You go back to the city first. I'll go and see the source of the riot, Chen Zong said to Qin Muxue. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Qin Mushue's response, he directly flew into the air, turned into a sword light, and flew away. At the same time, Chen Zong also quietly left a sword qi on Qin Mushue's body. With such a powerful sword qi, once someone attacked Qin Muxue and Qin Muxue was unable to resist, it would automatically be activated to defend and counterattack. Even a quasi-sage would not be able to kill Qin Muxue. After all, Chen Zong was planning to investigate the source of the riot. What was going on? Why did it make her feel uneasy from the bottom of her heart? As for Qin Muxue, to be honest, she had indeed promised Strange Sword Saint, but it was not equivalent to being a nanny. Of course, she could secretly follow and protect Qin Muxue when she had nothing to do, but she could only leave some means of protection at critical moments. If she was still killed, then there was nothing she could do. Just after Chen Zong left, the demonic beasts moved again as if they were driven by some force. However, they were very wary of that sword mark and did not pass by it. Instead, they went around it. In this way, they would not directly attack Green Sword City and would not cause any damage to Green Sword City. Even so, the sword cultivators of Green Sword City still gathered and waited for the demonic beasts to suddenly attack. Fortunately, in the end, the demonic beasts were just passing by and did not intend to directly attack Green Sword City. Most people were happy, but a few people felt uneasy. Why did the demonic beasts riot? If it was not to attack Green Sword City, then why did they riot? What was the reason behind it? Would it affect the safety of Green Sword City? To be able to cause so many demonic beasts to riot, it must be something very terrifying. If it affected Green Sword City, the consequences would definitely be more serious than a demonic beast riot. They could only hope that the powerful sword cultivator could find the reason for the riot. Otherwise, Green Sword City might be in danger. Chen Zong was extremely fast. In an instant, he was far away from Green Sword City and headed towards the dense forest. The dense forest was vast and had a radius of thousands of miles, but it was nothing to Chen Zong. Not long after, Chen Zong entered the deepest part of the forest. As soon as he approached the depths of the forest, Chen Zong felt a terrifying aura pervading the air. That aura seemed to be shrouded in darkness, with a frantic will and an extremely violent aura, causing Chen Zong to unconsciously frown. This aura seemed a little familiar, as if he had felt it somewhere before. In the next moment, Chen Zong's expression changed drastically. Divine demon, he had felt this aura from a divine demon before. Could it be that the divine demon had invaded the ancient sealed world? Unbelievable. Chen Zong did not dare to believe this at all. It should be known that although the ancient sealed world and the divine demon world were neighbors, the world barrier between them was very strong. Even a divine ancestor-level master could not do anything about it. Only through the ruins of the world could one enter the other world, but to enter through the ruins of the world, one needed a lot of luck. Moreover, there was a guard, so the probability of entering the ancient sealed world through the ruins of the world was extremely low. But now, Chen Zong actually felt the aura of a divine demon here, which made him feel incredulous. Could it be that the divine demon had found a new way to open the space-time portal to the ancient sealed world and invade it? Whether it was true or not, he just needed to get closer to find out. With a heart full of doubts, Qianzong quickly approached and finally saw a pitch-black crack. The crack was about 3 meters high and half a meter wide, constantly emitting faint black smoke. 70th Anniversary. May the great motherland become even more prosperous and prosperous. On this beautiful and important occasion, the 6 paths must take this opportunity to ask for a wave of monthly votes. A smoke-like black aura constantly emanated from the pitch-black crack. The darkness was chaotic, violent, and ominous. Qianzong's expression became more and more solemn. It was indeed the aura of the divine demon realm, or rather, the aura of the divine demon realm. Then, was this pitch-black crack leading to the demonic god realm? However, Qianzong did not have the slightest intention of stepping into it. Putting aside whether it led to the divine devil world or somewhere else, with his current strength, going to the divine devil world was not courage, but stupidity. Even a divine ancestor would not dare to step into the divine demon realm alone, let alone himself. Qianzong directly drew his sword and slashed out an extremely powerful sword light with the power of a sacred swordsman. In an instant, it pierced through the air, traversed hundreds of meters, and slashed towards the pitch-black crack. Without any deviation, the powerful sword light directly hit the pitch-black crack. However, it immediately shattered, and the crack remained intact. Qianzong could not help but frown, and attacked again. Sword light instantly pierced through the air, drawing a path. The paths were either straight or curved, and there were a total of 8 paths. They were sword 1 to sword 8 of the single-hearted sword technique. Each sword was more powerful than the previous one, and at the same time, the 8 sword lights directly attacked the pitch-black crack, hitting the same spot. However, the pitch-black crack trembled slightly, and a small crack appeared at the spot where it was hit. Fine cracks spread all over, but as the black aura surged, the cracks healed. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong attacked for the 3rd time. The sword 1 to sword 8 of the single-hearted sword technique did not hit the pitch-black crack. Instead, it was pushed forward, and then exploded. A true sun suddenly rose from Qianzong's body, and an extremely hot aura spread out. Immediately, it merged into the heavenly will sword, completely exploding with a terrifying power. As Qianzong swung the sword, it blasted out. Void explosion, heaven and earth shook. Taihao's single sword was unleashed with all its might. Compared to 9 years ago, Qianzong's cultivation had not improved at all. The mixed yuan heart force had not changed either. However, Qianzong had completely absorbed the essence of the first-generation Taihao swordsmanship. His single heart sword technique had become stronger, and the power of Taihao's single sword had also increased by at least 50%. Taihao's sword was originally extremely powerful, but now that it was increased by 50%, its power would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. The true sun streaked across the sky, its power indescribable. Everything in the surroundings was distorted, the void collapsing. As if it had sensed the danger, the black smoke above the pitch-black crack surged even faster. Like a surging wave, it quickly wrapped around the pitch-black crack, resisting the direct bombardment of the true sun. Not only did the true sun have a terrifying impact, but it also had an incomparably high temperature, incinerating the black smoke in a frenzy. Qianzong stared at it while recovering the almost depleted primordial heart force. In the end, Taihao disappeared, and much of the black smoke had been incinerated, but it was constantly replenished, so that the sword could not break it. If it was really connected to the celestial and demon realms, then his attack was equivalent to fighting against the power of the celestial and demon realms. The power of a realm could be said to be endless, and it was not so easy to deal with. A sudden change occurred. An extremely terrifying roar came out from the black smoke. That roar was incomparably violent and carried with it an extreme darkness, causing Qianzong to involuntarily feel oppressed. In fact, Qianzong preferred to call the celestial and demon realms the demon realms. The so-called celestial and demon realms were more like demons, at least for cultivators who were not from the celestial and demon realms. In the next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the pitch-black crack, rushed out of the black smoke, and directly pounced on Qianzong. Its speed was extremely fast, like a dark lightning bolt. It was a beast, a strong and slender beast with a pitch-black body. It looked a bit like a cheetah, but with bone spurs, it looked more ferocious. This was a magical beast from the celestial and demon realms, and it was extremely ferocious. This magical beast pounced, opening its stinky mouth, revealing fangs that flickered with cold light, and directly biting Qianzong's neck. Its sharp claws also flickered with an extremely dazzling cold light, and directly pierced toward Qianzong's chest. Its tyrannical aura was directly at the level of the heaven realm. Qianzong knew that the creatures in the celestial and demon realms were naturally tyrannical, and it was normal for them to be at the level of the heaven realm. After all, the celestial and demon realms were superior to the mysterious ancient world as a whole. In the celestial and demon realms, the demigod realm was nothing. Only when one reached the level of a true god could one be considered a true powerhouse. The attack of the heaven realm magical beast naturally did not pose the slightest threat to Qianzong. With a flash of sword light, the magical beast was directly killed by Qianzong, but then, more magical beasts rushed out. However, every time a magical beast appeared, it was immediately killed by Qianzong. When the next magical beast appeared, the sword light flashed again, and it was killed again. These magical beasts were only at the level of the heaven realm. To Qianzong, they were like ants. Even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 of them, they would not be able to stop Qianzong from killing them. Of course, this was not a situation where thousands or tens of thousands of magical beasts appeared, otherwise, even a Saint-level powerhouse would not be able to kill them all so easily. Killing magical beasts one after another, Qianzong consumed very little of his mixed yuan heart force and would immediately come over. In other words, under this rhythm, Qianzong could endlessly attack and kill without limit. Hundreds of magical beasts at the level of the heaven realm died in a row, and no more magical beasts appeared. The pitch-black crack unknowingly expanded by 1 meter, and its width increased again, becoming a crack that was 4 meters high and 1 meter wide. More black smoke surged out from it, constantly spreading to the surroundings. Qianzong also found that the surrounding environment was unknowingly changing. Qianzong did not know what that kind of power was, but it had a very strong aggressive nature. It would corrode everything around it and then assimilate it. It was a very terrifying power. At this time, the best thing to do was to spread the news and inform other powerhouses. Unfortunately, the distance was too far. Qianzong did not have any good way to inform other saint-level powerhouses in the distance. He was also worried that if he left, more magical beasts would appear and cause terrible damage. As his thoughts turned, no more magical beasts appeared. Qianzong made a prompt decision and immediately burst out with extreme speed, heading in the direction of Qingjian City. Soon, Qianzong arrived at the Green Sword City and found the Green Sword City city lord. "I am Peerless Sword Saint Qianzong." Qianzong directly stated his identity. The two words Sword Saint startled the city lord at first. After all, Qingjian City was only a small success at the border. Quasi-saint sword cultivators were very rare, let alone a sword saint. But under Qianzong's supreme sword power, the city lord immediately came to his senses and immediately bowed in trepidation, looking indescribably excited. "The situation is urgent. A strong enemy from another world has invaded. Contact the 4 great holy lands as soon as possible. If you can't reach them, then contact the person with the highest status you can reach. Explain the situation and let him contact the 4 great holy lands or any saint-level powerhouse as soon as possible," Qianzong said seriously. His tone was solemn, and the city lord's expression was also solemn. He was infected by the atmosphere. "Yes." The city lord immediately agreed. "Remember, this is extremely important. There must be no delay." Qianzong's tone became more and more serious. "Otherwise, if I find out who delayed, I will kill without mercy." The last 3 words directly made the city lord tremble all over. "Rest assured, Sword Saint. I will immediately contact the city lord of Mountain Sword City." The city lord quickly responded. Mountain Sword City was a much stronger city than Qingjian City. The city lord's strength was naturally much stronger than the city lord's. Unfortunately, he forgot to leave the contact information of the Thunder Sword Saint and the others. No, he had another way, which was to go to Taishan. It had been a long time since he left Taishan, and Qianzong didn't go to the Taishan realm again. A long time had passed, and with the various experiences in the unknown place, he felt that time and space were in disorder, and he had unconsciously forgotten some things. For example, the Taishan token. Zong had never used the power of the Taishan token to go to and from the Taishan realm, so he had forgotten. Now that he had told the city lord about it, he suddenly remembered. Since he remembered, he couldn't have the slightest hesitation. Making a prompt decision, Zong immediately left the city lord's residence. He found a deserted place and took out the Taishan token to activate it. In an instant, the Taishan token emitted a ray of light, projecting forward and building a portal that connected to the Taishan realm. Through this portal, one could directly return to Taishan. However, it couldn't be used in a fierce battle, because it took some time to build this portal. Although it wasn't very long, less than 10 breaths, for a fast-changing battle, 10 breaths was enough for a lot of changes to happen. Many victories and deaths in battles were completed in just a few breaths. Therefore, the portal to Taishan was only suitable to be used when there was no battle or when the battle wasn't critical. When the portal was completed, Zong immediately stepped into it. It was as if he was shuttling through invisible water. When he took another step, he appeared in Taishan. Unfortunately, the true Void Grand Sage wasn't in Taishan. Zong could only find other saint-level cultivators. In the end, he found a Supreme Saint, the Nine Flames Supreme Sage. Zong didn't beat around the bush and directly told him what he had found. "Let's go." The Nine Flames Supreme Sage's expression was solemn. He immediately moved without hesitation and left Taishan through the portal. He went to Qingjian City, and then, together with Zong, he quickly rushed into the dense forest, heading straight for the depths. Fast, the Nine Flames Supreme Sage's speed was extremely fast. Even if Zong exploded with his full speed, he couldn't catch up. Therefore, the Nine Flames Supreme Sage was the first to reach the depths of the dense forest. When Zong arrived, he saw balls of blazing flames exploding, burning in all directions and directly covering the pitch-black crack. The power of the flame was extremely terrifying. It burned the void until it was distorted. Zong could feel the terrifying power contained in it from afar. He was worthy of being a powerhouse of the great sage realm. His first move was so astonishing. It seemed that nothing could resist the burning of this flame, and everything would be turned into ashes. Through the blazing flames, Zong saw the black smoke being incinerated into nothingness. He also saw the pitch-black crack expanding further. Part 1, I came late. I celebrated the 70th anniversary of my country last night. I was so happy that my head hurts. Xianxia City was not a small city. It was much bigger and more prosperous than Greensword City. Furthermore, the mayor of Xianxia City was a heaven-rank final extremity master. What invasion from another world? What a joke. After the mayor of Xianxia City received the urgent message from the mayor of Greensword City, his first reaction was to be stunned. Then, he laughed coldly. "Sir, are we not going to report this?" The beauty beside him asked. "Report what?" "The mayor of Greensword City is old and weak." He must have misunderstood something. The mayor of Xianxia City said indifferently. His rough hands kneaded the beauty's breasts. "Don't worry about him. I've lived for so many years and I've never heard of another world. Come on, beauty. Let's have some fun." Annoying. In the depths of the forest, the Nine Flames Supreme Sage waved his hand. Blazing flames incinerated everything. Even the void was incinerated. All the dust particles were burned to ashes. Such power was terrifying. Zong could not even get close. The difference in power was too great. However, under such terrifying flames, the black crack did not disappear. Instead, it was filled with a mysterious power. It resisted the burning of the flames and continued to expand. Now, the black crack was 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. It was like a tall black door. The aura it emitted was even more shocking. Immediately, a figure appeared. The moment it appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura. It swept in all directions. The aura was so strong that it was not inferior to the Nine Flames Supreme Sage. Zong squinted his eyes. His expression changed. He immediately saw that it was a divine demon master. A divine demon master in the spiritual god level, it was indeed the divine demon realm that wanted to invade the mysterious ancient world. Although he did not know why, the demonic beasts appeared first. After discovering that the demonic beasts were killed, they stopped and sent a divine demon master. The appearance of a spiritual god expert was called the Nine Flames Supreme Sage. His expression was extremely grave. The flames that filled the sky immediately condensed and rushed towards the spiritual god expert like rivers returning to the sea. They carried extremely terrifying power as they bombarded the spiritual god expert. That spiritual god divine demon expert immediately erupted as well. A layer of black light permeated the air and completely covered his surroundings. That layer of black light looked like a crystal with tens of thousands of sides. It was filled with extremely tyrannical defensive power that could resist all attacks. Even though the Nine Flames Grand Sage's flames were shockingly powerful and could burn through the void, he was unable to break through it. Leave quickly and inform the Four Holy Lands. The Nine Flames Grand Sage whispered to Chenzong, I will stop him. Chenzong also knew that if it was a principal god, he would still be able to attack and even kill him. However, a spirit god fiend expert was too powerful. He was completely no match for him. He probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike. The best thing for him to do was to leave and inform the Four Holy Lands immediately. As for letting the Master of Green Sword City send a message, that was also a method that didn't conflict. Furthermore, it was still unknown when the Four Holy Lands would be notified. Previously, it was only because he was here. Now that the Nine Flames Supreme Sage was here, there was nothing for him to do for the time being. Without hesitation, Chenzong immediately left. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If he had remembered the Taishan token in time, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Of course, that wasn't necessarily the case. After all, this pitch-black crack was very strong. Even the Nine Flames Supreme Sage couldn't destroy it. This meant that even if he had remembered the Taishan token and the Nine Flames Supreme Sage came, he still wouldn't be able to destroy the spacetime portal. As the portal continued to expand, what was supposed to happen would happen. All in all, guilt and whatnot didn't matter. The celestial and demonic world was about to invade. The experts of the ancient mysterious world had to unite and resist the invasion of the celestial and demonic world. Chenzong's explosive speed was extremely fast. Without any pause, he flew directly towards one of the Four Holy Lands. One of the Four Holy Lands closest to him was the Valley of No Return. There was only one secret sword technique in the Valley of No Return, and it was called the Sword Technique of No Return. Chenzong hadn't seen the wonders of the Sword Technique of No Return, but he had heard that it was an extremely terrifying sword technique. The Sword Technique of No Return, once the sword was drawn, there would be no return. The so-called no return meant that there would be no return until there was blood. It was an extremely murderous sword technique. When the sword was drawn, there must be blood. Without blood, it would not return to the sheath. It was extremely extreme. Chenzong was actually very interested in such a sword technique, but now wasn't a good time. Chenzong's speed was extremely fast as he flew towards the Valley of No Return. On the other hand, the Nine Flames Supreme Sage and the Divine Demon in the spiritual god realm were locked in an intense battle. The Nine Flames Great Way of the Nine Flames Supreme Sage was an extremely violent Great Way. Its frontal attack power was extremely tyrannical and shocking. However, such shocking power was unable to break through the Divine Demon in the spiritual god realm. Too strong. The defensive power of this Divine Devil expert is too tyrannical. It's like a tortoise's shell. It's simply difficult to break through. Even if it's broken, it'll recover very quickly. This was also the strategy of the celestial demon realm. First, they let the divine demon experts who were good at defense enter the mysterious ancient world. This way, they could better resist the experts of the mysterious ancient world and buy time for the other divine demon experts to enter the mysterious ancient world. The divine demon in the spiritual god realm was standing in front of the spacetime portal, resisting the violent attacks of the Nine Flames Supreme Sage. The Valley of No Return was a valley, an extremely huge valley. Outside the valley was an invisible formation. It was a sword technique formation. If this formation was activated, it could resist the attack of a great Saint Realm expert. It could even resist the attack of a divine Ancestor Realm expert to a certain extent. Of course, that was under the condition that it was fully activated. The amount of energy consumed in every breath was shocking and massive. Even in a half-activated state, it was enough to resist the attack of a pristine Saint Realm expert. Chenzong did not barge in rashly. Instead, he stood outside the Valley of No Return. Peerless Sword Saint, Chenzong, is here to visit. I have something important to tell you. Chenzong said loudly. His voice was like the sound of a sword, but it was also like rolling thunder that directly entered the Valley of No Return. Immediately, a sword light soared into the sky and approached Chenzong with an indomitable sword will. It was a sword saint in the Valley of No Return, a pristine Saint Realm sword saint. Greetings, peerless sword saint. The other party saluted with his sword. Please. Chenzong realized that this person was also one of the sword saints who entered the unknown place in the 10,000 Swords Mountain with him. I have something important to discuss with the Valley Master. The situation was urgent. Chenzong returned the salute and said immediately without any formalities. You want to see the Valley Master? The sword saint frowned slightly. The Valley Master of the Valley of No Return was a great Saint Realm expert. After all, the Valley of No Return was a holy land. It was not like other forces that let a quasi-saint be the sect master. The Valley Master of the Great Saint Realm was not someone who could be easily met. However, Chenzong's expression was solemn and his tone was dignified. It was obvious that there was something very important. I'll report it now, the sword saint said immediately. Soon, the Valley of No Return replied. Chenzong immediately went to see the Valley Master. The Valley Master of the Valley of No Return was an old man who looked thin. There did not seem to be any powerful aura on him. However, Chenzong was able to capture the weak aura that flashed across the other party's body. Although it seemed very weak, it was a very terrifying feeling. When Chenzong sensed it carefully, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. This was especially true for the old man's eyes. They looked ordinary, but they were filled with restrained brilliance, which was extremely shocking. Little friend, I heard that you are looking for me for something important. The Valley Master of the Valley of No Return smiled. With his status, strength, and age, it was very appropriate for him to call Chenzong little friend. Valley Master, the divine demon world has invaded. Chenzong's words made the Valley Master of the Valley of No Return's expression change drastically. As one of the Holy Land Masters and a great Saint Realm expert, he naturally knew about the existence of Tai Xian. At the same time, he also knew the true purpose of Tai Xian's existence. The Divine Demon World, it was also a powerful world that all Sage Realm experts knew about. The divine demons of the Divine Demon World were also very powerful. Any cultivator who had entered the ruins of world and fought with divine demon experts knew this. Coincidentally, the Valley Master of the Valley of No Return had also entered the ruins of world and fought with divine demon experts before. At this moment, when he heard that the divine demon world had invaded, his expression changed immediately. Have the divine demons rushed out of the ruins of world? The Valley Master of the Valley of No Return asked immediately. After all, the ruins of world was the only place that connected the divine demon world and the ancient mysterious world. The only way for divine demon experts to invade the ancient mysterious world should be through the ruins of world. Could it be that the divine demons found a way to invade the Tai Xian realm through the ruins of world and then the ancient mysterious world? If that was the case, wouldn't the Tai Xian realm have fallen? It shouldn't be so fast. With the power of the Tai Xian realm, there should be at least one great Saint Realm expert and many small saints guarding it. Even if it was invaded by the divine demon world, it shouldn't have fallen before the news could spread. It's not the ruins of world. It's in the depths of a dense forest 100 miles away from Green Sword City. The divine demon world used some method to open a space-time crack and built a space-time portal. When I came to the Valley of No Return, the Nine-Flame Supreme Sage of the Tai Xian realm was already fighting with a spiritual god expert. Chenzong immediately summarized the situation he knew. When the Valley Master of the Valley of No Return heard this, his expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but stand up with a solemn expression. I understand. I'll leave now. The Valley Master of the Valley of No Return said. He quickly gathered the sword saints of the Valley of No Return and explained the situation. The invasion of the divine demon world, this was no small matter. They had to treat it seriously. Even if they could wipe out the space-time crack, they still had to take it seriously. At the same time, in the depths of the dense forest 100 miles outside of Xianxia city, the Nine Flames Grand Sage continued his relentless attacks. However, he was still unable to truly break through the defenses of the spiritual god-level God-Fiend Master. Instead, the space-time fissure expanded even further. It was now 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. It looked like a huge black door that constantly spewed out astonishing God-Fiend aura. In an instant, a terrifying aura rushed out from the space-time crack, causing the Nine Flames Supreme Sage's expression to become even more solemn. "Welcome, Divine Lord." The spiritual god expert immediately retreated and spoke. The content of his words caused the Nine Flames Supreme Sage to be extremely shocked. Divine Master, the Divine Master from the celestial and demonic world had arrived. The Nine Flames Grand Sage was shocked beyond belief. He also felt an inexplicable sense of fear. A Divine Master was equivalent to a Divine Ancestor. No, some Divine Masters were even more powerful than a Divine Ancestor. They were extremely terrifying existences. Retreat, he could not retreat. After a moment of internal struggle, the Nine Flames Grand Sage made a decision. No matter what, he could not retreat. Once he retreated, no one would be able to stop the arrival of the celestial and demonic world cultivators. When that happened, the invasion of the celestial and demonic world cultivators would be disastrous. He could not retreat, even if he had to pay the price with his life. He had to hold on until the other ancient Xian world cultivators arrived. Attack with all his might. It would be best if he could defeat the Divine Master before he arrived. As for killing him, the Nine Flames Grand Sage did not dare to think about it. The gap between a great saint and a Divine Master was huge. It was like a small saint facing a great saint. However, the Nine Flames Grand Sage's all-out attack could not do anything. The terrifying aura grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, a figure appeared. It was a figure that was a few meters tall. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to expand infinitely. It was like a giant that supported the heavens, a giant that was a few hundred meters tall or a few thousand meters tall. However, the Divine Master's body was not that huge. It was just an illusion in terms of aura, an influence in terms of aura. Pressure. The Nine Flames Grand Sage felt extremely pressured, so much so that he could not breathe. He had no choice but to attack again. Burn. A look of determination appeared on the Nine Flames Grand Sage's face. It was a kind of determination, a kind of desperation to survive. Facing a Divine Master, even though he did not know which Divine Master it was at least at the Divine Ancestor level. It was terrifying. Under normal circumstances, he would not be a match for it. As such, he could only burn himself. Yes, the Nine Flames Grand Sage's entire body was burning. He was burning furiously, as if oil had been added to a fire. Once he started burning, he became incomparably hot and violent. He was extremely violent and scorching. A frighteningly hot aura surged out and covered all directions. It was as if nothing in the heavens or the earth could resist it. Die. The Nine Flames Grand Sage, who was burning to the limit, roared. In an instant, he unleashed a fire dragon. The fire dragon was hundreds of meters long. As soon as it appeared, it roared. The fire dragon's roar was earth-shattering. The fire dragon's body was red, but it instantly turned orange, then yellow, then red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, silver, and gold, and finally gold. Great Tao of Nine Flames, every color represented a different level of power. It was a terrifying power. When it turned into golden flames, its power reached its peak. Even the flames around the Nine Flames Grand Sage turned golden. The golden flaming dragon roared crazily and charged at the Divine Master who had just appeared. This was the Nine Flames Supreme Sage's all-out attack. It was also the Nine Flames Supreme Sage sacrificing his own life in exchange for an attack that exceeded his limits. The power of this attack surpassed his previous attacks and approached the level of a Divine Ancestor. Even a Divine Ancestor could not underestimate this attack. The Divine Master was indeed very strong. However, in the face of the attack from the fire dragon, his expression changed. With a roar, he raised the black rod in his hand and smashed it out. With a boom, the void seemed to be shattered. The terrifying rod smashed out. It seemed to be thousands of meters long. It smashed down directly towards the fire dragon. After a slight pause, the fire dragon exploded. Countless golden flames sputtered and burned through the void. After they landed in the distance, the trees were reduced to nothingness. The ground also evaporated, forming many craters. This scene was extremely shocking. The Nine Flame Supreme Sage's expression became more and more serious. He did not expect that even after burning himself, such an attack that exceeded his limits could not harm the Divine Master at all. It seemed like this time, he could only give it his all. This wasn't just a casual fight. It was a real fight that required one to pay the price of one's life. Life was precious, especially for an expert like him who had cultivated to the great sage realm. He had a lofty status, and his lifespan was also very long. It was not difficult for him to live for hundreds of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, he had only lived for tens of thousands of years now. There was still a long way to go. But now, he was about to lose everything. Forget it. Wasn't the purpose of joining the Taishan sect to resist the invasion of the celestial and demonic world? There would always be such a day. The only difference was that it would happen a few tens of thousands of years earlier or later. With a boom, the Nine Flame Supreme Sage completely exploded. In an instant, flames of 9 different colors covered the sky and earth. They appeared out of nowhere. Each flower was a few meters long. They floated around one after another. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, silver, gold, 9 colored flames bloomed in the void like flowers. They were incomparably magnificent. Each flower of flames emitted an extremely shocking aura. Some were extremely hot, some were extremely blazing, some were extremely violent, and some were extremely quiet and mysterious. 9 flames. Great heavenly explosion. The voice of the Nine Flame Supreme Sage rang out. His words contained an extremely frightening power. His eyes seemed to be burning. Flames of different colors appeared from all directions. They flew towards the Divine Master with the black stick. Each flame carried an extremely frightening power. Boom boom boom, the Divine Master waved his black stick and shattered the flames. After the explosions, the flames turned into sparks and fell to the ground. In a few breaths' time, dozens of flames of different colors were shattered. They turned into sparks and fell to the ground. The Nine Flame Supreme Sage's entire body was burning. His body also turned into flames. He completely turned into flames, the flames of 9 different colors. His entire body disappeared. Merging the body with the way, his entire being, his essence, spirit, soul, and even his body were all set ablaze, fusing into the great way of 9 flames that he had grasped. Only his mind remained, but without his body and soul to rely on, his mind would quickly dissipate. With a boom, the Nine Flame Supreme Sage turned into a 9-colored flame and charged towards the Divine Master at an astonishing speed. He was instantly shattered by the Divine Master's stick. The sprinkling 9-colored flames seemed to have fused with the ground, and a sudden change occurred. With the Divine Master as the center, even the spirit God-Fiend expert was completely engulfed. Wisps of flames of various colors spread across the ground, as if someone was holding a brush and painting with the ground as a canvas. The patterns and lines of flames directly drew the outline of a flower that suddenly soared into the sky. It was a huge 9-colored flaming flower. In an instant, it wrapped the Divine Lord and that Divine Devil expert at the spiritual God level. It looked like a flower bud. However, because the power was too tyrannical at that moment, even the Divine Lord couldn't break it open. He could only be wrapped inside it. An extremely frightening power burst forth from the 9-colored flame flower. It was like a scorching furnace. It burned wildly and burned everything. It wanted to burn everything into ashes. Burn, burn, burn. Not only was it burning at an extremely high temperature, but it was also filled with shocking explosive power. As it exploded, it madly attacked the Divine Master and the Divine Demon in the spiritual God level. The Divine Lord's expression was extremely solemn. As his black staff trembled, his tyrannical power completely erupted. In an instant, the black staff constantly expanded in an attempt to break through the 9 flames flower's encirclement. At the same time, the Divine Lord also constantly erupted with power in an attempt to break through. However, this Nine Flames flower was the Nine Flames Supreme Sage's final work. It was the final song of his life and his great way. After this attack, he would die. Even a divine ancestor-level expert would not be able to resist it easily. With a boom, the Nine Flames flower was finally broken open by the Divine Master. After breaking open the Nine Flames flower, the Divine Master panted heavily. His aura was chaotic. It was obvious that he was also injured. As for the Divine Demon in the spiritual god level, his situation was even worse. His body was constantly burning with flames. It was as if oil had been poured on his body. No matter how much power he released, he could not extinguish the flames on his body. The Divine Master also immediately attacked. He released his power and struck with his stick. He wanted to extinguish the nine-colored flame on his opponent's body. However, it was difficult to do so. After all, the Divine Master was also injured. Under the Nine Flames Supreme Sage's final song, he paid the price of his life to injure a Divine Master. He also burned a Divine Demon in the spiritual god level to death and turned him into charcoal. The moment the Nine Flames Supreme Sage's strand of consciousness completely dissipated, the heavens and the earth shook. Between the heavens and the earth, two rays of sword light were extremely fast. The sword light was bright and seemed to carry a trace of blood. It directly traversed the sky. Its speed was indescribably fast. These two rays of sword light were the manifestation of the Valley Master of the Valley of No Return and a great saint sword cultivator of the Valley of No Return. They were rushing with extreme speed in the direction of Xianxia city. Suddenly, as the heavens and the earth trembled, gusts of wind blew. The wind whimpered as if countless people were crying. It was filled with sadness. As the sorrowful wind swept past, a smear of crimson appeared in the sky. It was crimson like blood. The crimson turned into wisps of clouds and condensed in the sorrowful wind's whimpered. Then, drops of red dripped down. The sorrowful wind. Blood rain, the heavens and the earth wept, and the great Tao wailed. Such a sorrowful vision caused the expressions of the Valley Master and the other two great Saint Realm powerhouses to change drastically. They couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow growing from the depths of their hearts, causing them to choke with grief. Dead. A saint has fallen. Who has fallen? A saint has fallen. Its full name was the fall of a saint. Saint-level cultivators mastered the Great Way. This Great Way was controlled by themselves. However, it was closely related to the Great Way origin between the heavens and the earth. Therefore, when a saint-level cultivator fell, it would cause the Great Way of the heavens and the earth to tremble. A strange phenomenon would appear, as if the heavens and the earth were mourning. It was called the fall of a saint. When a small saint fell, the fall of a saint was not intense. It only affected a small area. However, when a great saint fell, the area of the fall would be much larger. Sorrowful winds howled and blood rained down. Heaven and earth mourned. This was the death of a saint. Xianxia, who was flying through the air on his sword, could not help but pause. He could not help but feel a burst of sadness from the depths of his heart. It was like a torrent that broke through a dam. It was so unexpected that it engulfed his entire being. The Nine Flames Supreme Sage. Xianxia could not help but be speechless. An indescribable sadness surged from the depths of his heart. Following that, an incomparably deep murderous intent erupted like a volcano. The one who died should be the Nine Flames Supreme Sage. Otherwise, how could a great saint die so easily? It must have something to do with the fiend god realm. If the one who died was really the Nine Flames Supreme Sage, then it had something to do with him. If he had not gone to Taishan to find the Nine Flames Supreme Sage, the Nine Flames Supreme Sage would not have died. Of course, if he had found another Supreme Sage, such as the True Void Sage, then the one who died might be the True Void Sage, or not. All in all, it was just a guess. But the truth had already happened. Beneath the indescribable sorrow, there was a deep sense of guilt. Although the fall of the Nine Flames Supreme Sage was caused by the circumstances, it had nothing to do with him. After all, he was the one who found him and caused his fall. Burn, a ball of anger burned in his heart, filled with endless murderous intent and anger. Xianxia's eyes were piercingly cold. As the qi around him changed, it was filled with an incomparably shocking murderous intent. It was a murderous intent towards the fiend god realm. Without a doubt, the fall of the Nine Flames Supreme Sage was inextricably linked to the fiend god realm. He was even directly killed by a fiend god realm master. But, was it just because of a spiritual god realm master? Not necessarily. A fiend god realm master might be stronger than a human cultivator of the same level, but it was not absolute. It was not easy to kill them. Divine Master, Chenzong could not help but think that the Divine Master of the Fiend God realm had descended upon the mysterious ancient world. Only a Divine Master had the power to kill a great saint. But it was not that easy, unless it was an extremely powerful Divine Master. It was highly likely that the Nine Flames Grand Sage died because he fought to the death against a Divine Master. Otherwise, if he had retreated, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would not have died. Heavy, thinking of this, Chenzong's heart became heavier and heavier. It was so heavy that he found it hard to breathe. The anger and killing intent in his heart made Chenzong want to rush towards Green Sword City and kill the god fiends. However, his rationality stopped him from doing so. Even if he rushed over with his own strength, it wouldn't be of much use. He wouldn't be able to fight against a spiritual god-level god-fiend expert, let alone a divine master-level god-fiend expert. Now, it was time to contact the other saints. The invasion of the god and devil world was not a matter of one person, but of the entire ancient profound world. No one could stay out of it. Of course, ordinary cultivators were powerless in front of the fiend god realm. The power of the fiend god realm was not something they could imagine. The only ones who truly had the qualifications to cross sages were the quasi-sages. As for those ultimate heaven stage experts, they were also useful. They were specially used to deal with those ultimate heaven stage magical beasts in the godly demon world. For the entire ancient profound world, there were only a few who could really be used to resist the god and devil realms. Only the saints were the true main force against the god and devil realms. Of course, Chenzong didn't know if the god and devil realms would eventually invade. However, since it was the god and devil realms, it wouldn't be too much to pay attention to it. Moreover, now that a great saint expert had fallen, it meant that the god and devil realms invasion this time wouldn't be so easy to resist. Chenzong flew in the direction of Star Sword Palace. He wanted to bring the news to them. With Chenzong's speed, it would take some time for him to rush to the Starry Sword Palace. However, everyone in the ancient realm of 10,000 swords had already seen the phenomenon. Those quasi-sages, saints, and a few heaven stage experts naturally knew what it meant. A saint expert had fallen. Moreover, it was a great saint expert who had fallen. For a moment, the four great holy lands and various forces were all shocked and shocked. They were all guessing. In the Starry Sword Palace, the palace master was also a great saint expert. He had gathered a group of sword saints in the main hall of the Starry Sword Palace. A saint has fallen. It was a great saint, but we still don't know who it was. The palace master of the Starry Sword Palace said in a serious tone, "I have an ominous feeling in my heart." "Palace master, I can't deduce the specifics of the astrolabe. I can only deduce the phenomenon of the destruction of the stars." A very old great saint expert spoke slowly. He was the oldest expert in the Starry Sword Palace other than the divine ancestor. He cultivated the stellar divination technique, which was very difficult to cultivate in the Starry Sword Palace. His performance in battle was relatively average, but he was best at deduction. Especially when paired with the astrolabe of the Starry Sword Palace, the deduction effect was astonishing. However, he couldn't deduce the specifics of the situation. It was obviously beyond the scope of deduction. However, he could only deduce the phenomenon of the destruction of the stars, which represented destruction and death. A great terror was about to descend. What kind of great terror was it? For a moment, the sword saints of the Starry Sword Palace fell silent and pondered. What kind of terrifying thing was about to descend? Suddenly, as if a bolt of lightning had struck, some people's expressions changed drastically as if they had thought of something. At the same time, a voice came from outside the Starry Sword Palace. The peerless sword Saint Chenzong came to visit with an extremely important matter. "Quickly invite him in," the palace master of the Starry Sword Palace said immediately. Soon, Chenzong arrived in the Starry Hall. When he saw a group of sword saints, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Collecting his thoughts, Qianzong immediately explained the situation. It is indeed the invasion of the celestial and demonic realms. The palace master of the Starry Sword Palace said in a low voice, "Has that old thing Mo Soundless already made his move? I suspect that a divine master has crossed over. Otherwise, the Nine Flames Supreme Sage wouldn't have fallen," Qianzong said in a low voice. If a divine master had really descended, it would be useless even if the valley master of the no return Sword Valley went. Qianzong's words silenced everyone. A divine master, that was at least the divine ancestor level. It was rumored that all-powerful divine masters were even stronger than divine ancestors. "Now, we can only invite the great ancestor," a great saint said. The strongest person in the Starry Sword Palace wasn't a great saint, but the Starry Sword Master. Although there was only one such sword master, it was a kind of deterrence, That was a powerful existence. At the divine ancestor level, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the saint level. Under normal circumstances, sword masters wouldn't appear at all. They were all cultivating to pursue a higher level, although it seemed like an illusory existence. Soon, Qianzong felt an indescribable aura permeating the air. It was a supreme aura of the Way of the Sword. It was as if the aura of the Way of the Sword dominated everything, as if the Way of the Sword in the world had to bow down before it. "I'll go and take a look." A voice came from above the hall and into everyone's ears. The voice sounded old, but it also seemed to be full of vitality. Everyone immediately left the hall and looked towards the sky. They only saw a wisp of star-like sword light that flickered with incomparable brilliance as it instantly tore through the sky. Its speed was simply indescribable, and Qianzong estimated that its speed was at least 10 times faster than his maximum speed, or even more. The moment Qianzong looked at it, he felt a shocking sword power. It was as distant as the stars in the sky, but it was also blazing. It was extremely shocking. It was a sword master level expert, the strongest existence in the Starry Sword Palace, the Starry Sword Master. In the blink of an eye, the Starry Sword Master disappeared without a trace before everyone's eyes. Then, 2 great saint-level experts from the Starry Sword Palace flew into the sky and turned into 2 starlight. They exploded with extreme speed and flew in the direction of the Starry Sword Master. Fast, extremely fast, even though the Starry Sword Master had taken action, if the Fiend God world really invaded, it wouldn't only be divine masters who would cross over. Other spiritual god-level fiend gods would also cross over. Even righteous god-level fiend gods and demigod-level fiend gods would also cross over. "I still have to go to the Myriad Swords Mountain and Solitary Sword Villa. Goodbye," Qianzong immediately said to the others from the Starry Sword Palace. Then, he looked at Strange Sword Saint and said, "Senior, when I left, your descendant was still fine. However, the matter is urgent. Forgive me for not being able to fulfill the agreement." "It's fine." Strange Sword Saint's temper was straightforward, but he wasn't unreasonable. As for his descendant, it wasn't that important at this time. He directly ordered a quasi-saint from the Starry Sword Palace to go over and pick him up. If he died, it would be unfortunate. There was nothing they could do about it. "What's the agreement?" the Starry Sword Palace master asked curiously. "Help me teach a junior swordsmanship for 10 years. If he passes the test, I'll give him a place to cultivate in the Star Secret Land." Strange Sword Saint didn't hide anything and directly replied. "Qianzong, you can enter the Star Secret Land at any time," the Starry Sword Palace master immediately said. "Thank you, Palace Master. However, I still have to go to the Solitary Sword Villa and the Myriad Swords Mountain." Qianzong was vaguely excited. However, he still said that the matter was urgent. As the person involved, he had to do his best. "Yes, this matter is of great importance. Strange Sword Saint, go to the Solitary Sword Villa and the Myriad Swords Mountain first to inform them," the Starry Sword Palace master immediately said. Strange Sword Saint was a great saint expert. His speed was naturally not something Qianzong could compare with. At least, the difference was several times. If Strange Sword Saint went to inform them, it would undoubtedly be faster. Qianzong naturally had no objection to such an arrangement. Strange Sword Saint also had no objection. As such, Strange Sword Saint directly set off to the Solitary Sword Villa that was closer to the Myriad Swords Mountain and directly informed them. the divine demon world had never really invaded. This was the first time. As for Qin Muxue, a quasi-sage went to pick her up. As for Xianxia, he stayed in the Starry Sword Palace and prepared to enter the Star Secret Land to cultivate and comprehend in the Star Secret Land. Xianxia didn't know what kind of opportunities were contained in the Star Secret Land. However, it was the most important cultivation holy land in the Starry Sword Palace. It was definitely extraordinary. He only hoped that he could comprehend some mysteries from it, whether it was swordsmanship or swordsmanship. Of course, it would be best if he could comprehend the next step of his inner world cultivation. However, Xianxia still didn't know what exactly it was. No matter what, he just had to enter first. Above the horizon, a sword light streaked across the sky like a star. Its speed seemed to be able to transcend time and space. Not long after, it crossed the Green Sword City and charged into the dense forest 100 miles away. It also saw the pitch-black crack. At this moment, the crack had expanded to a length of 30 meters and a width of more than 10 meters. It stood on the ground and constantly spewed out black smoke, shrouding the surroundings and covering a radius of 10,000 meters. A figure stood within it. At first glance, it seemed to be a few hundred meters tall. It stood between the heavens and the earth and was extremely majestic, like an ancient demonic mountain that could not be shaken. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was not a few hundred meters tall but only a few meters tall. It was just that its power was so strong that it created a visual impact. A divine master, it was the divine master who held a long black staff. He was guarding the space-time portal, which was the so-called divine demon gate. When the divine demon gate was completely stabilized, a large number of divine demon experts would cross over and invade the ancient mysterious world. Before that, they had to ensure that the divine demon gate would not be destroyed. Even if a small saint could not destroy it, it did not mean that a great saint could not do it. Moreover, there were still some divine ancestor experts in the ancient mysterious world who had the fighting power of a divine master. The Star Sword Master stood in the sky and his eyes seemed to have stars flowing in them. They pierced through the black smoke and locked onto the divine master. Then, the Star Sword Master raised his fingers and pointed his index and middle fingers together like a sword in the void. Every time he pointed his sword, a cold light would appear in the void. It was like the stars in the sky were twinkling. In the next moment, every cold light seemed to explode and shot out an extremely sharp and fast ray. It pierced through the clouds and the moon and pierced through the black smoke. It tore through the smoke like a hot knife through butter and went straight for the divine master who held the staff. The divine master roared and the long black staff shook. The surrounding space vibrated and was suddenly raised. It carried an extremely terrifying power that seemed to be able to shatter stars as it blasted towards the incoming Star Sword Chi. One after another, the Star Sword Chi shot towards the divine master but were continuously shattered. Then, the Star Sword Master slashed out with his fingers and a dazzling starlight condensed in the sky. His aura locked onto the divine master and then shot down. It was like a meteor, but it carried with it an earth-shattering sword power. The divine master's expression was solemn. The long black staff expanded by 10 times in an instant. It carried a divine power that could destroy heaven and earth as it smashed out. The divine master wielding the black staff was a divine ancestor. Naturally, the Star Sword Master was also a divine ancestor. However, among the divine ancestors of the ancient Xian world, the Star Sword Master's strength was above average. He was also a sword cultivator. His offensive ability was extremely shocking. The goal of the divine master was to protect the divine devil gate behind him from being destroyed. Now, the divine devil gate was even more sturdy, but it was still unable to truly withstand the all-out attack of a divine master. However, as long as it was completely stabilized, a divine master's attack would not be able to do anything to it. Strange Sword Elder was a great saint expert. He was extremely fast, like a meteor streaking across the sky. He quickly arrived at the Greatsword Villa. His reputation was much more useful than Xianxia's. After all, he was a great saint expert and an expert from the Star Sword Palace. Once he arrived at the Greatsword Villa, he was immediately received with extremely high standards. However, Strange Sword Elder was not there as a guest. He came with important news. After informing the Great Sword Villa of the invasion of the celestial and demon world and the fall of the Nine Flames Supreme Sage, he left for the 10,000 Swords Mountain again. There were quite a number of saint experts in the 10,000 Swords ancient domain. There were dozens of small saints and great saints. They were undoubtedly a very powerful force. If they could deal with the invasion of the celestial and demon world on their own, it would undoubtedly be better. In short, the news had to be spread to all the saint experts and quasi-saints in the 10,000 Swords ancient domain. As for whether to spread the news to other domains, it would be decided when the time came. If the 10,000 Swords ancient domain alone was enough to repel the invasion of the celestial and demon world, it would greatly increase the reputation of the 10,000 Swords ancient domain. The celestial and demon world was very strong and the celestial and demon world were very powerful. This was publicly acknowledged. However, would a saint expert be afraid because of this? Of course not, especially sword cultivators, they would not be afraid. Not long after, Strange Sword Elder also arrived at the 10,000 Swords Mountain. This news naturally spread to the 10,000 Swords Mountain. Great Mystery also knew about it long ago. There were quite a number of saint experts in the mysterious ancient world. Although not all of them joined Great Mystery, not even half of them, it was still not a small number. The fall of the Nine Flames Supreme Sage was quickly known to the people of Great Mystery. After knowing the reason, they also knew about the invasion of the celestial and demon world. They immediately mobilized, causing the 10,000 Swords ancient domain's plan to deal with this matter with their own strength to fail. This was because the experts of Great Mystery came from all over the mysterious ancient world and were not limited to just one domain. The invasion of the celestial and demon world, this news spread to the ears of the saint experts of each domain at an astonishing speed. However, many of them did not have a clear understanding of the celestial and demon world. They only knew of their existence and heard that they were very strong. As for how strong they were, they did not have a direct understanding because they had never come into contact with them. As a saint expert, they had their own confidence. Under the situation where they did not see the truth, they were not that cautious about the invasion of the celestial and demon world. However, because of the fall of the Nine Flames Supreme Sage, the atmosphere of the entire mysterious ancient world unconsciously became solemn. Even the cultivators with low cultivation base could not help but feel the change in the atmosphere. As for the peddlers and pawns, they could not help but feel that the atmosphere seemed to have become more oppressive, causing them to be more cautious when they spoke or did things. Star Sword Palace was one of the 4 great holy lands of the 10,000 Swords ancient domain. It was a powerful holy land second only to the 10,000 Swords Mountain. In the entire mysterious ancient world, it could be considered as a strong holy land. Compared to the ancient Phoenix Mountain, it was not inferior at all. After all, the ancient Phoenix Mountain only had one great saint realm expert, while Star Sword Palace had 4 great saints. There was one sword master, 4 great saint realm experts, and more than a dozen pristine saint realm experts. This was the number of top-notch experts in Star Sword Palace. However, this number was still slightly inferior to Myriad Swords Mountain. It was about the same as Non-Return Sword Valley and Solitary Sword Villa. This was also the strength of the holy lands in the ancient regions. As for the other big regions, the holy lands were relatively weaker. The ancient Phoenix Mountain only had one great saint. However, the ancient Phoenix Mountain's bloodline was extremely shocking. Their battle prowess was incomparably shocking. The Star Secret Grounds were the most important cultivation grounds of the Star Sword Palace. If one didn't contribute anything to the Star Sword Palace, it wouldn't be easy to enter. But now, Chenzong, an outsider, had obtained the opportunity to enter. The Star Secret place was like a small world. After Chenzong stepped in, he stood under the sky. The sky was dark like the night sky. The surroundings were empty and boundless. As Chenzong stepped in, a dot of light flickered in the dark sky. It was the starlight. Soon after, under Chenzong's gaze, specks of starlight appeared one after another, increasing in number. In a short span of a dozen breaths, hundreds of specks of starlight had appeared in the night sky, flickering and twinkling. However, the starlight continued to appear. Not long after, there were more than 1,000 dots. However, the number was still increasing. There were more and more dots, denser and denser, almost covering the entire night sky. Zong also realized that as more and more starlight appeared in the night sky, a mysterious feeling began to spread out and spread. A trace of indescribable feeling also spread and lingered in his heart. Zong stared at the twinkling stars in the sky with full concentration. His mind seemed to be in a trance for a moment. Zong was surprised to find that there were already tens of thousands of dots of starlight in the sky. They did not seem to be real starlight, but sword light. The sword light lingered in the night sky like starlight. As it flickered, it emitted a shocking sword power. It was so subtle that it was difficult to detect. If it was not for Zong's superb perception, which was far superior to many pristine Saint Realm experts, it would be difficult for him to sense anything. In an instant, one of the dots of starlight suddenly flickered more intensely. It suddenly fell like a meteor falling from the sky. The shocking sword power also burst out and directly locked onto Zong. He could not dodge it. Zong immediately had a feeling that he could not dodge it no matter what. He pulled out his sword without hesitation and lifted it up. The sword light was subtle but shocking. In an instant, the sword light came into contact with the starlight that fell from the sky. Zong immediately felt the sword tremble as if there was a peerless sword cultivator attacking him with his sword. A tyrannical sword power burst out, and the starlight was also broken by Zong's sword. Immediately, two rays of starlight sword chi fell directly locked onto Zong. Zong kept waving his sword to break the starlight sword chi. Gradually, he had a feeling of enlightenment. These starlight sword chi fell from different angles and directions. Moreover, they fell faster and faster, and the interval between them was getting shorter and shorter. Since he was locked onto, he could not dodge at all. He could only raise his sword to meet the attack. However, his swordsmanship was unconsciously guided. In other words, it was a kind of guidance that guided his swordsmanship to change. It was no longer the single-hearted swordsmanship. This was because when Zong wanted to perform the single-hearted swordsmanship to resist the starlight attack, it was fine in the beginning. However, as time went on, he felt more and more awkward. It felt like he was forced to perform it, and it became jerky. However, as long as he made a slight change and performed the swordsmanship according to a kind of guidance, it would become very smooth. The sword light also changed, as if the starlight was shining. The single-hearted swordsmanship allowed Zong to divide his mind to think. As he performed the swordsmanship continuously, Zong gradually mastered this new swordsmanship that was different from the single-hearted swordsmanship, but was also very amazing. The sword was like a star, and there was a kind of amazing power condensed in it that could be continuously superimposed. Zong could not help but associate it with the supreme secret swordsmanship of the Starry Sword Palace. It was called the Great Starry 10,000 Sword Art, and it was an extremely excellent swordsmanship. It was said that it was not inferior to the myriad transformation sword art of the Myriad Swords Mountain. Zong could not help but show a touch of joy on his face. This level of swordsmanship was not inferior to his single-hearted swordsmanship at all. It might even be better. Zong did not expect that he had unknowingly mastered the supreme secret swordsmanship of the Star Sword Palace. The prodigious Star Myriad Sword Art, the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain, was a place for sword practitioners. It was the holy land for sword practitioners in the ancient mysterious world. There was more than one famous swordsmanship in the ancient mysterious world. For example, the four great holy lands all had their own supreme secret swordsmanship. The Myriad Transformation Sword Art of the Myriad Swords Mountain, the prodigious Star Myriad Sword Art of the Star Sword Palace, the No-Return Sword Art of the Non-Return Sword Valley, and the Absolute Heaven and Earth Absolute Sword Art of the Great Sword Villa were all famous in the ancient mysterious world. No matter which domain a sword practitioner was in, when they talked about the supreme swordsmanship, the four swordsmanship would definitely be among them. Of course, in the vast ancient mysterious world, there were not only four supreme secret swordsmanship, but also in other domains. However, there were no more than 10 supreme secret swordsmanship. In the hundreds of domains in the ancient mysterious world, there were no more than 10 supreme secret swordsmanship. 4 of them were in the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain, which was amazing. It also explained the amazing foundation of the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain. As for the other 2 supreme secret swordsmanship of the Myriad Swords Mountain, the Immaculate Heaven Sword Art and the Dark Light Will Sword Art, although they were also famous, they were more limited in the Myriad Sword Ancient Domain. Like the spiritual sword art, they could not really be famous in the ancient mysterious world. However, it was undeniable that whether it was the immaculate heaven sword art, the dark light will sword art or the spiritual sword art, they were all very profound swordsmanship in essence. What they lacked was an opportunity to be famous. However, in the final analysis, there was still a gap between them and the four supreme secret swordsmanship. The more he attacked, the more Qianzong felt that this swordsmanship was unfathomable. It was as if there were countless stars in the sky, and he could not see the bottom line of this swordsmanship. Qianzong was more and more certain that this should be the Stellar Sword Palace's supreme secret technique, the Stellar Myriad Sword Art. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so profound and unfathomable that it made him gasp in amazement. After all, he still hadn't performed it completely, or it should be said that he had been guided to complete it. Even so, Qianzong already felt that this swordsmanship was more profound than the Taihao swordsmanship of the first Taihao swordsmanship. It should be noted that the Taihao swordsmanship was even better than the spiritual rhino swordsmanship. However, if one thought about it carefully, it was not impossible. The Taihao sword art was indeed the work of the first Taihao sword art, and the first Taihao sword art was indeed outstanding. However, the Star Sword Palace had been a holy land for a longer period of time than the Taihao Mountain. Moreover, the ancestor of the Star Sword Palace was also a sword cultivator of unparalleled talent. His talent was not inferior to the first Taihao sword art in the slightest, or even better. All in all, compared to the first Taihao sword art, the Stellar Myriad sword art had been improved to the present and surpassed the Taihao sword art after countless refinements and improvements. After the tens of thousands of starlights had been shot out, Qianzong had also mastered the prodigious Stellar Myriad sword art under its guidance. Although he was not particularly proficient in it, it was not difficult for him to perform it. However, even with Qianzong's strong mind, he still felt a sense of weariness, as if his mind was haggard. The Stellar Myriad sword art was unfathomable and very complicated. It was an ultimate example of turning simplicity into complexity. The sword movements that were performed were thousands of times more. No martial arts technique could get rid of complexity and simplicity. Complexity was complicated and changeable, while simplicity was direct and sharp. Each had its own characteristics. However, in most cases, what practitioners pursued was to turn complexity into simplicity. Although complexity was very beautiful and confusing, most of the time, it represented a low level. Almost all practitioners would embark on the path of turning complexity into simplicity. Turning complexity into simplicity often represented returning to simplicity. It was a kind of refinement after removing impurities. It represented improvement, a transformation from a low level to a high level. However, the Stellar Myriad sword art was not so. At least, the level that Qianzong had mastered was not so. It was complexity, as complex as the stars. There were close to 10,000 or even 10,000 moves. Every move was different. Perhaps some moves looked the same, but there were indeed differences in the technique of exerting force. It was impossible to tell just by looking at it. Only by personally practicing it would one be able to understand. What a broad and profound swordsmanship. After reviewing it in his mind, Qianzong could not help but sigh. Looking at the starry sky, the feeling of shock in his heart became more and more intense. The more he experienced and comprehended it, the more he could feel the magnificence of this swordsmanship. Indeed, it was magnificent. It was a kind of magnificent and majestic momentum, which made Qianzong feel shocked. 10,000 moves might sound frightening, but the mysteries contained within each move were different. If one were to carefully comprehend them and delve deeper, they would discover how shocking the mysteries were. Qianzong felt as if he was peeling vegetables. Layer by layer, the more he peeled, the deeper and more profound the mysteries were. Qianzong felt as if he had found a treasure. Compared with his single-hearted swordsmanship, there was still a big gap between it and his. The swordsmanship path of the Stellar Myriad sword art was similar to Qianzong's single-hearted swordsmanship. It seemed to be a myriad of swords, but there seemed to be some differences. However, there was one thing that was necessary. If one wanted to learn the Stellar Myriad sword art, one must have a deep understanding of swordsmanship. Otherwise, one would not be able to master it. This swordsmanship was the highest secret of Star Sword Palace. Those who were not from Star Sword Palace, or even those who were not important to Star Sword Palace, were not qualified to comprehend it, let alone cultivate it. Moreover, this swordsmanship was too profound and unfathomable. Even those who were qualified to comprehend it might not be able to learn it. The place to comprehend this swordsmanship was in the star-secret land. Eccentric Sword Saint and Star Sword Palace's palace master had agreed to let Qianzong enter the star-secret zone to study it. They believed from the bottom of their hearts that Qianzong would not be able to comprehend the complete stellar myriad layer sword technique. At most, he would only be able to comprehend part of the sword technique's profundities. This was also the case for most of the cultivators from Star Sword Palace. They did not mind if Qianzong comprehended a little bit of the mystery. However, Qianzong did not comprehend a little bit of the mystery. Instead, he comprehended all of the mystery. At present, there were not many people from Starry Sword Palace who had grasped the prodigious astral myriad layer sword technique. Every one of them had to take one step at a time to cultivate the other sword techniques of Starry Sword Palace. They had to constantly accumulate experience before finally comprehending and cultivating the prodigious astral myriad layer sword technique. Qianzong, on the other hand, did not have the other sword techniques of Starry Sword Palace as a foundation. However, Qianzong had a high level of comprehension. He had the single-hearted swordsmanship from the Path of Million Swords and sect and the assistance of the Single-Hearted Sutra. Qianzong had comprehended the stellar myriad sword art from the single-hearted swordsmanship. What he lacked was a further mastery. In the star-secret land, Qianzong began to practice. Practicing 10,000 moves of the stellar myriad sword art was not a trivial matter. On the contrary, it consumed a lot of energy and time. However, after practicing, Qianzong had a deeper understanding of this swordsmanship. Stars, all things were like stars, this was Qianzong's new understanding. Even if he abandoned his single-hearted swordsmanship and focused on the stellar myriad sword art, Qianzong believed that his strength in swordsmanship would not decrease at all. Instead, it would increase. However, Qianzong would not make such a decision. The single-hearted swordsmanship was his main swordsmanship. All other swordsmanships existed to perfect and improve the single-hearted swordsmanship. Of course, Qianzong would not underestimate a supreme secret swordsmanship like the stellar myriad sword art. Instead, he paid great attention to it and tried his best to comprehend and master it to the extreme. In addition to perfecting and improving the single-hearted swordsmanship, it could also have an unexpected effect when used in battle. The star-secret land was of great help to the comprehension and cultivation of the stellar myriad sword art. When practicing here, Qianzong found that his comprehension efficiency was amazing. Every time he practiced, the mysteries of the stellar myriad sword art would emerge. As he continued to deepen his comprehension, his mastery of the stellar myriad sword art became more and more profound. However, after practicing more than 10 times, Qianzong found that he had reached a bottleneck and could not continue to comprehend. Qianzong was not surprised. This was normal. If he wanted to comprehend more and deeper mysteries, he would need more time and energy. Putting aside the swordsmanship for the time being, Qianzong carefully observed again. The mysteries of the star-secret land should not stop there. Under Qianzong's gaze, the tens of thousands of stars in the night sky flickered incessantly, as if they were blinking eyes, hiding deep mysteries. As he stared, Qianzong gradually felt a sense of absent-mindedness. It seemed as if the tens of thousands of starlights were gradually dimming, as if the lights were extinguished. Qianzong couldn't help but focus his mind even more. He stared even more carefully, but the speed of the starlight's dimming seemed to be faster. In less than 10 breaths of time, the starlight in the entire night sky had completely vanished. It was as if they had never appeared in the first place. However, Qianzong also discovered that the night sky seemed to have become even darker and deeper. It seemed to contain some sort of indescribable profundity that was deeply hidden within, making it impossible to see through. The more it was so, the more Qianzong felt a strong desire in his heart. He wanted to see the secrets in the dark night sky and see through them. However, the more he wanted to, the more difficult it was to see through them. Qianzong took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He didn't try to gather himself, but his mind became more and more focused. Qianzong was sure that this was the first time he had been so focused. It was unprecedented. Suddenly, the mind that had been condensed to the extreme seemed to be unable to bear the burden. It finally could not bear it and directly exploded. There was a loud bang, but it was directly inside Qinzong's body. At that moment, Qinzong felt as if he had exploded, exploding from the inside out. His mind began to detonate, and everything in his body exploded and exploded. It was a horrifying feeling. His whole body seemed to have been smashed into pieces in this explosion, leaving only a little bit of spiritual light, which floated up and down involuntarily. Explosion. The explosion caused by the extreme concentration of his mind spread to his whole body. His body, spirit, essence, qi, spirit, and everything else exploded, directly exploding into dust and powder. In the end, only a little bit of divine light was left. A little bit of confused divine light seemed to carry Qinzong's consciousness. It floated and swayed, like a dandelion blown away by the wind. It flew into the night sky with a gust of wind, as if it had fallen into eternal darkness. The consciousness contained in the divine light had a kind of hazy feeling, as if it was half asleep and half awake, like a mayfly drifting with the waves in the water. It did not know when it would completely wake up. Amidst the haze, Qinzong seemed to be able to see the explosion of the stars. The shockwave from the explosion spread out crazily, causing layers of rings of stars to spread out continuously. The might of the explosion was simply unimaginable. In the outer universe, under the full blow of an expert of the great Saint realm, it could indeed break a star and cause it to explode. However, the explosion of the star was indirect. It was the decay caused by the destruction of its core, rather than the complete destruction of the star with a direct blow. That level of power was too amazing. It was estimated that even a divine ancestor could not do it. The impact of the explosion of a star made Qinzong's divine light suddenly tremble. It seemed to be very excited, but it did not completely wake up because of this. It was just that a trace of faintly discernible understanding was quietly remembered by Qinzong's subconscious. That light carried Qinzong's hazy consciousness and seemed to wander in the dark universe. It was like a small fish that had entered the boundless ocean. It wandered aimlessly in all directions. It didn't know where it came from, and it didn't know where it was going. It just swam like this, and wherever it went, it was where it was. It did not know when it would wake up. From time to time, Qinzong saw the explosion of the star, and also saw the birth of the star. From a little bit of light, it was constantly growing, constantly absorbing the invisible dust in the dark universe, constantly condensing, and finally turning into a behemoth, entrenched in the darkness of the universe. The dark universe contained endless mysteries. Qinzong's divine light continued to wander around in it, and he found more and more of its mysteries. Astonishing mysteries, indescribable mysteries. It was infinitely profound. Here, his hazy consciousness couldn't feel the passage of time at all. He didn't know how much time had passed, and it seemed like he would never wake up. A figure stepped into the secret place and saw Qinzong, who was standing still. At this moment, Qinzong seemed to have turned into a statue. He stood straight and looked up at the sky. The sky was dark, so dark that it was incomparably deep. The man's expression suddenly changed, but he didn't want to disturb Qinzong. After observing for a while, he left decisively. Palace Lord, Qinzong is still meditating in the secret land of Star. He should have entered the phaseless star realm. After leaving the star secret land, this person hurried to the Star Palace Hall to inform the Star Sword Palace Master. Phaseless star realm? The Star Sword Palace Master couldn't help but be stunned. His expression changed slightly, and after repeating the words, he asked, "Are you sure?" "I've been observing for a long time and I'm pretty sure." This person was a pristine saint stage expert from Star Sword Palace. After pondering for a few breaths, he replied with certainty. "Unbelievable." The Star Sword Palace Master paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with surprise, and he seemed to be pondering. To enter the phaseless star realm, one must have an extremely profound understanding of the prodigious stellar thousand-layer sword art. The phaseless star realm was the most profound state that the people of Star Sword Palace would enter when they entered the star secret area to comprehend. In this state, they would have an extraordinary comprehension, and they would be able to see the mysteries of the universe more clearly. When one broke out of that state, one would usually advance by leaps and bounds. For example, the Star Sword Palace Master remembered that when he was still at the pristine saint stage, he had entered the phaseless star realm and maintained it for dozens of years. He had a very profound and broad understanding. After he woke up, he began to cultivate in seclusion. When he came out of seclusion, he had already broken through his limit and ascended to the great saint stage. In the history of Star Sword Palace, every cultivator who could enter the phaseless star realm would have a great harvest after they woke up. They would either break through from the pristine saint stage to the great saint stage or take a step forward in the great saint stage. In the past, there had been cultivators from outside the Star Sword Palace who had entered the star secret area, such as the people from the other 3 holy lands. However, none of them had been able to enter the phaseless star realm because the prerequisite to entering the phaseless star realm was to grasp the prodigious astral myriad sword technique and comprehend it to a certain extent. Now that Xianxia had entered the phaseless star realm, did it not mean that Xianxia had comprehended and mastered the prodigious stellar thousand-layer sword art to a certain extent? It was simply unbelievable. A rogue cultivator who was not from Star Sword Palace was actually able to comprehend the prodigious stellar thousand-layer sword art on his first time entering the Star Secret Land. It was simply unbelievable. The Star Sword Palace master suddenly felt that he had suffered a great loss. The prodigious stellar thousand-layer sword art was the supreme secret sword technique of Star Sword Palace. It was also the fundamental inheritance of Star Sword Palace. Many tyrannical absolute arts relied on the prodigious stellar thousand-layer sword art. It was like the existence of a soul. Now, it was comprehended and mastered by an outsider. For a moment, he was not sure what kind of feeling it was. The palace master of the Starry Sword Palace immediately decided to personally enter the Star Mystery Realm to confirm whether or not Xianxia had entered the phaseless stars realm. If he had, then the significance behind this would be extremely shocking, and they had to take action. Such a stunning talent must not be allowed to slip away just like that. Time passed quickly. The invasion of the Divine Devil World became more and more intense. The Divine Devil World seemed to want to invade the ancient profound world at all costs because there was one very important thing, and that was faith. Other than their own cultivation, the Divine Devil World had another way to increase their strength, and that was faith. Compared to self-cultivation, the power of faith was more efficient and faster. It was precisely because of this that the gods and demons wanted to establish faith. However, the faith in the god and demon world was limited and had long been divided up. Naturally, the gods and demons set their sights on the ancient mystic world, but after repeated failures, they also set their sights on the outer universe. Now that they had finally opened the space-time door to the ancient profound world, they naturally would not give up. They would do their best to guard the door and let more Divine Devil World Masters enter. The ancient profound world side would not let the Divine Devil World Masters enter smoothly. A war was inevitable. The entire forest was completely destroyed in the war, and Green Sword City was affected. The people of Green Sword City had long moved away. The Mountain Sword City Lord who did not pay attention to the invasion of the Divine Devil World and did not report it was also punished. He was killed by a sword saint. When he was about to die, he regretted it and begged for mercy. However, it was too late. Although there was no loss, a mistake was a mistake, and a mistake had to be made. And the price was heavy. If not for Xianxia having the Supreme Mystery Token, this time would have been delayed. At that time, the 10,000 Sword Ancient Realm would have suffered heavy losses. The death of the Mountain Sword City Lord did not cause much of a stir. He was just a Heaven Realm Grade Extreme. It was nothing. The situation was very intense. The Divine Devil World was determined to invade the ancient profound world and open up a land of faith. However, this was destined to be a difficult and bloody process. First, they would use their powerful force to conquer the new world. Then, they would develop faith. Faith had always been built on the blood and bones of countless people. Fight, 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 the 10,000 Sword Ancient Realms Saint-level Masters were constantly mobilized to resist the invasion of the Divine Devil World. There were even Saint-level Masters from other realms who crossed over. More than half of the Supreme Mystery Realms Masters were also here to resist the invasion of the Divine Devil World. On the whole, the Divine Devil World was stronger than the Ancient Profound World. However, they could not immediately conquer the Ancient Profound World. It was just a space-time portal. It was not easy to pass through it. There were more or less restrictions. This made it harder for the Divine Devil World to invade the Ancient Profound World. Coupled with the Ancient Profound World's strong resistance, the invasion of the Divine Devil World was also stopped. Fierce battles broke out one after another from time to time. They were all battles between saints, and every battle was a battle of life and death. Relatively speaking, the saint-level masters of the ancient profound world had the home ground advantage. The divine devil world was naturally stronger. With the dense forest as the center, the green sword city was also covered. It was all turned into a battlefield. Even the mountain sword city that was further away was affected. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, such battles were fierce and dangerous. The divine devil world masters were not unkillable. The price of invading was death. However, at the same time, the human cultivators also suffered losses. However, Qianzong was unaware of all this. He was completely immersed in the star-secret place of the Star Sword Palace. The Star Sword Palace Master had been immersed in the phaseless star realm for decades before he woke up. After he woke up, he went into seclusion and directly broke through from the small saint realm to the great saint realm. Qianzong had been immersed in the phaseless star realm for more than 50 years, but he was still not awake. At this time, he was about to surpass the Star Sword Palace Master. 60 years. 70 years. When 70 years passed, the Star Sword Palace Master was shocked. This had already surpassed him. He became more and more determined. 80 years, 90 years, 100 years, the moment he reached 100 years, Qianzong's spiritual light suddenly shone brightly. It was as if his half-asleep consciousness had also awakened in an instant. Thousands of mysteries appeared, one after another like the waves of the sea, continuous and unending. For a time, Qianzong could only feel countless mysteries emerging. The spiritual light also fell from the darkness with his consciousness. Like a falling meteor, it directly sank into the top of his head and returned to his body. His body, which had not moved for over 100 years, regained its vitality in an instant. Strands of vitality appeared as Qianzong's body moved. Kacha-kacha sounds constantly rang out as Qianzong's body moved, spreading out. The heaven and earth in Qianzong's body began to circulate again. Strands of powerful aura spread out and rushed in all directions. In the next moment, Qianzong's dim eyes flashed and emitted a cold light. In the star-secret place, the night sky was dark and boundless. Qianzong's eyes flickered with light. Within his eyes, there seemed to be thousands of stars twinkling endlessly. It was so dense and so magnificent. Thousands of mysteries were circulating within his eyes without rest. 100 years of time had turned into a speck of light that wandered through the dark starry sky. Amidst the haziness, the half-asleep consciousness had seen many mysteries. The mysteries of the universe were deeply engraved in his heart, as if they had been branded. His cultivation base was still complete. His mixed yuan heart force was still the same. There was no improvement, but Qianzong knew that his strength had become stronger. His single-hearted sword principle had greatly improved. Vaguely, I already know how to break through to the next realm. What I lack is an opportunity, Qianzong thought. Immediately, Qianzong left the star-secret place. Countless mysteries lingered in his heart and filled his mind. They were like imprinted tracks that Qianzong constantly comprehended and completely turned into his own. Even if he did not go into seclusion, it would not affect him. How was the invasion of the demon world? Had they been defeated, or had they really been invaded? In addition, he seemed to have spent many years in the star-secret place. Where was Xianxia? Had he come out of seclusion? Thinking of this, Qianzong immediately left the star-secret place and met the Star Sword Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. Qianzong saluted the Star Sword Palace Master. Whether it was status or the most important cultivation base and strength, the Star Sword Palace Master was superior to him. Little friend, did you learn a sword technique in the secret Starland? The Star Sword Palace Master's eyes were shining with a strange light. He had a feeling that he wanted to see through Qianzong. I did comprehend a sword principle, Qianzong admitted directly. That is the supreme secret of our Star Sword Palace, the prodigious stellar thousand-layer sword art. The Star Sword Palace Master said in a faint voice, there are very few people in our Star Sword Palace who can master the prodigious stellar thousand-layer sword art. It is my honor to be able to comprehend the prodigious astral myriad sword art. Qianzong replied immediately. Although he was not sure what the Palace Master of Star Sword Palace meant, Qianzong felt that the Palace Master had some sort of plan or goal. Zhong didn't know what the purpose was, but Zhong wouldn't be taken in because of that. Generally speaking, comprehending someone else's supreme sword technique was like taking away someone else's legacy treasure. One would always feel guilty and embarrassed, as if one owed someone a favor. There were big and small favors, but learning another person's supreme sword technique was not a small favor. Such a favor was not easy to return. It was a debt, a very big debt. Zhong knew this very well. Of course, he wouldn't agree to it so stupidly. At the end of the day, there were two reasons why he could comprehend it. Firstly, it was directly related to the Star's secret land. Secondly, it was because his swordsmanship foundation was extremely solid and his comprehension was extremely high. Coupled with the assistance of the Heart Sutra. Without any of these, it was impossible to comprehend the complete prodigious astral myriad sword art. In other words, Zhong had comprehended and mastered it with his own ability, not with someone else's charity. Of course, this was still inseparable from the Star's secret land, and it could be said that it was closely related to it. Zhong would not deny it, and he was also grateful for it. However, it was impossible for him to restrict himself because of this. The palace master of Star Sword Palace couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. This young man's answer didn't follow the usual routine. He originally thought that the other party was young, a few hundred years old. Compared to himself, the other party was indeed very young. He planned to use words to scare the other party before making a plan. He didn't expect the other party to be so natural, as if it was a matter of course for him to comprehend it with his own ability. Suddenly, the palace master of Star Sword Palace smiled and said again, "Little friend, the prodigious astral myriad sword art is the supreme secret of Star Sword Palace. In the past, there were people outside of Star Sword Palace who entered the Star Secret Land to comprehend it, but at most, they could only comprehend some of the mysteries of the prodigious astral myriad sword art. It's not surprising. I'm not telling you this to get back the prodigious astral myriad sword art. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it," the palace master of Star Sword Palace said honestly. This was also the truth. Swordsmanship wasn't equal to cultivation. Once one learned it, it was an instinct of the body. One's cultivation could be abolished, but how could one's swordsmanship be abolished? Of course, it was not impossible. If the person was crippled or killed, then the swordsmanship would naturally be gone and would not be able to be used. However, it would directly cripple everything and not just a swordsmanship. "Palace Master, please speak." Zhong knew that the Palace Master of Star Sword Palace must have a purpose. "Little friend. Not only have you learned the prodigious astral myriad layer sword technique, you have also entered the phaseless astral realm for 100 years. I would like to invite you to join the Stellar Sword Palace as an Elder of the Stellar Sword Palace." The Stellar Sword Palace's Palace Master said seriously. "Thank you for your kindness, Palace Master. However, I'm not really a rogue cultivator, so I'm not suitable," Zhong replied. He was a member of Taihao Mountain. Even if he left the outer universe and came to the inner universe, it didn't change. "In that case, you can be an honorary elder," the Palace Master of Star Sword Palace said. An honorary elder was different from an elder. It didn't mean that one was completely a member of Star Sword Palace, but it was still considered as at least related. People from other forces could also be honorary elders in other forces. Zhong pondered for a while and agreed. He had also benefited greatly from the secret Star Land, so he was worthy of being an honorary elder of Star Sword Palace. In this way, the Palace Master would feel better. After all, the one who learned the prodigious astral myriad sword art was one of his own. "Palace Master, have I stayed in the secret Star Land for 100 years? Zhong asked, "Have the gods and demons been defeated?" "No." The Palace Master of Star Sword Palace frowned. Obviously, the things that happened in the past 100 years weren't good. On the contrary, it was terrible. As the Palace Master of Star Sword Palace explained in detail, Zhong finally knew everything that had happened in the secret Star Land for 100 years. 100 years ago, he was the first to discover the invasion of the celestial and demon realm. It was also the beginning of the fall of the Nine Flames Supreme Sage. After that, the Valley Master of Non-Return Sword Valley took action, followed by the Sword Master of Star Sword Palace. However, they didn't break the space-time gate of the celestial and demon realm, nor could they stop the invasion. This time, the celestial and demon realm was determined to invade the ancient mystic world and were not afraid of death. In the past 100 years, the invading celestial and demon realm experts and the ancient mystic world's experts had fought dozens of times. Each battle didn't necessarily determine life and death, but there were always casualties. In the past 100 years, the celestial and demon realm had lost more than 10 righteous God realm experts and 2 spirit God realm experts. None of the divine master realm experts died, but one divine master was seriously injured and retreated to the celestial and demon realm. As for the ancient mystic world, there were 7 little saint realm experts who died, and 3 great saint realm experts including the 9 flames supreme sage. As for the divine ancestor realm experts, there were no casualties, but 2 of them were injured and were recuperating in seclusion. The area around Green Sword City was now completely occupied by the celestial and demon realm experts. The celestial and demon realm experts had also set up the great celestial and demon realm formation, turning it into an impenetrable fortress. The 100-Year War had also become a tug of war. The experts of the ancient mystic world were not to be trifled with. They had a natural advantage and besieged the celestial and demon realm experts in the area of Green Sword City, preventing them from expanding. It was also not easy for the celestial and demon realm experts to spread their faith. Another important point was that the celestial and demon realm experts couldn't stay in the ancient mystic world for too long because the ancient mystic world was not the celestial and demon realm. Unless they could develop faith and obtain the power of faith, they could truly gain a foothold in the ancient mystic world. Without the power of faith, they couldn't stay in the ancient mystic world for too long with their strength. They could force themselves to stay in the ancient mystic world, but the longer they stayed, the greater the impact. Because of this, when the celestial and demon realm experts weakened, the power of the great celestial and demon realm experts also weakened. Just half a year ago, the 4 great sword masters of the myriad sword ancient realm, great saint realm, and small saint realm experts all joined forces and finally broke the great celestial and demon realm experts and repelled the celestial and demon realm experts. Without the support of the power of faith, the strength of the celestial and demon realm experts weakened after 100 years. They couldn't hold on any longer and were forced to retreat into the celestial and demon realm. Once the celestial and demon realm experts returned to the celestial and demon realm, their weakened strength would recover. However, the celestial and demon realm experts couldn't be destroyed. Even the 4 great sword masters couldn't do anything to the celestial and demon realm experts. After some research, they found that the celestial and demon realm experts contained a supreme power that surpassed the divine ancestor realm. A power that surpassed the divine ancestor realm. Chenzong couldn't help but frown slightly as he pondered. Through the first Taihao, Chenzong had learned more. There was a level above the divine ancestor realm where one's strength began to transform. It was the power of the first Taihao. After comprehending the second true essence, one's strength would complete the transformation and break through to the demigod realm. After comprehending the third true essence, there was hope to see through the last mystery and become a true god. Then, the power of the celestial and demon realm experts was tyrannical. It might be the power of the demigod realm. As for the true god realm, Chenzong thought it was impossible. According to the first Taihao, the path to God was broken. The path to God was broken, which meant that one couldn't become a true god. As for why the path to God was broken, it was very simple. It was because of a great battle a long, long time ago. In that battle, the strongest experts on both sides broke the heavenly path of the core universe and made it incomplete. The heavenly path was incomplete, and the path to God was broken. Because of this, the Sky Tower was also affected and left a sword mark. Its power was also constantly lost with the passage of time. The path to God was broken, then, the power of the true God realm should no longer exist. However, how could there be a demigod realm expert in the celestial and demon realm? Chenzong suddenly felt that the celestial and demon realm was even more mysterious. Fortunately, the celestial and demon realm was repelled, but unfortunately, the celestial and demon realm still existed. This meant that the celestial and demon realm would invade again, and the next invasion would be much stronger. The apex Green Sword City had long been destroyed in the great battles that had lasted for 100 years, especially in the last great battle. Even the broken walls could not be found. They were directly smashed and turned into powder, leaving behind countless craters. It was so dilapidated that it looked like a ruin. The dense forest 100 miles away from Greensword City had also disappeared. Not even a branch or a leaf could be found. The remnant aura on this land was very strong. It was the aura of the fiend god realm, as well as the aura of a saint realm expert, especially the sharpness of the sword Dao. Sword cultivators, no matter what kind of sword Dao they had mastered, always had one thing that could not be changed, and that was the sharpness of the sword. It was the sharpness of the sword, the sharpness of the sword. Ruins, it was like a ruin. The remnant power was very terrifying. Chen Zong's expression was solemn, and his brows were slightly furrowed. 100 years, the invasion of the fiend god realm in these 100 years was not large. It was only limited to Greensword City. Fortunately, the 10,000 sword ancient realm reacted in time and resisted. If he was not in Greensword City at that time, he would not have sensed it and would not have gone to check it out in time. Perhaps the situation would be different now. Many times, a slight difference in thought or a slight difference in timing could lead to a completely different outcome. Fortunately, none of that happened. Otherwise, if the fiend gods had really taken root in the ancient profound world and developed their faith, they would not have been so easily defeated. The remnant power here was extremely tyrannical and chaotic. Its intensity was extremely shocking. Once one stepped into this place without sufficient cultivation, they would be attacked by the remnant power. Their power would be chaotic, and they might even suffer from chi deviation and die an unnatural death. In other words, without the quasi-saint realm, one could not step into this place at all. It was best not to go near. The chaotic and distorted power here filled the surroundings, forming a strange force field. Chen Zong felt oppressed, but this kind of pressure was nothing and could not affect Chen Zong. A pitch-black crack with a length of 100 meters and a width of more than 30 to 40 meters rose from the ground to the sky. At first glance, it seemed to be straight, but upon closer inspection, it was somewhat slanted, like a pitch-black mirror standing obliquely on the ground. This was the Gate of Gods and Demons. The Gate of Gods and Demons had been completely stabilized. The aura it emitted was indescribably ancient and profound, as if it did not belong to this world. Chen Zong's senses were not wrong. This was an overgod artifact that the Lord of the Fiend God realm had accidentally obtained. It was an overgod artifact from the core universe. It took a long time to crack, and then used its power to open the spacetime crack of the ancient profound world to construct a gate. This door had been reinforced by the power of the overgod artifact, making it indestructible. At the very least, even the most powerful figure in the Fiend God realm, the Lord of Space and Time, was unable to damage it. Although the swordmasters of the 10,000 sword ancient realm were very powerful, they were still no match for the Lord of Space and Time. As for the power of an overgod artifact, it was fundamentally different. "Who are you?" A loud shout suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, several powerful auras soared into the sky. The auras brought with them an astonishing sword might that pressed down across the sky. There was sword might at the sacred swordsman level and also at the quasi-sacred swordsman level. There were a total of 5 auras. One of them was Sacred Swordsman, and the other 4 were quasi-sacred swordsmen. Star Sword Palace Honorary Elder, Peerless Sacred Swordsman Chen Zong. Chen Zong immediately reported his identity. Now that he was an honorary elder of Star Sword Palace, he naturally had to report his identity. Immediately, the owners of the 5 auras soared into the sky. They came from different directions and greeted Chen Zong. The 5 of them came from the 4 great holy lands. Their purpose of staying here was to monitor the Gate of Gods and Demons to prevent them from sneaking in. Once they found any unusual movements in the Gate of Gods and Demons, they would report it immediately. This time, the ancient mysterious world was prepared. Once the celestial and demon world wanted to invade again, it would not be so easy. They might not even have the chance to show their faces. After all, there was a sacred swordsman and 4 quasi-sacred swordsmen here at all times. Although their strength was nothing compared to the celestial and demon world, they would be able to find out something was wrong immediately. Then, they would notify them through the means left behind by the 4 great holy lands. Secondly, Chen Zong also found traces of an array around the Gate of Divinity and Devil. It was a sword array, a very complicated sword array. One ring after another, one embedded within another. With Chen Zong's meager attainments in array formations, he could see that there were at least 9 small sword arrays that were connected to each other. This sword formation sealed off the gate of gods and demons. Once a celestial or demon world crossed through the gate of gods and demons, they would be trapped in this sword formation. It would be difficult for them to break through. Moreover, they would be suppressed by the sword formation and attacked by the sword chi. This sword formation was set up by the joint efforts of the 4 holy lands. It was powerful enough to kill a principal god-level god-fiend and suppress a spirit god-level god-fiend. Even if a divine lord-level god-fiend wanted to break through this sword formation, it wouldn't be that easy. At the very least, they would be obstructed for some time, giving the 4 holy lands more time to react. After checking it out, Xianxia left and went directly to the 4 Great Ancient Region. The 4 Great Ancient Region was one of the 4 Great Ancient Regions of the ancient mysterious world. It had 4 holy lands that were directly named after the sacred beasts. Xianxia was going to one of the 4 great holy lands, the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. Why was he going to the Vermilion Bird Holy Land? Could it be that Xianxia was acquainted with the Vermilion Bird Holy Land? That was not the case. It was because the person Xianxia was looking for was currently in the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. The ancient Phoenix Divine Lady, or Xianxia, had come out of seclusion. It was said that she had broken through to the Saint Realm and was now a pristine Saint Realm expert. She was now a guest in the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. The ancient Phoenix Mountains bloodline was the ancient Phoenix bloodline, while the Vermilion Bird Holy Land's bloodline was the Vermilion Bird bloodline. To a certain extent, the ancient Phoenix Mountain was not as strong as the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. After all, the Vermilion Bird Holy Land had several great saints and even more pristine saints. However, there was also a rumor that the ancient Phoenix Mountain's ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor and the Vermilion Bird Holy Land's Vermilion Bird Old Ancestor were on par. The ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor and the Vermilion Bird Old Ancestor were not humans but sacred beasts. In the ancient mysterious world, most of the ancient Phoenix Old Ancestors were humans. However, there were a few that were not humans. For example, the ancient Phoenix Mountain and the 4 great holy lands in the 4 great ancient region had sacred beasts that were not humans. The ancient Phoenix Old Ancestor was the sacred beast ancient Phoenix, while the Vermilion Bird Holy Land's Old Ancestor was the Vermilion Bird. The ancient Phoenix and the Vermilion Bird were both sacred beasts. Moreover, they were both sacred beasts of the fire element. The flames that they controlled were extremely powerful. In fact, their bloodlines had some similarities. In this way, the ancient Phoenix Mountain's cultivation path and the Vermilion Bird Holy Land's cultivation path had some similarities to a certain extent. It was precisely because of the relationship between the ancient Phoenix and the Vermilion Bird that there was a good relationship between the ancient Phoenix Mountain and the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. After a period of time, the Vermilion Bird Holy Land would send someone to the ancient Phoenix Mountain as a guest. Sometimes, the ancient Phoenix Mountain would send someone to the Vermilion Bird Holy Land as a guest. Although it was said to be a guest, it was actually to comprehend the mysteries of the other holy land's cultivation path and absorb the essence to improve their own cultivation path. After the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden broke through to the saint level in her seclusion, she cultivated for a period of time before leaving for the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. Xianxia found out about this through the Star Sword Palace. After all, he was now the honorary elder of the Star Sword Palace. Riding on his sword, he streaked across the sky like a streak of light. The 10,000 Sword Ancient Realm and the 4 Quadrants Ancient Realm were considered neighbors, but there was still a considerable distance between them. With Xianxia's full speed, it would take him a long time to reach the 4 Quadrants Ancient Realm. However, no matter how far the distance was, it couldn't slow down Xianxia's speed. Without stopping for a rest, Xianxia finally arrived at the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. The Vermilion Bird Holy Land was a sea of red, even the sky seemed to be burning red. Numerous large trees towered into the sky. These trees were very thick, and with a single glance, one could tell that they had existed for a very, very long time. At the very least, they were hundreds of years old, or even thousands of years old. When they moved, they were hundreds of meters tall, or even thousands of meters tall. The bark of these giant trees were reddish-brown, and their leaves were also red. From afar, when the wind blew past, it looked like an endless flame that would never be extinguished. Birds that were a few meters in size or more than 10 meters in size were perched on these flame-like trees. Some of them spread their wings and soared into the sky. Their postures were beautiful and domineering. The chirps of these birds were crisp and sharp. They were extremely high-pitched and pierced through the clouds. Qianzong could feel that these birds were emitting a strong aura fluctuation. They were very strong. Basically, they were all at the heaven stage. The stronger ones had even reached the quasi-saint stage. It was indeed a holy land. Qianzong had been to the ancient Phoenix Mountain, the 10,000 Sword Mountain, and the Star Sword Palace. Now, he had come to the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. No matter how strong or weak the 4 holy lands were, they all had their own uniqueness. And the Vermilion Bird Holy Land looked very dazzling and imposing. Retracting his gaze, Qianzong was secretly excited. Xianxia was in the Holy Land in front of him. However, although Qianzong was excited, he didn't lose his mind because of it. Instead, he calmed himself down first. The honorary elder of the Star Sword Palace, Qianzong, is here to pay a visit. Qianzong opened his mouth. His voice was like the sound of a sword. This voice wasn't affected by the wind at all. Instead, it had its own rhythm. It was like rolling waves that pushed forward one after another, rushing into the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. In an instant, everyone in the Vermilion Bird Holy Land heard it. The honorary elder of the Star Sword Palace? Isn't that a saint stage powerhouse? Those who knew the inside story immediately reacted and were secretly surprised. The Star Sword Palace was a holy land of the 10,000 Sword ancient realm. It wasn't in the same region as the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. They rarely interacted with each other. Why was an honorary elder here now? But no matter what, since he was already here and was already outside the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, they couldn't leave him out in the cold. Otherwise, they would lose face as a holy land. The red-winged saint of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Ground was a pristine saint. He was the one who came out to receive Qianzong. May I know why the peerless sword saint is here? The red-winged saint asked directly. There was no arrogance in his tone, but there was no enthusiasm either. Qianzong remembered that the Void Saint had said that the people of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Ground were not easy to deal with. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Ground's inheritance was the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird. The Vermilion Bird was naturally arrogant, even more so than the ancient phoenix. That kind of arrogance existed in the bloodline and the inheritance of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Ground. As a result, anyone who entered the Vermilion Bird Sacred Ground would be influenced by the arrogance of the bloodline and inheritance once they started cultivating. Even if they were a very humble person in the past, they would slowly change. This kind of change was like boiling a frog in warm water. It was like a silent drizzle moistening things. Even the person who entered the Vermilion Bird Sacred Ground wouldn't be aware of the change. However, they wouldn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Instead, they would feel that they were born to be like this. This kind of change that originated from the bloodline and inheritance was imperceptible. It was like a change that came from life and death. The higher the cultivation, the more arrogant they would be. That kind of arrogance came from the depths of their soul. It had always been like this. From the red-winged saint's expression, tone, and eyes, Qianzong already knew that the outside world's evaluation of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Ground was correct. Arrogance that came from the bones. Since that was the case, Qianzong didn't intend to be polite. He said directly, "I'm here to look for the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden." "You're looking for the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden?" The red-winged saint immediately frowned and replied, "The Divine Maiden is indeed in the Vermilion Bird Sacred Ground, but it's not convenient to see you now." "It's okay. I can stay here temporarily and wait for the Divine Maiden," Qianzong replied directly. If the Vermilion Bird Sacred Ground didn't allow him to stay, then he would wait outside the Vermilion Bird Sacred Ground. In short, he had to see the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. The Supreme Mystery Sky Mirror shouldn't be wrong. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was Xianxia. Although he didn't know why she didn't recognize him, he had to find her no matter what. This was the main reason he had come to the inner universe. The red-winged saint immediately arranged for Qianzong to stay in the Vermilion Bird Holy Land's palace, which was specially used to receive guests. In any case, the Vermilion Bird Holy Land was a holy land, and they were proud to the core. Naturally, they wouldn't do something like not allowing others to stay temporarily. Otherwise, it would be too shameful, and it would be a small blow to the reputation of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. Usually, the more arrogant a person was, the more arrogant they were. The more arrogant they were, the more they cared about their face. Of course, there were also arrogant people who didn't care about face and didn't care about how others looked at them. However, these people were usually individuals, and very few of them were individuals. The Vermilion Bird Holy Land wasn't an individual, but a group, a large group. If the Vermilion Bird Holy Land was the only holy land in the ancient mystic world, then there was no need to care about face. Who would dare to say anything? However, that wasn't the case. The Vermilion Bird Holy Land wasn't the only holy land in the ancient mystic world, nor was it the most powerful holy land. At best, it could only be considered above average among the holy lands in the ancient mystic world. It couldn't even enter the top 3, let alone the top 10. Xianxia stayed in the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, waiting for the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden while comprehending and cultivating. Star Sword Palace, stars in the 100 years in the secret land, Xianxia had gained a lot. It was very shocking. The first reward was the prodigious stellar 10,000 layer sword technique. This was a supreme secret sword technique, and it was one of the top sword techniques in the ancient mystic world. There were less than 10 sword techniques of this level in total. Even his single-hearted sword technique was still far from it. After all, the single-hearted sword technique was created by him, and it would be improved and improved as he continued to improve. However, the prodigious stellar 10,000 layer sword technique was the supreme inheritance of the Star Sword Palace for countless years. It had been improved to the extreme, and there was no room for improvement. Even the Star Sword Master couldn't improve it further. If one were to compare sword arts to a tall building, then Xianxia's single-hearted sword technique would be a tall building that had its foundation laid but was still under construction. On the other hand, the prodigious astral myriad sword technique would be a tall building that had been completely constructed and put into use. Perhaps the current single-hearted sword technique wasn't as good as the prodigious stellar 10,000 layer sword technique, but its potential wouldn't be inferior. It might even surpass it in the future. Another reward was the so-called phaseless star realm. His body would turn into spiritual light, and his consciousness would be in a state between being awake and not being awake. It was as if he was traveling through the universe. He had seen many strange phenomena in the universe, from the birth to the death. He could clearly see the mysteries of the universe. A star's birth, destruction, and rebirth was a cycle that repeated over and over again. It was an alternation between life and death. The profundities within it were all memorized by Xianxia, and they were like brands that were indelible within his soul. So, Xianxia could recollect, comprehend, and absorb the essence of the profundities within it at all times to improve himself. The mysteries of the prodigious stellar 10,000 layer sword technique were extremely profound. Xianxia had also divided it into a few levels. The first level was 10,000 moves. They were very complicated moves, but each move had its own mysteries. The second level contained unique mysteries in the 10,000 moves. They could evolve into all things, and they were called stars. Before Xianxia entered the phaseless star realm, he had comprehended the prodigious stellar 10,000 layer sword technique to the second level. Now, Xianxia felt that his prodigious stellar 10,000 layer sword technique had reached the third level. The third level of the prodigious stellar 10,000 layer sword technique was even more mysterious. In the palace, Xianxia drew his sword. When he stabbed it, starlight condensed and appeared in an instant. In just a moment, the sword disappeared, and only a little starlight appeared around him. There were 10,000 starlight dots in total. 10,000 sword lights flickered, and the aura emitted by each starlight dot was slightly different. Xianxia was in the center. It seemed that with a wave of his hand, he could spread out a starry sky. Every starlight dot was connected to each other, forming a unique force field. Xianxia carefully felt the connection between the 10,000 starlight dots. The unique force field was all around, and it could be big or small. This was the minor stellar sword realm, and also the brilliance of the third level of the prodigious stellar 10,000 layer sword technique. The reason why the prodigious stellar 10,000 layer sword technique was one of the top secret sword techniques in the ancient mysterious world was that the third level could evolve the minor stellar sword realm. Saint-level powerhouses had created their own Tao from the original great Tao of heaven and earth. To a certain extent, it was different from the great Tao of heaven and earth, but it was closely related and could not be separated. However, in essence, it was already very powerful. It was on a completely different level from those below the saint level. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Only a saint level could contend with a saint level. Under the suppression of a saint level's Tao, one would be like an ordinary person without the slightest resistance. The difference between the great saint level and the little saint level was very obvious. The great saint level had mastered the precept domain. Precept domain, great Tao domain, was an ability that appeared when one's Tao continued to evolve to a profound level. Under the great Tao domain, even a little saint would be suppressed and beaten up. The third level of the prodigious stellar 10,000 layers sword technique could evolve a minor stellar sword realm. Although it could not be compared to the great Tao domain of a great saint level, it still had some power. If a little saint level cultivator cultivated the prodigious stellar 10,000 layers sword technique to the third level and mastered the minor stellar sword realm, it would be difficult for him to be a match in the little saint level unless his opponent also had a similar technique. The minor stellar sword realm could even offset part of the power of the great saint level's great Tao domain. Chenzong was practicing his swordsmanship, but the red-winged saint had already reported the purpose of Chenzong's visit. Looking for the ancient phoenix divine maiden? In a palace in the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, the Vermilion Bird Holy Land Saint Sun frowned. He was the successor of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land Saint Sun. He was like a candidate to be the sect master. Who is this person? The honorary elder of the Starry Sword Palace, Chenzong, who was known as the Peerless Sword Saint, the Red Wing Saint immediately replied. As for why he is looking for the Divine Maiden, I don't know yet. Go and ask him, the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun said with a wave of his hand. The Red Wing Saint came again and found Chenzong. He directly asked Chenzong about the purpose of looking for the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. His tone was decisive and firm. Moreover, it was as if he would ask Chenzong to leave if he did not explain clearly. Chenzong paused for a moment before stating his purpose. Of course, Chenzong did not directly say that the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was definitely his Tao partner, Yun Yanqin. He only said it to confirm. The Red Wing Saint's expression changed slightly. He did not say anything, and directly left. However, he came again not long after. Sir Peerless Sword Saint, the Vermilion Bird Holy Land has important matters to attend to, and it is inconvenient for us to entertain you. Please leave immediately. The Red Wing Saint came again, and his words were extremely direct. Chenzong couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he heard this. He was slightly stunned. What was going on? Why did he come to chase him away so quickly? Important matter. What important matter was it? However, Chenzong did not have the habit of being shameless. Since the other party had said it so directly, and so directly expressed that he should leave, then he would leave. Staring at Chenzong's departing figure, the Red Wing Saint's eyes narrowed slightly, and wisps of cold light flickered in his eyes. Did Chenzong really leave? Yes, but also no. Chenzong did leave the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, but he did not go far away. Although he did not know why, he could not go far away, and could not stay in the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, so he could only wait outside the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. Chenzong did not believe that the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden would stay in the Vermilion Bird Holy Land forever. There would be a time when she would leave, and when that time came, he would intercept her and confirm. As time passed, Chenzong paid attention to the movements in the Vermilion Bird Holy Land while comprehending, cultivating, and searching for an opportunity to break through. The next level of the inner world was the inner universe. Chenzong had this concept for a long time, but he could not find a clue. In the Astral Sword Palace's secret ground for 100 years, he was able to comprehend many profound mysteries, and this allowed Chenzong to truly understand the path to break through to the next level of the inner universe. However, now he was still lacking an opportunity to break through. An opportunity was hard to find. Chenzong already knew this, and he was not in a hurry. Waiting slowly, day after day passed by. Chenzong did not see the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden come out, but he saw the people of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land come out. Peerless Sword Saint, why are you still loitering around here? The Red Wing Saint's eyes glowed with red flames as he stared at Chen Feng. A terrifying pressure swept through the air. Could it be that you're plotting something against the Vermilion Bird Holy Land? It turned out that the Red-Winged Saint had noticed that although Qianzong had left the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, he hadn't really gone far away. Instead, he had been lingering not far away from the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. This seemed to have angered someone, so the Red-Winged Saint came out to chase Qianzong away. He wanted to chase him far away. I just want to see the ancient phoenix goddess, Qianzong replied unhurriedly. The goddess won't see you, the Red-Winged Saint said coldly. This is the territory of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. If you don't leave, it'll be seen as an offense against the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. Then, don't blame me for being impolite. Then how can you be impolite? Qianzong wasn't someone without a temper. It was just that under normal circumstances, he didn't want to cause trouble. However, that didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. If you don't leave, I'll chase you away. The instant the Red-Winged Saint finished speaking, a blazing aura erupted from his body. Vaguely, there seemed to be a sharp and high-pitched bird cry. It tore through the clouds and directly charged towards Qianzong. It was as if it wanted to destroy Qianzong's divine intent. Next, the Red-Winged Saint opened his arms and flames rolled out. As they filled the air, it was as if he had a pair of burning wings. He turned into a fiery bird that spread its wings and soared into the sky. It was burning to the extreme. It drew an arc of light in the air with shocking power and suddenly charged towards Qianzong. This attack was accompanied by a shocking pressure that made Qianzong feel suffocated. It was as if the air around him had been sucked out in an instant and filled with a blazing aura that could burn everything. That attack was very powerful. He didn't hold anything back, but it didn't carry any killing intent either. Obviously, he wasn't trying to kill Qianzong. Instead, he was trying to force Qianzong to retreat and leave the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. Qianzong stared at Yi Futian, his eyes glinting brightly as if he could see through everything. He drew his sword, and the sword light flashed, bringing with it a star-like light. It was dazzling and resplendent. It streaked across the sky like a meteor, but it contained an astonishing force. Stellar Myriad Sword Art. Qianzong did not use his single-hearted sword technique against his opponent. Instead, he used the Stellar Sword Palace's Stellar Myriad Sword technique to test out the actual combat of this sword technique. The flaming wings flowing light was instantly pierced by the star-like sword light. That sword directly pierced towards the Red-Winged Saint. The sword force was drawn but not released, but it caused the Red-Winged Saint's expression to change. In the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, the Red-Winged Saint was only an ordinary pristine saint. Of course, no matter how ordinary he was still a saint-level expert. He was a powerful existence that non-saint-level experts could not hope to reach. Under the prodigious astral myriad sword art, sword after sword surged like waves. Sword after sword was unleashed, carrying wave after wave of tyrannical and condensed sword force as they charged towards the Red-Winged Saint in an endless stream. The Red-Winged Saint had a solemn look on his face. His entire body was covered in flames, as though a fire-bird phantom had risen. His aura was blazing and violent. However, other than the initial attack, he had been passively defending against Qianzong's attacks. Starlight flashed in all directions. Every speck of starlight carried with it a unique mystery. It was either extremely hot, extremely cold, or extremely sharp. Each speck of starlight contained a tyrannical force and emitted a terrifying sword force to suppress the Red-Winged Saint. In just a few moves, the rhythm was controlled by Qianzong. The Red-Winged Saint was completely at a disadvantage. He was horrified. He had investigated Qianzong and knew that he had the title of Unparalleled Sword Saint. However, he did not take it seriously. Unparalleled, at the very least, according to the investigation, Qianzong was originally titled the Unparalleled Sword Emperor and indeed had outstanding swordsmanship. However, no one knew when he suddenly had the strength of a quasi-sage. Also, no one knew what happened, but he was suddenly called the Unparalleled Sword Sage. The Red-Winged Saint did not pay much attention to a person who used to be a rogue cultivator and had just been accepted as an honorary elder by the Stellar Sword Palace. After all, he was so young. Even if he was a saint-level expert, he was the kind that had just broken through. He was the weakest saint-level expert. Although the Red-Winged Saint was at the lower level in the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, his strength was not at the bottom of the saint-level experts in the entire ancient profound world. At least, he thought that he was stronger than a rogue cultivator who had just broken through. However, he never expected that he would be at a disadvantage in a single exchange. The rhythm was completely controlled by his opponent. He was completely suppressed. Chen Zong kept displaying the prodigious astral myriad layer sword technique. This was the first time he was using this sword technique in battle. It felt different from when he was practicing it. That was especially true of the minute differences, which could only be displayed in actual combat. Myriad sword art, wave after wave of sword force swept out, overwhelming the other party. Unless the other party's strength was stronger than his, otherwise, when faced with such swordsmanship, they would feel that their hands and feet were tied, and it would be difficult for them to resist. A myriad of specks of starlight covered the surroundings. Chen Zong hadn't even executed the third level of the prodigious myriad stellar sword technique, the minor stellar sword field, yet he'd already completely suppressed Redwing Saint. After that, a wisp of sword light tore through the sky while the force of a thunderbolt erupted abruptly, and it directly struck Redwing Saint. Under the eruption of the force of the sword, the flames that covered Redwing Saint's body were instantly shattered into pieces, and he was even blasted flying. It was as if he'd been struck by the charge of an enormous beast, causing him to cough up blood without end. Chen Zong did not pursue, but his eyes contained shocking sword force. He stared directly at the Redwing Saint, bringing along sword pressure. The Redwing Saint wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was slightly pale. Firstly, it was because he was injured, and secondly, it was because he was shocked. The strength of this rogue cultivator was actually so strong. He was much stronger than him. He originally wanted to teach the other party a lesson and force him to leave the Vermilion Bird Holy Land to complete the mission given by the Holy Sun. He did not expect to be taught a lesson. For a moment, the Redwing Saint did not plan to attack again. He knew from the bottom of his heart that he could not win. Since he could not win, it would be stupid to continue fighting. Defeating me is nothing. If you don't leave now, you will definitely not have a good ending, the Redwing Saint said threateningly. Without waiting for Chen Zong's reply, he turned into a ray of flame and rushed into the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. Chen Zong did not leave because of this. Once he left the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, it would be difficult for him to know if the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden came out. He continued to stay. As for the threat of the Redwing Saint, it was just a threat. If the great Saint Tier did not appear, there was nothing to fear in the small Saint Tier. Of course, if he killed the Redwing Saint, the result would be different. That would mean that he would directly become the enemy of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. Not to mention the great Saint Tier cultivators coming to deal with him. Even if the Vermilion Bird ancestor came to deal with him personally, it would not be a big deal. Chen Zong continued to wait. He sat cross-legged on a tree that was more than 100 meters tall, comprehending while observing the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. The Redwing Saint was defeated by him, so he would not let it go so easily. However, Chen Zong was not afraid. It should be known that 100 years ago, when he unleashed his strength, he was not inferior to the Redwing Saint. In fact, he might have even surpassed him. In 100 years, Chen Zong had comprehended the prodigious astral thousand-layer sword technique and countless mysteries. Although his cultivation base was still at the peak of the inner world, and although the mixed Yuan heart force had not changed, in other aspects, Chen Zong had made great progress. Even if he had formed his own Tao and did not comprehend the great Tao of this world and did not control its power, he still had a deeper understanding. This allowed Chen Zong to be more relaxed when dealing with other Saint Tier cultivators. Not long after, sure enough, not long after, more people came out from the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. This time, it wasn't just one person, but a total of 3. One of them was the Redwing Saint, and the other was also an old man. The aura they emitted was very strong, not inferior to the Redwing Saint, or even stronger. The 2 Saint Tier cultivators walked in the air. Behind them, a large bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters and feathers as red as flames glided over. On the bird's back stood a young man wearing a fiery red robe with golden patterns. The young man's face seemed to be carved out of marble, cold and resolute. In particular, his eyes were cold, as if he was looking down on the world like a god. His eyes were pure and flawless like rubies. If one looked carefully, the golden patterns on his robe looked like some kind of feather. There was also a faintly discernible red mark between his eyebrows. At first glance, it looked like a burning flame, but also like a bird that was about to spread its wings and soar. The young man, who exuded a noble and mysterious aura, stepped on the back of the fiery bird that was more than 10 meters in size and glided through the air from the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. Chenzong also noticed that the aura of the fiery bird was extraordinary. It was also at the saint tier, the pristine saint stage. As the bird glided through the air, a red glow seemed to have dyed the sky behind the godlike young man, turning it into a pale red color. It was as magnificent as the setting sun. 3 pristine saint stage cultivators and a pristine saint stage bird. Such a lineup was shocking. Chenzong's eyes narrowed as his expression turned solemn. This bird was the dazzling flame sparrow phoenix that was carefully cultivated by the Vermilion Bird Holy Land and the ancient Phoenix Holy Land. It was the result of the fusion of the bright flame sparrow of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land and the blazing flame heavenly phoenix of the ancient Phoenix Mountain many years ago. It was very difficult to cultivate, but if it was successfully cultivated, it would reach the pristine saint stage. In the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, only those with high status were qualified to ride it. Chenzong had done his research on the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, so he could recognize it. The aura of the dazzling flame sparrow phoenix was very powerful. It was even more powerful than the red-winged saint. Obviously, its strength was much stronger than the red-winged saint. As for the young man on the back of the dazzling flame sparrow phoenix, Chenzong could not help but narrow his eyes. He was secretly shocked. Although his aura was restrained, Chenzong could feel a trace of threat from it. This young man was the most powerful existence among the 3 men and the fiery bird. With the appearance of the 3 men and the fiery bird, a terrifying aura surged out. Wave after wave, it directly pushed towards Chenzong. The birds that were perched on the big trees in all directions seemed to be frightened. They spread their wings and soared into the sky, quickly flying away. For beams of overbearing divine might pressed down from the sky, locking Chenzong in place. At the same time, everything around Chenzong seemed to be sealed off, isolating him from the great path and cutting off his connection with the great path of heaven and earth. If it was another pristine saint stage who was not powerful enough, their great Tao would really be cut off when faced with such saint auras. At that time, they would not have much strength left. However, they were targeting Chenzong. The source of Chenzong's strength had nothing to do with the heaven and earth great Tao. It was closely related to the heaven and earth great Tao in his body. However, the 3 people and 1 beast did not know the secret behind it. Take him down and let the starry sword palace come and get him. The young man who stood on the back of the dazzling flame sparrow phoenix with his hands behind his back said in an indifferent tone as he gave the order. Yes, Saint, the red-winged saint responded immediately with a sneer on his face. He was the Vermilion Bird Saint's loyal supporter. After all, the Vermilion Bird Saint was the disciple of the Vermilion Bird Saint Lord and the successor of the Vermilion Bird Saint Lord. When he broke through to the Great Saint stage, he would be able to inherit the position of the Vermilion Bird Saint Lord and become the new Vermilion Bird Saint Lord. The red-winged saint approached Chenzong with a sneer on his face. He was extremely fast. Not long ago, he was defeated by Chenzong's sword and was even injured by his sword. He had lost face in front of the saint. Now, he wanted to return the favor. Before capturing him, he would injure him first. As the thought flashed through his mind, the red-winged saint approached Chenzong and attacked at the same time. His palm was like a knife as it slashed out a dazzling red saber light. There were clear lines on the saber light that looked like feathers. It was like a red wing slashing across the sky with an extremely powerful force. The attack was aimed directly at Chenzong's chest. If he did not dodge and allow the attack to land, Chenzong's body would not be able to withstand it. He would be injured immediately. However, Chenzong would not allow the attack to land. The sword light suddenly flashed and turned into a dazzling starlight. At that moment, it seemed like a star had bloomed and pierced toward the red-winged saint. How dare you resist? Red-winged saint laughed coldly without end. Because he didn't sense any powerful fluctuations of energy from that sword strike, so it wasn't a threat to him at all. But in the next second, the Vermilion Bird Saint's eyes narrowed. His ruby-like eyes also shot out a red light that pierced through the sky. Then, he stretched out his index finger and a dot of red Light condensed on it and shot out in an instant. The red light streaked across the sky like a meteor. It seemed small, but it carried a terrifying force as it blasted mercilessly toward Shenzong. The crimson light was only as thin as a finger, but it had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, destroying everything in its path. Shenzong's attack was also one of the moves of the prodigious astral sword art. It seemed simple, and its aura was weak. Its force was completely restrained, so it was hard to sense. However, the moment it approached the red-winged saint, the dot of starlight suddenly expanded. As it spun, it seemed to have turned into a star and charged straight at the red-winged saint. The red-winged saint's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked because his blade of light had been directly shattered. A star rapidly enlarged in front of him and directly charged over. It was like a hot knife through butter without any mercy, as if it wanted to blast him to pieces. He couldn't dodge it. In an instant, the red-winged saint's body stiffened. Even his divine soul seemed to be sluggish from the impact. He couldn't dodge it at all. It was as if all his strength was powerless before the sword strike. One had to know that this sword was the prodigious stellar myriad sword art that Shenzong had used 100% of his primordial chaos heart force to activate. Even though it didn't have the unique inheritance of the starry sword palace and didn't complement the power of the prodigious stellar myriad sword art, it wasn't much weaker. In the blink of an eye, the vermilion bird saint attacked with a blazing finger force. Shenzong's sword also transformed into a star and charged straight at the red-winged saint. The two forces collided, paused for a moment, and then exploded. A terrifying force burst out, like a crimson ring of stars, and spread in all directions. The red-winged saint was sent flying by the impact of this force. He was injured again. Fortunately, it wasn't serious, but his face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. "Why aren't you affected?" the red-winged saint screamed. The saint auras of the four pristine saints pressed down together. Their powers were of the same origin, so the combined saint auras would be even stronger. Under normal circumstances, a pristine saint would more or less be affected by the combined saint auras, and his strength would decrease. However, this person wasn't affected at all. His strength was still very strong and terrifying. "How dare you!" the other pristine saint stage expert shouted and made his move at the same time. Raging flames burned on his body and shot up into the sky. A gigantic fire bird silhouette seemed to have appeared vaguely. As the old man's right hand curled into a claw, the gigantic fire bird's silhouette also let out a high-pitched cry and extended its claw. The claw was huge, and it carried with it an endless flame aura. As it fell from the sky, it directly shrouded the area where Shenzong was. It seemed to have imprisoned Shenzong. In an instant, Shenzong felt like he was being suppressed and captured. Powerful, he was much more powerful than the red-winged saint. The sword light flashed again, and specks of starlight shot out like meteors that streaked across the sky. Each meteor carried with it a powerful sword force as it broke through the sky. It turned into a rotating star that rampaged with unparalleled power. The giant firebird claw was also broken and shattered in an instant. A speck of starlight shot out from the sky, causing the old man's face to turn solemn. "Let me do it." The vermilion bird Saint Sun's voice rang out. Immediately, he pressed his palm down across the sky. A terrifying force erupted and shattered the star. The old man immediately retreated. Since the Saint Sun was going to take action personally, there was nothing for him to do. The vermilion bird Saint Sun was the most outstanding person in the vermilion bird Holy Land. He possessed an extremely brilliant saint-grade vermilion bird bloodline. He had only broken through to the saint grade a few hundred years ago, but his cultivation base was already at the peak of the pristine saint realm. He was only a step away from the great saint realm. According to speculation, the Saint Sun would only need a few hundred years to break through to the great saint realm. If the opportunity came, he would have a chance to break through to the great saint realm within a few decades. At that time, he would directly inherit the Vermilion Bird Holy Land and become the Vermilion Bird Holy Land's holy leader, becoming the sect leader of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land. As for the original Vermilion Bird Holy Leader, of course, he had retired to pursue a higher realm, such as the Divine Ancestor realm, or leaving the ancient mystic world to enter the core universe. It had been like this for generations. In the pristine saint realm, the Vermilion Bird Saint Sun's strength was extremely powerful. In the entire Vermilion Bird Holy Land, he could be considered the #1 pristine Saint Realm expert. Even if he faced a great Saint Realm expert, he would not be completely suppressed. He could still put up a fight. Now that the Saint Sun was taking action personally, it was enough. I have already given you a chance. The Vermilion Bird Saint Sun took a step forward and walked in the air, step by step, toward Qianzong. The red clouds behind him continued to spread, like a pair of red wings that covered half the sky. Astonishing Saint aura continued to spread, rushing out in all directions. Qianzong discovered that unknowingly, the surrounding space had been dyed a dark red like the setting sun. It was very beautiful, but it also contained a shocking power that constantly pressed down on him. The impact of the Saint aura was even more astonishing than the joint Saint aura just now. In other words, the Vermilion Bird Saint Sun had not used his full strength when releasing the Saint aura together. It was not even half of it. It was only now that he became serious and showed his true strength. The astonishing Vermilion Bird Saint aura pressed down on Qianzong one after another. It was extremely hot and swept out, making Qianzong feel like he was being calcined in a blazing furnace. The terrifying heat covered every part of Qianzong's body, constantly trying to invade Qianzong's body. It was trying to evaporate Qianzong's blood and qi and ignite the inside of his body. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The heaven and earth in the human body formed a cycle that made it difficult for any external force to invade. It was completely blocked outside. Unless it was a force that was many times stronger than Qianzong's inner heaven and earth, it could forcibly invade. The Vermilion Bird Saint Sun's strength was indeed very strong. He was at the peak of the pristine Saint Realm, but it was still not enough to forcibly invade Qianzong's inner heaven and earth. However, Qianzong also felt the astonishing pressure. An ordinary pristine Saint Realm expert would be weaker in front of the Vermilion Bird Saint Sun. They would not be a match for him. It's a pity that you don't know how to grasp it. The Vermilion Bird Saint Sun spoke again. His expression was arrogant, and his tone was high and mighty. The arrogance that came from the depths of his divine soul was fully displayed. However, it's your honor that a mere honorary elder of a holy land can make me personally take action. When the Vermilion Bird Saint Sun finished his third sentence, he had already stepped into the air towards Qianzong. Although they were 100 meters apart, his Saint aura had also reached its peak. It was like an erupting volcano or a torrent that had broken through a dam. It was extremely hot. Qianzong felt as if he was being burned. He was constantly being roasted, but he was able to resist it. With a loud bang, the Vermilion Bird Saint Sun made his move. Before he made his move, there were no signs. When he made his move, his aura was subtle and restrained. When he got close to Qianzong, it exploded with an astonishing power. It turned into a red palm print that blasted through the air, shattering everything. That kind of blazing heat and violence seemed to be able to destroy everything. This made Qianzong's expression turn serious. This kind of power was more than twice as strong as the Red Wing Saints. With a serious expression, Qianzong didn't hesitate to use the Grand Astral 10,000-layer sword art. The sword light turned into a speck of starlight and then instantly expanded into a spinning star. It carried with it an astonishing sword power as it charged through the air. In just one exchange, the starlight from the sword light was shattered by the Vermilion Bird Saint Sun's palm. The palm continued to press down. Qianzong's expression didn't change. His sword light flashed, and starlight flashed one after another. After destroying the palm print, he became one with his sword and charged through the air like a meteor. The sword light rapidly enlarged in the Vermilion Bird Saint Sun's eyes. The Vermilion Bird Saint Sun's lips curled into a cold smile. He calmly made his move again. He stretched out his right hand, and his palm was like a knife. A shocking saber intent spread out, and a red flame swept across the sky. Slash, the palm slashed through the air like a long saber, shattering everything. Outside the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, the sword light was like a red waterfall in the sky. When it slashed down, there was an extremely loud and sharp cry. It pierced through the clouds and was extremely shocking. There was also a huge shadow of a fire bird in the sky. It was the shadow of the Vermilion Bird, and it exuded an extremely shocking pressure that shrouded all directions. In an instant, it was as if a force field had sealed off the surroundings. It kept pressing down on Shenzong. This was a kind of pseudo-domain of the Great Path. Only some secret techniques or martial arts techniques could cultivate and display it. For example, the third level of the Stellar Sword Palace's secret technique, the Minor Astral Sword Domain, was a pseudo-domain. Under the pseudo-domain of the Vermilion Bird Saint, Shenzong was suppressed and could only explode. Dots of starlight spread out in all directions. There were as many as 10,000 dots. As the starlight flashed, they connected with each other and directly shrouded the void. It was the Minor Astral Sword Domain. When the Minor Astral Sword Domain appeared, it immediately contended with the pseudo-domain of the Vermilion Bird Saint. They cancelled each other out, and neither could do anything to the other. Different pseudo-domains had different powers, but they would affect and cancel each other out. The Vermilion Bird Saint's face was full of surprise. An honorary elder of a holy land not only mastered the Stellar Sword Palace's Stellar Sword Palace, but also cultivated it to the pseudo-domain. How shocking was that! Immediately, the Vermilion Bird Saint's face turned ugly. He was a saint, the saint of the Vermilion Bird Holy Land, the future Saint Lord. He had personally attacked, but he still couldn't take down his opponent. Saint Aura burst out. On the Vermilion Bird Divine Blade, fire soared into the sky. A huge shadow of a vermilion bird appeared, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Slash! In an instant, the huge vermilion bird's wings suddenly shook, and it exploded with extreme speed. It carried an unparalleled terrifying Saint Aura and directly blasted toward Shenzong. Everywhere it passed, the void cracked and shattered. The entire sky was directly covered by the shadow of the huge vermilion bird. Its eyes were boundless and extremely cold, but when Shenzong was stared at by it, he felt a burning sensation, as if he was about to be ignited. The moment the vermilion bird rushed toward Shenzong, its huge flaming wings suddenly flapped and blasted out two huge balls of fire. Like meteors falling from the sky, they blasted directly toward Shenzong without mercy. Every ball of flame was dozens of meters in size. Its power was incomparably shocking as it destroyed everything in its path. The might of this strike was tyrannical to the extreme, causing Shenzong's heart to tremble greatly. Shenzong no longer used the prodigious astral sword technique. His body suddenly exuded a terrifying aura, incomparably blazing. A true sun rose from Shenzong's body, fusing into the heavenly will sword technique. Taihao, the most powerful sword, Taihao, burned and exploded. Shenzong had entered the phaseless star realm in the secret place of the Starry Sword Palace for 100 years. He had comprehended countless mysteries. Although he had not completely transformed them, he had comprehended part of them and integrated them into his own swordsmanship. He had also integrated them into his unique skills, making the power of Taihao's sword even more powerful. When the sword was unleashed, it was as if a true sun had risen in the sky. An astonishing pressure spread in all directions. It was not Saint Aura, but it was not inferior to Saint Aura at all. It was so powerful that the Vermilion Bird Saint could not help but change his expression and become very serious. When the flames collided with the true sun, there was a huge explosion. The terrifying power blasted out in all directions, shattering everything. The terrifying shockwaves caused cracks to appear in the void, covering an area of several hundred meters. The aura it emitted was filled with extreme destruction. It was a ghastly sight. However, the vermilion bird's shadow was not completely shattered. It had only shrunk to half its original size, yet it still carried with it an astonishing amount of power. Its extremely sharp beak pierced through the sky like the edge of a long blade, sweeping everything before it. In fact, that was where the edge of the saber was. It was where the Vermilion Bird Saint's Vermilion Bird Divine Saber was. Using the edge of the saber as the vermilion bird's beak, it evolved into a tyrannical vermilion bird's shadow and shattered the sky. Only this attack had exhausted the Vermilion Bird Saint's full strength without activating his bloodline. This was the strength of the peak of the pristine Saint realm. If he activated his bloodline power, his strength would surge and he would be able to contend with a supreme Saint realm expert for a short time. The Vermilion Bird Saint thought that he did not need to activate his bloodline power to deal with an honorary elder of a holy land. His normal strength would be enough. Shenzong's expression was extremely solemn. The strength of the Vermilion Bird Saint was beyond his imagination. Speaking of which, his current level could not be considered a Saint realm expert. he could only be considered a quasi-saint. However, because of the uniqueness of his inner world and his superb swordsmanship, he had the strength of a pristine Saint Realm expert. Under certain circumstances, he had also killed a pristine Saint Realm expert and defeated some pristine Saint Realm experts. However, no matter if it was a pristine Saint Realm expert or a pristine Saint Realm expert, they could not be compared with the Vermilion Bird Saint in front of him. To be able to become the saint of a holy land, one's talent was very amazing. He stood out from many outstanding competitors. His talent was superb, his strength was powerful, and his means were extraordinary. No matter what his temperament was or how he acted, he was definitely powerful. The mixed Yuan heart force quickly recovered. Chen Zong's expression was solemn, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He was locked on, completely locked on. Chen Zong found that he could not avoid this attack at all. Many moves could not be avoided, but it was not absolute. If his realm was higher than his opponent's, he could do it, but obviously not now. Since he could not avoid it, he could only face it head-on. He felt the recovering mixed Yuan heart force. The comprehension of the phaseless star realm for 100 years had increased the recovery speed by several times. In an instant, Chen Zong's eyes opened and closed, and a ray of extremely sharp cold light shot out. It was as if the sword light could pierce through everything, and it locked on to the Vermilion Bird. The supreme sword will erupted and spread all over Chen Zong's body. It quickly condensed and compressed, and with Chen Zong's strength, it poured into the heavenly will sword. Amazing light flowed and shone on the sword, and finally gathered at the sword's edge, where it emitted a dazzling light. An indomitable aura spread in all directions, as if it was invincible. At the same time, the surrounding time and space seemed to slow down. Chen Zong could clearly see the dust particles floating around him, one by one. The Vermilion Bird's shadow also slowed down in Chen Zong's eyes. Its speed was reduced by at least half, so that Chen Zong could see the blade more clearly. It was an extreme blade, an extremely terrifying blade. Wherever the blade pointed, everything was pierced and shattered. There was nothing that could be resisted. However, Chen Zong wanted to resist. He poured all of his sharpness into this sword. There was nothing between heaven and earth that could not be broken. Divine firmament, this was a powerful sword that he had finally comprehended in a space-time fragment in the unknown place. It pursued extreme speed and absolute sharpness. At that time, Chen Zong had only just started, but he had already displayed amazing power. Now, thanks to the comprehension of the phaseless star realm in the secret place of the Star Sword Palace for 100 years, it had been perfected to the extreme. It could not be improved to the extreme for the time being, unless Chen Zong had a breakthrough in his cultivation. Such a sword would be even more powerful. Chen Zong had used all of his strength in this sword, and he did not hold back at all. Kill! The sword light broke through the air, and Chen Zong's figure disappeared directly because he had merged with the sword in his hand. The sword light was extremely powerful. It was silent and extremely fast. The void was completely torn apart and pierced. The moment it came into contact with the blade of the Vermilion Bird Divine Saber, it trembled slightly. Then the saber trembled violently and collapsed. The Vermilion Bird's shadow was also pierced, leaving a fine and dazzling silver-white sword mark. It pierced into the Vermilion Bird's mouth, but it drew an arc, as if it had split the Vermilion Bird's shadow in two, and then attacked the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun. In an instant, the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun's expression changed greatly. This sword made him feel a strong threat. The shadow of death shrouded him. Without any hesitation, the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun exploded with power. The faint flame mark between his eyebrows became clear and intense in an instant. An astonishing amount of saints might also burst out, causing the void to tremble. The mark became extremely clear in an instant, as if it was burning. If one looked closely, one would find that within the blazing flames was the mark of a vermilion bird. It seemed to come alive and was about to soar into the sky with an astonishing cry. As the mark was activated, the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun's entire body burned as if he was about to transform into a vermilion bird. His aura skyrocketed, becoming more and more powerful. Bloodline activated. This bloodline was the Saint Vermilion Bird bloodline. It was not weak among the saint bloodlines. Heavenly bloodlines were useless to saint-level powerhouses. Whether they were activated or not, it would not increase their strength. If a saint-level powerhouse wanted to increase their strength, they could only use saint-level secret techniques and saint bloodlines. Under the activation of the Vermilion Bird bloodline, the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun's strength multiplied. He raised the saber again, and after bursting with saint might, he suddenly slashed down. The sword light shattered, and a figure flew out. Qianzong only felt a terrifying and domineering force directly hit him. It wanted to break his body, break his inner world, and shatter him. Retreat. With the help of the saber, Qianzong immediately retreated. His speed was extremely fast, and he did not hesitate to turn into a beam of sword light and escape. The shocking force kept hitting Qianzong's body. Part of it was dissolved, and part of it was absorbed by the inner world. It was slowly consumed, but there was still a part that could not be eliminated or dissolved. Qianzong was seriously injured. Too strong, the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun's strength was too strong. Especially after activating the power of his bloodline, his strength had skyrocketed. That saber was difficult to resist. Qianzong made a prompt decision to retreat. If he could not defeat the Holy Sun, then he should retreat first. It was not a wise choice to fight head-on. Of course, if he broke through to the next major realm of his inner world, his strength would skyrocket. At that time, he should be able to defeat the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun. Qianzong turned into a beam of sword light and flew away. The Vermilion Bird Holy Sun did not chase after him. The flames around him were withdrawn, and the mark of the Vermilion Bird between his eyebrows dimmed. His domineering aura also decreased. The Holy Sun is indeed powerful. You are invincible in the pristine saint realm. The red-winged saint immediately flew over and laughed. The Vermilion Bird Holy Sun ignored the red-winged saint. He turned around, and the dazzling flame peacock phoenix also flew over. It carried the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun and flew into the saint realm. The sword light flew and landed on a mountain. With a puff, Qianzong spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood contained a blazing aura. When it landed on a rock, it turned the rock into liquid like magma and burned a hole in the ground, emitting a blazing aura. After spitting out the blood, Qianzong felt much better because the blood contained the terrifying power of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun's attack. While recovering from his injuries, Qianzong pondered. In terms of conventional strength, I'm still inferior to the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun. Qianzong thought to himself. After all, it was the difference between realms and cultivation. When one's inner world was completed, it was equivalent to the level of a quasi-saint or demigod. It was inferior to a saint, but its strength was far superior to a quasi-saint. In terms of cultivation, Qianzong was inferior to the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun. In addition, Qianzong had been cultivating for hundreds of years, while the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun had been cultivating for thousands of years. It had also been hundreds of years since he had broken through to the saint level. With his amazing bloodline and talent, coupled with the inheritance and cultivation of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun, he had already cultivated to the peak of the pristine saint realm. His conventional strength was not invincible in the pristine saint realm, but he was definitely among the top. In addition to the gap between our realms, I still lack an explosive method. Qianzong pondered. It was a good thing to have an inner world that belonged to one's own cultivation path without any interference from the great Tao of heaven and earth. However, there were also drawbacks. That was, he could only rely on himself. Those secret methods and the like were not suitable for him, and he did not have the so-called power of bloodline. Both secret techniques and bloodlines could be used and stimulated to temporarily increase one's strength. Of course, secret techniques could not be compared to bloodlines. Aside from being able to stimulate and increase one's strength, bloodlines could also be used to help one's cultivation and comprehension. Furthermore, when cultivating legacies of the same origin as bloodlines, it could be used more efficiently and display more power. The true sword grinding technique could not be used. Otherwise, he would not have to retreat. Maybe I should develop a secret method, Qianzong said to himself. However, it was not easy to develop a secret technique, especially when his own cultivation path was still in a state of exploration. It was even more difficult to develop it on his own. Qianzong did not have much confidence, but he still had to give it a try. Otherwise, sometimes he really did not have enough explosive means. The world in Qianzong's body allowed him to form his own Tao. His strength and sword Dao were also self-contained. His defense was stronger, his survival ability was stronger, and his recovery speed and self-healing ability were not weak either. Soon, Chenzong recovered from his injuries. As he recalled his battle with the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun, Chenzong once again set off for the Vermilion Bird Holy Grounds. This time, he was here to find the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. No matter what, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Otherwise, if she returned to the ancient Phoenix Mountain, it would be even more difficult to find her. As for the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun, Chenzong was not afraid. He could not defeat him now, but he could escape. If he wanted to escape, it would not be so easy for a great saint to stop him. The battle with the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun just now was very fierce, but in fact, it was also very short. The outcome was decided in just a few dozen breaths. The Vermilion Bird Holy Sun's flames were very powerful, but his saber techniques were still the strongest. This time, Chenzong did not get too close to the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun. Chenzong continued to wait and comprehend. Time passed day after day. Suddenly, Chenzong's eyes shot out a ray of light, and there was a faint expression of excitement on his face. She had appeared, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden had finally appeared. At the Vermilion Bird Holy Grounds, 2 dazzling flame birds and phoenixes with wingspans of more than 10 meters flew out slowly. On the back of one of them was the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun, and on the other was the person he wanted to see. Blue Phoenix, I will send you back to the ancient Phoenix Mountain, the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun said to the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. Thank you for your kindness, Holy Sun, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden replied, but politely declined. The Vermilion Bird Holy Sun did not say anything else. He wanted to leave a good impression. Thank you for the Vermilion Bird Holy Grounds hospitality. Goodbye, Blue Phoenix. The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden bowed slightly and left on the back of the dazzling flame birds and phoenixes. Beside her sat 2 maids who had been serving her all this time. Watching the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden leave, the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun's eyes were full of passion. That kind of passion seemed to want to melt the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden. The ancient Phoenix bloodline and the Vermilion Bird bloodline could complement each other. When the two were combined, it could strengthen one's bloodline further. Divine Maiden, the Holy Sun is really elegant, the maid on the right of the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden said with a smile. He should be an excellent cultivation partner. However, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden did not reply. Although the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun, no, it should be said that the ancient Phoenix Mountain and the Vermilion Bird Holy Grounds did not say it out loud, it was very obvious. That was, they wanted to let the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun get to know each other first, and then promote them to become cultivation partners. The Vermilion Bird Holy Sun was very willing, but the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden had a kind of inexplicable resistance that came from the bottom of her heart. As for why, she could not explain it clearly. Sitting on the back of the dazzling flame birds and phoenixes, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden and her 2 maids quickly left the Vermilion Bird Holy Grounds. When they were far away from the Vermilion Bird Holy Grounds, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a sharp light shot out from them. At the same time, she pulled out a long sword that was placed at the side. The sound of the sword was clear and melodious, as if it was the cry of a phoenix. It reverberated through the void and pierced through the clouds. Accompanied by the sound of the sword, a crimson sword light directly slashed through the air. There were many patterns on the sword light, and they looked like feathers. Such a sword was really strange and beautiful. The sword light hit nothing, and a figure also appeared. After dodging the sword light, Chenzong immediately said, "Divine Maiden, please wait." There was a hint of excitement in his voice. "It's you." The ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden recognized Chenzong at a glance. "What are you trying to do by following the Divine Maiden?" The maid on the right frowned and said coldly. However, Chenzong did not pay attention to her. Instead, he stared at the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden, and there was a hint of heat and sharpness in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he wanted to see through the veil covering the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's face and see her face clearly. Unfortunately, that veil seemed to be some kind of treasure that could block Chenzong's vision and divine sense, so Chenzong could not see through it. However, that pair of eyes was not covered, and Chenzong felt that it was very familiar no matter how he looked at it. In the past, Chenzong did not feel much when he did not connect the ancient phoenix divine maiden and Yunyanqin, and he also did not think too much about it. However, now, he had a feeling that it was very similar. It really looked very similar. Although there were some differences compared to Yunyanqin's original eyes, such as the color of the pupils, it still felt very similar. Divine Maiden, can you take off your veil? Although he was a little excited, Chenzong did not lose his composure. After taking a deep breath, he said in a serious tone, and there was a faint tremor in his voice. How dare you? The maid on the right saw that Chenzong did not pay attention to her, and she was already angry in her heart. At this time, when she heard Chenzong's words, she seemed to be furious. She pointed at Chenzong, and her voice was extremely cold. Chenzong's eyes were very sincere, and there was an indescribable expectation, hope, and desire in his sincerity. It was a desire that came from the bottom of his heart, and there was no false desire at all. The sincerity and desire in his eyes were like an invisible arrow that shot directly into the ancient phoenix divine maiden's heart. She could not help but tremble, and the words of rejection that she originally wanted to say could not come out of her mouth. I am not Yunyanqin. The ancient phoenix divine maiden seemed to know Chenzong's purpose, and she opened her mouth to explain, my name is Guqing Huang. Do you know about Taishan? Chenzong asked. The ancient phoenix divine maiden nodded slightly. Since you know about Taishan, you should know about the Taishan heavenly mirror. I have used the Taishan heavenly mirror twice to find Yunyanqin, and the final results pointed to the ancient Phoenix Mountain forbidden area. At that time, I went to the ancient Phoenix Mountain with Senior Void Grand Sage. Although we did not enter the ancient Phoenix Mountain in the end, we found out from Senior Golden Phoenix Grand Sage that the person in the ancient Phoenix Mountain forbidden area was the Divine Maiden. The meaning in Chenzong's words was very clear. On the other hand, the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage did not tell the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden about these things, so she was completely unaware. Chenzong's words were reasonable. Whether the true Void Grand Sage and the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage were true or false, they could easily find out. Chenzong would not lie about such things. If he did not lie, then the Taishan heavenly mirror must have made a mistake. If it made a mistake once, then it could be confirmed. However, if the result was the same twice, then the probability of a mistake was too low. Impossible. The Divine Maiden's name is Guqing Huang, not Yunyanqin. The maidservant on the right spoke again. She seemed to have a lot of opinions about Chenzong, but unfortunately, Chenzong did not seem to hear her words, nor did he seem to sense her hostility. He completely ignored her. An indescribable feeling rushed into the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's heart. Then, she took off her mask. The moment she took off her scarf, she immediately discovered that the other person's eyes were filled with unparalleled excitement and joy. That was the kind of ecstasy and excitement that one would feel after searching for her 1,000 times in their dreams and finally seeing her. Nianqin, it's really you. Chenzong was indeed very excited, extremely excited. Whether it was the results of the Taishan heavenly mirror or other information, it was not enough to confirm that the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was Yunyanqin. Only now, until Chenzong saw the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden's face with his own eyes, did he confirm it. The two results of the Taishan heavenly mirror, coupled with the extremely familiar face that he saw now, could finally confirm it with 100% certainty. Yunyanqin, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was Yunyanqin. She was ambushed and killed by the Infernal Order in outer space, and Yunyanqin's whereabouts were unknown. He finally found and saw her here. But now, a new problem had appeared, and that was that Yunyanqin did not know that her name was Yunyanqin. Instead, she was called Guqing Huang. Guqing Huang and Yunyanqin were two different names, and they also represented different identities. In other words, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden was unable to admit that she was Yunyanqin now. It was like pointing at someone and insisting that they were called by another name and be another person. How could she accept it? In the end, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden still left. Chenzong did not chase after her, because there was no need to. When the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden left, Chenzong did not follow her. For some reason, the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden had lost all her memories. Without those memories, she would not be able to see herself as Yunyanqin. Furthermore, she had complete memories of the ancient Phoenix Mountain. Thus, the ancient phoenix divine maiden could not accept the fact that she was Xianxia. Naturally, she could not accept the fact that she was Qinzong's partner. Under such circumstances, forceful means would not be of any good use. However, all these signs were planted in the ancient phoenix divine maiden's heart. She said that she would investigate this matter personally. Before she found out the results, she hoped that Qinzong would not force her. Although this was the case, Qinzong was at least certain that the ancient phoenix divine maiden was Xianxia. As for why she was Xianxia, or why Xianxia became the ancient phoenix divine maiden, there must be a reason. And this was what Qinzong needed to find out the reason and the solution. Why did Xianxia lose all her memories? Why did she only have the memories of the ancient Phoenix Mountain? Qinzong didn't go with Xianxia. Now that he knew who the other party was, he knew that the other party had the strength of a saint, and he also had the support of the ancient Phoenix Mountain Holy Land. His safety was not a problem. Even if he encountered a great saint, with his strength, bloodline, and other means, he had a chance to escape. For now, he had to find out what happened to Xianxia. Why did she lose her memories? Why did she become the ancient Phoenix Divine Maiden? Perhaps the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage knew the reason. However, from Qinzong's first encounter, the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage would not care about him at all. If he went to find him, he might even provoke the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage. Unless he was strong enough to suppress the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage. With these thoughts in mind, Qinzong left the Four Quadrants ancient region. The ancient profound world was very vast, with hundreds of domains. However, the hundreds of domains were not the entirety of the ancient profound world, because there was also the sea region, a vast expanse of sea region. This sea region was an existence independent of the hundreds of domains. In the sea, there were countless islands. Some of these islands were desolate and uninhabited, while others were inhabited by beasts and humans. There were also cultivators, rogue cultivators, and other forces. There were many islands, and there were even more powerful sea beasts residing in the sea. As such, without sufficient strength, it was impossible to leave the island and head to the other islands unless the distance was very close. Two figures flew over from the distance like wind and thunder. Their figures streaked across the sky, leaving behind two faint white shadows. They landed on a small island and separated. Not long after, the two of them met somewhere on this small island. I've investigated thoroughly. This island is called Blue Shell Island. The most powerful cultivator here is only at the 7th level, not even a half-saint, said the woman who seemed to be surrounded by wisps of wind. This Blue Shell Island is the perfect place for our God's faith to begin in this world, the man whose eyes seemed to flash with lightning said. With this place as the starting point, our God's glory will spread to every corner of this world. The man and woman spoke in unison. Their voices carried some kind of strange rhythmic fluctuation and spread out. It didn't take long for a force called the Five Spirits Divine Church to be quietly established. It developed in a subtle manner and continued to grow. Eventually, the entire Blue Shell Island was completely incorporated into the Divine Church. Everyone, be it cultivators or ordinary people, became followers of the Five Spirits Divine Church. Subsequently, a large ship was built and began to carry the powerful followers and cultivators to the neighboring islands to preach their faith in God. All of this was unknown to the hundreds of domains in the ancient profound world. Not only were they unaware, but many of the islands in the sea region were also unaware. Unknowingly, new forces had emerged. At first, they were based on the more ordinary islands. They united the islands and then began to conquer other islands, growing stronger and stronger. Qinzong coincidentally met the Void Sage, honorary elder of the Star Sword Palace. Not bad. The Void Sage nodded. He had been very optimistic about Qinzong since the beginning. He did not expect Qinzong's growth to be so unexpected. The Void Sage was very gratified and happy from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Senior's guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today, Qinzong said with a smile. Although it was certain that he could continue to improve his strength with his own ability, there was a difference between sooner and later. The Void Sage brought him to Taishan and learned about the existence of the ruins of the world. He then entered the ruins of the world to hunt gods and demons and obtained their pseudo-divinity and divinity. This allowed his inner world to continuously improve from the beginner level to the complete realm in a short period of time. If it weren't for the help of divinity, Qianzong did not know how long it would take to improve from the beginner level to the complete realm. Maybe it was still at the beginner level now. Maybe it could be improved to the small success level, but it would not be easy to cultivate to the large success level. As for the complete realm, it should be impossible. Every improvement of the inner world brought about an obvious increase in Qianzong's strength. If it was the large success level of the inner world, then Qianzong's strength might not be a match for a small saint. All in all, the Void Sage's action caused Qianzong's rapid improvement. This was the kindness of recognizing his talent, and Qianzong was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, Qianzong told him about Xianxia, or the ancient phoenix divine maiden. After all, the Void Sage had lived for a long time and was more knowledgeable. After listening to Qianzong's words, the Void Sage pondered for a dozen breaths and said, "In this case, the memory has been modified, but it is so real. The person who did it is very strong, at least an ordinary great saint can't do it. Based on my understanding of that old woman Golden Phoenix, she doesn't have this ability. The only possibility is that the ancestor of the ancient Phoenix Mountain, Ancient Phoenix, did it." The Void Sage's speculation was similar to Qianzong's own guess. The ancient Phoenix ancestor, this matter was related to the ancient Phoenix ancestor. That was the existence of the divine ancestor, and those in the great saint realm could not be compared to it. Although they could be considered to be in the same realm, there was still a clear gap. The ancient Phoenix ancestor is a sacred beast. The Void Sage considered his tone and continued with a serious expression, "Sacred beasts are different from us humans. Although we are not enemies and can be considered allies, there are still essential differences." The Void Sage did not say it very clearly, but Qianzong could understand. Sacred beasts were sacred beasts, and humans were humans. Different clans were ultimately different. For a moment, Qianzong's inner pressure increased. Originally, he did not consider the sacred beast Ancient Phoenix, but only the Golden Phoenix Grand Sage. That was not easy to solve. Now that it extended to the level of the sacred beast Ancient Phoenix ancestor, it was undoubtedly more difficult. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if exhaling all the pressure. No matter what, he had found Xianxia. Did he know who she was? He also knew her whereabouts. Then all that was left now was to restore her memory and take her away. They would travel the universe together and understand the thousands of mysteries of the universe. Power, he needed more power, enough to be fearless. When the time came, he could directly break into the ancient Phoenix Mountain and find out the truth. It was a pity that although Qianzong already knew the secrets of the next level of the inner universe, he could not break through because he lacked the opportunity. Going from the inner world to the inner universe was like going from the demi-saint to the divine ancestor. There was a huge gap. Hence, Qianzong speculated that if his inner world broke through to the inner universe, his power would definitely increase significantly. It would not be a problem to increase it by a few times. Opportunity, he still needed the opportunity. Without the opportunity, it would be difficult to break through. Forcing a breakthrough would not work either. The success rate was too low. Once he failed, he might not be able to start over. He would be done for. Just in time. "I plan to attend a gathering. Do you want to come with me?" asked the Void Sage. Gathering? Qianzong was a little confused. Yes, it's a gathering of some divine ancestors. It's mainly for exchanging treasures. The Void Sage smiled and said, "If you don't have anything else to do, you can come with me. Maybe you'll gain something." Qianzong nodded. He had nothing special to do now. It was nothing more than cultivation and enlightenment. However, with the Heart Sutra, enlightenment was always going on. In terms of cultivation, except for directly practicing swordsmanship, his inner world had been perfected and was at its peak. Following the Void Sage, Qianzong came to a mountain not long after. It looked like an ordinary mountain. There was nothing special about it, but it was a different world. In other words, the mountain was just a cover. It was the location of a door. After passing through the door, one would enter a secret realm. It was a small secret realm. According to the true Void Great Sage, it was created by an ancient great saint-level expert as a place to rest and cultivate in seclusion. This ancient great saint was called the Great Saint of Guiyuan, So the secret realm was named the Guiyuan Secret Realm. The initiator of this gathering was the great saint of Guiyuan, with several other great saints as his assistants. Of course, in addition to the great saint experts, there were also many little saint experts. Ha 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 ha, Void, you're here too. An old man with messy hair and a tattered robe greeted the Void Sage when he saw him. Old beggar, can't you change your clothes? The Void Sage teased. Change my clothes, as long as I can wear them. The old beggar smiled indifferently. Chenzong was a little surprised that this old beggar, who could be seen on a street in a city, was a great saint expert. Really, if this old beggar hid his aura and sat down on a street with a broken bowl, he would be an experienced old beggar who had been in business for many years. There were many strange people in the world, and they should not be underestimated. The Void Sage was familiar with this old beggar, so he introduced Chenzong. Of course, Chenzong would not call him an old beggar, but a senior. Void, this is not your disciple, is he? The old beggar's eyes were cloudy, but he seemed to have seen something and smiled at the Void Sage. I don't have such good fortune. The Void Sage smiled. He was not being modest, nor was he teasing. He really thought so. If he could have a disciple like Chenzong, he would laugh even in his sleep. Hearing the Void Sage's answer, the old beggar looked at Chenzong carefully again, but found that his eyes, which had seen countless mysteries in the world, could not see anything. The great saint gathering in the Guiyuan secret realm was initiated by the great saint Guiyuan. He invited other great saints who were acquainted with him to participate. Although there were not many gatherings like this, there were still some. In the hundreds of domains in the ancient mystic world, the lifespan of a saint-level powerhouse was even longer. They could live for at least 100,000 years. Therefore, there were quite a number of saint-level powerhouses. However, some saint-level powerhouses lived in seclusion and their whereabouts were hard to find. The great Saint Guiyuan was a great saint among the rogue cultivators. He had lived for a very long time. It was said that he had lived for more than 100,000 years. For example, a great saint like the true Void Great Saint was only 20,000 years old. Compared to those who had lived for more than 100,000 years, the difference was huge. Among the rogue cultivators, there were not many powerhouses. However, the number of rogue cultivators was too large. With such a large base and the accumulation of time, there would always be some powerhouses. The longer they lived, the more powerful they would be. The great Saint Guiyuan was one of them. Such gatherings gave everyone a chance to get to know each other. They could also invite each other to explore some secret places. The ancient mystic world was vast. Other than the ancient mystic world, there were also some small worlds that drifted outside the ancient mystic world. If one was found and entered, one would be able to gain something. In short, even a divine ancestor would not be able to explore the entire ancient mystic world and discover all the secrets. Secret places, forbidden places, and so on contained many secrets. After a cultivator had cultivated to the saint stage, it was no longer easy for them to make further progress. Usually, it would take a long time for them to accumulate and settle before they could make further progress. This was the daily life of most saint stages. It was extremely rare for someone like the Vermilion Bird Saint Sun who had outstanding talent to make a breakthrough from the initial pristine saint stage to the peak pristine saint stage in just a few hundred years. What would these saint-level powerhouses do? They would either start a long period of seclusion or travel around to find opportunities that were suitable for them. However, no one could guarantee that they would be able to find an opportunity that was suitable for them. Therefore, they would keep their gains and find an opportunity to exchange them with others. This was how the Great Saint Gathering was born. It was not the first time that the true Void Great Saint had participated in the Great Saint Gathering. However, it was the first time for Chenzong. In the end, there were more than a dozen people who arrived. Most of them were the saint-level powerhouses from various forces while 3 of them were rogue cultivators. There were 4 eminent saint stage powerhouses and 11 pristine saint stage powerhouses. Including Chenzong, there were 12 pristine saint stage powerhouses. The great sage of Guiyuan was a kind-looking, white-haired, round-faced old man. He was not tall and was a little plump. He always had a faint smile on his face and gave people a good first impression. He looked like a nice guy, but Chenzong wouldn't look down on him because of that, nor would he think that he was a nice guy. A nice guy couldn't have lived for so long. Any expert would have gone through countless life and death battles and walked out of corpses. The stronger the expert, the more this was the case. Those who relied on great opportunities to reach the heavens in a single bound would eventually become a stepping stone for others if they did not experience enough tempering. One could not become a true expert just because they had the opportunity. For a true expert, other than the opportunity, the most important thing was still oneself. His temperament, will, and everything else was strong enough. He would constantly strive to improve himself and would never give up. Even in the face of a difficult situation, he would think of a way to solve it. Even in a hopeless situation, he would persist until the end. In addition, he must have sufficient strength. Only when all these factors were combined could he be called a true expert. Those who obtained great opportunities and mastered great strength could only be called lucky. They still needed to go through many tempering before they could finally become a true expert. A sword's edge was sharpened. It had been like this since ancient times. After a simple introduction, they directly entered the next segment. Everyone took out the treasures that they didn't need and planned to use them for the exchange. This is the 9-tempered divine fire gold. It's most suitable for forging saint-grade weapons. Is there anyone who needs it? A pristine saint sage took out a palm-sized piece of metal. It was covered with forging patterns. The layers were distinct and the color was restrained. It was dark golden color, but there seemed to be a faint red glow. The 9-tempered divine fire gold was a famous divine metal. It was hard and tough. Saint-grade weapons forged from it would not be easily damaged. Moreover, it also carried traces of flame energy. It was very suitable for the saint-grade who cultivated, comprehended, and mastered the Tao of flame. Not long after, the 9-tempered divine fire gold was exchanged. Although Chenzong had a lot of wealth, he did not have any treasures that were useful to the saint grade. He did not know what to take out at the moment, so he could only watch. However, all the treasures that were taken out for the exchange were extraordinary. Chenzong was amazed. In particular, the treasures taken out by the 4 great saint sage were even more valuable. Chenzong knew that he would not be able to afford it even if he sold himself. Chenzong's initial purpose of coming here was to broaden his horizons. As for whether he could exchange for any treasures, that was another matter altogether. I still have something here. It's considered a unique secret technique. A pristine saint sage took out another treasure. It was a piece of inheritance jade that contained an inheritance. Perhaps all of you have heard of this secret technique before. It's called the invisible quaking gale. Invisible quaking gale. A pristine saint sage seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked, "Is it the great Saint Wu Gang's unique technique, the invisible quaking gale?" That's right. It's the great Saint Wu Gang's unique technique, the invisible quaking gale. It's also a coincidence that I was able to obtain it. The pristine saint sage was 9-cloud saint. He immediately said with a smile, "Since all of you know that the invisible quaking gale is the great Saint Wu Gang's unique technique, you also know that this secret technique is extraordinary. The great Saint Wu Gang relied on this unique technique to dominate the world. There were few who could match him. Within the same realm, almost no one could break his invisible quaking gale and hurt him. It sounds very good, but the invisible quaking gale is not that easy to cultivate." The old beggar muttered. Apparently, he had some understanding of the invisible quaking gale. After all, he had seen the great Saint Wu Gang's glory many years ago. At that time, he was not a saint-grade saint, but the great Saint Wu Gang had been famous for many years. I still have some understanding of the great Saint Wu Gang. The great Saint Gui Yuan suddenly said with a smile. This was because he was a figure of the same era as the great Saint Wu Gang. No, it should be said that the great Saint Wu Gang had become famous earlier than the great Saint Gui Yuan. There was a difference of tens of thousands of years between them. However, the great Saint Gui Yuan's luck was good, so he was on the same level as the great Saint Wu Gang. However, this did not mean that his strength was comparable to the great Saint Wu Gang's. The invisible quaking gale's defense is extremely shocking. At that time, it was said that it was unbreakable. There was once an ancient inheritance, the Poji Sword Saint, who attacked with all his strength, but he could only barely break the invisible quaking gale. It was difficult for him to hurt the great Saint Wu Gang. The great Saint Gue Yuan said with a smile, "You should know that the Poji Sword Saint was a great saint stage sword cultivator. At that time, he was known as the #1 offensive sword cultivator below the divine ancestor. This was not a secret, but because it had been too long, it was not circulated anymore. Unless one deliberately inquired about it, no one would know." Chen Zong listened with great interest. In that era, the Poji Sword Saint's sword was known as the #1 offensive sword cultivator below the divine ancestor. It was unstoppable, and the great Saint Wu Gang's invisible quaking gale was known as the #1 defensive sword cultivator below the divine ancestor. It was like the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Who was stronger between the spear and the shield could only be determined after a battle. One time, by chance, or perhaps by intention, the Poji Sword Saint sought out the great Saint Wu Gang. "Aren't you known as the #1 defensive sword cultivator below the divine ancestor? That's good. My Poji Sword Wei is the #1 offensive sword cultivator below the divine ancestor. Until now, nothing has been able to resist it. Can your invisible quaking gale block it?" The great Saint Wu Gang was naturally not afraid of the Poji Sword Saint's provocation. Who was afraid of whom? Thus, the great Saint Wu Gang used all his strength to use the invisible quaking gale to defend himself, while the Poji Sword Saint attacked with all his strength. He slashed out with his sword, a sword that was said to be unbreakable. Even the divine ancestor would be shocked by it. In the end, the great Saint Wu Gang's invisible quaking gale was broken by the Poji Sword Saint's strongest sword. However, the Poji Sword Saint's strongest sword only barely broke through the invisible quaking gale before it was exhausted. It could not hurt the great Saint Wu Gang at all. As such, they could be considered to be evenly matched. The two of them became friends and would often spar with each other. For example, when the Supreme Saint Wugong discovered more secrets of the invisible tremor, he would seek out the Poji Sword Saint to verify them. Similarly, when the Poji Sword Saint comprehended more powerful sword moves of the Poji Sword Wei, he would seek out the Supreme Saint Wugong to verify them. In the end, both of them had reached the pinnacle of the great saint level. However, the divine ancestor level was not so easy to reach. Therefore, the two of them decided to team up and leave the ancient mystic world together to head to the core universe. Since then, there had been no news of them. They had disappeared for 100,000 years. Unexpectedly, someone had found the great Saint Wu Gang's unique secret technique, the invisible quaking gale. It was really surprising. It's a pity that although the invisible quaking gale's defense is extremely strong and difficult to break, it is extremely difficult to cultivate. The great sage Gue Yuan smiled and said, "Back then, when the great Saint Wu Gang was at his peak, he had announced the entry method of the invisible quaking gale to thousands of geniuses who had gone through various rounds of selection. If anyone could learn it, they could become the successor of the great Saint Wu Gang. However, it's a pity that thousands of geniuses at that time could not learn it." The great sage Gue Yuan sighed because he had tried it before. Unfortunately, he could not learn it. It was also because he had tried it himself that he had the authority to say, "The invisible quaking gale's requirements for control of power are too high. It's so high that it's frightening. Most cultivators can't do it at all. The main difficulty is multitasking. It's not enough to multitask 2 or even 3 tasks at once. Multitasking 10 tasks at once." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Multitasking 2 tasks at once was not difficult for people who had been specially trained. It was even possible to train 3 tasks at once. However, multitasking 10 tasks at once was not something that could be trained. It required talent, a unique and powerful talent. Simply put, the talent of multitasking 10 tasks at once was extremely rare and hard to come by. Moreover, even if one multitasking 10 tasks at once, they could only learn the entry level of the invisible quaking gale. "I can only give you one true divinity," Chenzong said to Nine Cloud Saint. Chenzong was very interested in invisible aura quake. The reason for his interest was that to cultivate invisible aura quake, one needed to multitask. Multitasking was something that most cultivators would not be able to do, but Chenzong could, and it was very easy for him. 3. Nine Cloud Saint said immediately, looking at Chenzong. The others did not say anything. The great sage of Guiyuan's words had already made everyone aware of the difficulty of cultivating the invisible seismic gang. Although they were confident in themselves, it did not mean that they were blind. They were a little tempted, but they also knew their limits. If the price was not high, they could give it a try. Chenzong had the same idea. After all, his cultivation path was different from others. It was still unknown whether the invisible seismic gang was suitable for him. However, Chenzong was very curious. He wanted to see what the so-called strongest defense set by the divine ancestor was like 100,000 years ago. It was the strongest defense set by the divine ancestor 100,000 years ago, and it was not bad 100,000 years later. I only have one, Chenzong shook his head. He did not have a strong desire to get the secret method. Nine Cloud Saint thought for a moment and said again, before that, let me ask you a question. Did you get the true divinity by killing the divine ancestor alone? Yes, Chenzong responded bluntly. One true divinity is fine, but there is one more condition, Nine Cloud Saint said firmly. Nine Cloud Saint said with a firm tone, don't worry, it's not some unreasonable condition. I found a secret place before, but I'm not strong enough, so I'm inviting you to explore that secret place with me. If there are any gains, we'll discuss how to split them. Chenzong agreed after thinking for a while. One true divinity was given to Nine Cloud Saint, and Nine Cloud Saint also gave the jade of inheritance of the invisible seismic gang to Chenzong. In addition, Chenzong also had to help Nine Cloud Saint explore the secret place once. The trade continued. Chenzong directly used the jade of inheritance. Streams of information poured out like a torrent and rushed into Chenzong's mind. It was very complicated. However, with Chenzong's powerful thinking ability and the combination of the One Heart Sutra, it was not difficult for him to accept it. Not long after, Chenzong received all the contents of Invisible Seismic Gang. The complexity of the contents made Chenzong speechless. No wonder it was said that if one did not have the ability to multitask or even multitask, it would be impossible to get started with Invisible Seismic Gang. With such complex contents, it would take a lot of time for a normal practitioner to accept. However, Chenzong didn't need to do that. In just a few dozen breaths, Chenzong had completely accepted the extremely complicated contents of the almighty earthquake and started to comprehend it. After comprehending it, Chenzong immediately found that he seemed to be able to practice Invisible Seismic Gang. Even though he had created his own path of cultivation and the secret techniques of other paths of cultivation were not suitable for him, this invisible astral quake was very unique. It seemed that he could cultivate it as well. All he needed to do was to make some minor modifications to it. With the power of One Heart Sutra and his powerful comprehension ability, Chenzong quickly comprehended the secret method of Invisible Seismic Gang and its mysteries. Invisible Seismic Gang was divided into 3 levels. The first level was naturally the simplest, and the third level was the most complicated, mysterious, and difficult. However, even the first level made most cultivators feel despair. 100,000 years ago, Supreme Saint Wugong had once wanted to recruit a successor, and many geniuses had participated. In the hundreds of years that had passed, tens of thousands of geniuses had passed the selection, but none of them had been able to enter the sect. Note that getting started did not refer to mastering the first level, but only the beginning of the first level. At the beginning of the first level, Invisible Seismic Gang was actually not very powerful. It was said that someone had managed to become a disciple of Great Saint Wu Gang, but that was all. He had been accepted as a disciple by Great Saint Wu Gang. When he mastered the first layer of the invisible tremor, he would become Great Saint Wu Gang's true disciple and receive his inheritance. Unfortunately, even after Supreme Sage Wugong and Poji Sword Saint left, the nominal disciple still failed to master the first level of Invisible Seismic Gang. As for how Nine Cloud Saint got the Jade of Inheritance, that was his own business. Chenzong began to comprehend the first level. With the help of One Heart Sutra, Chenzong's comprehension efficiency was amazing. The mysteries of the first level of Invisible Seismic Gang were constantly analyzed. After it was completely analyzed, Chenzong began to modify it. The difficulty of cultivating Invisible Seismic Gang was not just what Supreme Sage Gue Yuan had described. There were more. The first was to accept the inheritance. The information was very complicated, and normal practitioners would not be able to accept it completely without a few months. The second was to comprehend it. The mysteries involved were amazing, and it tested one's thinking ability and comprehension ability. If one's thinking ability and comprehension ability were not enough, it would be difficult to comprehend anything. Just trying to comprehend it would make one's head hurt. The more one tried to comprehend it, the more painful it would be. That was the extreme application of one's strength, and it was an extremely fine application. The strength was incomparably fine, and it was distributed to every part of one's body. Even the ends of one's hair were covered, and there were no gaps. This kind of coverage was not a simple and crude coverage, but it was done with great care. It was like arranging troops in a formation, or it could be said that it was like a formation. It was constantly distributed, inlaid, and stacked together until it was completely natural. Such fine control was extremely difficult, and most practitioners could not do it. However, this was only the first step, and it could barely be considered the beginning. The second step was to stabilize this power so that it would not collapse naturally. The third step was to let the layer of power distributed around the body condense and compress continuously until it was compressed to the extreme. The fourth step was to let the layer of power that had been condensed to the extreme circulate, forming a cycle of its own. In this way, under normal circumstances, one did not need to activate it himself, and there was no need to consume any extra power. It could circulate endlessly. The fifth step, which was the last step, was to let the self-formed cycle of power vibrate at a high frequency, thus forming a real defense. Only then could one be considered to have truly mastered the first level of invisible seismic gang, and possess a truly powerful defensive ability. However, just the first step had already blocked countless people, causing countless geniuses to feel despair. Even with Xianxia's ability, he could not help but be amazed. Just how amazing was the supreme sage Wu Gang? He was actually able to create such a secret technique. Just the first step alone was like a peerless commander who had never been defeated on the battlefield. He directly commanded tens of millions of troops, and they were all elite soldiers. They marched and set up a fine and powerful military formation one after another. Each military formation was interconnected, layer by layer, and finally formed a huge and indestructible military formation that covered everything. How difficult was this? Xianxia continued to meditate, repeatedly comprehending the first level, and then made changes. After all, his power was different from Supreme Sage Wu Gang's, and they did not belong to the same path of cultivation. The difficulty of making changes was actually not that great. While the others were talking, Xianxia listened while constantly making changes to the first level of invisible seismic gang, until he finished making changes. After making changes, Xianxia immediately began to cultivate. Being a multitasking chaotic prime allowed Xianxia to easily multitask. It was not just multitasking 10 times or 100 times, but it was also not difficult to multitask 1,000 times. Multitasking chaotic prime was only a beginner's level, and it would take a lot of time. After all, he had to control so many subtle forces and distribute them to every part of his body, not letting anything go. But for Xianxia, it was not difficult. In the past, Xianxia's multitasking chaotic prime was not only more than enough to control his own strength, but also more than enough, and it was not fully utilized. Now, after Xianxia made changes to the invisible seismic gang, he could further exert the power of multitasking chaotic prime. Xianxia controlled the chaotic prime heart force, and directly divided it into 1,000 strands. 1,000 strands, as thin as hair, quickly spread out and covered his body along the skin membrane. If he were to multitask chaotic prime, it would take a lot of time, but if he were to multitask 1,000 times, the efficiency would not be 100 times, but 1,000 times, or even more. It covered his whole body inch by inch, starting from his feet and continuing upwards. It did not take long for Xianxia to feel that every part of his body was covered by a layer of invisible membrane. Fortunately, Xianxia's chaotic prime heart force recovered very quickly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to complete the construction in a short time. In addition to being able to multitask, the first step of multitasking chaotic prime was to have enough power to constantly replenish it. This feeling was very strange, very strange. It was as if he was wearing an invisible and very thin garment, but it did not feel suffocating at all. Instead, it was very transparent. But now, this power needed to be constantly maintained by himself. In this way, the chaotic prime heart force would be constantly consumed, and it would greatly affect the exertion of his strength. Chen Zong gently clenched his fist. When his fingers pressed against the center of his palm, he could feel the existence of a thin film that separated the pressure from his palm. However, he did not lose his senses. This kind of feeling was very strange. The chaotic prime heart force was constantly consumed and recovered at an astonishing speed, maintaining the consumption of the elementary invisible seismic gang. Chen Zong began the second step, which was to further stabilize it. This step was not difficult, but it was not easy either. What it needed was patience. With enough patience, careful polishing, little by little, and finally stabilizing it. Only then could he proceed to the third step. Even if Chen Zong's chaotic prime realm was extremely mysterious, he could not avoid this step. He still had to spend time. Until the end of the Saint Assembly, Chen Zong had not completed the second step, but he had completed a small part of it. Your Excellency Peerless Sword Sage, when will you have time? Nine Cloud Saint asked Chen Zong directly. In a month. Chen Zong estimated that a month should be enough for him to master the first level of invisible seismic gang. By then, he should be able to have a stronger defense. Chen Zong walked out of the temporary cave abode and looked at the sky. It was a blue sky with no clouds in sight. It was very clear, very bright, and very clear. It was as if all the haze had been swept away in an instant. 1 month, Chen Zong stayed in the temporary cave residence for a month. He couldn't see the sky. He neglected sleep and food to study and cultivate. Finally, he completely mastered the first level of the invisible seismic gang. As for the second level, Chen Zong realized that it was much more difficult. It was still very difficult for him to cultivate it now. In general, the 3 levels of the invisible seismic gang were targeted. The first level was targeted at the Little Saint Realm, the second level was targeted at the Great Saint Realm, and the third level was targeted at the Divine Ancestor Realm. However, because the Great Saint Realm was only a Great Saint Realm, the third level wasn't completely completed. It was only a part, but it was still a part that could be cultivated. Although the first level was targeted at the Little Saint Realm, it didn't mean that it couldn't be cultivated below the Little Saint Realm. In short, the first level was targeted at the Little Saint Realm. Was it easier to cultivate in the Little Saint Realm than below the Saint Realm? No. Without the ability to multitask, the Great Saint Realm was useless. Outside his temporary grotto mansion, Chen Zong rolled up his left sleeve. Looking at his arm, Chen Zong could sense that there was a very thin layer of invisible power covering his arm. At first glance, it was simply impossible to see it. However, if one were to look carefully, they would be able to see traces of fluctuations. Those were the vibrations of invisible astral quakes at a high frequency. He pulled out the heavenly sword and directly chopped his left arm with 30% of his strength. When the sword landed on Chen Zong's left arm, Chen Zong immediately felt his sword being blocked by an invisible power. Moreover, the sword began to tremble at an astonishing speed. It was even bounced off, causing the sword to tremble endlessly and emit a series of faint hums. That layer of power had not been cut apart. Chen Zong immediately chopped the second time. This time, he used 50% of his strength to wave the sword. The sword was bounced up again and vibrated continuously. The sound of the sword became clearer. The third time, he directly used 70% of his strength. However, he still couldn't break the layer of the invisible seismic gang and was directly bounced back. The greater the strength of the chop, the stronger the rebound. For the fourth strike, Chen Zong used all of his strength. Chen Zong felt a little uneasy when he swung his sword. Could he block the first layer of invisible seismic gang? As the sword slashed down, the invisible seismic shield suddenly shook violently, as if it was about to be cut apart. However, the power of the seismic shield continued to vibrate at an astonishing frequency, blocking the slash and bouncing it back. It was blocked, it even bounced a little, which made Chen Zong happy. His strength was not the strongest in the pristine saint stage, but he was not the weakest either. However, in terms of the attack power of his slash, it should be considered decent in the pristine saint stage. The sword slash with 100% of his strength still did not completely destroy the invisible seismic gale. This meant that his defense had reached a shocking height. He could withstand the frontal attack of some pristine Saint Realm powerhouses without any harm. Of course, although his sword slash with 100% of his strength did not completely destroy the first layer of the invisible seismic gang, it still managed to break a part of it. If it was Xianxia or Taihao, they would not be able to block it. Chenzong could not help but frown. It was said that Supreme Saint Wu Gang's invisible seismic gang was extremely strong in defense. It was said to be the strongest under the divine ancestor. It could not be broken. Only the strongest sword of the Poji Sword Saint could barely break it, but it could not hurt Supreme Saint Wu Gang. The Poji Sword Saint was a person with great opportunity. He had inherited the ancient sword principle and was known to be the best in offense at that time. In comparison, Chenzong found that the invisible seismic gang that he cultivated was not as strong as Supreme Saint Wu Gang's. Why was that? Chenzong could not help but think. This may be because I modified it, Chenzong thought to himself. The invisible seismic gang that he cultivated was not the original version of the invisible seismic gang, but a modification on the basis. This modification was not a direct improvement, but a modification that was compatible with him and suitable for his cultivation. After all, his path of cultivation was completely different from the orthodox path of cultivation. Supreme Saint Wu Gang's formless astral quake had been created on the basis of the orthodox path of cultivation. It had taken him a great deal of time to constantly modify and improve it. In fact, he had only made a simple modification to make it suitable for his cultivation. On this basis, it was not impossible to continue to improve it, but it would take a long time. On another point, Chenzong speculated that Supreme Saint Wu Gang's invisible seismic gang was so strong because he had cultivated it to the third layer. The third layer belonged to the divine ancestor level, but it was not complete. It was only partially complete, which meant that Supreme Saint Wu Gang had cultivated part of the third layer. Part of the third layer was definitely stronger than the second layer. As the creator of the invisible seismic gang, it was not impossible for Supreme Saint Wu Gang to cultivate part of the third layer as a Supreme Saint. Chenzong guessed that this guess was close to the truth. Anyway, he had mastered the first layer of the invisible seismic gang, which gave him a strong defensive power. An ordinary pristine saint would not be able to break through the defense of the invisible seismic gang. Moreover, he would not stand there stupidly and let others attack him. As for the second layer, Chenzong felt that he could also modify and cultivate it, but it would take more time. He could not rush it. The appointed time with 9 Cloud Saint had arrived. He immediately set off for the meeting place. The meeting place was not far away. It was located on a mountain. When Chenzong arrived, there were already 3 people there. One of them was 9 Cloud Saint. Unparalleled Sword Saint, you're finally here. When 9 Cloud Saint saw Chenzong, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Let me introduce you. This is Jade Flower Saint, and this is Star Slashing Sword Saint. Jade Flower Saint was a female cultivator. He could not tell her exact age, but from her appearance, she looked like a beautiful woman. She was wearing a long robe with flowers, and the fragrance of flowers was faintly discernible in the air. Star Slashing Sword Saint was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. He was sitting cross-legged in the air, 3 meters above the ground. He was focused on wiping the long sword in his hand. Jade Flower, Star Slashing Sword, this is Unparalleled Sword Saint Chenzong. He once killed an Orthodox God Divine Demon expert alone. 9 Cloud Saint introduced the 2 of them. Jade Flower Saint immediately smiled at Chenzong and bowed slightly. Star Slashing Sword Saint stopped wiping the long sword in his hand and raised his head. On his ordinary face, his eyes were extremely sharp. A shocking sword intent burst out from his eyes. When shall we have a fight? Sure. Chenzong smiled slightly. He first responded to Jade Flower Saint, then looked at Star Slashing Sword Saint and replied without any hesitation. Star Slashing Sword Saint gave Chenzong a feeling that he was quite strong. His sword intent was very strong and pure. From his actions and eyes, he was also a person who was passionate about fighting. After 9 Cloud Saints' introduction, everyone got to know each other. However, if they wanted to get to know each other better, they would need to interact more. Everyone, I've invited all of you to travel together this time because we're going to explore a secret place. 9 Cloud Saint began to speak. As we head to the destination, I'll tell all of you all the information. Everyone nodded and followed after Saint 9 Cloud. they flew into the air. When Nine Cloud Saint flew, he swept up a cloud. The cloud turned into a white cloud and carried Nine Cloud Saint. When Jade Flower Saint flew, she condensed a blooming flower and sat in it. The Star Slayer Saint was driving a small flying boat. He sat in the middle of the flying boat and continued wiping his saber. His eyes were fixed on the saber's body, reflecting a cold beam. He looked extremely focused. Chenzong stepped on a sword light and flew on his sword. His speed wasn't slow at all. The four of them had their own methods. They maintained a certain distance. While not disturbing each other, they could still hear each other's voices. The secret place we're going to this time isn't in the land region of ancient mystic world, Nine Cloud Saint said again. If it's not in the land region of ancient mystic world, could it be in the sea region? Jade Flower Saint's expression changed slightly. She asked in return. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. Yes, it's in the sea region, Nine Cloud Saint replied directly. Chenzong's expression changed slightly. As for Star Slashing Sword Saint, it seemed like he didn't hear anything. However, he didn't miss anything. Sea region, Chenzong had heard of it before. However, he had never been there and didn't know much about it. The limited knowledge he had was that the sea region was located hundreds of regions away. It was said to be very vast and shocking. There were countless sea beasts residing in the sea region. Some of the sea beasts were strong while some were weak. The strong sea beasts had the strength of sage level. They were equivalent to sacred beasts. However, it was a pity that the sea beasts had low intelligence. Their instincts were even stronger. Hence, they couldn't pass down their bloodline like Ancient Phoenix and Vermilion Bird and establish great forces like Ancient Phoenix Mountain and Vermilion Bird Sanctuary. There were many islands in the sea region. They were densely packed like stars. There were too many to count. Many of the islands were inhabited by living creatures. There were birds and beasts, human cultivators, and so on. In addition, it was said that there was a clan residing in the sea region. It was called Sea Clan. The Sea Clan rarely appeared on land. They only resided in the depths of the sea region. All in all, compared to the hundreds of regions in the ancient mystic world, the sea region was a more mysterious existence. Since ancient times, the sea region and the land region were clearly separated. There were rarely any interactions between them. However, it wasn't that there were no interactions. There would always be some cultivators from the land region who would enter the sea region to explore and seek opportunities. There was a saying that the cultivators on the islands in the sea region were originally from the land region. They went there from the land region and settled down on the islands in the sea region. They developed their forces and slowly multiplied and grew stronger. The sea region was vast and huge. It was extremely mysterious. There were many experts who went there to explore. Some of them had fallen in the sea region and left behind some inheritances. Nine Cloud Saint came across a secret place in the sea region. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough to break through it. He could only invite others to join him. If he invited great Saint Realm experts, the difference in strength would be too great. It would be easy for him to take over the leading position. Once there were any gains, it would be difficult for him to obtain much. He could only invite pristine Saint Realm experts of the same level. Chenzong and the other two were invited. Even though the four of them were at the pristine Saint stage and their speed was extremely fast, it still took them a total of 3 months to cross several dozen regions and reach the edge of the sea region after traveling at full speed without any rest. At a glance, from near to far, the first thing they saw was the light blue water. That was the seawater. Layers of waves were rising from the distance. It seemed like the seawater was constantly being pushed from the depths of the sea region, but in fact, it was ebbing. The feeling of seemingly advancing but actually retreating was very strange. It was one of the mysteries of nature. Looking further into the distance, the seawater gradually turned from light blue to dark blue, and then to dark blue. In the end, it seemed to be completely black. Was the seawater black? Of course not, it just looked black because it was too far away. The sea region was vast and boundless. With their eyesight, they could only see the boundless sea region. Because the sea region was vast and boundless, it was difficult to distinguish between heaven and earth. The longer they stayed, the easier it was to get lost. In the end, they couldn't find the correct route and didn't know where to go. Even those who were very familiar with the sea region couldn't guarantee that they could always maintain the correct route without some external assistance. Therefore, since ancient times, there were too many people who got lost in the sea region. Among them, there were many powerful cultivators, which made the sea region even more mysterious. Many cultivators wanted to return to the land region after entering the sea region, but they were too far away from the land region and couldn't find the way back. In desperation, they could only find an island in the sea region to settle down and gradually develop. In the end, they had a family to worry about. Since Nine Cloud Saint invited Xianxia and the other two to come, of course, he was prepared. He took out a compass, which was a navigation compass. It could play a great role in the sea region and they wouldn't get lost. The secret realm is located in this direction. Nine Cloud Saint fiddled with the navigation compass seriously. After a while, he looked up and said with certainty, "Everyone, let's continue." Xianxia and the other two didn't object. They set off again and really stepped into the sea region. The four of them were in the Saint realm, so they could naturally fly in the sea region. However, the feeling was different. The water vapor above the sea region was very dense and humid. To some extent, it also affected their flying speed, but fortunately, it was very subtle. However, in the sea region, those cultivators who comprehended and mastered water-related cultivation techniques and Great Tao would more or less have a geographical advantage. On the other hand, cultivators who comprehended and mastered fire-related cultivation techniques would be at a disadvantage here. However, such advantages and disadvantages were only basic and not absolute. Saint Realm cultivators, no matter in the land region or the sea region, were the top experts. They were not to be trifled with. Therefore, when the four of them flew past, other cultivators along the way noticed them, but no one dared to provoke them. During that time, Xianxia also saw a huge ship sailing in the sea. Most of the people on the ship could be considered as cultivators. The only difference was their cultivation levels. The people on the ship naturally saw the four figures flying across the sky, and they immediately exclaimed in surprise. The sea region was not a safe place. It was more dangerous than the land region. Flying at such a high altitude was undoubtedly a very conspicuous target for many sea beasts in the sea region. If one didn't have enough strength, they would simply provoke the sea beasts to attack them. Sea beasts sounded like beasts that lived in the sea, but many sea beasts could break out of the water and burst out with amazing speed. In an instant, they could rush hundreds or even thousands of meters high in the sky to attack their targets. It was very terrifying and made people tremble with fear. It didn't take long for Xianxia and the other three to encounter such sea beasts. In the subtle sound, figures broke out of the water and flew out from the bottom of the sea. They were as fast as arrows leaving the bowstring and as strong as cold lightning across the sky. Such speed was completely comparable to the full burst of the heaven realm. Moreover, the impact was very shocking. It was like a long spear piercing through the air and stabbing. It gave people the feeling that it was a shocking spear thrust by a spear master of the heaven realm. If it was an extreme heaven realm expert or even a quasi-saint, they would most likely be flustered or even killed in the face of such a sudden attack. However, Xianxia and the other three didn't. They dodged in an instant and saw clearly that the attacker was a type of sea beast. It was a type of sea beast that was about 3 meters long. It was a type of fish. This fish was about 3 meters long, and the thickest one was only as thick as a human thigh. It had a long spike that was 1 meter long. It was very sharp like a long spear. It was a large group of sea beasts in the sea region, spearfish. Spearfish were extremely fast because of their size. In addition, their 1 meter long spear-like spike was extremely hard. Together with their high speed, they could pierce through everything. Spearfish had always been in groups, ranging from a few dozen to thousands. When they moved in groups, few sea beasts were willing to provoke them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being pierced. The four flashed and immediately went far away. They didn't have the slightest intention to deal with this group of spearfish. They were too weak and didn't want to make a move. As time passed, the four were attacked by another huge and powerful sea beast. It was a huge shark with a black and red body. The aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. It was a Saint Realm blood sea shark. This blood sea shark was over 1,000 meters in size. The power contained in such a huge body was also extremely vigorous and majestic. Compared to a human cultivator of the same level, the power it contained was more than 100 times greater. However, there were also shortcomings. That was, the use of its huge power was very rough. It wasn't as meticulous as a cultivator. This was also because sea beasts had low intelligence. Most of their actions were led by instinct. Otherwise, if sea beasts also had good intelligence and could use their huge power meticulously, they would undoubtedly be 10 times more terrifying. Everyone's purpose was to enter the secret realm, not to hunt sea beasts. Therefore, they did not plan to deal with the Bloodsea Frenzy shark. However, the Bloodsea Frenzy shark seemed to have a screw loose in its head. It stared fixedly at everyone and chased after them. Its speed was fast, and it kept attacking them. "Bastard, I'll kill you." The star-splitting sword saint was furious. Suddenly, a ray of extremely cold light flickered on the long saber that he was wiping. He suddenly raised the long saber. There seemed to be a faint sound of the saber resonating. Then, a shocking saber intent erupted and rushed into the sky. In the next moment, the star-splitting sword saint slashed down with his saber. This wasn't an ordinary saber technique, but a unique technique. The star-splitting sword saint obviously didn't want to waste time. He wanted to kill it with one strike. As the saber slashed down, the extremely powerful saber light seemed to split the sky and the earth. Vaguely, there seemed to be a star condensing and shooting down toward the blood sea shark below. It directly hit the blood sea shark. The shocking saber light also slashed down, slashing the star shadow and the blood sea shark at the same time. The huge saber light seemed to split the sky and the earth. It left a long saber mark on the sea. It also left a clear saber mark on the blood sea shark's body. Blood suddenly gushed out crazily like a torrent bursting a dam. It directly dyed the surrounding seawater into a viscous scarlet color. The smell of blood was extremely strong and pungent. Shenzong and the others couldn't help but frown. They held their breaths, otherwise they would feel uncomfortable. The blood-sea frenzied shark let out a mournful roar. Suddenly, tens of thousands of tons of seawater exploded, bringing the scarlet blood all over its body into the sky. The huge wave soared into the sky with astonishing power, as if it could destroy a mountain. However, the shark directly dove into the sea and quickly escaped. What an amazing vitality! Shenzong and the other two didn't make a move. The star-splitting sword saint's final strike was indeed very powerful. However, it didn't kill the blood sea shark. It only injured it. Moreover, Shenzong could also see that the blood sea shark's injury wasn't very serious. Since the blood sea shark had escaped, they didn't chase after it. They continued on their way. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the secret place mentioned by Nine Cloud Saint. This secret place was actually located at the bottom of the sea. Without making any sound, the four of them dove into the sea and kept diving down. If they encountered a saint-level sea beast in this situation, it wouldn't be so advantageous for them. After all, they weren't used to fighting in the sea. The deeper they dived, the stronger the pressure they felt. However, the sea beasts were different. The deep sea was their home ground. The few of them tried their best to hide their auras and avoid the sea beasts. They gradually dived in. Under the lead of Nine Cloud Saint, they finally stopped. In front of them was a palace. It was a strangely shaped palace. Its architectural style was different from the ones on land. Half of the palace was submerged in the sea while the other half was exposed. It looked a little slanted, but it wasn't damaged at all. The surroundings of the palace were covered with a layer of faint blue-black brilliance. It was very subtle. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice it. I was lucky to obtain the key to this secret place in my early years. That's how I was able to enter. However, there are many dangers inside. It's difficult for me to enter alone. That's why I invited the three of you to come with me. Nine Cloud Saint said solemnly. According to my investigation and research, this secret place should be left behind by a sea emperor. There's a treasure that I want after entering it. As for the other treasures, if you can obtain them, they'll belong to you. Obviously, Nine Cloud Saint's target was very clear. He came for the treasure in this secret place. He was determined to get it. He could give up on the other treasures. Of course, if he obtained them, they'd belong to him. However, if others obtained them, they'd belong to them. Sea King, Great Sea King, these were the titles of the Sea clan. In other words, this palace was left behind by the experts of the Sea clan. Sea King was equivalent to the minor Saint realm. Great Sea King was equivalent to the Great Saint realm. As for the divine ancestor Sea clan, they were called Sea Emperors. This was a palace left behind by a divine ancestor Sea Emperor. There should be a lot of treasures inside. Everyone couldn't help but be tempted. The protective force outside the Sea King's palace was extremely strong. Nine Cloud Saint had tried to break through it, but it wasn't enough. He estimated that he would need at least the power of Great Saint Realm. Pristine Saint Realm wouldn't be enough. Fortunately, he had the key. Nine Cloud Saint took out the key. It was a regular water droplet the size of a palm. It was dark golden color and it emitted a dark blue halo. It seemed to be filled with mysteriousness. It looked like some kind of scale. It looked like a snake scale or a fish's scale. When Xianxia saw it, he immediately felt that the scale seemed to contain a great mystery. Everyone, I'm going to open it. Take note that the time is very short. You must enter as soon as possible. Nine Cloud Saint said. As soon as his voice fell, he gently placed the unknown scale on the protective force outside the Sea King's palace. The protective force shook slightly without any sound and a gap appeared as though it was melting. Nine Cloud Saint immediately rushed in. Xianxia and the other two also rushed in. In an instant, the gap quickly healed and returned to normal. Without the key, everyone would be trapped and it would be difficult for them to escape. As soon as they entered the protective force of the Sea King's palace, they immediately felt different. There was no seawater. The seawater was isolated by a layer of protective force. They no longer felt suppressed and restrained like they were at the bottom of the sea. It was as though a heavy burden had been lifted and they felt extremely relaxed. At the same time, they also felt a strong fluctuation of water vapor. The Sea King's palace that they saw from the outside wasn't huge. However, after entering, the Sea King's palace seemed to be magnified by more than 10 times. It was extremely shocking. The palace's door was tightly shut. The four of them immediately pushed it open. A burst of obscure sound was heard. Soon after the door was pushed open, a fishy smell surged out like billowing smoke, causing everyone to choke. It was a long while before the rich fishy smell of the sea finally dissipated, and everyone stepped into the sea. Behind the palace door, there wasn't a hall but a waterside pavilion. If one didn't think that they were at the bottom of the sea, they would think that they were on land. However, the architectural style here was different from the architectural style of land. Those pavilions and terraces were shaped like dragons, snakes, or turtles lying on the ground. There were also giant whales, sharks soaring into the sky, and so on. They were all very lifelike. Nine Cloud Saint had already seen such a scene once, but this was the first time Xianxia and the other two had seen it, and they gasped in amazement. Every Saint-level powerhouse had rich experiences. There were more and more things that could surprise them, but the things that could surprise them were definitely not ordinary. After that, everyone noticed that the pavilions and waterside pavilions weren't ordinary. They were carved from some precious gems and treasures. If they were brought to the various cities in the continent, they would be able to be sold at a shockingly high price, causing countless people to scramble like ducks and treat them as family heirlooms. Such a treasure was only used as a decoration for the pavilion. How shocking was that? Even a saint-level expert couldn't help but feel surprised. Not to mention them, even the great sage realm experts didn't have such extravagance. It was truly worthy of being a palace left behind by a divine ancestor Sea Emperor. Everyone was looking forward to the harvest of this trip. Everyone, this should be the front garden of the Sea God's palace. There aren't any treasures here, and there shouldn't be any danger either. However, you'll have to be careful from now on. Nine Cloud Saint had been here before, and knew more about this place. The front garden was very big. After everyone passed through it, they stepped into the range of the middle hall. At the entrance of the middle hall, there were 2 statues. They looked like human statues, but at the same time, they weren't human statues. Chenzong and the others looked carefully. The two statues were 5 meters tall. They had a head, a body, and 2 arms, but no legs. To put it simply, they had a head, 2 arms, and a body like a human, but they also had some features that didn't belong to a human. For example, their ears weren't human ears, but fish fins. Their hair was not like that of a human's. Instead, it was very thick. Upon closer inspection, it looked like seaweed. The lines on their faces were extremely firm, and the pupils in their eyes seemed to be layered. It was very strange, and 2 fleshy feelers extended from their chins. Their bodies were very strong, and their arms were also very thick. They were wearing close-fitting armor. Fine scales could be seen on the exposed parts of their armor, and they were very smooth. The most distinctive feature was their lower body. It wasn't a pair of legs or feet, but a whole body. It looked like a fish's tail, but it also looked like a snake's tail. It was a combination of a snake's tail and a fish's tail. Be careful. Nine-Cloud Saint stared at the 2 strange-looking statues in fear. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he had suffered a loss before. However, these 2 statues didn't have the slightest bit of chi. They're the Sea clan. Nine-Cloud Saint said solemnly. Chenzong and the other 2 were surprised. They couldn't help but take a few more glances. It turned out that these were the legendary Sea clan. They actually looked like this. The upper bodies of these 2 5-meter-tall Sea clan members were very strong. Each of them held a trident, and they crossed each other, blocking the entrance of the middle hall. The trident was more than 3 meters long, and it gave off a very heavy feeling. Last time, when I wanted to enter the middle hall, these 2 statues came to life. They had the strength of the pristine Saint realm. They blocked me outside, and I couldn't enter, Nine-Cloud Saint said. He had been stopped here the last time. Nine-Cloud Saint's strength wasn't weak, and he was considered strong among the pristine Saint realm. However, he still couldn't enter the middle hall. From this point alone, it was enough to show that these 2 Sea King experts weren't weak at all. However, there were 4 of them joining forces this time. Nine-Cloud Saint took the lead. When he got close to the 2 Sea King statues, the eyes of the 2 statues suddenly trembled, and there seemed to be ripples spreading out. In the next moment, something seemed to sprinkle out from the 2 Sea Kings, and they came to life. As soon as they came to life, the 2 Sea Kings turned their heads to look at Nine-Cloud Saint. Divine light shot out from their eyes, and a shocking pressure burst out, as if it was going to crush everything. It was like a raging sea tide. Immediately after, the 2 Sea Kings let out a roar, as if they were shouting something. It was the language of the Sea clan, and no one could understand it. However, they could feel the anger contained in it. Enraged, the Sea King immediately brandished the trident in his hand, which was more than 3 meters long and nearly 4 meters long. An extremely frightening torrent of power erupted from the trident as it swept across the sky like a thunderbolt. It was as ferocious as a giant's strength, capable of destroying everything in its path. The void was shattered by the trident. Strong, Chenzong and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Putting everything else aside, the attack power of the 2 Sea Kings was indeed very strong. It was very terrifying, and it could destroy everything. Nine-Cloud Saint was completely locked in place. His expression changed drastically, and he became extremely solemn. He immediately retreated, but he couldn't avoid the tyrannical attack of the 2 tridents even if he retreated. Everyone, please attack. Nine-Cloud Saint slapped out with his palms, sending out clouds of palm imprints that tore through the air with gentleness and toughness. However, they were directly destroyed by the 2 tridents. The power was simply too tyrannical and too violent. Nine-Cloud Saint couldn't withstand it at all. The Jade Flower Saint struck out. A flower appeared out of nowhere and bloomed, blocking one of the tridents. The Star-Slashing Sword Saint also unleashed his power at that moment. He slashed out with his blade, and it was like a burst of starlight as it slashed towards the other trident. However, neither the flower nor the Star-Slashing Sword Light were able to truly block the tyrannical attack of the tridents. They were broken through. Chenzong drew his sword, and with a flash of light, there seemed to be a sword chime that spread out in all directions. The sword light slashed across the sky, bringing with it an extremely tyrannical force, like a comet streaking across the sky. The prodigious astral sword, the sword chi and the technique was extremely powerful. As soon as it was unleashed, its power was extremely terrifying. It blocked the two tridents' attacks decisively and knocked them back. Of course, it was only able to block and knock them back because Nine Cloud Saint and the other two had taken action one after another, weakening part of the trident's power. However, the two Sea Kings were not so easy to deal with. After their first brutal attack was blocked, they immediately launched a second attack. They covered the area in front of them like they were capable of annihilating 1,000 armies. Their forces overlapped and intertwined with each other, forming a chaotic force that continuously pulled everyone in. However, their bodies did not move at all. They only relied on their extremely powerful and vigorous strength to control the nearly 4-meter-long trident, erupting with even more terrifying power. At that moment, they seemed invincible. "Everyone, don't hold back. Defeat them first," Nine Cloud Saint immediately called out. Perhaps they could make it through, but what would happen after that? Would the two Sea Kings chase after him? Most likely, they would. Once they pursued them, if they encountered other Ocean Kings after entering the middle hall, they would be caught in a pincer attack, which would be even more disadvantageous for them. Hence, they had to defeat the two Ocean Kings first. The four of them understood that and immediately made arrangements. Nine Cloud Saint and Chenzong worked together, while Jade Flower Saint and Star Slashing Sword Saint worked together. Nine Cloud Saint and Jade Flower Saint were lacking in frontal attacks. They were more adept at restraining and defense, while Chenzong was a sword cultivator and Star Slashing Sword Saint was a blade cultivator. They were both experts who were very adept at attacking. Nine Cloud Saint made his move and blasted out clouds of mist. These clouds of mist were soft and tough, and to a certain extent, they were able to restrain the Sea King's trident. Chenzong quickly closed in and slashed out with his sword light. Streaks of sword light were like blooming stars, and they all carried an extremely shocking force as they attacked with great might. The Star Slashing Sword Saint could not help but glance at Chenzong. Then, he focused on the Ocean King in front of him. With a blade in hand, the powerful and pure blade will become even more powerful. The pressure of the blade swept across the sky and the long blade slashed down with astonishing force. The battle became incomparably intense and shocking in an instant. The battle was extremely intense. Cracks appeared in the space, but the palace did not collapse because of it. It was enough to show how tough the palace was. It was 2 against 1, but they were still unable to kill the Sea King. The 5-meter-tall body was extremely strong and tyrannical, comparable to a divine demon. That's right. Chenzong felt as if he was fighting a divine demon expert. The strength of the Sea Tribe's body was not inferior to a divine demon of the same level. In addition to its huge body, it was able to bear more power. It was incomparably vigorous, and its moves were even more powerful. Every strike carried an astonishing power that could shatter everything. Chenzong had also witnessed the Sea Tribe's martial arts. It was not as refined as the human tribes, but it was still determined by the Sea Tribe's body. Their huge body and vigorous power created an unparalleled violent martial arts. Every strike was as vigorous as the sea's current. They walked the path of martial arts where one could defeat 10 with one's strength. It seemed crude, but it was actually not. If one were to face it head-on, even a divine demon expert would not be able to gain any advantage. Breaking through strength with skill, Chenzong displayed the 3rd level of the Stellar Myriad Sword Art, forming the Minor Stellar Sword Realm. Thousands of starlight dots spread out, covering the Sea King and suppressing him. The Minor Stellar Sword Realm was a pseudo-Great Dao realm, but it had some of the power of a true Great Dao realm. The Sea King expert was immediately suppressed and affected, and his every move slowed down. Nine Cloud Saint attacked again and again. Clouds swirled around the Sea King, restricting his movements as much as possible. Other than creating more opportunities for Chenzong to attack, he also constantly blasted out palm prints to attack the Sea King. Nine Cloud Saint was not good at attacking, but it did not mean that he was not good at it. Once he displayed his palm technique, it was both offensive and defensive. The gentle force could penetrate the surface and directly hit the inside, causing internal damage. Even so, the Sea King was still fighting endlessly with the two of them working together. The Sea King's strength was too vigorous, as if it was inexhaustible. On the contrary, everyone's strength was limited, especially Nine Cloud Saint and the other two. Chen Zong's mixed origin heart force's recovery speed was extremely fast. If they wanted to compete in a battle of attrition, as long as he grasped the rhythm, he wouldn't be afraid. However, the other three weren't. Competing with the Sea Tribe in a war of attrition was undoubtedly an unwise choice. Even though this was the first time they had encountered the Sea Tribe, everyone understood this point. If he wasn't careful and was struck by the marine race's attacks, the consequences would be quite terrifying. I have to end this battle as soon as possible, Chen Zong muttered to himself. He unleashed his inner world once again. The Minor Star Sword realm was a pseudo-Great Tao realm, and the inner world was also a kind of pseudo-Great Tao realm in essence. Under normal circumstances, they couldn't coexist. However, Chen Zong continued to comprehend. Especially during this 1 month when he was cultivating the first level of invisible tremor, Chen Zong had also comprehended the mysteries of using the Minor Star Sword realm and the inner world at the same time. When Chen Zong fought with the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun, he hadn't mastered it yet. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have retreated. With a single thought, Chen Zong immediately released his inner world and bombarded the Sea King's body. In an instant, a miraculous scene appeared. Under the suppression of the power of the inner world, it seemed to have formed a small world. Tens of thousands of stars naturally flew up and floated in the sky above the inner world like a dense cluster of stars. The power of the two overlapped and increased exponentially, causing the Sea King's body to tremble. It was as if there was an invisible mountain on its back, causing it to feel heavy pressure. Chen Zong's eyes couldn't help but flash with a strong light. He was secretly surprised by the power of the combination of the inner world and the Minor Star Sword realm. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. It was at least 2 or 3 times stronger. However, it was still not enough. The Ocean King's body was extremely strong, and he was able to withstand the powerful pressure. He continued to attack and continued to bombard Yi Futian. Sword might! Chen Zong roared. In an instant, one of the stars in the inner world suddenly shone brightly. It was as if the starlight had turned into a blazing sun. It was so dazzling and bright. Then, as if it had shot down from the sky, it exploded with an unparalleled pressure of the way of the sword that crazily attacked the Sea King's body. The impact that was completely released in an instant caused the Sea King to tremble. He couldn't move in an instant. He maintained his posture and was about to stab out with his halberd. Although Nine Cloud Saint didn't know what was going on, he had rich battle experience. In an instant, he seized the opportunity and immediately unleashed his most powerful attack. Clouds rolled around his palms as he continuously bombarded the Sea King. One palm followed by another. Every palm contained an extremely soft and tenacious palm force. They bombarded the Sea King's body with soft, muffled sounds. The terrifying force constantly penetrated the Sea King's body and rushed into his body to wreak havoc. Chen Zong's eyes were extremely sharp. The power of his body exploded in an instant. The Supreme Sword Will was integrated into the Heavenly Will Sword, completely releasing everything. An extremely dazzling light flashed across the sword. It followed the spine of the sword and rushed directly to the tip of the sword. It was extremely dazzling, and an unparalleled sharpness bloomed. Divine Firmament, the fastest and sharpest sword, was displayed directly under Chen Zong's sword. It turned into an extremely terrifying sword light that tore through the sky and arrived in an instant. The Sea King was struck by the sword might that was released from his inner world. He was stunned for a moment, but it was only for a short moment. He immediately reacted. The trident suddenly swept up like a storm. Then, his body swelled and expanded from 5 meters to 6 meters. He exuded an extremely terrifying aura. An astonishing force surrounded the trident, surging endlessly like tens of thousands of waves. Just as he was about to unleash such a terrifying attack, the soft force that Nine Cloud Saint had injected into his body also erupted in an instant. Immediately, the Sea King's body trembled, as if his strength had been cut off. The attack that was about to hit Chen Zong was also interrupted. At the same time, Chen Zong's Divine Firmament sword arrived in the air and pierced towards the Sea King's head. It was unstoppable and directly pierced through the Sea King's glabella. The sword chi raged and exploded, wildly destroying the Sea King's brain. Nine Cloud Saint also quickly leapt up. His palms contained an extremely terrifying force as he blasted towards the Sea King's head. The force blasted into the Sea King's head, causing further damage. With the two of them working together and using various trump cards, the Sea King's head was immediately smashed into mush. The terrifying sword intent even penetrated and tore through his soul, completely destroying it. On the other side, the Star-Splitting Sword Saint and Jade Flower Saint had also gained the upper hand, but they were still unable to finish off their opponent. However, the Star-Splitting Sword Saint's attacks were extremely powerful. The power of each slash was extremely shocking. He had already left slash marks on the Sea King's body. Seeing that Xianxia and Nine Cloud Saint had finished their battle and killed their opponent, the Jade Flower Saint and the Star-Splitting Sword Saint became a little anxious. Sky Burial Flower. The Jade Flower Saint unleashed her ultimate move. A huge flower immediately grew under the Sea King's body. It bloomed in an instant and closed in an instant, binding the Sea King's body. The Sea King roared, shouting words that were incomprehensible but filled with anger. He frantically twisted his body and erupted with power, trying to break free from the flower's binding. The Jade Flower Saint's body swayed as if she had been shaken by an invisible force. Her face grew paler and her eyes were filled with exhaustion. She was maintaining the power of the Sky Burial Flower so that the Sea King could not break free. However, the Sea King's strength was too great. She could only barely bind him for a moment. The Star-Splitting Sword Saint also erupted in an instant. His entire body fused with the sword in his hand, turning into a huge beam of sword light. It was as if he had slashed down from thousands of meters in the sky, cutting through the sky and the earth. It was the most powerful slash. He had used all his strength and held nothing back. Under the binding of the Sky Burial Flower, the Sea King broke free in the end. However, he could not avoid the Star-Splitting Sword Saint's slash. His head was cut open. However, the Sea King's body was still very strong. His strength was astonishing. Only his head was cut open. His body was unharmed. However, after his head was cut open, he could not survive. Death, the Star-Splitting Sword Saint reappeared. His face was slightly pale. Clearly, that slash had consumed too much of his strength. The Jade Flower Saint was also pale. She felt weak all over. She had consumed even more strength. She hastily sat down cross-legged to recover her strength. Xianxia did the same. Although his mixed yuan heart force was recovering very fast, Xianxia did not want to appear too abnormal. It was better to be conservative. Recover, the four tried their best to recover their strength. Not long after, Xianxia's mixed yuan heart force was fully recovered. However, he did not get up. He continued to sit, as if he was recovering his strength. He carefully observed all the movements around him. His divine sense covered the Sea King's body, carefully studying it. After studying it, Xianxia found that the Sea King's body structure was different from that of the human clan. Its muscles, tendons, bones, and internal organs were extremely tough and full of terrifying strength. It was no wonder that it was so strong. It was comparable to a divine demon of the same level. After a while, the Nine Cloud Saint was the first to recover, followed by the Star-Splitting Sword Saint. The Jade Flower Saint was the last to recover. Xianxia was not interested in the two Sea King's corpses. Neither the Star-Splitting Sword Saint was interested. In the end, the Jade Flower Saint and the Nine Cloud Saint each took one. It seemed that they were going to take it back and refine it into puppets. "Let's go," the Nine Cloud Saint immediately said. The four of them immediately stepped into the middle hall. This was a place that the Nine Cloud Saint had not entered before. The middle hall was extremely large. It was impossible to tell from the outside. It was as if there was a space inside. It was very shocking. Moreover, there were many divisions in the middle hall. For example, there was the Divine Medicine Hall, which specialized in growing divine herbs, the Divine Weapon Hall, and so on. "How about we go to the Divine Medicine Hall first?" the Nine Cloud Saint asked. No one had any objections. They immediately set off for the Divine Medicine Hall. As for why they did not split up, it was naturally safer to move together. The halls in the palace were divided into the Divine Medicine Hall, Divine Weapon Hall, Divine Techniques Hall, and so on. They were called halls, but they were just names. For example, the Divine Medicine Hall was a large field of herbs. There were many divine medicines planted there, and most of them were extraordinary. Unfortunately, most of the divine medicines had withered already because they had not been taken care of for a long time. Time was merciless. Although the divine medicines were extraordinary, they could not withstand the erosion of time and withered away due to the lack of care. However, there was still one divine medicine left behind. Be careful. The jade flower saint stared at the stalk of god medicine at the center of the withered fields. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she growled. She was naturally very sensitive to vegetation, so she could instinctively sense that the god medicine was extraordinary. That stalk of divine medicine was about 1 meter tall, like a small tree. There was a small red bud growing at the top. It looked tender and beautiful, very attractive. There were a total of 8 branches spread out in all directions. There seemed to be a strange pattern, making people feel very mysterious at first glance. It was like a charming beauty. All in all, this divine herb was very attractive, as if it constantly emitted a unique force field. However, the jade flower saint sensed danger from it. Chenzong's senses were extremely sharp, so he also sensed that something was off. Even though the 9 Clouds Saint and the Star-Slashing Blade Saint did not possess the natural abilities of the Jade Flower Saint, nor did they possess Chenzong's extraordinary senses, they were experienced and knowledgeable. Naturally, they could tell that something was off about the divine medicine. All the divine medicines in the field had withered away. They would directly turn to dust with a single touch, as if all their essence had been sucked away. All that was left was dregs. Only the divine medicine at the center had survived. Who knew how long it had been there? They needed to be extremely vigilant against something like that. If I'm not mistaken, the life force of the other godly herbs in the field should have been devoured by that godly herb, the Jade Flower Saint said in a deep voice. Her eyes narrowed as she became slightly fearful. Divine medicines, don't think that they were just for humans to eat. There were some divine medicines that possessed astonishing power, and would retaliate against creatures that tried to eat them. They would even take the initiative to lure and kill other creatures. A divine herb that could devour the vitality of other divine herbs had already broken away from the essence of a divine herb. The star-slashing sword saint flicked his finger and a beam of sword chi tore through the air, heading straight for the divine medicine. The other 3 stared at it, trying to see how the divine medicine would react. The wisp of saber chi shot out by the star-slashing saber saint was extraordinary. It possessed astonishing power. Once a quasi-saint was hit, he would be killed immediately. It was extremely terrifying. Just as the powerful blade chi tore through the air, the divine herb seemed to tremble slightly. One of its branches seemed to sway in the wind and lashed out like a whip, directly shattering the blade chi. There seemed to be a loud and clear paw sound, and even the void was directly torn apart. This level of power was equivalent to the power of a saint. A divine medicine that could release a saint attack was extremely terrifying. If one was hit by it without any preparation, the consequences would be very bad. One would be injured directly. Fortunately, the 4 of them were not ordinary and had long sensed that something was wrong. The long saber struck out. An extremely cold saber light slashed out from the scabbard. It was like a cold star piercing through the air towards the divine medicine. This saber strike was not the same as the previous one. It was the real saber strike of the star-slashing sword saint. Its power was extremely tyrannical, and even pristine saint experts did not dare to underestimate it. The branch of the divine medicine suddenly waved like a beautiful woman's hand, but it directly exploded with astonishing power, lashing out at the void and shattering the saber light. Immediately after, the bright red bud at the top of the divine medicine trembled slightly, and there seemed to be invisible waves spreading out. In an instant, Chenzong and the other 3 were swept by the invisible force, and their vision suddenly blurred. Chenzong tried hard to open his eyes and spread out his divine thought, trying to see his surroundings clearly. However, it became more and more blurry, as if he had fallen into a cloud of fog and could not extricate himself. Suddenly, an astonishing power suddenly appeared, as if it was oppressing from every direction. At first, it was not so tyrannical, but it was getting stronger with every breath. It became more and more tyrannical and shocking, and it soon rose to the level of a saint. The fog in front of them also dispersed, and a figure gradually emerged, becoming clearer in front of Chenzong's eyes. As it became clearer, the figure seemed to be constantly enlarging, becoming taller and taller, like a giant or a mountain. It seemed to be constantly growing taller with the passage of time. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, as the figure continued to grow taller, the power that it exuded became more and more tyrannical, directly surpassing the level of a pristine saint and reaching the level of a great saint. The figure was already 10,000 meters tall, as if it could suppress the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. Chenzong was suppressed. The aura was too terrifying, too tyrannical, as if it could directly suppress everything. In front of this 10,000-meter tall figure, Chenzong himself was so small and weak, and the gap between their auras was even more indescribable. The continuous eruption and the crisis that arose in Chenzong's heart made him know that he could not be suppressed. Once he was suppressed, something very bad would definitely happen, and he might even face death directly. Resist, he tried his best to resist. Specks of starlight suddenly appeared. In an instant, tens of thousands of specks of starlight flickered incessantly. It was the minor astral sword domain. This pseudo-Great Tao domain instantly blocked the tyrannical and direct impact of the pressure. However, it was only temporary. The pressure seemed to be endless and unceasing, and Chenzong's minor astral sword domain was constantly being depleted. Moreover, Chenzong also felt that the power of the pressure was getting stronger and stronger, and more shocking. Release the inner world. In an instant, the inner world was released, and little dots of starlight suddenly floated up, as if they were embedded in the inner world. The minor star sword realm and the inner world were integrated into one, and there was no distinction between them. Its power suddenly increased by 2 or 3 times, and it became even more tyrannical, immediately blocking the tyrannical and continuous impact of the pressure. Chenzong kept thinking about how to break out of this situation. Obviously, this was like falling into an illusion, but this illusion was very clever, and it made it difficult for him to distinguish between reality and illusion. Moreover, a constant sense of crisis emerged from the bottom of his heart, constantly reminding him that he must escape as soon as possible, otherwise there would be great horror. The pseudo-Great Way domain created by the integration of the minor star sword realm and the inner world was closer to the Great Way domain, and its power was even more tyrannical. For a time, it actually resisted the pressure of the 10,000-meter tall giant. Attack. However, the 10,000-meter tall giant's body trembled, and an extremely shocking power burst forth. Immediately, the giant's enormous body moved. And this movement shook the void and let out an extremely shocking roar. This was a powerful airflow formed by the impact of the giant's huge body on the air around it, like a storm that swept endlessly, and the whistling sound it made roared in the world. Just by moving its body, there was a terrifying power that could destroy cities and the earth, and it was extremely shocking. This was just the beginning. The giant that moved was like a torrent that broke through a dam, and it was unstoppable. Its right arm suddenly lifted up, like a huge bow that was constantly being drawn. Vaguely, there seemed to be a strong sound of a bowstring cracking from the giant's raised right arm. His muscles also swelled up, and they were filled with astonishing power and explosive power. The terrifying pressure also rose to the extreme, and the inner world seemed to be unable to bear it. The little dots of starlight kept flickering, as if they were about to be extinguished. The giant's right arm was raised to the extreme, and its entire huge body was pulled along. The terrifying power continued to condense in that punch, and then it blasted out. That punch was earth-shattering, that punch was earth-shattering, that punch was earth-shattering. When the punch fell, it was like a meteorite falling from the sky, as if it was going to shatter everything, break the earth, and destroy everything in its path. The fist continued to expand, as if a part of the sky was collapsing, and it carried with it a power that was full of destruction, the destruction that could destroy everything. Chenzong's expression suddenly changed. That punch made him feel an extremely strong sense of doom. If he was hit by that punch, he would die. He would die directly. Even with the invisible seismic gang protecting his body, he would not be able to withstand it. He would be directly smashed to pieces, and he would be smashed to pieces. What should he do? Under that punch, the inner world of the inner world shook violently, and the dots of starlight dimmed, extinguished, and collapsed. Chenzong's expression was resolute. He directly drew his sword and slashed out. In an instant, there were dozens of slashes, and hundreds of slashes. The sword light was endless, and it directly turned into a long river of water that surged up into the sky. The long river of sword light was extremely powerful, and it collided with the giant punch that was falling down. At the moment of contact, the long river of sword light paused for a moment, and then it collapsed inch by inch. It was like a moth flying into a flame, and it was constantly smashed to pieces. However, Qianzong was not discouraged at all. He continued to slash out with his sword, and he slashed out one sword light after another. He used the prodigious astral 10,000-layer sword technique, and each stroke contained an extremely powerful sword strength. The sword strength continued to stack, and it became more and more powerful. However, such a powerful supreme secret swordsmanship, under the eruption of astonishing power, was still unable to resist that punch. Every sword light was completely smashed by that punch, and it turned into powder. That punch was not fast. It was just a slow blow, but it contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. After the sword light was smashed, the inner world of the inner world was also destroyed. In the next moment, the inner world of the inner world was also broken, and cracks appeared like a mirror. In less than a breath's time, the inner world of the inner world was suddenly broken, shattered, and shattered. Qianzong's body trembled, and his qi and blood surged. The punch came down, and heaven and earth collapsed. Qianzong was completely enveloped by that punch. Darkness descended, and it seemed to devour everything. The terrifying pressure made Qianzong vomit blood repeatedly. The fist was as huge as a falling star, carrying with it the power to destroy everything. It destroyed all the sword lights and sword strength of Qianzong's prodigious star sword art and completely shattered and destroyed the world inside the star, causing Qianzong to vomit blood. Despair. Qianzong could not help but feel a sense of despair from the depths of his heart. The despair was so uncontrollable, like a torrent that could not be controlled. It was crazy and violent, constantly attacking Qianzong's heart. The gloomy despair was growing, spreading, and swallowing Qianzong's heart. No. Qianzong's heart suddenly trembled. Naturally, he developed the power to resist, forcing himself to wake up and break free from the gloomy despair. As soon as he woke up, his gloomy eyes suddenly lit up, full of hope. They became brighter and sharper, like a divine sword that could pierce through everything. They were invincible and seemed to be able to pierce through everything. With a low shout, Qianzong's extremely sharp eyes suddenly converged, and he attacked again, one heart. This time, Qianzong did not use the prodigious star sword art, but the single heart swordsmanship, which he created himself. Although the single heart swordsmanship was not as powerful as the prodigious star sword art to some extent, it was created by himself. After an indescribable understanding, it was even more refined. Attack, sword 1, sword 2, sword 3, Qianzong swung his sword again and again, and the sword light flashed continuously. The sword light followed different arcs and attacked. Although there was a difference in who attacked first and who attacked first, because of the control of the trajectory of each sword, the speed of each sword was the same. From sword 1 to sword 8, a total of 8 sword lights shot out. These sword lights were different in strength, but they all attacked the same point. Kill. When the sword lights hit the same point of the fist, they all collapsed. However, Qianzong's expression did not change. He was extremely determined, and his heart was not shaken. He attacked again. After sword 1 to sword 8, 1,000 feet of light suddenly emerged from Qianzong's body and burst out. The shadow of the true sun appeared, integrated into the heavenly will sword, and directly slashed out. Taihao, an extremely tyrannical sword burst forth, turning into a true sun that rose into the sky. It did not seem fast, but in fact, it was not slow at all. It blasted directly at the fist that came down from the sky. Everywhere it passed, the air was burned into a vacuum, completely distorted. After the collision, the true sun directly exploded. The power of the explosion was extremely powerful, and the temperature was extremely terrifying. It burned everything in all directions, but it still could not stop the fist. It was still unwavering, as if it would not stop until Qianzong was smashed. It was extremely terrifying. This was a great saint, such a terrifying blow was a blow that made one's heart. When the fist landed, it filled his eyes, as if it had invaded the world. No, that's not right. Zong kept thinking, as if he had forgotten something and ignored it. It was not that he wanted to ignore it, but that he had unconsciously ignored it. Zong could not help but think, as if he had ignored the fist that was constantly attacking him. Time seemed to be stretched infinitely in this thought. What the hell happened? Why am I facing this great saint giant? As he kept thinking, the mixed yuan heart also fluctuated, and his essence, qi, and mind power trembled. Zong remembered. I was invited by the Nine Clouds Saint to join forces with the Jade Flower Saint and the Star Slayer Sword Saint to explore the Ocean Emperor's palace. In the Divine Medicine Hall of the Ocean Emperor's palace, I encountered a divine medicine that looked like a beauty. Then, this illusion was caused by the beauty flower divine medicine. Zong thought of it, completely thought of it, and felt horrified at the same time. It was just a stock of divine medicine, but it could actually cause such an illusion. It was simply terrifying. If one couldn't see through the illusion of the great sage realm, they might not die here. However, it was definitely not good. The consequences would be very bad. Zong had already discovered that the speed of the fist that was attacking him did not change, but it changed from a fist to a palm. It turned into a huge palm that fell as if it was imprisoning the heavens and the earth, completely covering Zong and sealing all space and time. That punch contained a terrifying might that could destroy everything. In the end, it transformed into a palm that grabbed down, intending to capture Zong alive. Zong had a feeling that if he was caught, he would fall into a predicament or even a real desperate situation, and there would be no way out. So, he could not be caught. But how could he not be caught? Should he avoid it? He could not avoid it. Everything around him was sealed. That was the power of the great saint realm, and there was no way to avoid it. Even if he could avoid it, what could he do? Where could he escape to? He could not escape. He could not escape anywhere. He would only be attacked. The only way was to break the situation and directly see through this illusion. Once he saw through this illusion, everything would naturally disappear. How could he see through it? Zong could not help but calm down. He let the huge palm fall, but he did not pay attention to it. He let the huge palm cover him, and he completely calmed down. As Zong completely calmed down, his breathing became extremely long. It was as if every breath he took was thousands of years long. It was as if everything around him had become extremely slow, almost to the point of being motionless. Only when one's heart was clear and unperturbed could one see through the illusion and see the truth. In an instant, a strong understanding emerged. Zong's eyes shone with incomparable brilliance, as if he had seen through all the mysteries. The huge palm that fell from the sky seemed to gradually become faint and transparent. Yes, I have comprehended the Tao of the mind and mastered the mixed yuan heart force. Everything should be clear and unperturbed. Zong could not help but sigh. His understanding of the mixed yuan heart force, or the potential of his own cultivation path, was still not enough. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into such an illusion. But it was also a good thing. This illusion put him under endless pressure, and the pressure turned into motivation. Finally, he further unearthed the mysteries of the heart-intent chaotic yuan stage, the mysteries of the heart force, and saw through this illusion. From then on, it would be difficult for any illusion to affect him, unless it was an extremely brilliant illusion that turned illusion into reality. Otherwise, the illusions of the pristine saint realm and great saint realm would no longer have any effect on him. When my heart is still, no evil can invade, but it was still not enough, completely not enough. Although the illusion had been seen through by Zong and he was no longer perturbed, it was not just an illusion. It also contained the power of the flower of beauty divine herb itself. It was a divine herb that had devoured the vitality of countless divine herbs to nourish itself. No, it had already transcended the essence of a divine herb, as if it was evolving into a new life. Or it could be said that because of its devouring, it had stepped into the demon path. In addition to the illusion, it also possessed terrifying power. Seeing through the illusion did not mean that he was free from danger. Erupt, in an instant, an indescribably powerful energy gushed out from Zong's heart. This energy was formless and incorporeal. It was difficult to detect, but it existed within his body. It directly fused with the Hunyuan heart force, causing it to explode and grow stronger. Double, triple. With every increase in power, Qianzong's body was under great pressure and trembled continuously. His eyes became sharper and sharper, and his entire body was filled with that terrifying force. His muscles and bones seemed to be on the verge of breaking and shattering. Under that incomparable belief, the power of the mixed Yuan heart force was increased by 3 times in an instant. The supreme sword will was also strengthened, and its power increased by 3 times. The increase in power by 3 times immediately caused the inner world to tremble. It also caused Qianzong's body to tremble continuously, as if he could not bear the burden. Such a powerful force completely poured into the heavenly will sword in his hand. Xianxia, in an instant, Qianzong stabbed forward with his sword. The speed of Xianxia's sword with 3 times the power was even more terrifying, and its sharpness was even more shocking. It penetrated and cut through everything. Between heaven and earth, within all things, there was nothing that could resist it. In an instant, the giant's hand, which was already extremely faint, was hit by Xianxia's sword. It was a divine light that tore through heaven and earth, cleaving through the darkness of heaven and earth as if it was splitting the world apart. Wherever the sword light passed, it swept away everything in its path, cleaving through tens of thousands of soldiers. The giant's hand was immediately cut open, and at the same time, the illusion was cut open as well. All the confusion disappeared, and reality was revealed. Qianzong was immediately shocked. At this moment, the beauty flower had grown from 1 meter to 10 meters. 9 Cloud Saint and Jade Flower Saint were bound by 2 of the branches, as if they were tied to the tree. On the other hand, the star-slashing sword saint constantly swung his blade, sending out extremely terrifying streaks of light towards a branch that attacked from all directions. However, the streaks of light seemed to be bound by an invisible force. They could only move a few meters around him before vanishing, as if they had been devoured by something. Qianzong could tell with a single glance that the star-slashing sword saint was still in the illusion, while 9 Cloud Saint and Jade Flower Saint had already been subdued in the illusion. They had been captured alive. Only he was able to see through the essence of the illusion and burst out in a single burst, destroying it. Not only had the flower of beauty divine medicine grown from 1 meter to 10 meters, but even the flower bud at the top had turned from bright red to dark red. It had completely bloomed and emitted strands of dark red light. For some reason, it gave off an evil feeling, as if it was extremely evil. With a single glance, many illusions immediately appeared before Qianzong's eyes. However, with his chaotic prime, the illusions collapsed, unable to affect Qianzong at all. He swung his sword, the sword light tore through the air in a split second, directly attacking the stalk of divine herb. As if sensing danger, the remaining branches of the stalk of divine herb immediately attacked Qianzong from different directions. While resisting Qianzong's sword light, they attempted to restrain and capture Qianzong. The Jade Flower Saint and 9 Cloud Saint seemed to have fainted, losing their consciousness. Qianzong pushed the wholehearted sword technique to the limit. The 5 branches attacked from all directions, but they were unable to do anything to him. Qianzong blocked them all, unable to stop Qianzong. The most powerful thing about this demonized beauty flower was its illusions. Although it also had offensive power, it was not as good as its illusions. After all, its illusions could reach the level of a great saint, while its offensive power was only at the level of a pristine saint. However, even if it was at the pristine saint realm, it had reached the peak of the pristine saint realm. Qianzong was probably not weaker than the vermilion bird Holy Sun. He might even be a little stronger, between the vermilion bird Holy Sun who had not awakened the vermilion bird bloodline and the vermilion bird Holy Sun who had awakened the power of the vermilion bird bloodline. With such strength, it would not be easy for Qianzong to deal with him alone. However, things were different now. Previously, it was indeed difficult for Qianzong to deal with him. If he did not retreat, he might have been captured. But now, he had to thank the illusion created by the beauty flower. It allowed him to further explore the potential of the chaotic prime realm and deepen his control of the power of the mind. As if he had killed his way out of a tight encirclement, Qianzong directly closed in on the beauty flower. The power of the mind exploded as if it had been ignited. The chaotic prime heart force and supreme sword essence also surged in an instant. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, none of the surging power could escape from Qianzong's control. It was completely infused into the heavenly will sword, causing the heavenly will sword to tremble. It was extremely dazzling. Immediately, he swung the sword. The sword light exceeded the limit and was extremely fast. It was as if it had pierced through time and space as it attacked the beauty flower. Xianxia's sword, with 3 times the power increase, was extremely terrifying. Everything was torn apart and penetrated by the sword. It was as if there was heaven above and hell below. The beauty flower seemed to have sensed danger, an extremely strong sense of danger. The dark red flower trembled and made a strange sound. The dark red light shone brightly and was released in an instant to cover the surroundings. The 5 branches were like dancing dragons. They carried an extremely shocking power as they lashed out repeatedly in an attempt to resist Qianzong's sword. However, all of it was in vain. Under the Xianxia sword, which had 3 times the power increase, it demonstrated what it meant to be invincible. This sword was invincible. Break! Break! Break, break! Break! Break, break! The 5 branches that were as tough as divine weapons and saint weapons were penetrated and cut off by this extremely sharp sword light. The dark red light trembled slightly and rippled. However, it could not resist the power of this sword light and was pierced directly. Wherever the sword light went, it was invincible. Could not be blocked, nothing could stop it. In an instant, many illusions appeared and attacked Qianzong. Each of the illusions was extremely terrifying. It was enough to trap most of the pristine saint stage powerhouses. Even some great saint stage powerhouses couldn't avoid it. However, these illusions couldn't affect Qianzong at all and were ignored directly. Kill, Xianxia sword. The dark red flower immediately trembled violently after being stabbed by the sword. It erupted with all its power to fend off Qianzong's attack. Even the 3 vines that bound the 9 cloud saint, the jade flower saint, and the star-slaying sword saint quickly retracted. They lashed out at the sword in an attempt to shatter it, but they were all severed by the sword light. The 3-fold increase in power directly caused the power of Xianxia's sword to reach a terrifying height, infinitely close to the level of the great saint realm. The dark red petals were instantly pierced through, and the entire flower was also directly pierced through, suffering a huge injury. There seemed to be an extremely sharp and resounding female scream, as terrifying as the sound of a demon penetrating one's brain. Qianzong furrowed his brow slightly. When the sharp sound came, he felt as though his head was about to be pierced through. It was more like a steel needle had pierced into his brain and was stirring wildly. It was as though his brain was about to be ground into mush and turned into paste. Unbearable, it was extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, the voice seemed to have no end. It seemed that it would not stop until Qianzong was killed. Chop, Qianzong endured the pain of his brain being minced and swung his sword again. His sword cut through the air and split the sky and the earth, instantly cutting off the roots of the flower. The moment the roots were cut off, the sharp and resounding sound of a demon penetrating one's brain also stopped in an instant. The feeling of his brain being madly stirred also disappeared in an instant. Qianzong heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Finally, he killed it. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke like scarlet flew out from the fallen flower at an extremely fast speed. Qianzong's reaction was also extremely fast. He swung his sword horizontally and directly cut through the scarlet shadow. Under the eruption of sword essence, it was immediately cut into pieces. The broken scarlet shadow still rushed toward Qianzong and directly rushed into Qianzong's glabella. In an instant, endless illusions burst out. Qianzong only felt that he seemed to see endless seawater spreading and rolling up thousands of waves. Each wave contained a terrible power that could destroy everything. Immediately, a figure rose from the bottom of the sea along with the endless waves. Finally, it stood on the waves and moved forward along with the waves. It was a 10-meter-tall figure. Its seaweed-like long hair fluttered with the sea breeze. Its pair of dark blue eyes were incomparably deep, as if it contained an endless sea. Its body was extremely strong and covered with fine scales. It held a 10-meter-long trident in one hand. Its whole body was filled with endless divine power. It was extremely terrifying and tyrannical. Its power was so strong that it surpassed any great saint that Qianzong had ever seen. When Qianzong stared at it, the figure seemed to have sensed it. Its head turned slightly, and its eyes, which were as deep as the endless sea, stared at Qianzong's eyes. In an instant, Qianzong only felt his mind tremble as if it was directly hit by the waves of the sea. It trembled incessantly, and even his inner world trembled as if it was about to shatter. The power of such a glance was so terrifying that Qianzong was extremely frightened. How could it be so terrifying? Illusion, everything was an illusion, Qianzong kept reminding himself. His heart force erupted, tracing the origin, and using his heart to see the world clearly. Finally, the figure of the terrifying expert rapidly faded until it disappeared. The waves also disappeared along with it. The boundless sea also disappeared and returned to normal. Qianzong suddenly woke up and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He only felt that the immemorial heart had been directly consumed, and his inner world was trembling incessantly as if it was about to collapse. Terrifying, it was actually so terrifying, he never thought that the beauty flower's final counterattack would be so strong and so terrifying. Who was that figure in the illusion? Judging from its appearance, it was definitely a member of the Sea Clan, but it was not an ordinary member of the Sea Clan. Just one glance was enough to make him unable to resist. This was definitely a powerhouse who had surpassed the Great Saint realm. Could it be a divine ancestor level Sea Emperor? How strong was a divine ancestor level? Qianzong had no idea. After all, he had not seen them fight with his own eyes, so he did not know. But a divine ancestor was above the Great Saint realm, so it was definitely much stronger than a Great Saint realm expert. Could it be that the Sea Emperor is the master of this palace? Qianzong could not help but think. Of course, it was just a guess. As for whether it was true or not, it was not clear. Perhaps he would only know when he saw it with his own eyes. The immemorial heart force recovered rapidly, and Qianzong was surprised to find that the recovery speed of the immemorial heart force had increased, directly doubling. In this way, his ability to fight for a long time had been greatly improved. As long as he grasped the rhythm, he could fight forever. The star-slashing blade saint had already broken free from the illusion. He was recovering his energy that had almost been depleted. Nine Cloud Saint and Jade Flower Saint gradually woke up. As soon as they woke up, they reacted extremely quickly. They immediately burst into action, only to find that the Flower of Beauties had already withered, as if it had been dead for thousands of years. Unparalleled Sword Saint, could it be that the beauty flower is your? Nine Cloud Saint was a little surprised and doubtful. The beauty flower's ability was too strong. Almost all pristine saints would fall for it, but now they were out of danger. The Star Slayer Sword Saint was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and only Qianzong was standing calmly. No matter how one looked at it, it should be Qianzong who killed the beauty flower divine medicine. It was luck, Qianzong replied with a smile. Many thanks, Unparalleled Sword Saint. Jade Flower Saint immediately bowed, and Nine Cloud Saint followed suit. As for Qianzong's words of luck, of course, they were modest words. They did not really think it was luck. It was only strength. The Star Slayer Sword Saint's strength had also recovered. He leaped up and stared at Qianzong, the saber light in his eyes flashing continuously. Many thanks. The Star Slayer Sword Saint was a man of few words, but his words were sonorous and powerful. The three of you don't have to be so polite. We are now companions, Qianzong replied with a smile. Moreover, the three of them were in danger this time. They had gained nothing and almost died. Although he was also in danger, he had gained a lot. He had further peeked into the mystery of the mind and strengthened the use of heart force. He could see through illusions and see through reality. He had also mastered the superb technique of heart force explosion. It was equivalent to creating a secret technique that was suitable for him by chance. At most, he could unleash 3 times the power. Of course, unleashing 3 times the power would put a huge burden on his body. He could only unleash it once in a short period of time. If he unleashed it continuously, it would overload and damage his body. Although there were many restrictions, it was very useful at the critical moment. If he did not have such an explosive technique, it would be really difficult to deal with the beauty flower. In addition, the mixed yuan heart force explosion's recovery multiplied. Although it did not directly increase his strength, it increased his ability to fight continuously. It was just that the illusion created by the final counterattack of the beautiful flower and the tyrannical strength of that figure made Qianzong extremely fearful. He only hoped that he would not encounter such a strong person in this palace. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough. He would die here directly. After everyone's strength had fully recovered, they moved again. They did not split up before, and now they did not dare to do so. Who knew if they would encounter any danger? This time, they stepped into the Divine Weapon Palace. The Divine Weapon Hall was a great hall. The moment they stepped in, everyone instantly felt a terrifying aura. The aura was cold and tyrannical, yet it was disorderly and chaotic. It was the aura emitted by the Divine Weapon Hall, permeating the entire Great Hall, circulating about endlessly. Feeling the aura of these divine weapons, everyone could not help but smile. It was time to reap the rewards. The Divine Weapon Hall did not encounter the same danger as the Divine Medicine Hall. Instead, they gained something. Unfortunately, due to the flow of time, everything was unable to resist the erosion of time. As a result, all the various weapons in the hall had been damaged. It was possible to say that most of the weapons had become dim and lusterless. They had lost their original might, becoming like pieces of scrap metal. Of course, they were not completely useless. At least they could be reforged into divine weapons when brought back. After all, the materials themselves were still very good. Unfortunately, they were all saint-level experts. They did not care for these broken divine weapons that had lost their power. Fortunately, there were still some divine weapons in the Divine Weapon Hall that still retained their power. In the end, everyone gained something. The least was 3 divine weapons, and the most was 5. Xianxia obtained 3 divine weapons. It was not that he did not want to take more, but that he did not intend to fight for them. Because there was no need. Firstly, he was a sword cultivator. The most suitable weapon for him was the Heavenly Will sword. Secondly, because of his unique way of cultivation, many divine weapons were not suitable for him. In the end, Xianxia obtained 3 sacred artifacts. One of them was a thick, black, round-shaped shield. Its surface was rough and filled with spiral-like runes. The other one was a sword. It was a fire-type sword, containing an extremely formidable might of the Grand Tao of Fire. Xianxia was secretly shocked. The third one was a bracelet. It was dark golden in color and very heavy, seemingly weighing tens of thousands of jin. After exploring for a while, they did not encounter any other dangers. The 4 of them continued to walk inside and arrived at the last hall. It was also where the main hall was. The door of the main hall was open. There were no experts of the Sea tribe guarding it. When they stepped into the main hall, they felt the light dim. It was as if they could not see anything. Suddenly, it was brightly lit. The 4 of them could see everything in the main hall clearly. It was very large and spacious. Soon after, a bewildered voice sounded. Everyone immediately looked forward and saw a figure sitting at the center of the end of the hall. There was a strangely shaped chair that seemed to be formed by waves. Xianxia's pupils instantly constricted to the size of needles, and his heart was extremely shaken. That figure directly overlapped with the figure in the illusion created by Meihua's counterattack before her death. He was 10 meters tall and had an extremely strong body. His body was covered with fine scales, and he held a 10-meter-long trident in one hand. His eyes seemed to be looking into the endless distance, penetrating through the layers of space as he stared at the world with disdain. The body looked like a statue, but it also did not look like a statue. It emitted a shocking pressure. If it was not a statue, could it be the corpse of the Sea Emperor? Thinking of this, everyone could not help but tremble. The Sea Emperor was a divine ancestor-level powerhouse. His strength was extremely tyrannical. It was as if it was an invisible mountain. 9 Cloud Saint stared at the Sea Emperor's body. No, more accurately, he stared at the Sea Emperor's left hand. The Sea Emperor held a 10-meter-long trident in his right hand. His left hand was extended. His palm was facing up. His 5 fingers were slightly bent. He was holding a ball about the size of a normal person's head. The ball was transparent. It was like a colorless crystal. However, it contained a light blue color. It looked like a vast ocean. The crystal-like ball did not emit any aura. It looked very ordinary, but it was not ordinary at all. If it was ordinary, how could it appear in the hands of an expert of the Sea Emperor? Looking at 9 Cloud Saints' blazing eyes, it was clear that the crystal-like ball was the purpose of his trip. Everyone, that crystal ball is the purpose of my trip, said 9 Cloud Saint immediately. His voice was somewhat obscure, but it was filled with great desire. Chen Zong was a person with strong principles. He had already agreed, so he would not go back on his word. The star-slashing blade saint was a pure blade cultivator. He was sincere, so he would not go back on his word. As for the jade flower saint, she was actually a little tempted. However, Chen Zong and the star-slashing blade saint's eyes were clear. They did not waver at all. The jade flower saint could only give up on that thought. The pressure from the Sea Emperor's body was extremely powerful. It naturally released its power in all directions, suppressing everything. Nine Cloud Saint constantly unleashed his power. He kept approaching the Sea Emperor's body. Fortunately, the Sea Emperor seemed to have really died. Otherwise, the pressure would have been even stronger and more terrifying. Even so, the Nine Cloud Saint had to expend all of his strength in order to get close to it. According to the agreement, the crystal ball would belong to Nine Cloud Saint, but he had to obtain it first. Staring at the pressure from the Sea Emperor's body, Nine Cloud Saint finally took the crystal ball that was the size of a head. He could not contain his excitement. What treasure was that? Why was Nine Cloud Saint so excited? Nine Cloud Saint, what treasure is that? Asked the Jade Flower Saint. She could not help but ask first. Haha, it's the Sea Emperor's treasure, the ocean-suppressing pearl, said Nine Cloud Saint with a smile. Rumor has it that the ocean-suppressing pearl has the power to suppress the sea, but I don't know the details. I'll only know after I refine it. The power to suppress the sea, everyone muttered. They did not think too much about it because it was too general. Since they had obtained the treasure, they continued searching. It was a pity that they did not find any other treasures in the end. It could be said that the biggest winners were Nine Cloud Saint and Chen Zong. Nine Cloud Saint had obtained several saint artifacts, but his biggest gain was the ocean-suppressing pearl. As for Chen Zong, other than 3 saint artifacts, his biggest gain was that he had further unraveled the mysteries of heart force. He could see through illusions and unleash 3 times the power. As for the Jade Flower Saint and the Star Slayer Sword Saint, they had obtained saint artifacts. It might sound like a few saint artifacts were nothing, but that wasn't the case. A few saint artifacts were still very valuable. This was especially true for saint artifacts that had been collected by an expert like the Sea Emperor and had been preserved for a long time. They were the best of the best and were extraordinary. Since they did not find anything else, it was time to leave. Wait, said Nine Cloud Saint. I can see that this trident is no ordinary item. It must be a peak saint artifact. Its value is astonishing. Why don't we take it as well? The ocean-suppressing pearl is enough for me. Once we get the trident, we can share it among the 3 of you. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Sea Emperor's weapon was a peak saint artifact. Its value was astonishing. Since that was the case, they would take it as well. The Jade Flower Saint and Nine Cloud Saint attacked together while Chen Zong and the Star Slayer Sword Saint were responsible for guarding, preventing any accidents. However, the trident was held too tightly. Nine Cloud Saint and Jade Flower Saint could not remove it even after using all their strength. I'll do it. As soon as the Star Slayer Sword Saint's voice faded, he rushed forward and unsheathed his long saber. He unleashed a peerless saber radiance that split apart the heavy pressure and finally landed on the wrist of the Sea Emperor's right arm. He attempted to sever it and take the trident away first. With a clang, the sword trembled and bounced back. The Star Slayer Sword Saint's expression changed drastically. He felt his arm go numb and the sword almost flew out of his hand. A white mark appeared on the Sea Emperor's right wrist, but there was no sign of it being cut off. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What a terrifying body. The Star Slayer Sword Saint's sword technique was powerful and his attack power was shocking. However, such a strike only left a white mark. How strong was his body? The Star Slayer Sword Saint's eyes shone brightly. He raised his sword again. The sword soared into the air and strands of shocking sword chi rippled on it, tearing through the surroundings. Slash, the powerful strike landed mercilessly on the white mark on the wrist. It was extremely accurate. However, at that moment, the sword trembled and there was a faint cracking sound. The sword bounced back and flew out of the Sea Emperor's hand. The Star Slayer Sword Saint was forced back. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn and dripping with blood. As the long saber fell, fine cracks appeared where the saber had struck. Oh no, the Saint artifact level saber was actually chipped. Looking at the Sea Emperor's wrist, the white mark was even deeper. The skin of the Sea Emperor's wrist had been cut open, but it was only the skin membrane. The star-slashing sword Saint's expression changed greatly, and he felt a little heartache. That sword was a Saint artifact, but it was only a lower Saint artifact. However, it had been with him for many years. It had accompanied him in his battles and defeated countless strong opponents. He did not expect it to be broken here. His heart ached. He felt an indescribable heartache. The Star Slayer sword Saint moved and immediately put away the sword. Then, he took out another sword. It was a Saint artifact that he had obtained in the Divine Weapon Hall of the Sea Emperor's palace. It should have been an upper Saint artifact. Unfortunately, due to the erosion of time and lack of maintenance, its power had dropped to the level of a middle Saint artifact. However, this drop in power was not permanent. It only needed to be nurtured properly and it could return to the level of an upper Saint artifact. With the long saber in his hand, there was a dazzling flowing light on the blade. Once again, he slashed out. Although it bounced back, the sharper long saber cut deeper into the white scar. Good. Nine Cloud Saint immediately smiled and said, "A few more slashes and there is hope to cut it." The Star Slayer sword Saint gathered power and slashed again. An intense sound rang out, but Chen Zong's sharp senses told him that something was wrong. That pressure instantly grew stronger. "Retreat quickly." Chen Zong shouted out immediately. The three of them could feel that something was amiss. The body of this sea race being seemed as though it was about to come to life. The aura it exuded was getting more and more frightening and tyrannical. Everyone could not help but be shocked. They immediately gave up on the trident and retreated. "Let's go." They made a prompt decision and rushed out of the main hall. The aura that erupted from the main hall continued to surge like a surging tide. It was getting more and more terrifying. Perhaps the Sea Emperor had already fallen. However, once his corpse moved, it would probably possess extraordinary power. Who knew what kind of means a divine ancestor had left behind? If they were in the Great Saint Realm, they would be able to fight it head-on. However, they were only in the pristine Saint Realm. It was better to be conservative. Nine Cloud Saint actually regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would not have thought about the trident. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Let's leave the Sea Emperor's palace first. Run, sensing that the aura in the main hall was getting stronger and stronger, it felt like a surging tide. Everyone's expression became more and more solemn. They unleashed all their speed and continued to charge forward. They charged into the middle hall and headed for the outer hall. With every breath, the aura in the main palace would rise sharply, becoming more and more tyrannical. It was as if there was a blade at their backs, causing everyone to feel a great threat. Indeed, it was correct not to stay behind and face it head-on. Otherwise, whether or not they could escape was still unknown. Finally, the four of them rushed to the waterside pavilion. Without any hesitation, Saint Nine Cloud immediately took out the key scale. Just as he was about to open the protective barrier to escape, he suddenly stopped. Why? The four of them looked extremely solemn because there were many figures floating outside the protective shield. They were all tall and huge. Even though the protective shield had isolated their auras and made it difficult to sense them, they could tell that those figures were not to be trifled with. The Sea Tribe, outside the protective shield was the Sea Tribe. Other than the Sea Tribe, there were also many sea beasts. There were a total of 6 members of the Sea Tribe. Each of them was about 5 meters tall. If they were to judge their strength based on their height, then a 5-meter-tall member of the Sea Tribe should be equivalent to a Sea King of the pristine Saint Realm. There was a sea beast below each of the 6 members of the Sea Tribe. One of the sea beasts looked very familiar to everyone. The bloody sea shark. It was the bloody sea shark that had been injured by the Star Slayer sword Saint. The other 5 Sea Tribe members were either riding on giant seahorses or huge devil rays. Chen Zong also noticed that the weapons in the hands of these Sea Tribe members were not all tridents. The 2 Sea Tribe members who were riding on the giant seahorses were holding swords. As for how the Sea Tribe members who had no legs were riding on them, it was very simple. They just had to curl up their tails and they were as stable as Mount Tai. The 6 sea tribe members were staring coldly at Xianxia and the other 3 through the protective shield. The sea beasts below them were also staring at them. The bloody sea shark's eyes were especially ferocious as it stared at the Star Slayer Sword Saint. Although the sea beast did not have much intelligence, it still had instincts. It still remembered that it was the Star Slayer Sword Saint who had slashed it and it was in great pain. Xianxia and the other 3 looked very serious. Separated by the protective shield, they did not move for a while, but they could not help but feel anxious. It was because the aura behind him was getting stronger and stronger. The Sea Emperor seemed to be waking up. Even if he regretted it, it was too late. What was done, and there was no reason to regret it. Now, he had to figure out how to get out of this predicament. Wolves in front and tigers behind, the Sea Emperor's body was recovering, and he was about to awaken. Outside the protective barrier, there were 6 oceanic race experts. Together with the sea beasts, they were even more terrifying. Everyone, now that things have come to this, we can only take the risk. 9 Cloud Saint said in a low voice, I'll immediately open up the protective barrier. Let's rush out as fast as we can and escape in different directions. The Ocean Emperor was too terrifying. Even though it was just his corpse, it still possessed astonishing power. It was not easy to provoke him. Comparatively speaking, there were 4 of them and 6 of the oceanic species outside. Adding the sea beasts, there were 12 of them. Although it was terrifying, they still had some hope of escaping. Moreover, even if they stayed behind to face the Sea Emperor's corpse, even if they won in the end, they would still have to leave this place. They would still have to face the Sea Tribe. Therefore, it was best to choose to leave. As for escaping in different directions, that was the best option. Because if they gathered together, the Sea Tribe would also gather together and be surrounded. However, if they were to split up, what would the Sea Tribe do? Would they gather their forces and chase after one of them, or would they split up and chase after the other 4? If it was the former, it would depend on who had bad luck. If it was the latter, after the Sea Tribe's forces were split up, their chances of escaping would undoubtedly be higher. 9 Cloud Saint moved quickly. He immediately took out a scale and pasted it on the protective barrier, opening up a gap. At the same time, the Star Slayer Sword Saint and Xianxia drew their swords and saber one after another. Without hesitation, they slashed out. Saber Light and Sword Chi flew out and slashed at the oceanic race experts. Immediately after, the 4 of them burst out with astonishing speed and rushed out of the gap, flying in different directions. Everyone's reaction was extremely fast. It was beyond the Sea Tribe's expectations. When they blocked the attacks of the Saber Light and Sword Chi, the 4 of them had already rushed out of the protective barrier and were flying in different directions. The Sea Tribe member riding on the Blood Sea Shark was clearly the leader of this group. He immediately let out a roar filled with anger, probably intending to chase after them. Immediately, the 6 Sea Tribe members took action. There were 4 enemies and 6 of them. If they did not let any of them go, it meant that the 6 of them would have to split up. Immediately, the Sea Tribe member riding on the Blood Sea Shark chased after the Star Slayer Sword Saint, while the 2 Sea Tribe members riding on the giant seahorses chased after Xianxia with swords. As for the Jade Flower Saint, she was also chased by 1 Sea Tribe member. 9 Cloud Saint was unlucky and was chased by 2 Sea Tribe members. Whether they could escape or not would depend on their abilities and luck. Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. He broke through the heavy pressure of the seawater and kept rushing to the surface of the water. In the deep sea, the pressure was very obvious. It came from all directions and seemed to be endless. It was so heavy that Xianxia was affected in all aspects. His speed was also significantly reduced. On the contrary, the Sea Tribe members were not affected by the heavy pressure of the seawater in the deep sea. They were like fish in water and birds flying in the sky. They had the advantage of time and place. They were like a tiger that had grown wings. They were even more terrifying. Moreover, the 2 Sea Tribe members were riding on sea beasts. Sea beasts were born and grew in the sea and were extremely compatible with each other. They might become prey on land, but they were extremely terrifying in the sea. The 2 giant seahorses were more than 10 meters long and the aura they exuded had reached the saint grade. They were terrifying sea beasts at the pristine saint stage. Seahorses seemed to be very weak. That referred to ordinary seahorses. Would Saint-grade seahorses that were more than 10 meters long be weak? Of course not. Weak and strong were often relative. For those below the Saint grade, they were naturally not strong or even weak. However, since they were at the Saint grade, they would not be weak. Of course, if the seahorses were compared to the bloody sea shark, even though they were both at the Saint grade, the bloody sea shark was still stronger than the seahorses. This was a natural difference in the nature of life. The two sea tribe members riding the giant Saint grade seahorses were very fast and kept chasing after Xianxia. Although Xianxia's speed was not slow, he was still getting closer and closer to them. Then, the two seahorses suddenly spat out 2 half-meter transparent bubbles from their round mouths. They flew quickly toward Xianxia. The two bubbles did not seem strong, but they were extremely fast and contained extremely terrifying power. Xianxia's body flashed and he avoided the two bubbles. The bubbles rushed past him and broke through the water pressure in the deep sea, leaving behind 2 trails. Immediately afterward, the 2 sea king powerhouses of the oceanic species brandished their swords and slashed out 2 powerful swordlights. They covered Xianxia's left and right sides, giving Xianxia a feeling that he couldn't avoid them. However, Xianxia's body shrunk and expanded in an instant. He avoided the 2 sword lights and instantly shot out at a faster speed. Chase. The 2 sea kings rode the Saint-grade sea beasts and staged a deep-sea chase. Xianxia kept escaping upward. It was not wise to fight with the sea kings in the deep sea. Moreover, the 2 sea kings and 2 Saint-grade sea beasts were even more terrifying when they joined forces. However, if he rushed out of the sea, the situation would be different. The 2 sea tribe members obviously understood this and did not intend to let Xianxia escape. Then, the 2 sea tribe members' left hands, which were not holding swords, moved one after another as if they were making a seal. The surrounding sea water faintly fluctuated. Xianxia only felt that the water pressure around him was increasing and becoming more and more tyrannical. It blocked his momentum to a greater extent. As the 2 sea kings kept making seals with their left hands, they looked cold and serious. They manipulated the pressure of the sea water to increase and suppress Xianxia. This was the ability of the sea tribe. The more powerful the sea tribe, the more powerful their ability to manipulate the sea water. Xianxia's sword essence burst out and broke through the heavy water pressure. His speed increased again, but the water pressure was too strong. Xianxia still felt very uncomfortable under the constant pressure. The water pressure was endless. His sword would constantly be consumed if he tried to fight against it. This was very unfavorable for him. For a moment, Xianxia was in a predicament. As for the Sea Emperor Palace, in the main hall, the Sea King's body had already burst out with a terrifying aura. One after another, like a raging tide, it madly rushed out and filled the main hall. Then, it rushed out of the main hall, spread to the main hall, and then spread to the outermost area and hit the protective cover. Suddenly, there was a continuous rumbling sound, which was caused by the extremely tyrannical aura hitting the protective cover. The sound of crashing waves could be heard as layers upon layers of waves carried the Sea Emperor's 10-meter-tall body out of the main hall. It passed through the middle hall and arrived outside the outer hall. However, it was blocked by the protective barrier. The Sea Emperor suddenly let out a roar. He swung the trident in his hand and fiercely bombarded the protective shield. The shield shook violently, but it didn't break. Instead, ripples spread out from the spot where the trident hit. The Sea King seemed to be even more furious when he did not break the protective cover with one blow. He waved the trident again and attacked again. One blow after another, like layers of waves, continuously bombarding the protective cover. The protective cover was so strong that a pristine Saint Realm expert could not do anything to it. A great Saint Realm expert's attack also could not break it so easily. However, under the Sea King's continuous attack, which was like layers of waves, a cracking sound was heard from the protective cover. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the protective cover. With another attack, the protective cover was immediately broken. The Sea King rushed out with layers of waves. Following his senses, he immediately chased in the direction where Nine Cloud Saint had left. No one knew that the Sea King had broken the protective cover and chased after Nine Cloud Saint. It was already difficult enough to be chased by the sea tribe experts. The water pressure was getting stronger and stronger. It kept pressing down on him from all directions, as if it was going to crush his body. Chenzong looked serious. He kept activating his sword will to break through the water pressure and rushed upward. The Sea Kings who were chasing him looked very serious. Their eyes were shining brightly as if there were waves in them. Their left hand, which was forming a seal, was trembling slightly as if it was under great pressure. This was a fight. The two Sea Kings on the seahorse were getting closer to Chenzong. They could not escape. At least, their plan to rush out of the sea was not going to work. Since that was the case, they had to fight. Even if they were not used to being in the sea and were at a disadvantage, they had to fight. They had to fight without fear. Fearlessness, the fearlessness that came from the heart would not let down the way of the sword. He turned around and drew his sword. In an instant, an extremely dazzling sword light slashed out. It immediately cut through the heavy water pressure and carried an unparalleled sword might as it slashed towards the two Sea Kings as if it could cut through everything. The complexions of the two Sea Kings changed abruptly. They could feel an extremely tyrannical sword intent and power from the sword. The sword slashed across the sky, and the heavy water pressure seemed to be unable to obstruct it at all. However, the strength of these two Sea Kings was not to be underestimated. They immediately swung their swords and slashed out a huge sword light. The sword light carried the water pressure and formed an astonishing sword aura that cut across the sky. It collided with Chenzong's sword light and directly exploded. One slash after another, Chenzong performed the single-hearted sword technique. Sword 1 to Sword 8 were performed in an instant. The 8 sword lights followed different trajectories and penetrated the heavy water pressure. Such a sword thrust was most suitable for penetrating the heavy water pressure, and the pressure would be less. However, the water pressure was extremely strong, and it would more or less affect him. The 8 sword lights penetrated the heavy water pressure and covered the two Sea Kings and the two Saint-level sea beasts. Each sword light contained Chenzong's full mixed yuan heart force and was extremely powerful. The Sea King's expression changed again, but he did not dodge. Instead, he suddenly swung his sword and slashed out layers of sword light. It was like layers upon layers of waves that bombarded the Sea King. The body of the Sea tribe was much larger and stronger than that of the human tribe. Their physique was extremely tyrannical, and the power that their bodies could contain was much more majestic. Moreover, their recovery speed was much faster. This was the advantage of the Sea tribe. Naturally, they had to make use of their advantages. Therefore, the martial arts created by the Sea race were mainly fierce and powerful. They didn't care about the consumption of their own strength because their own strength was boundless and vigorous, and their recovery speed was fast. On the other hand, some exquisite martial arts weren't popular, and the Sea tribe didn't care about them. It could be said that the Sea tribe had continuously developed the powerful and majestic martial arts to a very high level. These two Sea Kings had naturally mastered the Sea tribe's martial arts to a very profound level. The sword slashed out like a heavy wave, and the sword light was endless. After Chenzong attacked with his sword, he didn't pay attention to it. He immediately turned around and rushed up at an extremely fast speed. After all, fighting the Sea tribe in the water wasn't good for him. However, the two Sea Kings reacted extremely quickly. After shattering the sword light, they formed seals again. The water pressure pressed down heavily, and Chenzong's speed decreased again. However, they were riding Saint-level seahorses, and their speed didn't decrease at all. They quickly approached and swung their swords at the same time, attacking from both sides. The two Sea tribe members were 5 meters tall, and the swords they used were 3 meters long. The swords were as wide as 2 ordinary people's palms put together. They were very heavy, but when they were swung by the two Sea tribe members, they were as light as a feather. This was because the two Sea tribe members were extremely powerful. At this time, the two swords were attacking from both sides, and the heavy water pressure attached to the swords made the power of the two swords even more tyrannical. Chenzong's eyes couldn't help but light up, and a desire arose in his heart. He wanted to see the Sea tribe's swordsmanship. Chenzong had seen the swordsmanship of the human clan and the divine demon clan. However, this was the first time he had seen the Sea tribe's swordsmanship. Once this desire appeared, it was as if it had exploded. The two swords arrived and directly cut off all of Chenzong's escape routes. The heavy water pressure pressed down, and Chenzong had no choice but to explode again. He swung his sword to meet the attack. As Chenzong swung his sword, his body moved so that the two Sea Kings couldn't attack him at the same time. He put himself in a situation where he only needed to face one opponent at a time to reduce the pressure. This required a lot of experience, and at the same time, it also required unique skills and excellent control of oneself and the surroundings. Coincidentally, Chenzong had all of these. The 3-meter-long sword slashed horizontally. The weight of the sword was extremely shocking. Coupled with Sea King's tyrannical physique and terrifying strength, the sword force that was like a raging sea directly bombarded and clashed with Chenzong's heavenly will sword. Chenzong immediately felt the terrible impact of the force. It was extremely violent, powerful, and boundless. It was as if a mountain was charging straight at him, and it directly knocked Chenzong away. At the same time, Chenzong also felt that the force hidden in the opponent's sword was overlapping, one after another. The second sword was unleashed once again, and it came for the kill once more. The other Sea King also came for the kill from the side. Chenzong immediately changed his body shape. As he moved quickly, the two Sea Kings' bodies overlapped again, and they couldn't attack him together. However, Chenzong also found that the opponent's sword was not affected by the water pressure at all. Not only was it not affected, but to some extent, it even used the pressure of the water pressure as a driving force, making their swords faster and stronger. Chenzong was very interested in this mystery. Once again, the two swords collided, and he felt the mystery of the opponent's swordsmanship with the direct contact of the two swords. In the second collision, Chenzong was knocked away again. The other Sea King instantly passed by and attacked from the side again. At the same time, the seahorse spat out bubbles, and Chenzong was directly surrounded. Chenzong didn't panic in the face of danger, but he was still surrounded by two Sea Kings and two saint-level seahorses and was hit. Invisible vibrating gang immediately played a role, resisting the attack and doing its best to shake it off, so he didn't suffer any damage. Chenzong couldn't help but rejoice that he had obtained the first layer of invisible vibrating gang, which gave him a powerful defensive ability. Otherwise, the attack would have been enough to injure him and break his bones. He faced the Sea King's swordsmanship again and again, relying on his extraordinary perception and comprehension, as well as his chaotic prime to constantly analyze the mysteries of the Sea Tribe's swordsmanship. Chenzong held a round shield in his left hand. It was a saint weapon he had obtained from the Sea Emperor Palace. Although he had not refined it yet and was unable to use its true power, its toughness alone was enough to block many attacks. After facing the attacks again and again, Chenzong finally analyzed the mysteries of the Sea Tribe's swordsmanship. In an instant, there was a clear feeling as though the dark clouds had been pushed aside to reveal the bright moon. It was as though all the confusion had been broken, and it was incomparably clear. Immediately, Chenzong kept the circular shield in his left hand. In a flash, his figure was like a fish swimming in water, incomparably nimble. With this nimbleness, he dissolved the heavy water pressure and turned it into a source of assistance. He was like a sailboat sailing with the wind. This was a superb application of power. It was a brilliant control of his body. Every single muscle on Chenzong's body trembled gently and wriggled, transmitting power. When he came into contact with the water pressure, he turned it into a source of assistance. As his body became extremely nimble, his speed clearly increased as well. He no longer had the uncomfortable feeling of being restrained by the heavy water pressure. Instead, he felt as carefree as a fish in water. This also meant that Chenzong was no longer restrained in the depths of the sea. Since that was the case, it was time to counterattack. Chenzong's figure flashed, and he dodged the attack of the greatsword. Chenzong's body was almost glued to the body of the greatsword. The greatsword broke through the water pressure, and with the help of the water pressure, the greatsword's speed increased even further as it pierced towards a Sea King. This sword strike was 30% faster than the previous one. Chenzong's sword speed was already very fast. With the 30% increase in speed, it was even more terrifying. The Sea King immediately dodged and avoided the first sword. However, Chenzong performed the single-hearted sword technique. One sword followed another, each sword faster and stronger than the last. He continuously attacked the Sea King. Immediately, the Sea King was inevitably hit by the sword. Its tyrannical body was unable to withstand Chenzong's sword attack. The scales on its body were immediately pierced, and the sword aura wreaked havoc in its body. The other Sea King slashed heavily with its sword, bringing with it layers of sword force. It was as if layers of waves were surging towards Chenzong. Chenzong's body twisted and turned, dodging the attack like a swordfish. Then, he exploded with extreme speed and attacked with his sword. Fighting 1 against 2, Chenzong did not have to worry about the pressure of the deep sea. Instead, he turned it into a boost, allowing him to unleash his full strength. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed an explosive attack with his sword. 3 times the divine firmament, this sword was extremely fast. It seemed to transcend time and space. It directly pierced through the deep sea, creating a vacuum sword mark. Unable to dodge or block, one of the Sea Kings was instantly hit. Its head was directly penetrated, and its divine soul was also destroyed by the sword aura. Pulling out his sword, Chenzong's left hand pointed at the seahorse's glabella like a sword. As the sword aura was activated, it directly repelled the seahorse. As its legs moved, it immediately rushed upwards. The Sea King's glabella was penetrated, and its vitality was rapidly draining away. However, it was not truly dead. It displayed an extremely strong vitality. Although its divine soul was also invaded and destroyed by the sword aura, it was not completely destroyed. However, because of this, it did not have much strength left, and it was constantly on the verge of death. It did not have the ability to chase after Chenzong. The other Sea King did not give up. It was extremely fierce and ruthless. It held a 3-meter-long sword and rode a Saint-class seahorse as it madly chased after Chenzong. The explosion of 3 times the divine firmament had almost exhausted all of his mixed yuan heart force. As Chenzong rushed upwards, he recovered his mixed yuan heart force at an extremely fast speed. Time after time, Chenzong's mixed yuan heart force's recovery speed increased. In just a dozen breaths, it had recovered by a few %. The huge sword came slashing down. Chenzong's body twisted like a fish and directly dodged the huge sword. He was as agile as a sea snake. Following the huge sword, he broke through the air and attacked. The boundless sea was an expanse of deep blue. It was extremely deep and boundless. Waves surged endlessly, pushing forward as if they came from the void and went back to the void. In an instant, a sword light rushed out of the deep sea and went straight to the sky, splashing waves in all directions. After the sword light rushed out of the sea, it paused in midair more than 10 meters above the sea. It seemed to tumble, revealing a figure with bright eyes that could see through everything. It was Chenzong. In the beginning, Chenzong was at a disadvantage in the deep sea. However, in the end, he comprehended the mysteries of the sea tribe and absorbed them into his body. He adapted to the pressure of the water pressure in the deep sea and even turned the water pressure into a helping force. He was like a fish swimming in the deep sea. He was extremely flexible and adaptable in the deep sea, which further improved his swordsmanship. Under such circumstances, Chenzong was able to display his strength to the greatest extent. The pursuing seafolk were also extremely ferocious. They fought to the death without retreating, and in the end, they were all killed by Chenzong. It was extremely difficult for a pristine Saint Realm expert to kill a pristine Saint Realm expert. However, that was only if one of them wanted to escape. If one of them chose to fight to the death instead of retreating, either one of them would be killed or both of them would be severely injured and die together. The 2 Sea Kings fought to the death and swore not to give up until they killed Chenzong. Because of this, Chenzong finally killed them with a sword that was 3 times stronger than the divine firmament sword. If it was not for this sword, Chenzong would not have been able to kill them. Not only were the 2 Sea Kings killed by Chenzong, but the 2 Saint-level seahorses were also killed by Chenzong. In this way, Chenzong could leave calmly. After rushing out of the sea, Chenzong did not dare to stay. Who knew if the other sea tribes would know that he had killed the 2 Sea Kings? After all, Chenzong believed that the Sea King level experts had a very high status and were very important even among the sea tribes. It would be best to leave as soon as possible and return to the land territory in the shortest time possible. Chenzong took out the Taishan token and tried to activate it, but there was no response. Although the sea tribe was very strong, they were rarely heard of in the land territory. This was because the sea tribe was naturally fond of water. Once they left the water, they would slowly weaken, and they would even need to stay in the deep sea. shallow water could not raise a real dragon. This was the reason. The sea tribe was born to stay in the deep sea. The shallow sea stage was not suitable for the sea tribe. Their bodies were huge and at the same time, tyrannical power. They needed an environment that could accommodate them. Otherwise, with the strength of the sea race, they would have invaded the land region long ago. Of course, if the sea region could devour the land region, it would become the sea tribe's world sooner or later. Unfortunately, the land region and the sea region were clearly separated. The experts of the land region would not allow the sea region to devour the land region. Unfortunately, Chenzong and Nine Cloud Saint had split up and did not possess a navigation compass. As a result, it was difficult for Chenzong to determine the direction. He had no idea which way to return to the land, so he could only try his luck. On the other side, Nine Cloud Saint's expression changed drastically. He was being chased by two Sea King level experts and was in a very difficult situation. In the deep sea, Nine Cloud Saint's speed was not as fast as the two Sea King level experts. However, Nine Cloud Saint came prepared. An egg-sized ball appeared in his hand. It was light blue in color. He channeled his power into it. In an instant, the egg-sized ball was activated and formed a light blue shield around Nine Cloud Saint's body. It isolated him from the seawater and the water pressure at the same time, allowing Nine Cloud Saint's body to relax. Water Avoidance Pearl. This was a secret treasure that Nine Cloud Saint had obtained with great difficulty. There was only one and it could only be used by one person. Because of this, he did not take it out before. He had to use it now. With the help of the Water Avoidance Pearl, Nine Cloud Saint's speed was restored. He quickly soared into the sky and distanced himself from the two Sea Kings. If the situation continued, he could escape. After all, he was the most prepared among the four of them. He also had the sea compass. As long as he could break out of the sea, he could return to the land region with the guidance of the sea compass. As long as he could return to the land region, even Sea Emperor level experts would not be able to do anything to him. The land region was the forbidden land of the sea tribe. Sea Emperor level experts would be affected to a certain extent if they stepped into the land region. They would be suppressed by Divine Ancestor level experts. The Divine Ancestor level experts in the land region would not enter the sea region easily. Similarly, the Sea Emperor level experts in the sea region would not enter the land region easily. He had obtained the Sea Suppressing Pearl on this trip. It was the ultimate treasure of the fallen Sea Emperor. Among all the treasures, it belonged to the level of ultimate treasures. It was an existence that surpassed a divine weapon. Nine Cloud Saint could not help but smile. Sea Suppressing Pearl, as long as he spent some time refining it, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. He would be invincible under the Great Saint realm unless those pristine saint-level experts also had the help of ultimate treasures. In addition, refining the ultimate treasure and comprehending the mystery of the ultimate treasure would allow him to further comprehend the mystery of the Great Saint realm and increase the probability of breaking through to the Great Saint realm. It was killing two birds with one stone. As for the other three, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that they were lucky enough to escape from the pursuit of the oceanic race. After all, there was nothing he could do to help them. It was already good enough that they could protect themselves. The two Sea Kings were infuriated when they found it difficult to catch up to Nine Cloud Saint. Their expressions changed drastically and they immediately split up. The moment they split up, a huge figure burst forth with an extremely violent speed and charged past them. The water pressure that it created caused the two Sea Kings to continuously spin backwards. They felt dizzy and their 5-meter-tall bodies even felt pain. It was as though they had been injured. Nine Cloud Saint immediately sensed an extremely terrifying force charging at him, causing his face to change drastically. He did not dare to hesitate at all, immediately erupting with a secret technique. His speed instantly doubled. Even with that being the case, he was still unable to completely escape. That extremely berserk aura was still rapidly approaching him. Nine Cloud Saint could not help but look back. His expression changed drastically. What did he see? A 10-meter-tall and extremely strong body was stepping on heavy waves. Under the push of the heavy waves, it was getting closer and closer. Wasn't that the corpse of the Sea Emperor in the Sea Emperor's palace? It had really awakened and was chasing after him. Saint Nine Clouds was astonished. His heart was filled with bitterness and regret. It would have been better if he had obtained the ocean-suppressing pearl. Why did he have to touch his divine trident? That way, he wouldn't have awakened the body of the Ocean Emperor. What Nine Cloud Saint did not know was that even if he had wanted the divine trident, the Sea King's body would have awakened. It was because the sea-suppressing pearl was the most precious treasure of the Sea King. How could it be taken away so easily? However, it would take some time for it to awaken. They had attacked the wrist of the Sea King in an attempt to cut off his arm and take the divine trident away. That was not the main reason. It was just that the Sea King's body had awakened due to the sea-suppressing pearl being taken away. The Sea King's body had targeted Nine Cloud Saint because of the sea-suppressing pearl. Shortly after, the Sea King waved the divine trident in his hand and instantly unleashed a terrifying aura. He struck across the sky and broke through the heavy water pressure. He created a vacuum spiral that was like a water vortex that blasted towards Nine Cloud Saint. Nine Cloud Saint could not dodge it and was hit directly. The barrier formed by the water avoidance pearl was also shattered in an instant. Nine Cloud Saint took the opportunity to dodge a little. However, the heavy water pressure came from all directions, increasing the pressure on Nine Cloud Saint and slowing him down. The Sea King closed in again. The terrifying aura made Nine Cloud Saint tremble uncontrollably. It was a difference in nature. It was like the difference between a dwarf and a giant. It was like the difference between a tall mountain and a dwarf. Nine Cloud Saint frowned and gritted his teeth. He knew why the Sea King's body was chasing after him. It was all because of the sea-suppressing pearl. What should he do? What should he do? In reality, Nine Cloud Saint did not have much time to think. Life and death were at stake in an instant. Nine Cloud Saint did not dare to hesitate. He immediately took out the sea-suppressing orb. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to part with it. He unleashed all his strength and immediately threw the sea-suppressing orb in another direction. The moment the sea-suppressing pearl was thrown out, Nine Cloud Saint immediately sensed that the terrifying aura that had locked onto him had shifted. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. As expected, the Sea King's body immediately charged towards the sea-suppressing pearl, ignoring Nine Cloud Saint. Perhaps in his eyes, Nine Cloud Saint was not much stronger than an ant. The sea-suppressing pearl was the most important thing. Even though he had been abandoned, Nine Cloud Saint was not happy at all. It was the sea-suppressing pearl. The main purpose of his trip was the sea-suppressing pearl. He had not even warmed up the sea-suppressing pearl when he had to give it away now. This meant that he had gone through many life and death crises on this trip, but he did not gain much in the end. The only things he gained were a few saint artifacts. However, because he wanted to obtain the supreme treasure earlier, he had humbly declined when choosing the saint artifacts. As a result, the saint artifacts he obtained were relatively ordinary compared to the other three. As for the water-repelling pearl, it was damaged because of the Sea King's attack. He had paid a hefty price to obtain the water-repelling pearl. It could be said that he did not gain much from this trip. It was as though all his efforts had been for nothing. Thinking of this, Nine Cloud Saint felt waves of pain in his liver. He was helpless. Who knew that such an unforeseen event would happen? The strength of the Sea King's body might not be as strong as when the Sea King was alive, but it was at least at the level of a great sage. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Nine Cloud Saint did not slow down at all. He did not dare to stop at all as he fled rapidly. If the item was gone, so be it. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. After living for so many years, Nine Cloud Saint was very clear about this point. He was also very open-minded. Without the pursuit of the sea race, Nine Cloud Saint escaped from the deep sea safely. He rushed out of the sea surface and was surrounded by a vast expanse of emptiness. Perhaps I should spread the news of the sea-suppressing pearl. Nine Cloud Saint looked at the outline of an island in the distance. His eyes shone brightly. Since he could not obtain the sea-suppressing pearl, he would let other experts snatch it. The supreme treasure of Ocean Emperor Baluo has appeared. Ocean Emperor Baluo? Is he the invincible Ocean Emperor that dominated the sea region 100,000 years ago? That's right. He's the Ocean Emperor. His supreme treasure is the divine sea-suppressing pearl. Nine Cloud Saint couldn't help but smile when he heard the discussions around him. He was the one who spread the news on purpose. His purpose was to attract the attention of other experts so that they could surround and kill the corpse of the Sea Emperor. The Ocean Emperor was called Ocean Emperor Baluo. He was an extremely powerful ocean emperor from 100,000 years ago. He possessed the supreme treasure, the divine sea-suppressing pearl. With the divine sea-suppressing pearl in hand, Ocean Emperor Baluo dominated the sea region. He was invincible in the sea region. He was known as the #1 ocean emperor in that era. However, for some unknown reason, the Baluo Ocean King had suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he had gone, not even the experts of the oceanic race knew. Until Nine Cloud Saint obtained a piece of scale by chance and was guided to the palace left behind by Ocean Emperor Baluo. The palace was actually difficult to find if one didn't have the opportunity and the scale as a guide. The reason why the 6 sea kings were able to find this place was because of the Blood Sea Shark. The Star Slayer Sword Saint had injured the Blood Sea Shark with one slash. The Blood Sea Shark was very vengeful and remembered the aura of the 4 sea kings. It followed the aura left behind by the Star Slayer Sword Saint and the others. In fact, the 6 ocean kings didn't know where the palace was, but Bloody Sea Shark was sure that someone was inside. That was why he waited outside. He had tried to attack the protective shield, but he couldn't break it. The divine sea-suppressing pearl. Legend has it that it's a supreme treasure that can suppress the sea. A great saint broke out of seclusion. His shocking saint aura covered the sky and spread out. A figure rushed out of the mountain and flew towards the endless sea. The divine sea-suppressing pearl. If I get it, I'll be invincible under the divine ancestor. His laughter was like rolling thunder, resounding through the world. A thunderbolt instantly broke through the sky. There were many islands in the sea. These islands were of different sizes. Some of the islands were deserted and had no resources. There were no birds or beasts living there. It was completely uninhabited. That was because the sea region was even more vast than the land region. Under the numerous islands, there were also countless resources and opportunities. Many cultivators lived there, and after passing down their legacies, many experts were born. On the many islands in the sea region, there were also many human clans. Among them, there was no lack of divine ancestor realm experts. Of course, there were also many great saint realm and little saint realm experts. At the very least, there were no less than the Lu territory. As soon as the news of the appearance of the Sea Emperor's supreme treasure, the sea-suppressing orb, spread, it was like a storm had swept through the world. It caused a huge reaction. Many great saints and even divine ancestors were alarmed, and they all set off. Not only that, but the news continued to spread and even alarmed the oceanic race in the depths of the sea. The Oceanic Emperor's supreme treasure, the Oceanic Divine Pearl, has appeared. That's the most precious treasure of our oceanic race. We can't let it fall into the hands of humans. Take it back. Immediately, the great sea kings and ocean emperors of the oceanic race set off to search for the Sea Emperor's whereabouts. Most importantly, they were looking for the Oceanic Divine Pearl. The entire sea region seemed to be surging with it. 5 Spirits Divine Island, this was not the island's original name, but it had been changed recently. The 5 Spirits Divine Island was enveloped by a layer of barrier. The barrier had 5 different colors: green, purple, red, blue, and yellow. Each color emitted a different aura. The green color was agile and swift, the purple color was violent and overbearing, the red color was blazing and dazzling, the blue color was calm and vigorous, and the yellow color was heavy and steady. Inside the 5 Spirits Divine Island, there was a huge 5-colored divine palace. It was the 5 Spirits Divine Palace, and inside the divine palace, there was a 1,000-meter-tall statue. The statue was completely black, and there were 5 huge balls of light surrounding it. They were green, purple, red, blue, and yellow, and each ball of light emitted a different and terrifying fluctuation. Below the 1,000-meter-tall divine statue, there was a huge open space where many people were kneeling. There were 5 people kneeling at the front. Each of them had a different aura, corresponding to the green, purple, red, blue, and yellow light balls. They were very compatible with each other. The aura emitted by the 5 of them had all reached the saint level. With the 5 of them as the leaders, there were tens of thousands of people kneeling behind them. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. These people were chanting something. Traces of invisible light flew up and entered the divine statue. Not long after, the divine statue seemed to tremble slightly. 5 rays of light flew out from the 5 light balls of different colors and entered the bodies of the 5 leading saint-level experts. It increased their strength and transmitted a message at the same time. Disciples, the 5 spirits' great God has sent a decree. The oceanic divine pearl has appeared. Our God needs the power of the oceanic divine pearl. One of the saint-level experts said. His voice carried traces of indescribable power and entered the ears of every disciple. Tens of thousands of disciples responded enthusiastically. They looked like they were going to give up their lives for their God. They were very fanatical. The 5 spirits' divine sect also participated in the fight for the oceanic divine pearl. The sea region was vast, but due to the continuous search of various forces and the information provided by 9 Cloud Saint and so on, it did not take long for them to find traces of the Emperor of the Ocean. The Emperor of the Ocean had already returned to the palace. The palace was very hidden in the beginning. It was not easy to find. 9 Cloud Saint and the others were able to see it when they got close because of the scale. Without the scale, it would be difficult to see it even if they got close. Therefore, 9 Cloud Saint secretly placed the scale outside the protective shield of the palace so that the palace could be completely revealed. Anyone would be able to see it. This is the palace left behind by the Emperor of the Ocean. Is the Emperor of the Ocean in this palace? The oceanic divine pearl should be here too. Around the palace, many experts rushed over. There were humans and sea race. There were even people wrapped in various divine lights. Their auras were completely different. They were divided into 3 camps. The camps were obvious. They did not interfere with each other, but that was only temporary. The scale was hidden very well. 9 Cloud Saint had made many preparations, so it was not easy to find. Therefore, if they wanted to enter the palace, they would have to break the protective shield. In an instant, someone made a move. His attack landed directly on the protective shield, causing layers of ripples to spread out. Under the tyrannical bombardment, the protective barrier could not withstand and was finally broken. The 3 factions immediately rushed into the palace like locusts passing through. They directly rushed through the outer palace, rushed through the middle palace, and rushed into the inner palace. According to the information, the Emperor of the Ocean was in the inner hall. The oceanic divine pearl was in the Emperor of the Ocean's hands. After the group of great saints rushed into the inner hall, they looked around and focused their attention on Emperor Paluo's body. Emperor Paluo had resumed his posture of holding the trident in one hand and the divine sea-suppressing pearl in the other. He was motionless as if he had turned into a statue again. The eyes of the experts immediately focused on the oceanic divine pearl. Their eyes were burning with desire. However, no one moved for a moment because they were wary of each other. There was only one oceanic divine pearl, but there were almost 10 supreme saints gathered. Everyone wanted it. Once the oceanic divine pearl refined the water, it would increase one's strength tremendously. They were wary of each other, and they restrained each other. However, this situation was broken. The Emperor of the Ocean's corpse seemed to have sensed something. After all, he had just fallen silent. Before he completely fell silent, he felt a malicious aura fall on the oceanic divine pearl in his left hand. In an instant, the Emperor of the Ocean's eyes shone brightly. A powerful aura suddenly burst out. It swept out like a shocking storm, crazily rushing in all directions. The Supreme Saint's expressions changed. They became serious, but they were not afraid. It was because the Emperor of the Ocean had fallen. The aura that burst out was not at the level of an ocean emperor. It was equivalent to a great ocean king. It was similar to the experts present. Even though he was dead, there was still some consciousness left in the body of the Emperor of the Sea. He sensed the presence of a group of powerhouses and immediately attacked. The 10-meter-long divine trident burst out in an instant. The halberd swept across the sky with an extremely tyrannical power. It directly shattered the vacuum and swept in all directions, immediately covering the 9 great sea kings. The group of experts also took action one after another. The Emperor of the Ocean no longer had the strength of an ocean emperor. At most, he was at the great ocean king level. He could not suppress the others and was even suppressed. Anger, the Emperor of the Ocean was furious. In his fury, the oceanic divine pearl in his left hand suddenly trembled. The blue inside suddenly fluctuated like a raging tide. It was like a tsunami that kept rising. At the same time, it also emitted a shocking aura that rushed in all directions. A large amount of power was injected into the oceanic divine pearl. The oceanic divine pearl fluctuated and flew out of thin air. It suspended in the air and released layers of light that instantly covered the entire inner hall. Clattering sounds could be heard as layers of blue light were released from the divine sea-suppressing pearl. It was as if the inner hall had turned into a body of water. The body of water emanated an astonishing power, suppressing all the great Sea King-level powerhouses. Binding. These great Ocean King-level experts immediately felt a strong binding. The binding made them very uncomfortable. It was as if their hands and feet were heavily bound. When they moved, they consumed more power than usual. The expressions of these experts changed drastically, and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. Was this the power of the oceanic divine pearl? It was indeed terrifying. It was a supreme treasure that surpassed the level of a sacred implement. It was the supreme treasure that the Emperor of the Ocean had relied on to run rampant in the sea area 100,000 years ago. Even if the Emperor of the Ocean had not been at his peak, he could still release such terrifying power. It was as if he could suppress everything. For a time, the experts' hearts became more and more eager. They wanted to get the oceanic divine pearl and run rampant. But now, they had to get rid of the suppression of the oceanic divine pearl first. The divine sea calming pearl was extremely powerful. Under its suppression, the Supreme Saint Realm cultivators found it difficult to exert even half of their strength. They felt as if they had fallen into a boundless whirlpool as they were constantly being battered by the deep blue seawater. However, these Supreme Saint Realm cultivators would not sit still and wait for death. They continued to unleash their strength to break the divine sea calming pearl's restraint. Inside the divine sea calming pearl, the seawater swept and battered continuously. Its power was extremely powerful and shocking. Wave after wave of impact, it sometimes turned into a whirlpool that swept wildly, and sometimes it turned into an undercurrent that tore everything apart. It put the Supreme Saint Realm cultivators under great pressure. Even though the power left behind by Ocean Emperor Palua's corpse was not at the level of an Ocean Emperor and was only at the level of a great Ocean King, it still unleashed a terrifying power under the activation of the divine sea calming pearl. The Supreme Saint Realm cultivators were still invincible. The Supreme Saint Realm cultivators continued to unleash their strength, but they could not break the suppression and restraint of the divine sea calming pearl. The terrifying power continued to batter, wearing down the power of these Supreme Saint Realm cultivators and suppressing them. They began to be injured one by one. At this moment, a tyrannical pressure descended through layers of space and time. The human clan's divine ancestor and the oceanic clan's ocean emperor had arrived. It really is the divine sea calming pearl. Its power is still as strong as ever. The oceanic emperor's eyes lit up, and suddenly there was a scorching heat in them. That's mine. The divine ancestor was even more domineering. He directly reached out to grab it. His palm instantly enlarged, and in just an instant, it became 1,000 meters in size. It covered the sky and the earth as it directly grabbed down. The extremely terrifying power immediately hit the sea created by the divine sea calming pearl, causing it to tremble continuously. The divine sea calming pearl is the most precious treasure of the oceanic clan. We will not allow foreign races to touch it. The oceanic emperor was suddenly furious. He suddenly slashed out with the giant sword in his hand. The sword light was shocking as it directly split the sea, creating a vacuum as it slashed towards the 1,000-meter-long hand. A terrifying shockwave blasted out in all directions, shattering everything and creating a vacuum. Cracks appeared on the walls of the palace and they started to collapse. The strength of a divine ancestor was terrifying. The entire palace was shattered, and the power of the divine sea calming pearl was also broken. The Supreme Saint Realm cultivators suppressed by the divine sea calming pearl vomited blood as they were sent flying. If they didn't flee, they wouldn't be able to withstand a battle between sacred ancestors. Ocean Emperor Palua was furious. Even though he had already died, he still had a remnant of his consciousness. He could still explode with tyrannical power, constantly urging the divine sea-suppressing orb to release astonishing power. However, not being an Ocean Emperor was still not enough. The divine sea-suppressing orb's power could not be fully unleashed. Poseidon was suppressed. He could only roar in anger, but it was useless. His roar couldn't increase his strength at all. The human race's divine ancestor and the Oceanid's emperor were fighting for the sea-suppressing godly pearl. As for the emperor of the Oceanid, his body was constantly being attacked. Although his body was at the level of an Oceanid and was very strong, he was gradually unable to withstand the attacks. More and more wounds appeared on his body. Suddenly, Poseidon Poluo mustered all his strength and poured it into the divine trident in his hand. He unleashed his most powerful attack. He threw the divine trident with thunderous power, creating a vacuum in the sea. It was aimed at the human race's divine ancestor and the Oceanid. It was completely locked on. The human race's divine ancestor and the Oceanid's expression turned solemn. This attack was not weak at all. It was threatening. At the same time, Poseidon Poluo's body swelled up as if he was being filled with air. His terrifying power exploded, and his aura destroyed all directions. All the seawater in his path was shaken into powder and turned into a vacuum. It was like a black hole that twisted and devoured everything. After the human race's divine ancestor and the Oceanid dodged the divine trident, their expressions changed drastically. They immediately retreated to distance themselves from Poseidon Poluo because they felt a terrifying power exploding in his body. Self-destruction. Poseidon Poluo chose to self-destruct. Although he no longer had the strength of an Oceanid and only had the strength of a great sea king, the power of his self-destruction was terrifying. It could directly threaten an Oceanid emperor. It might not be able to kill him, but it would definitely injure him severely. Neither the human race's divine ancestor nor the Oceanid emperor wanted to take Poseidon Poluo's self-destruction head-on. In the distance, the saint-level experts of the Five Spirits divine sect were unwilling to give up. When the divine ancestor and the Oceanid emperor arrived, they were powerless to resist. The power of Poseidon Poluo's self-destruction was extremely terrifying. The entire palace of the Oceanid emperor was completely affected. It directly turned into powder and disappeared, leaving behind a huge vacuum. Streams of aura crazily poured in. At the same time, a ray of light shot out from the terrifying explosion at an incredible speed. In that instant, it was out of the human clan's divine ancestor and the Oceanic clan sea emperor's eyes. By the time they reacted, the ray of light had already shot far away and disappeared. Oh no, that's the Oceanid divine pearl. The human race's divine ancestor and the Oceanid emperor immediately reacted. Their expressions changed drastically, and they did not hesitate to give chase. The aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated and quieted down. The palace of the Oceanid emperor had completely disappeared, forming a vacuum black hole. Endless seawater poured in from all directions and directly turned into a terrifying whirlpool. It spun wildly toward the center. The power of the whirlpool made the saint-level experts in the distance tremble. If they entered it, even a great saint could not guarantee that they would be crushed to pieces. The whirlpool lasted for a long time before it gradually weakened. Finally, it was filled with seawater and returned to silence. The vast sea was boundless. There was a kind of boundless vastness that could easily make people lose themselves in it. A beam of sword light flew over from afar at an extremely fast speed. The sound it made was very faint. It flew past in an instant and headed forward, leaving a faint trace in the void. It was Xianxia. After Xianxia rushed out of the sea, he chose a direction and flew quickly, intending to return to the land. Unfortunately, without a navigation compass, Xianxia did not know the specific direction. He could only try his luck or find an island with cultivators and ask in detail. After flying for a long time, he did not find any island. Looking at the vast sea made Xianxia feel a little tired. Finally, he found a small island. It was a deserted island with a radius of only a few thousand meters. There were only a few trees on it. There were no beasts or birds. Even the trees looked malnourished. Xianxia landed on the small island and prepared to rest. Sitting on the edge of the small island and looking at the vast sea, he suddenly had the idea of fishing. He took out some things from his storage artifact and used his own power to refine them into a fishing rod. He also used some stored meat as bait. In fact, Xianxia did not care whether he could catch fish or not. It was just a kind of pleasure. It was a long time in the sea. Flying was a way for him to relax when he could not see the bottom. Unexpectedly, Chenzong felt that the hook seemed to be bitten by something. It suddenly sank, and a powerful force burst out from under the sea. It straightened the fishing line and bent the fishing rod as if it was about to break. It seemed to want to pull Chenzong directly into the sea. Big guy. Chenzong could not help but smile in surprise. He was simply happy. He used a little strength and then pulled and tightened the fishing rod in an instant. The fishing line was also tightened in an instant. Then, a black shadow kept growing in the water. It broke out of the water and rushed into a dazzling spray. It was a big fish that weighed at least a few hundred kilograms. The big fish was round and had no scales. Its skin was dark and rough, looking like a stone. The big fish fell to the ground and smashed into the ground of the small island, creating a crater. Some of the rocks were smashed into pieces. This big fish was very tenacious and kept struggling. Its thick and short tail smashed into the ground, creating cracks. Chenzong looked at the big fish as if he was looking at a big plate of braised fish, steamed fish fillet, barbecued fish, and other big dishes. Then, let's get started. Chenzong used his fingers like a sword and sliced across the ugly fish. He immediately cleaned it up. In just a short time, Chenzong had processed the entire fish. He threw the innards and other things to the side. He set up the entire fish and started to barbecue it. He wanted to know more about natural barbecued fish. Not long after, the barbecued fish emitted a strong fragrance. It was very tempting. Chenzong sprinkled some seasonings. The seasonings did not cover up the freshness of the fish, but they removed the fishy smell and enhanced the aroma and taste of the fish, making the fish more delicious. Chenzong ate the delicious and steaming fish meat. It was tender, fragrant, and a bit chewy. It tasted very good. With a pot of good wine, Chenzong ate happily. Delicious, it was really delicious. Although the appearance of this big fish was very ugly, the fish meat was indeed very delicious. After eating it, he immediately felt warm and comfortable. Chenzong concluded that this kind of fish meat was a great tonic. Although it was useless to him, it could be nourishing for a heaven-stage cultivator. The big fish weighed hundreds of pounds, and the fish meat alone weighed more than 100 or 200 pounds. All of it went into Chenzong's stomach. A powerful cultivator's digestive ability was amazing. Not to mention hundreds of pounds of food, even thousands of pounds of food could be eaten in one meal. After eating, Chenzong rested on the spot. He casually glanced around and his eyes fell on the fish's internal organs that were thrown aside. The fish's internal organs were a big lump, and there seemed to be something shining inside. This light immediately attracted Chenzong's attention. He stared at it and vaguely caught a glimpse of a light blue color, but he did not feel any aura. Out of curiosity, Chenzong waved his sleeve, and an invisible force swept across the sky. Suddenly, the pile of fish organs was blown away, revealing the things inside. Chenzong was stunned when he saw the thing. It was a round ball with stains on its surface. It was about the size of a normal person's head. With a blow, the stains on the round ball disappeared, completely revealing the round ball. This? Chenzong's eyes widened with confusion and disbelief. This round ball looked exactly the same as the ocean-suppressing pearl that Nine-Cloud Saint took from the Ocean Emperor. Sometimes, life was full of surprises and surprises. You could never be sure of what you would encounter in the future. Chenzong was very surprised. Could there be more than one sea-suppressing pearl? According to Nine-Cloud Saint's performance, the sea-suppressing pearl should be an extremely valuable treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited. Moreover, his target was very obvious. He had set his sights on the Sea Emperor's sea-suppressing pearl. Could there be more than one of such treasures? The possibility was very low, but it was still possible. Chenzong held the sea-suppressing pearl. There was no aura fluctuation and it seemed to be a very ordinary crystal ball. However, Chenzong instinctively felt that there was something unusual about it. Suddenly, Chenzong thought of another possibility. That was when Nine-Cloud Saint was being hunted down by the experts of the sea race. In the end, for some unknown reason, he lost the sea-suppressing orb and was eaten by that ugly fish. Then, by chance, he was fished up by Yi Xuan and the sea-suppressing orb finally fell into his hands. This idea seemed very coincidental and hard to believe, but it was also possible. Chen Zong tried to inject mixed yuan heart force into the ball. Suddenly, the light blue ball trembled slightly and seemed to be fluctuating. Seeing that there was hope, Chen Zong immediately increased the infusion of mixed yuan heart force. In an instant, the light blue ball and the crystal ball fluctuated, as if the sea was rippling. Suddenly, Chen Zong felt a strong sense of absent-mindedness pervading the air. In the next breath, he appeared above a light blue sea. Where is this? Chen Zong's first thought came to mind. He looked left and right. Above him was the sky, a somewhat transparent sky. Below him was the sea. The sea was light blue and he didn't know how deep the sea was. This place was like a strange little world. It was self-contained and contained some kind of mystery. There was no earth, only sky and sea. The sky was boundless and the sea was boundless. Chen Zong's body flashed as he started exploring. Within his senses, the skies and seas were filled with endless mysteries. Could this be the interior of the ocean-suppressing orb? Chen Zong suddenly had a thought, a guess. With his mind, Chen Zong felt dizzy again. The sky and sea in front of him became blurry, and his consciousness returned to his body. As expected, the world of sky and sea just now was the world inside the sea-suppressing orb. It was just a ball, yet it was able to form a small world of its own. It was truly profound to the extreme. Chen Zong had never seen such a treasure before, nor had he even heard of it. No wonder Nine-Cloud Saint was so determined to get the ocean-suppressing pearl and was so excited after getting it. Even if he suppressed it, Chen Zong could still see it from his expression. In that case, this sea-suppressing pearl might be the one that Nine-Cloud Saint had obtained. After all, the possibility of there being more than one such treasure was very low. Chen Zong could not help but feel a little excited. He did not expect that the ocean-suppressing pearl would fall into his hands. It was really indescribable. Could this ocean-suppressing pearl be a treasure? Chen Zong calmed down and thought carefully. If it was a top divine weapon, Nine-Cloud Saint would not be so excited and persistent. A top divine weapon should not have such mysteries. Even though Chen Zong had not seen a top divine weapon, at his cultivation level, he was more sensitive to many things. Treasure, a treasure that surpassed a divine weapon. Treasures were very rare. Each treasure had amazing mysteries and power. Chen Zong did not know what mysteries and power the ocean-suppressing pearl had, but he would know once he refined it. Looking around, Chen Zong did not see anyone else. After quickly making some arrangements, he began to refine it. Even when he was refining it, Chen Zong did not neglect to pay attention to his surroundings. Once there was any movement, he would notice it immediately. Mixed yuan heart force wrapped the ocean-suppressing pearl and began to refine it. This treasure would not reject Chen Zong's power, which meant that Chen Zong could refine and use it. Just as Chen Zong was refining the ocean-suppressing pearl that he had obtained by chance, a group of human clan and sea clan experts were also looking for the whereabouts of the ocean-suppressing pearl. Even the disciples of the Five Spirits Divine Sect were on the move and searching everywhere. At the last moment, the remnant consciousness of the Paluo Sea Emperor did not want the ocean-suppressing pearl to be taken away, so it self-destructed. At the same time, it also sent the ocean-suppressing pearl away. It did not matter where it went or who had it in the end. In short, it just did not want it to be taken away. Unexpectedly, the ocean-suppressing pearl was eaten by a fish. After eating the ocean-suppressing pearl and being nourished by the ocean-suppressing pearl, the big fish would continue to evolve and strengthen. In the end, it would become a sacred-level sea beast and even an extremely tyrannical overlord among the sacred-level sea beasts. Unfortunately, before the fish could digest this great opportunity, it bit the fishing rod that Chen Zong put down just to relax. In the end, it became Chen Zong's meal. Even the great opportunity, the ocean-suppressing pearl, belonged to Chen Zong. After refining, Chen Zong's mixed yuan heart force penetrated the ocean-suppressing pearl little by little. Surprisingly, Chen Zong's refining was quite smooth and did not encounter any obstacles. However, the refining efficiency was not very high. At this speed, it would probably take a lot of time for the initial refining. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. The sun rose and the moon set, and the sun rose again. Chen Zong refined the ocean-suppressing pearl little by little. He felt that the connection between him and the ocean-suppressing pearl grew from nothing and strengthened little by little. This feeling was very wonderful because while refining, the connection between him and the ocean-suppressing pearl was strengthened. At the same time, Chen Zong felt that a trace of mystery was spreading and accumulating. Although the mystery was very subtle and fragmented, Chen Zong felt that it was very profound and unfathomable. Once it accumulated to a certain extent, it would definitely be of great use to him. This was a kind of intuition. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. However, Chen Zong had only refined less than half of the ocean-suppressing pearl. In the distance, several figures flew across the sky and were heading in this direction. From afar, they saw Chen Zong and the crystal ball the size of a head floating in front of Chen Zong. Is that what we're looking for? The ocean-suppressing pearl? These people were disciples of the Five Spirits sect. They all had the strength of the heaven stage and had excellent eyesight. They immediately fixed their eyes on the crystal ball in front of Chen Zong. During the refining process, the ocean-suppressing pearl could not be put away. The eyes of the 3 disciples of the Five Spirits sect suddenly lit up. After looking at each other, they immediately sent a message back in a special way. At the same time, they burst out with extreme speed and rushed to the island where Chen Zong was. They planned to capture the ocean-suppressing pearl first. Once they got the ocean-suppressing pearl, it would be a great contribution. At that time, they would be able to get the divine grace and maybe directly break through to the saint stage. Wealth and silk moved people's hearts, let alone treasures. Chen Zong also felt the 3 auras approaching. He frowned slightly. The 3 people were approaching aggressively. At the moment when they approached, they seemed to be chanting something. Immediately, their auras suddenly soared and their bodies were surrounded by different colored qi like burning flames. The 3 of them immediately attacked as well, mercilessly slashing out different colored light beams. Chen Zong frowned. He felt a familiar aura, or rather, a familiar feeling. He did not dodge. They were only 3 heaven stage experts. Even if they were quasi-saints, he was not qualified to dodge. While continuing to channel the mixed yuan heart force to refine the ocean-suppressing pearl, Chen Zong's left hand slashed across the sky like a sword. A sword light suddenly broke through the sky and tore everything. It was best not to disperse his strength when refining the ocean-suppressing pearl. However, they were only 3 heaven stage experts. Chen Zong only needed to use a trace of his strength to kill them. If they were saint stage experts, it would not be possible. Under the sword light, the attacks of the 3 heaven stage experts were immediately broken. The sword light mercilessly killed the 3 people. After killing them, the sword light did not dissipate. Instead, it stretched and turned into a long rope that directly pulled the bodies of the 3 heaven stage experts over. Chen Zong continued to refine the ocean-suppressing pearl while studying it. The mystery of the mixed yuan heart realm allowed Chen Zong to easily multitask without affecting each other. This is the aura fluctuation of the celestial demon power. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly narrowed. This aura fluctuation was similar to the disciples of the god worship religion he had killed in the outer universe. Although it was not exactly the same, it was similar in essence. As for the god worship religion of the outer universe, it was called Chen Zong. Therefore, it was very likely that they were the same. Did the celestial demon world invade the ancient mystic world from the sea? The sea and the land were separated, but they were both part of the ancient mystic world. If the celestial demon world invaded from the sea, it would be harder to detect them due to the vastness of the sea compared to the land. The invasion of the celestial demon world would be smoother. Not to mention the others, just the 3 people he had killed were disciples of the god worship religion. The existence of disciples meant that the god worship religion had developed. As for the extent of its development, Chen Zong did not know. I should have left them alive. Chen Zong thought to himself. Immediately, he took the ocean-suppressing pearl and soared into the sky. He burst out with extreme speed, turned into a sword light, and flew away. Why did he leave? Chen Zong thought that since he had been discovered by the 3 disciples of the god worship religion, although he had killed them, it was hard to guarantee that they did not use any means to leak the news. It was better for him to leave. Although doing so would cause him to disperse the mixed yuan heart force and further slow down the progress of refining the ocean-suppressing pearl, it was still relatively safe. In case he was found by a saint-level expert, unless he temporarily stopped refining, he would not be able to use his full strength to fight, or even more than 50% of his strength. However, if the one who came was a great saint, he would not be his opponent. At that time, not only would he lose the ocean-suppressing pearl, but his life would also be in danger. Leave, the most important thing was to leave first. As for the god-worship religion, he could only wait for the opportunity after refining the ocean-suppressing pearl. At the bottom of the deep sea, in a huge crystal palace, a sea emperor flicked his finger and shot out a ray of light. It spread in front of his eyes and turned into a huge round mirror. The inside of the round mirror was gray, as if before the chaos was created, everything was blank and invisible. Immediately after, the sea emperor flicked his finger again, and a mysterious fluctuation flew into the round mirror. The round mirror's grayness immediately dispersed, revealing a deep and boundless blue. It was the sea, a boundless sea as far as the eye could see. The sea emperor and the great sea kings stared at the sea in the round mirror attentively, as if they were looking for something. Not long after, a ray of light appeared in the dark blue sea. It was a ray of sword light. It tore through the sky with amazing sharpness and flew 10,000 meters in an instant. Zoom in, the image in the round mirror was constantly magnified, and the light seemed to become very faint, revealing the figures within. Their sharp eyes seemed to be able to pierce through everything, but the gazes of the sea kings, and even the sea emperors were focused on the crystal ball. The divine sea calming pearl. How could the divine sea calming pearl be in the hands of this human? The divine sea calming pearl is the most precious treasure of the Sea clan. It can't fall into the hands of other clans. We must take it back. That's right. Only the Sea clan can truly control the divine sea calming pearl. It belongs to us. Listen to my order, the Sea Emperor said immediately, pursue this human and take back the divine sea calming pearl. Yes, sir. The Sea Kings and Great Sea Kings responded in unison. They immediately set off and began to pursue Xianxia. The sea was the world of the Sea clan. It was not difficult to find a specific target. After all, the Sea clan was born with the ability to control sea beasts. They could communicate with sea beasts and use them to find a target. The sea was vast and boundless, so it was not easy to find a target. At the same time, there were countless sea beasts in the sea. Although they did not have much intelligence, they still had the instincts that living creatures should have. The human clan's divine ancestor was pinching his fingers to deduce the mysteries of heaven. At the level of sacred ancestors, their cultivation was extremely high. They had reached the apex of the world, so they had a clearer and more direct understanding of the mysteries of the world. As a result, it was not difficult for them to deduce the heavenly secrets. If he had the corresponding inheritance, it would be easier to deduce the heavenly secrets, and he would be able to go deeper. As the sacred ancestor continued to perform auguries, his eyes shone with boundless divine light as the image of a person appeared, followed by a face. So it's us humans who have obtained the divine sea-suppressing pearl. The divine ancestor muttered to himself with a smile on his face. Unfortunately, the divine sea-suppressing pearl is a supreme treasure. It's not something a mere saint like you can wield. It should be in my hands. Soon after, the sacred ancestor's body faded and disappeared in the span of a breath. Xianxia flew at top speed as he continued to refine the divine sea-suppressing pearl. However, he had a strange feeling that there were pairs of eyes staring at him. However, when Xianxia looked around, there was no one around. He did not even see a bird, but he did feel that he was being spied on. This feeling made Xianxia uncomfortable, and he could not help but look stern. Xianxia knew that cultivators had many means, especially those who were powerful. They had more means, such as prying, deducing the heavenly secrets, and so on. No matter what kind of means, Xianxia was sure that he was being watched. It was very likely that danger would come. He did not know when, but it should not be too long. The anxiety that had just risen in his heart dissipated in an instant. Xianxia remained calm. Why was he being watched? It did not take much guessing to know that it was the crystal ball in his hand, the divine sea-suppressing pearl. As for when the enemy would find him, Xianxia did not know. However, they would definitely find him. When that time came, a battle would be inevitable. If the enemy was in the Minor Saint Realm, he could at least escape. However, if the enemy was in the Great Saint Realm, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Should he give up the Divine Sea Suppressing Pearl? Chenzong did not think about it. He had refined more than half of the Divine Sea Suppressing Pearl. There was still a small half left. According to this progress, he would be able to refine it in about 5 or 6 days. At that time, he would know the power and mystery of the Divine Sea Suppressing Pearl and be able to use it. The Divine Sea Suppressing Pearl, since it was a treasure that surpassed a divine weapon, it should have extraordinary power. Perhaps it could significantly increase one's strength. Of course, taking a step back, it was indeed a last resort. If he had to give it up, he would have to give it up. Relatively speaking, a treasure was indeed of great value. However, Chenzong valued his own life more. It was better to have a treasure. However, even without a treasure, he would still rely on his own ability and efforts to constantly improve and become stronger. In the past, he did not have a treasure in his hand. Didn't he continue to cultivate and increase his strength to the Minor Saint Realm? As long as he broke through to the next realm, he would have strength that surpassed the Minor Saint Realm. At that time, even if he faced a Great Saint Realm expert, he would still be able to fight. Only with the strength of a Great Saint Realm expert could he better protect himself. However, it was not so easy to break through to the next realm. He had not found the opportunity to do so. Chenzong continued to fly. The recovery speed of the mixed Yuan heart force was extremely fast. As a result, Chenzong could refine the Divine Sea Suppressing Pearl while flying at high speed. However, the mixed Yuan heart force would not be exhausted. It was always in a relatively balanced state. Now, he had to escape and not let anyone catch up to him. At least not before he refined the Divine Sea Suppressing Pearl. However, many times, things did not depend on one's will. Chenzong was still found. The Sea Clan attacked. Fortunately, there was only one Sea King expert among the attacking Sea Clan experts. Chenzong was in the air and not at the bottom of the sea. The Sea King could not catch up with Chenzong for a while. However, the Sea King swam quickly in the sea and followed Chenzong closely like a shadow. Chenzong could not help but frown. Being followed by such a Sea King meant that other Sea Clan experts would also know his specific whereabouts. Perhaps, they would soon catch up with him. What should I do, without the slightest hesitation? Chenzong made a prompt decision and rushed downwards. Good timing. The Sea King sneered when he saw Chenzong rushing towards him. The trident in his hand shook, and in an instant, a large amount of seawater was rolled up. It exploded as if it weighed thousands of kilograms. It soared into the sky and smashed the sky. It directly blasted towards Chenzong. Sword aura. A low roar sounded from the sky. In an instant, an earth-shattering sword aura appeared in the sky and struck down directly. The light was extremely powerful and terrifying. It struck down as if it was invincible. It directly broke through the impact of tens of thousands of tons of seawater and bombarded the Sea King. Deterrence. In just an instant, the Sea King was stunned by the terrifying sword aura and lost his mind. His divine will was not enough to contend with Chenzong's shocking sword aura. Immediately afterwards, an extremely bright streak of sword light suddenly shot down from above. It was like a blazing sun, incinerating everything. When it landed, the seawater that had soared into the sky was incinerated and directly evaporated. Tai Hao with a twofold amplification. Because he was refining the ocean-suppressing pearl, Chenzong did not dare to erupt with his full strength. He could not display Tai Hao thrice, but only twofold. Even so, it still had a terrifying power. The true sun fell, shattering everything and burning everything. The seawater could not resist at all. It was incinerated in an instant, turning into white steam and evaporating like rolling smoke. It contained a terrifyingly high temperature that was enough to burn a quasi-saint to death. Tai Hao's sword aura directly bombarded the Sea King. At the last moment, the Sea King shook off the shock of the sword aura and came to his senses. He was about to summon all his strength to swing his trident to counter Tai Hao's sword aura, but he was still one step too slow. The difference of one step was the difference between victory and defeat, between life and death. In a head-on collision, an extremely violent power erupted. The terrifying high temperature burned incessantly, causing the Sea King to scream in agony. He immediately escaped into the seawater. Gurgling sounds were constantly heard. The seawater boiled under the terrifying power of Taihao's sword aura and evaporated continuously. It turned into bursts of blazing smoke that rose into the sky in spirals. Even the seawater could not extinguish the blazing heat of Taihao's sword aura. Chen Zong's complexion was slightly pale. He glanced at the boiling seawater below and immediately flew away. His mixed yuan heart force was also constantly being consumed. As for the Sea King, he did not die in the end. In any case, he was also a Sea King level expert. In addition, he was in the seawater, constantly diving and erupting his strength to resist. With his vigorous strength and extraordinary recovery speed, he finally offset the bombardment of Taihao's sword aura. Even so, the Sea King's body was charred black as if he was about to be burnt. He looked like he was on the verge of death. However, the vitality of the Sea Tribe was very astonishing. He was constantly recovering, especially in the deep sea, where the recovery speed was even faster. However, the Sea King no longer had the strength to pursue Chen Zong. He could only let Chen Zong escape. However, the sea region was the world of the Sea Tribe. On land, the Sea Tribe could do nothing, but in the sea region, the Sea Tribe was the master. A large number of sea beasts began to move. At a glance, one could see countless sea beasts running amok on the surface of the sea. There were all kinds of sea beasts, but they were clearly separated. Even if they were natural enemies, they did not attack each other. It seemed that they had become very peaceful. These sea beasts were all driven by the Sea Tribe. They were looking for the human who had taken the sea-calming divine pearl. Usually, the Sea Tribe would not pay attention to the sea beasts and let them grow and die naturally. They would only mobilize them at critical moments. Although the Sea Tribe was born with the ability to control the sea beasts, there were also limitations. It was not easy to use such a large number of imperial trainers. There was a price to pay. However, if they could find and take back the sea-calming divine pearl, any price would be worth it. The crisis was constantly approaching. The more Chen Zong flew, the more obvious and intense the feeling of being spied on became. He kept refining and flying in the sky. Relying on his extraordinary perception, he flew in the direction of the least threat. The entire sea region was on the move. The human clan, the sea clan, and the five spirits divine sect. The sea region's understanding of the celestial and demon realm was actually very limited because the sea region and the land region were very far apart. The celestial and demon realm's threat to the ancient mysterious world, or rather, the land region of the ancient mysterious world was the greatest and most direct threat. Because of this, generation after generation, the sea region's understanding of the celestial and demon realm was very limited. Even some saint-level experts did not know of the existence of the celestial and demon realm because it was too far away. If the five spirits divine sect appeared in the land region, it would be very difficult for them to develop. Now, Chen Zong was being targeted by 3 different camps. His entire being was in danger. Even though he had shaken off the Sea King's pursuit, the sense of danger had not disappeared. Instead, it had become even more intense. The invisible pressure almost suffocated Chen Zong. Under the heavy pressure, Chen Zong continued to refine the sea-suppressing pearl, and his progress became faster and faster. Today, Chen Zong had escaped another wave of pursuit. The refining of the sea-suppressing pearl was also coming to an end. The moment Chen Zong refined the sea-suppressing pearl, waves of indescribable mystery rushed directly into Chen Zong's mind. Chen Zong seemed to see a huge sea region. The sea region appeared out of thin air, endless and undulating. Afterwards, an indescribable power appeared. Like a huge hand, it directly fell from the sky and grabbed the entire sea region. No, it should be said that it had completely enveloped the entire region where the sea region was. A strange scene suddenly appeared. Under the invisible hand, the sea region was completely absorbed and directly condensed into a crystal ball, which was the sea-suppressing pearl. This was the process of the sea-suppressing pearl's appearance. Chen Zong was greatly moved and could not help but think of the Heavenly Will Sword. When he first obtained the Heavenly Will Sword, he also saw the process of the Heavenly Will Sword's appearance. An expert opened up a big world, and after constantly evolving to the extreme, the Heavenly Will Sword was born. However, the scene of the heavenly will sword's birth shocked Xianxia even more than the sea-suppressing pearl. So, the heavenly will sword was also a treasure that surpassed a divine weapon, and it was even more powerful than the sea-suppressing pearl. Were there different grades of treasures? Xianxia felt that there should be, but he wasn't sure how the treasures were classified. Based on this, Xianxia was sure that the heavenly will sword was also a supreme treasure. Well, it should be called the heavenly will sword of the past. Suddenly, Xianxia thought of something. The reason why he was able to embark on his own path of cultivation and forge the world in his body was not only because of his own ideas and deductions, but also because of the heavenly will sword. Xianxia was shocked. It turned out that he was sitting on a mountain of treasures without knowing it. If he wanted to break through to the next tier, he would have to start with the heavenly will sword. After realizing this, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He was even more excited and happy than when he first refined the ocean-suppressing orb. After all, the ocean-suppressing orb was an external object, and his strength was completely his own. However, refining the sea-suppressing orb was indeed very useful to him. Moreover, it was because he had refined the sea-suppressing orb that he had thought of the heavenly will sword and found an opportunity to break through. So, should he start trying to break through? Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. Auras erupted from the distance and the sea, directly locking onto him. The auras of sea kings, pristine saints, and even sea kings were approaching from afar. Xianxia's expression became serious. His surroundings were sealed, and it would not be easy to escape. Immediately, Xianxia looked at the ocean-suppressing orb in his hand. There was already a deep connection between them. In the next moment, the ocean-suppressing orb disappeared and appeared in Xianxia's inner world. It immediately evolved into a sea area, filling up the inner world. Xianxia immediately felt that his inner world was supported by a powerful force. It became more stable and seemed to become more powerful. There were 3 pristine Saint Realm experts, 2 sea kings and a great sea king that was closing in rapidly. A terrifying aura rushed over, causing Xianxia to feel an immense pressure. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia immediately released his inner world, and also activated the ocean-suppressing orb's power. After the initial refinement of the ocean-suppressing orb, Xianxia could already mobilize part of its power. The ocean-suppressing orb was a supreme treasure, a domain-type supreme treasure. Once activated, it would form an ocean-suppressing domain, suppressing everything around it. At the same time, it would also roll up heavy water to attack the enemies in the ocean-suppressing domain. If they could not withstand it, they would be injured or even killed by the terrifying water. In addition, the ocean-suppressing domain could also play a role in protecting oneself under the heavy water pressure. It could be said that the ocean-suppressing orb was a supreme treasure that could both attack and defend, as well as suppress its surroundings. It was a very comprehensive supreme treasure. Of course, in many cases, being comprehensive meant being balanced or even mediocre. However, a supreme treasure was a supreme treasure after all. It was definitely not ordinary. After the initial refinement, Xianxia could basically control the power of the ocean-suppressing orb, release part of it, and combine it with his inner world. The release of his inner world was equivalent to a pseudo-great path domain. Moreover, it was a pseudo-great path domain that was highly compatible with other great path domains. The ocean-suppressing divine orb merged with his inner world. When it was released, the range that originally only covered 1,000 meters immediately increased tenfold, reaching 10,000 meters. With Xianxia as the center, everything within 10,000 meters was covered by his inner world. The 3 human clan pristine saint stage powerhouses and the 2 sea kings were all included. In just an instant, the 5 powerhouses immediately felt the suppression of their inner world. The tyrannical pressure rushed over, causing their expressions to change. The moment they were about to escape without hesitation, the pressure suddenly increased. Then, layers of seawater appeared out of thin air. No, it was as if the seawater had rushed out of Xianxia's body. In an instant, it swept across the range of his inner world, filling the 10,000 meters radius. The pressure increased several times in an instant. Originally, it could only affect the pristine saint stage powerhouses and the sea kings. However, after it increased several times, it directly suppressed them. As the seawater swept over, the light blue color caused their expressions to change drastically. It was too late for them to retreat. They were directly swept into the seawater. Zhenzong stood in the sea within 10,000 meters of his inner world. He had a feeling that he was in control of everything. It was as though he was a god in this 10,000 meters radius. God, a true god who could control everything. Of course, this was just an illusion. A true god was omnipotent. However, at this moment, most of the things within 10,000 meters were indeed under his control. With just a thought, the seawater in the inner heaven and earth's ocean domains suddenly turned into swords. Those were water swords. The water swords were aimed at the 5 pristine saint stage powerhouses. They carried with them a terrifying force as they slashed across the sky. The force of each sword was extremely terrifying. The 5 pristine saint stage powerhouses were suppressed by the inner world. Their movements were greatly restricted and slowed down. If they wanted to move freely, they would have to unleash a greater force and consume more energy. The water swords carried a terrifying force as they slashed at them. However, they were blocked by the force of the 5 powerhouses. Zhenzong's thought flickered again. The water swords directly turned into 5 water dragons and directly coiled around the bodies of the 5 powerhouses. Then, Zhenzong's body moved. The heavenly will sword was unsheathed and slashed across the sky. Its speed was unbelievably fast. This was because this was the inner world that Zhenzong controlled. In the inner world, with the help of the ocean-suppressing pearl, Zhenzong was able to move around as though he was teleporting. Kill! The sharp sword slashed across the sky with shocking sharpness toward one of the pristine saint stage powerhouses mercilessly. Since these people wanted to deal with him, they should be prepared to be killed by him. Since the ocean-suppressing pearl had been refined by him, it should belong to him. Nobody could take it away from him. He could not dodge it. Not only was Zhenzong's sword extremely fast, but it also caught him off guard. The pristine saint stage powerhouse was restrained and could not move at all. He could only allow the sword to pierce through his glabella. A pristine saint stage powerhouse was indeed very powerful. Their vitality was tenacious. Even if they were facing a great saint stage powerhouse, they still had a 50% chance of escaping. However, that was under the condition that they were prepared. After all, if a pristine saint stage powerhouse knew that his opponent was a great saint stage powerhouse, would he still foolishly rush forward to seek his own death? However, Zhenzong was different. They already knew that Zhenzong's strength was at the pristine saint stage. Since they were all at the pristine saint stage, what was there to be afraid of? Even if there was a difference in strength, a pristine saint stage powerhouse could defeat a pristine saint stage powerhouse. However, it was difficult to kill a pristine saint stage powerhouse unless one of them was seeking his own death. Who would have thought that Zhenzong had already refined the ocean-suppressing pearl, and the power that erupted from it was extremely shocking. Being in the ocean-suppressing pearl, these pristine saint stage powerhouses could not escape at all. It could be said that Zhenzong, who had refined the ocean-suppressing pearl, was invincible among the pristine saint stage powerhouses unless the other party also had a supreme treasure. However, supreme treasures were too rare. Among the various saint lands, only a few saint lands had supreme treasures. The ocean-suppressing pearl that had just been refined and coupled with Zhenzong's own cultivation base, naturally, he could not fully unleash its power. However, after combining it with Zhenzong's inner world, its power skyrocketed and became even more shocking. Kill! This pristine saint stage powerhouse's glabella was inevitably pierced through. Under the raging sword chi, he was directly killed. The vitality of a pristine saint stage powerhouse was shocking. However, with his glabella pierced and his divine soul damaged by the impact of the sword chi, it was difficult for him to survive. Zhenzong did not show any mercy when he attacked with his sword. When the other 4 pristine saint stage powerhouses saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. They continued to unleash their strength and even unleashed their secret techniques in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, their movements were greatly restricted in the inner world sea. It was impossible for them to escape. The result of being unable to escape was death. Kill! 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 5 consecutive kills. Zhenzong directly completed 5 consecutive kills. His sword did not show any mercy at all. He killed all of them because they were his enemies. The 5 pristine saint stage powerhouses were killed by Zhenzong. Their storage divine devices naturally became Zhenzong's spoils of war, enriching Zhenzong's wealth. At the same time, the Great Sea King had also arrived. Its incomparably tyrannical aura directly charged out, bringing along thousands of feet of seawater. Its power was earth-shattering, as though it could crush everything. It made Qianzong's expression turn solemn. 5 consecutive kills, such a scene was extremely horrifying. Since ancient times, it was not so easy to kill a saint-level expert. Even in the myriad-sword ancient domain of the ancient mysterious world, only a dozen pristine saint realm experts had died in the hundreds of years of the fiend god world's invasion. However, Qianzong had killed 5 pristine saints in just a few breaths. How cruel! The Grand Sea King was shocked, but he had no intention of letting Qianzong go. He burst out with extreme speed and charged at Qianzong with terrifying power. His terrifying aura locked onto Qianzong. Immediately, the Great Sea King roared. Qianzong did not understand, but judging from the Great Sea King's words, emotions, and other aspects, he guessed that the Great Sea King wanted him to hand over the ocean-suppressing pearl. Was that possible? Of course not. The Great Sea King was 7 meters tall. He held a trident in his hand and stepped on layers of waves as he soared into the sky. He suddenly waved the 7-meter-long trident in his hand, rolling up layers of water that surrounded the trident. It was like a roaring water dragon, bombarding the sky and shattering it. This attack immediately made Qianzong's expression change. The attack of a great Saint Realm expert was really amazing. Fortunately, he had already refined the ocean-suppressing pearl. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand this attack. The power of the ocean-suppressing pearl integrated into his inner world and was released outside, covering the surroundings. In an instant, the seawater fluctuated and rushed toward the Great Sea King's attack one after another, weakening it constantly. Qianzong slashed out with his sword again. The sword light was continuous like the water of a great river. Sword after sword, it erupted with amazing power. Qianzong resisted this attack, but Qianzong also knew that if he had not refined the ocean-suppressing pearl, he would not have been able to withstand the power of such an attack and would have been injured directly. The gap between the Great Saint Realm and the pristine Saint Realm was very obvious. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater suddenly exploded and soared into the sky with a shocking force, directly forming a unique domain that shrouded the surroundings and suppressed Qianzong. This was a great Dao domain. The experts of the sea folk, upon reaching the level of the Grand Sea Kings, were similarly capable of mastering a grand Dao domain. The great Dao domain enveloped Qianzong, pressing down incessantly. It was as if it wanted to crush Qianzong's inner world sea domain. With a thought from Qianzong, specks of starlight appeared. There were at least 10,000 of them. Minor star sword field. In the inner world, the stars shone brightly above, and the sea below was turbulent. The power of the inner world was multiplied, and it became even more powerful. It fought against the great path domain of the Great Sea King, and it was not at a disadvantage at all. The biggest difference between the Great Sage Realm and the Little Sage Realm was the mastery of the Great Sage Realm's domain of the Great Sage Realm. If the domain of the Great Sage Realm lost its effect, then the Great Sage Realm wouldn't have any absolute advantage against the Little Sage Realm. Naturally, under normal circumstances, the cultivation base and strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse would also surpass a pristine saint stage powerhouse. However, it was not absolute. For example, if an eminent saint stage powerhouse who cultivated a relatively ordinary technique and mastered a pristine saint stage powerhouse at the peak of the pristine saint stage powerhouse who cultivated a supreme secret technique was excluded from the Great Path domain, it would be difficult for the eminent saint stage powerhouse to suppress the pristine saint stage powerhouse who was at the peak of the pristine saint stage powerhouse. However, if the Great Path domain was included, the situation would be different. Moreover, there was no comparison between the pseudo-Great Path domain and the Great Path domain. Once the Great Path domain was released, the pseudo-Great Path domain would be crushed immediately. In other words, if Qianzong's inner world merged with the minor star sword field, he would not be able to resist the Great Path domain of the Great Sea King. However, the ocean-suppressing pearl was different. When the power of the ocean-suppressing pearl was activated, it was equivalent to a Great Path domain. The Great Path domain could not suppress Qianzong at all, and the Great Sea King immediately attacked him. Qianzong immediately controlled the seawater in his inner world and transformed it into a 10-meter-long water sword that suddenly pierced through the air to meet the attack. This was the power of the ocean-suppressing pearl. It would not be suppressed by the opponent's Great Path domain because of this. This was also the profoundness of a supreme treasure. The water sword struck horizontally and was directly shattered by the trident. The trident arrived with astonishing power, but it was met by a second water sword. The seawater within a radius of 10,000 meters was under Qianzong's control. This was not ordinary seawater, but seawater that had been condensed. Each drop of seawater weighed 50 kilograms. How many drops of seawater were there in a radius of 10,000 meters? It was impossible to count. Not to mention the seawater within a radius of 10,000 meters, how many drops of seawater were there in that 10-meter-long water sword? 10,000 drops, it was more than that. A drop of seawater weighed 50 kilograms, so 10,000 drops of seawater would be 500,000 kilograms. However, that 10-meter-long water sword was not just 10,000 drops of seawater. It weighed at least a few million kilograms, or even tens of millions of kilograms. It weighed at least a few million kilograms, which was very terrifying. It could crush a mountain. Of course, such weight could not do anything to a great saint. However, under the superb speed, the combination of astonishing weight and speed released a terrifying power. The great Sea King's expression was extremely cold. He did not expect that the opponent could really refine the ocean-suppressing pearl and activate part of its power. Under the superposition of two pseudo-great path domains, it was enough to compete with his great path domain. Coupled with the mysterious power of the ocean-suppressing pearl itself, he could not do anything to the opponent for a while. The water swords continued to condense. There were as many as 10 of them, which was the limit that Qianzong could control at the moment. Each of the 10 water swords was 10 meters long and weighed at least a few million kilograms. Even when Qianzong was controlling them, he felt that they were very heavy. With a boom, the 10 water swords immediately blasted out. They did not bombard in all directions at once. Instead, they came one after another like a peerless swordsman swinging his sword. In an instant, 10 swords were swung out. The power of each sword was very terrifying. If it were a pristine saint, he would have been defeated immediately. However, the great Sea King's strength was tyrannical and direct. As he waved the trident in his hand, a terrifying wave rolled out and smashed everything in its way. Although the great Sea King was not injured, he was still repelled by the repeated collisions. "Let's hit again." Qianzong's eyes flashed. He opened his arms and suddenly lifted them forward as if he was lifting a mountain. In an instant, a large amount of seawater surged. A huge water sword that was 100 meters long rushed out of the sea and suspended in front of Qianzong. It was aimed at the great Sea King, who had been repelled but had adjusted his body to attack again. How heavy was a 100-meter-long water sword? It weighed at least a few million kilograms. Under such weight, even a great saint would not be able to ignore it. The great Sea King's expression suddenly changed. However, it was too late to dodge because the sword power of the 100-meter-long water sword had directly locked onto him. This sword power belonged to Qianzong, who had integrated the supreme sword will of the single-hearted sword technique into it. As it fluctuated, the edge of the sword flashed with sharpness. With a boom, the giant sword soared through the sky and directly rushed towards the great Sea King, piercing and shattering everything. Its power was displayed to its full extent. It was extremely terrifying. The great Sea King immediately waved the 7-meter-long trident, rolling up the seawater and turning it into a huge armor that completely covered his body. Then, he unleashed a full blow. Under the collision, the 100-meter-long water sword suddenly exploded into countless water droplets that carried a shocking sword chi and shot in all directions. A huge body directly fell from the sky. It was the great Sea King. His body fell like a meteor and directly crashed into the sea, raising hundreds of meters of seawater. After such a blow repelled the great Sea King, Qianzong immediately withdrew his inner heaven and earth domain and flew away at an extreme speed. Although the blow had blasted the great Sea King to the bottom of the sea, Qianzong knew very well that it was the strongest blow he could unleash. If a pristine Saint Realm expert was hit by it, he would most likely die or even be smashed to pieces. However, the gap between the Great Saint Realm and the pristine Saint Realm was indeed huge. Although the Great Sea King was knocked down, he did not die. He was only slightly injured. However, the power of the blow was so strong that he was blasted far away. When the Great Sea King rushed up again, Qianzong had already fled far away. After the initial refinement of the ocean-suppressing orb, Qianzong's strength had skyrocketed. He could be said to be invincible in the pristine Saint Realm. However, he could only contend against a great Saint Realm expert for a short period of time. After all, using the ocean-suppressing orb consumed a lot of Qianzong's strength. If it was not for the fast recovery speed of the mixed Yuan heart force, Qianzong would not have been able to unleash the powerful blow of the 100-meter-long water sword. It was also because of that blow that the Great Sea King was somewhat threatened, but it was only a threat. That blow had consumed most of Qianzong's strength and he could not unleash a second blow. If he continued to fight, he would be overestimating himself. The best way was to escape. The Great Sea King was furious. He was a Great Sea King expert. His status in the sea area was second only to the Sea Emperor, but there were very few Sea Emperors. It was humiliating that he was defeated by a Sea King. Chase, the Great Sea King was furious and immediately chased after Qianzong. The Great Sea King was extremely fast, but Qianzong was not slow either. It was difficult for the Great Sea King to catch up in a short period of time. However, at this rate, the Great Sea King would definitely catch up. Breakthrough. The only way was to break through. Qianzong's eyes flickered with an extremely resolute light. Only by breaking through to the next level and mastering more power could he have the ability to fight and even defeat a Great Sea King. Now that he had initially refined the ocean-suppressing orb, it was not easy to further refine it. It would take a long time. There was no need to continue refining the ocean-suppressing orb. Qianzong could mobilize all the power. At the same time, Qianzong immersed part of his mind into the Heavenly Will Sword, carefully feeling the mysteries of the Heavenly Will Sword. After obtaining the Heavenly Will Sword, Qianzong had only seen the process of the Heavenly Will Sword being forged the first time. After that, he did not see it again. Now, he was reliving it. The mysterious expert had made a move, creating a world out of nothing. That scene immediately moved Qianzong greatly, and an indescribable feeling of inspiration was born. A greater realm was thus born. It continued to evolve and change until it was finally perfected. Then, the Heavenly Will Sword was forged from the center of the greater realm. It cut open the greater realm, and the greater realm returned to chaos. An indescribable inspiration exploded in Qianzong's heart. Endless inspiration rushed in like the water of the sea. At that moment, he had a flash of inspiration, and a little light was born. It burned like the sun, releasing amazing light and heat. Breakthrough. Qianzong had already grasped the opportunity of the little light and was about to make a breakthrough. In the current situation, if he didn't make a breakthrough, it would be difficult for him to escape. He could only take the risk and give up on the ocean-suppressing pearl. It's better to leave the ocean-suppressing pearl to me. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to come from ancient times came from the sky, accompanied by a violent wind that was everywhere. The wind swept across the sky and sea, covering everything. Immediately, a huge palm appeared out of thin air and fell from the sky, covering a radius of 10,000 meters and enveloping everything. Qianzong couldn't move. The aura of the palm that covered 10,000 meters was extremely terrifying and surpassed everything. Divine Ancestor. It was a divine ancestor who had surpassed the Supreme Saint Realm. He grabbed at Qianzong as soon as he made a move, showing no mercy. Qianzong's expression changed drastically. He immediately gathered all his strength and activated the power of the ocean-suppressing pearl. He instantly combined his inner world and minor astral sword realm and released it directly to resist the suppression of the 10,000-meter palm. Even the ocean-suppressing pearl couldn't resist the divine ancestor's attack. Qianzong made a prompt decision. He immediately unleashed his power and shot out the ocean-suppressing pearl. In an instant, it escaped the suppression range of the divine ancestor's power and flew toward the distant sea at an extremely fast speed. The divine ancestor's purpose was naturally to seize the ocean-suppressing pearl. However, the ocean-suppressing pearl had left Qianzong's hand and was flying into the distance. Moreover, a great sea king was rushing toward the ocean-suppressing pearl. The divine ancestor immediately changed his direction and grabbed at the ocean-suppressing pearl with his huge palm. Qianzong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this attack. At best, he would be captured, and at worst, he would be killed. However, the divine ancestor was after the ocean-suppressing pearl. With the ocean-suppressing pearl out of his hand, the crisis was temporarily resolved. Why was it temporary? Because the ocean-suppressing pearl had been preliminarily refined by Qianzong. If the divine ancestor wanted to truly control the ocean-suppressing pearl, he had to erase Qianzong's mark. How could he erase it? The simplest way was to kill Qianzong directly, and then the mark would naturally lose its effect. Another way was to capture Qianzong and force Qianzong to remove the mark himself. Another way was to forcibly erase Qianzong's mark. Either way, it would not benefit Qianzong. The first possibility was that Qianzong would die. The second possibility was that after being forced, he might be killed as well. If he didn't die, there might be other consequences. As for the third possibility, Qianzong would also be injured, so the crisis hadn't been completely resolved yet. However, Qianzong still threw out the ocean-suppressing orb in order to buy time for himself to break through. If he could successfully break through, his strength would increase greatly. At that time, Qianzong was confident that he could face a great saint without being defeated. With the power of the sea-suppressing pearl, even if he faced a divine ancestor, he would still have the power to resist. The sea-suppressing pearl fell into the hands of the great Sea King, who was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did the ocean-suppressing pearl fly towards me and fall into my hands? Then, the divine ancestor's giant hand fell from the sky, and a terrifying pressure came pressing down. It flattened the surface of the sea and made it as flat as a mirror. The surface of the sea collapsed downward, forming a sharp contrast with the surroundings. The great Sea King was also directly suppressed and couldn't move for a moment. Break out. Without hesitation, the great Sea King immediately broke out a secret method to increase his strength and break through the suppression. He immediately rushed to the bottom of the sea with the ocean-suppressing pearl and kept going deeper into the sea. Since the human clan's divine ancestor had already taken action, he naturally wouldn't let the great Sea King escape with the ocean-suppressing pearl. The giant hand fell, and the seawater became more and more solid. It was like a large piece of steel plate, constantly confining the great Sea King. But in the sea, the great Sea King did have a natural advantage. Although it was difficult, he kept releasing his strength. Cracks appeared on his 7-meter-tall strong body, and blue blood kept oozing out. It was overload. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would never let the ocean-suppressing pearl fall into the hands of the alien tribes. The ocean-suppressing pearl could only be the ocean-suppressing pearl. It was originally the ocean-suppressing pearl. Blue blood seeped out and soaked the seawater, but the color of the seawater was also blue, so it was impossible to see. The great Sea King began to feel dizzy. His vision became blurry, and he was about to reach his limit. Even a great saint powerhouse was a far cry from the divine ancestor. An angry snort sounded from the deep sea and swept through the heavy seawater. Then, a sword light split the heavy sea and directly slashed at the divine ancestor's giant hand. The Sea Emperor had arrived. Under the terrifying sword power, the divine ancestor's attack was immediately blocked, and the great Sea King was able to escape. Then, the human clan's divine ancestor and the ocean tribe's Sea Emperor fought over the ocean-suppressing pearl. The battlefield was quite far away from Qianzong, so Qianzong didn't pay attention to him. Breakthrough, the opportunity had been found, and it was time to break through. How could he break through? Qianzong already knew. The next realm after the inner world was the inner universe. It was undoubtedly a huge leap to go from heaven and earth to the inner universe. The inner universe was vast and mighty, and heaven and earth paled in comparison. Because of this, it was not easy to break through. But now, Qianzong finally gained inspiration from refining the ocean-suppressing pearl. He comprehended the heavenly will sword and found the opportunity to break through. Qianzong did his best to compress his inner world. The smaller it was, the more solid it became, and the more solid it was, the more difficult it was to compress it. Even so, Qianzong did not give up. He continued to compress his inner world like a vortex, rotating it and suppressing it toward the center. Qianzong felt as if his body, flesh, blood, spirit, will, and even his divine soul were all being compressed toward the center. The twisting feeling was very uncomfortable, but he had to bear it. He was compressing crazily. He would not stop until he had compressed it to the limit. Everything else had nothing to do with Qianzong. The ocean-suppressing pearl was now being fought over by the divine ancestor and the ocean emperor. As long as no one got it, Qinzong would not be affected. Finally, Qinzong compressed his inner world to the limit, turning it into a point. It was just a point, but it was the condensation of his inner world. It was extremely powerful, and the power it contained made even Qinzong tremble in fear. At this moment, Qinzong's appearance had changed greatly. He was as thin as a match, as if his yin and yang had been sucked dry, and he had become a 1,000-year-old mummy. Even if people who knew Qinzong saw him, they would not be able to recognize him. Or rather, they would not dare to recognize him. The difference was too great. He had become a bag of bones. This was because Qinzong's inner world was the inner world of the human body. It was closely related to him. When his inner world was compressed to the limit, Qinzong's essence, qi, and spirit were also compressed to the limit. His life force became very, very faint, like a candle in the wind. It was as if a gust of wind would extinguish it. Qinzong's body also swayed and fell downwards, because he no longer had the power to keep himself afloat in the air. This was beyond Qinzong's expectations. He did not expect it to be so thorough. The inner world that had been condensed and compressed to the extreme turned into an extreme point. In the next moment, Qinzong suddenly burst out with supreme sword will. He did not hold back at all and directly turned it into a shocking sword, bursting out with the most powerful sword. Divine firmament, the sword broke through the 9 heavens and arrived in an instant. It pierced toward the point where his inner world had been compressed to the limit without hesitation. The most powerful sword attack, invincible in divine firmament. Under the sword attack, the point was immediately hit and shook violently. Sword after sword, linked together. Each sword attack carried with it an extremely terrifying power. Finally, the point was broken. The extreme point was formed by the compression of Qinzong's inner world. It contained all of Qinzong's energy and was extremely terrifying. Once it exploded, it could directly kill a pristine Saint Realm expert. Even a great Saint Realm expert would not be spared if they were in close range. The point exploded. It was like a star exploding. No, it was even more intense than a star exploding. It directly blasted out chaos. At that moment, Qinzong lost all consciousness. It was as if his soul had been scattered. The power of this explosion was beyond Qinzong's imagination. As if his consciousness had been blown away, Qinzong's whole body kept sinking. The heavenly will sword vibrated in an instant and immediately slashed out repeatedly from Qinzong's body. The point where his inner world had been compressed to the limit exploded. It directly blasted out chaos. Everything inside Qinzong's body seemed to have been blown to pieces. Only an illusory human figure was left. It seemed as if it would disappear at any time. The heavenly will sword kept slashing out in that chaos. It was as if it was splitting the sky and the earth. It was not as simple as splitting the sky and the earth. It was opening up a universe. Creating a universe out of nothing, what an amazing feat it was. Sword after sword, each attack followed some extremely profound and mysterious principle. It kept slashing in all directions. It seemed to be without any order, but it contained some kind of principle. As the sword slashed down, it instantly turned into a true sun. It kept expanding and burning, traversing through the chaos. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling streak of sword light streaked across the chaos and turned into a streak of divine light. The divine light was extremely fast and sharp, constantly traversing the chaos. Afterwards, specks of starlight flickered and turned into 8 stars. They circled around the true sun and slowly rotated, forming a galaxy. As the heavenly will sword kept slashing, it became more and more profound. It seemed to be performing some kind of swordsmanship. Every time the sword pointed out, a bit of starlight would appear in the distance. It was as if in an extremely distant area, starlight kept appearing, flashing in the distant darkness. The chaos kept expanding, gradually turning into a world. It kept expanding until it turned into a universe. Suddenly, wisps of aura spread out from all directions. It was like 100 rivers flowing to the stream and thousands of swords converging. They all gathered together and finally turned into a vortex. The vortex kept expanding until it turned into a nebula. The nebula kept rotating, absorbing the aura from all directions and growing stronger. Above the sea, the human race's divine ancestor had gathered a mighty gale that filled the sky and earth. The gale caused the sea to ripple and churn, as if it was about to be overturned. Above the raging sea, a 10-meter-tall figure wielding a 7-meter-long greatsword stood on the waves, stirring up endless tsunamis to face the fierce winds of the world. This was the battle between the divine ancestor and the king of the seas. As for the Grand Sea King, who had obtained the sea-suppressing orb, he had already fainted. As the waves surged, he held onto the sea-suppressing orb tightly. However, whenever the king of the seas tried to retrieve the sea-suppressing orb, the divine ancestor would interrupt him. In the deep sea, several figures were silently swimming towards the Grand Sea King's body. These figures were surrounded by a blue aura, as if they had become one with the sea. Chenzong's body had also fallen into the sea, and he had lost consciousness. The evolution of the inner universe was instinctive. It was created by the Heavenly Will Sword, but the Heavenly Will Sword had become one with Chenzong. It was Chenzong's subconscious that was controlling it. As the Heavenly Will Sword continued to slash, the inner universe was finally completed. The moment the inner universe was completed, traces of mysterious power began to dissipate and enter Chenzong's body. His skinny body began to fill up, and finally, he returned to his original appearance. No, not only did he return to his original appearance, but there seemed to be a layer of halo circulating on Chenzong's skin. It was an indiscernible halo that lingered around his body and evolved on its own. Combined with the fluctuations of the invisible aura quake, the halo grew stronger and stronger until it finally isolated the sea. His consciousness seemed to float in the darkness, swimming in the dark void. Chenzong seemed to be in a half-awake state, and he seemed to see endless mysteries. Finally, thousands of stars flickered, and the stars rotated. The true sun shone, and the silver divine light was like a true dragon swimming in the darkness, rushing towards him. Chenzong suddenly woke up. He didn't know when he had sunk to the bottom of the sea. After waking up, Chenzong immediately checked himself. His eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. His inner world had expanded many times. 10 times. Or 100 times. In short, the inner world had completely changed. It had become extremely huge and seemingly boundless. Furthermore, there were stars that burned incessantly and planets that orbited them. Even further away, there were stars that flickered incessantly. This was the universe, not heaven and earth. Only in the universe did planets and stars exist. In other words, his inner world had indeed evolved into an inner universe. In Chenzong's perception, the burning star was the true sun, and the aura it exuded was the aura of the Taihao secret technique. The ultimate skill, Taihao, actually evolved into a true Sunday. That silver divine light swam in the darkness, tearing and piercing everything in its path. The aura it emitted was incomparably sharp. It was the ultimate technique, divine firmament. The aura emitted by the 8 planets orbiting the star was actually the 8 sword moves of the single-hearted sword art. Among them, the aura closest to the Taihao star was the weakest and looked the smallest. It was Sword 1. The farthest planet was the largest and had the strongest aura. It was Sword 8. Chenzong immersed his mind into the thousands of stars that flickered incessantly in the distance. He discovered that the aura they emitted was the evolution of the sword moves of the prodigious stellar myriad sword art. There was also a nebula that seemed to be 10 miles in radius that formed a vortex and spun incessantly. The wisps of pure power within it were the mixed yuan heart force. This kind of development made Chenzong very surprised. It was completely unexpected, but the evolution seemed very reasonable. Compared to before, the mixed yuan heart force had a very significant increase in both quantity and purity. The overall strength was at least 10 times stronger. The mixed yuan heart force had increased by 10 times, and the supreme sword will of the single-hearted sword art had also increased by a lot. His entire person felt completely different. Not only was his inner strength stronger, but his perception of the outside world was also many times clearer. The range and depth of his perception were different and more subtle. It was as if he could see the deeper mysteries of this world. Chenzong thought that his current strength was so strong that he could easily kill a pristine saint. He wouldn't even be defeated in a battle with a great saint. He could completely contend head-on without any external help. As for how strong his current strength was, Chenzong wasn't very clear. The change from the inner world to the inner universe was too great. After checking the changes from the inner world to the inner universe, Qianzong checked his own body. Strong. At this moment, his body was at least 10 times stronger. A tyrannical power swept through his body like 10,000 dragons running amok. It was as if a casual punch or kick could shatter mountains and sink the earth. Qianzong clenched his fist slightly, and immediately, a vacuum space exploded. Cracks appeared, which made Qianzong feel astonished. Moreover, Qianzong also felt that even though he was in the sea, the surrounding seawater couldn't really touch him. It was as if it was isolated by a layer of invisible power. This was the power of the invisible astral quake. Before this, the invisible astral quake couldn't do this. However, now that Qianzong had broken through from the inner world to the inner universe, the invisible astral quake seemed to have undergone some changes and become more profound. Qianzong was very curious and carefully studied it. The invisible astral quake was still the invisible astral quake, but it wasn't the original invisible astral quake. It had unknowingly changed into an invisible astral quake that was compatible with his body. It had the original strong defensive power of the invisible astral quake, but it had lost the ability to reflect. In other words, the reflection had become absorption, and it had gained the ability to be impervious to water and fire. The original strong defensive power of the invisible astral quake was more for close-range attacks, especially direct physical attacks. Its defensive power against energy-based attacks was weaker. However, it was the same now. It wasn't weak at all. It was invulnerable to swords and spears, impervious to water and fire, and it also had the ability to absorb. Once an attack landed on it, it would be resisted and absorbed. As for whether there were more mysteries, Qianzong couldn't figure it out at the moment because some of the mysteries were hidden very deeply. In this case, it's no longer appropriate to call it the invisible astral quake, Qianzong couldn't help but think to himself. This was a new protective secret technique based on the foundation of the invisible astral quake and combined with the mysteries of the inner universe. It wasn't divided into 1, 2, or 3 layers like the invisible astral quake. The strength of its defensive power was closely related to Qianzong's own cultivation. In other words, it was closely related to the strength of the inner universe. In this case, I'll call it the cosmic true body. Qianzong immediately thought of a new name for the secret technique. Cosmic true body. With the protection of the cosmic true body, any attack that hit Qianzong would be blocked by the cosmic true body. It was blocked by the universe true body first. Only by destroying the universe true body could Qianzong's body be hurt. Moreover, the power of the cosmic true body was very thin and integrated with the body's membrane. Let's see how strong the defense of the cosmic true body is. After Qianzong thought to himself, he pointed his finger directly at his left arm like a sword. Although he didn't draw his sword, breaking through from the inner world to the inner universe was like breaking through from the quasi-saint level to the saint level. There was a huge leap in his strength. Therefore, the power of the sword finger with 30% of his strength wasn't any weaker than the sword with 100% of his strength before the breakthrough. However, such a powerful attack couldn't break the cosmic true body at all. No, it had no effect at all. When the two forces collided, Qianzong's sword finger was directly neutralized. There was no power to absorb. Qianzong was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood. The cosmic true body covered every part of his body, including the ends of his hair. This way, there was no way to attack. He drew his sword. The moment the heavenly sword left its scabbard, a sharp light flowed across the blade like autumn waters. The water of the deep sea was directly parted. It was as if the sword had cut through a thin sheet of paper, leaving behind an indelible sword mark. That sharp light also seemed to have cut through Qianzong's eyes at the same time. Suddenly, Qianzong couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He felt as if his eyes had been cut open, and a piercing pain directly pressed down on him. Qianzong couldn't help but be shocked. This heavenly sword was actually so sharp. After carefully feeling it, Qianzong couldn't help but smile. As he broke through from the inner world to the inner universe, the heavenly sword, which had merged with him, had also received great benefits. Its power had increased. No, it should be said that it had recovered. This was because the heavenly sword itself was a treasure that surpassed a sacred item. However, because it had been damaged in a great battle many years ago, its grade had fallen, and its power had been greatly reduced. As the heavenly will sword was completely restored, some of its power had recovered, and it was constantly repairing itself. When he was in the inner world, the heavenly will sword had finally recovered to the level of a low-grade sacred item. When his inner world was completed, the heavenly will sword had gradually recovered to the level of a mid-grade sacred item. Now that he had broken through from the inner world to the inner universe, the heavenly will sword had directly surpassed the level of a high-grade sacred item and reached the level of a top-grade sacred item. Its power had increased greatly, and its sharpness was shocking. This was an unexpected surprise. The shocking sharpness made it difficult for Chenzong to look directly at it. Then, he placed the blade on his left arm and slashed it with a little force. Chenzong immediately felt the extremely sharp blade collide with the protective secret technique of the true body of the universe. It was as if countless sparks were going to fly out from the friction. The true body of the universe's power absorbed the slash's cutting power into the inner universe. Chenzong could clearly see that in his inner universe, strands of qi had appeared out of thin air. This was the power that had been absorbed. The qi spread out, but it couldn't shake the inner universe in the slightest. This slash was only 10% of its power. The second slash directly used 50% of its power. Even more qi surged into the inner universe and quickly dispersed, but it couldn't cause any damage. Chenzong directly used 100% of his power for the third slash. This slash easily split open the seawater and the void of the deep sea. It slashed open an extremely dark crack, as if it could swallow the entire sea. The tyrannical slash of the sword landed, and Chenzong immediately felt that the power of the slash had been completely absorbed by the true body of the universe. It couldn't hurt his arm at all, and the absorbed power instantly rushed into the inner universe and exploded. End of chapter 30:16. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.